Traversing the continent of Douqi, Liuyun has ascended to the status of the heir of the Mitel family. He applied to venture to Utan City for training and successfully took charge of the Mitel Auction House in Utan, becoming the direct superior of Yafei. Meanwhile, Liuyun awakened the auction tenfold return system, allowing him to receive random returns for any item auctioned. Ding! The auction of a second-grade foundation building pill was successful. Congratulations, host, for triggering the tenfold return, obtaining a 6th-grade pill, the Life Creation Pill. Ding! The auction of the Blue Lotus Earth Heartfire was successful. Congratulations, host, for triggering the tenfold return, acquiring the Blue Lotus Sacred Flame. Ding! The auction of a Xiao Yan ring was successful. Congratulations, host, for triggering the tenfold return, obtaining the high-level heavenly technique, the Nine-Yang Burning Heaven technique, the ancient Dan Emperor's inheritance, and the Taoyin Sacred Flame. This is exceedingly outrageous. Gazing at the items returned by the system, Liuyun was instantly astounded. Chapter 572. The Depths of the Nine Nether. Subduing the Demon Ming. In the face of the monstrous serpent's attacks, Liuyun remained largely unfazed. Even though the icy water streams they emitted possessed a chilling power far exceeding that of the Yellow Springs Lake, they could not inflict any harm upon Liuyun, who was in a state of the divine elephant body and utilizing Douqi. Allowing the water arrows to rain down upon him, Liuyun maintained a speed, swiftly darting towards the depths below. The peculiar black serpents also rapidly changed course, pursuing him in overwhelming numbers. Waves of icy water arrows struck Liuyun's massive form, with layers of frost occasionally forming, only to quickly melt away. Before long, Liuyun completely evaded the onslaught of the black serpents. At that moment, a glimmer of light appeared at the edge of his vision. Accelerating his pace, Liuyun soon arrived at the radiant area. Is this the bottom of the 9 nether yellow springs? Upon reaching this luminous expanse, Liuyun beheld an extraordinarily vast sandy surface, littered with countless fist-sized fragments of stone that emitted a gentle glow. It was precisely this luminescence that rendered the area exceptionally bright. The bottom of the 9 nether yellow springs must connect to the depths of the earth. The cold emanating from below may surpass that of the icy pools in the Valley of Ice. Sensing the surging icy energy in this place, Liuyun murmured, but the energy's attributes clashed somewhat with the techniques he practiced, prompting him to abandon the thought. Save me! Just as Liuyun was lost in thought, a faint groan suddenly pierced through the water, reaching his ears. Upon hearing this sound, Liuyun realized it was the former leader of the 9 Nether Demon Python clan, Yao Ming, who was trapped here, and he was the elder brother of the current leader, Yao Tian Xiao. The next moment, Liuyun's palm clenched fiercely downward. Crash! With that grip, the sandy ground below began to surge violently, revealing an enormous iron chain, stretching 100 feet long, within his line of sight. Upon witnessing the colossal iron chain, Liuyun narrowed his eyes slightly. With a grasp from afar, the chain was slowly pulled out. As the chain emerged, the ground trembled violently, and 3 more massive chains rose from the mire. In the center of the 4 chains lay a large mass of pitch-black sludge. Observing that mass, Liuyun waved his hand once more, and the sludge was dispersed. As it cleared, what emerged was astonishing. A person, a figure as desiccated as a skeleton. This Yao Ming can indeed be considered a talent, with exceptional character and aptitude. Having been imprisoned at the bottom of the Yellow Springs for such an extended period without practicing, he has not only retained his cultivation, but made progress, breaking through to the saint level. Liuyun silently assessed the skeletal figure before him. Save me, save me. If you free me, I shall make the entire 9 Nether Demon Python clan pledge allegiance to you. As Liuyun gazed at the emaciated figure, the latter's deeply sunken eyes suddenly widened, looking at Liuyun with a hint of surprise. A hoarse roar erupted from the depths of the Yellow Springs, echoing like a ghostly wail, chilling the very soul. Huff, huff. The skeletal figure appeared to have exhausted considerable energy in its earlier struggles, and its breath was noticeably rapid. Liuyun could sense that within the 4 massive chains, an extremely frigid energy was continuously draining the Douqi from the figure, keeping it in a state of profound weakness, yet not endangering its life. It was forced to endure this perpetual depletion to survive. Yao Tianxiao's heart is truly ruthless. He can inflict such torment upon his own brother. This is far more vicious than killing him. Liuyun shook his head at the sight of the skeletal figure's plight. Yao Ming, if I rescue you today, will you accompany me in conquering the continent for a decade? Liuyun spoke in a low, resonant voice. Regarding a figure like Yao Ming, who embodied inspirational qualities, Liuyun did not wish to control him with ancient techniques, but rather to engage in an equal dialogue. Very well. As long as you extricate me from this place, I shall comply with any request you make. At that moment, Yao Ming was not concerned with Liuyun's somewhat peculiar and colossal form, nor did he ponder how Liuyun knew his name. His sole focus was on escaping this torment. Excellent. Liuyun uttered a single word, offering his agreement without further inquiry. Hearing Liuyun's prompt response, Yao Ming's skeletal visage broke into a wild smile as he hastily pointed towards the stone wall, exclaiming, "If you shatter the yellow spring's stone at the end of that chain, I shall be able to see the light of day once more." However, before Yao Ming's words could fully finish, he witnessed the 4 chains, each 100 feet thick, being easily crushed by the giant. It should be noted that these chains had been tempered by the chilling forces for years, rendering them extraordinarily hard, imbued with overwhelming icy energy. Even if Yao Ming were to recover his strength, it would require considerable effort to destroy them. To his astonishment, the giant crushed the chains as effortlessly as if they were made of tofu. In that moment, Yao Ming realized just how terrifying this arm, thicker than the chains, truly was. Bang! As the chains were snapped, the energy within Yao Ming was finally no longer siphoned away, and he surged forth from the depths below. Haha! I never expected that Yao Ming, would truly see this day. Benefactor, may I know your esteemed name? Despite his extreme weakness, Yao Ming was evidently exhilarated, turning his gaze toward Liuyun and laughing heartily. "Liuyun," replied the giant. "Lord Liuyun, I shall never forget your kindness in rescuing me. Once I eliminate that scoundrel Yao Tianxiao, I will unify the 9 Nether Demon Python clan and reclaim my position as leader. At that time, I will rally the 9 Nether Demon Python clan to fight for you." Yao Ming did not forget the agreement he had made with Liuyun and proactively brought it up as soon as he was freed. Upon hearing this, Liuyun smiled. He could perceive the profound gratitude woven into Yao Ming's words. Although much of this gratitude stemmed from his resentment toward Yao Tianxiao, it was evident that Yao Ming was not the type to turn against his benefactor. With that thought, Liuyun felt a slight sense of relief. With a mere thought, a vial of pills flew from Liuyun's storage ring toward Yao Ming, saying, "Take this pill first to restore some of your strength." Hearing the demon's lamentations of the past resonated deeply within Liuyun's heart. Were he to endure such torment for a century, he would likely falter far sooner than this demon. After the demon concluded its tale, Liuyun sighed softly, remarking, "Demon Ming, if you seek vengeance now, it may require considerable effort." Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the demon furrowed its brow, pondering before responding. "What do you mean, Lord Liuyun? Has that demon Tianxiao advanced more rapidly than I? That cannot be. Given his talent, he should only be at most a 1-star Do Sheng now." "You misunderstand. I do not imply that demon Tianxiao has surpassed you in cultivation. Rather, he has retreated with numerous members of the 9 Nether Demonic Python clan under my onslaught." Liuyun clarified with a wave of his hand. "So he merely fled?" Upon hearing Liuyun's explanation, the demon spoke solemnly. "As long as he lives, I shall certainly be able to unearth him. Let's hope so. Once you apprehend him and reclaim leadership of the 9 Nether Demonic Python clan, I will send word should war break out." Liuyun remarked with a gentle sigh. Indeed, the demon nodded. "Let us ascend." With Liuyun's words, both he and the demon swiftly soared upwards. On their return journey, they encountered countless monstrous serpents. However, it seemed the demon possessed a means to control them, for after emitting peculiar sounds, the serpents retreated at a distance. Before long, a glimmer of light appeared above them, and the two swiftly emerged onto the lake's surface. "What is this?" Upon emerging from the lake, the demon was taken aback by the sight before him. In his line of vision, a colossal whirlpool, hundreds of feet in diameter, incessantly drew forth an icy, malevolent energy, which then surged violently into a corpse. Indeed, at that moment, the figure seated by the shore, encased in thick frost, appeared to be a lifeless body, devoid of any signs of vitality. "Demon Ming, do not be astonished. This individual is one of my subordinates. Due to the nature of his cultivation technique, he enters a state of apparent death whenever he achieves optimal training conditions. In this state, his rate of cultivation is extraordinarily rapid," Liuyun explained, observing the demon's astonishment. "What kind of terrifying technique is this, capable of so voraciously absorbing malevolent energy? Moreover, I perceive that his blood has completely congealed, and even his marrow is nearly frozen. Can he truly return to life?" The demon murmured in disbelief. Just then, the massive whirlpool of malevolent energy in the sky suddenly ceased its rotation. Upon its stoppage, it no longer drew the cold energy from the lake with such fervor. The figure seated there gradually shed its icy exterior, and in that moment, the frozen blood began to flow once more. "Haibadong, impressive indeed. You have reached the pinnacle of the first transformation of Dozun." Liuyun remarked with a tinge of envy as he observed Haiba Dong gradually reviving from his state of apparent death. Such an opportunity is not afforded to just anyone. Haha, this time of cultivation has allowed me to open over 100 new acupoints and acquire more than 100 cold pills. Were it not for the troublesome 9th transformation of Dozun, which requires me to compress and refine my internal Do Qi after fully charging it, I would gladly sleep for several years. Haiba Dong exclaimed with a cheerful grin as he opened his eyes. He truly did not perish. Huangquan Shengxiaoju. What kind of technique is this that enables a mere peak Dozun to absorb such immense malevolent energy? The demon Ming, standing beside Liuyun, gazed at Haiba Dong with eyes full of incredulity. At this moment, Haiba Dong's gaze also lingered upon the demon. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from him, Haiba Dong estimated that the demon's cultivation had reached at least 3-star Doshang. In the next moment, he directly inquired of Liuyun, "Leader, this is the person you sought at the bottom of the lake, is it not?" "Indeed, this is Demon Ming, the former clan leader of the 9 nether demonic python, possessing a 2-star Doshang cultivation," Liuyun introduced. 2-star Doshang. It seems I have underestimated the situation. Perhaps it is his formidable, beastly constitution that gives him the aura of a 3-star Doshang. Haiba Dong mused internally upon hearing Liuyun's words. "I have the honor of meeting you, Saint Demon Ming." After Liuyun's introduction, Haiba Dong clasped his hands in greeting towards the demon. Noticing Haiba Dong's gesture, the demon hastily waved his hand, saying, "Brother Haiba Dong, there is no need for such formalities. With your potential, you shall likely ascend to the ranks of saints in no time. Henceforth, let us refer to each other as brothers." Upon hearing these words from the demon, Haiba Dong could only nod in reluctant agreement. Since mastering the Huangquan Shengxiaoju, he had encountered many powerful beings who valued his potential and refrained from assuming a superior demeanor in his presence. After a conversation, Haiba Dong learned of the demon's tribulations and felt a surge of indignation on his behalf. "Brother Demon Ming, once my strength has increased, I shall surely lend you my assistance," he declared, patting the demon on the shoulder. In response, the demon clenched his fist tightly and said solemnly, "Brother Hai, the matter of slaying Tianxiao must be undertaken by myself. I do not wish for others to assist." "Very well. Then, when the opportunity arises, I shall support you from the sidelines." Haiba Dong replied with unwavering confidence. Although his current cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the first transformation of Dozun, he was assured that with the aid of the 9 nether Huangquan, he could swiftly ascend to the realm of saints. Chapter 574. The 9 nether demonic staff. Yao Ming. At this moment, it appears that only about 20 to 30% of your kin have retreated. You can go out and reassemble them. Observing that Yao Ming's strength had nearly been restored, Liuyun began to formulate the next course of action. "Understood, Lord Liuyun." Yao Ming respectfully addressed the giant manifestation of Liuyun. With that, he swiftly vanished, soaring upward toward the mountain ravine, soon disappearing from Liuyun and Haiba Dong's sight. Haiba Dong, the 9 nether yellow spring, may be even more vast than we imagined. At its depths lies a connection to the far reaches of the earth. Were it not for possessing a physique as formidable as that of a magical beast, even ordinary 2-star and 3-star Do Saint experts would find it impossible to venture below. After Yao Ming departed, Liuyun conveyed to Haiba Dong the circumstances he had witnessed at the bottom of the 9 nether yellow spring. The chilling force that could freeze even 2-star and 3-star Do Saint experts. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Haiba Dong's gaze ignited with fervor. "Continue your training here. I shall set up a grand formation around this lake to ensure you are undisturbed. This is a spatial jade tube I have crafted. If you make any significant discoveries, you can shatter it, and I will swiftly come to your aid," Liuyun added, handing a spatial jade tube to Haiba Dong. "Thank you, Alliance Leader." Haiba Dong accepted the spatial jade tube and bowed deeply to Liuyun. His heart swelled with immense gratitude towards Liuyun. Had it not been for Liuyun's guidance, he might still be languishing in the imperial capital, his cultivation stagnating at the Dohuang level. In response to Haiba Dong's words of appreciation, Liuyun nodded slightly. The opportunities he had bestowed upon Haiba Dong were indeed worthy of such gratitude. "Very well. I shall proceed to set up the grand formation. Be cautious during your training. Do not fall too deeply into a false death, or you may truly lose your life," Liuyun remarked with a light chuckle. "Rest assured, Alliance Leader, I am fully aware, by the time I emerge from my seclusion, I may very well step into the saint realm." Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Haiba Dong smiled broadly, confidently thumping his chest in assurance. Meanwhile, Liuyun spent some magical cores to set up a miniature blood fiend array and then summoned the void-burrowing beast to exit the 9 nether yellow spring. Splash! After Liuyun departed, Haibodong leaped in the 9 nether yellow spring. The bone-chilling cold of the lake did not cause him discomfort. Rather, it invigorated him. His body instinctively began to absorb the chilling energy from the lake water. Completing the second transition, I estimate I need to descend about 100 meters. Sensing the concentration of cold energy around him, Haibodong gradually descended to a depth of 100 meters beneath the lake surface. At this depth, his body entered an infinite cycle of freezing and thawing, quickly slipping into a state of false death. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black gorge of the Ming snake earth vein, a youth with an effeminate appearance was slowly emerging. This youth was Yao Xiao, who had previously sought to lead the 9 nether demonic python clan's members out of the Ming snake earth vein. With Yao Ming's seal broken, it can't possibly be the giant's doing. If Yao Ming has allied with the giant, it would be exceedingly unfavorable for me. I must go out and assess the situation, Yao Xiao muttered to himself as he emerged from the gorge. Subsequently, the space around him distorted, and his figure vanished. When he reappeared, Yao Xiao found himself hovering above a serpent man tribe, where the serpent men, in accordance with Yao Xiao's prior orders, were preparing to migrate out of the Ming snake earth vein. Seeing the serpent men executing his commands, Yao Xiao felt a slight sense of satisfaction. After all, the ancient bloodline of the 9 nether demonic python clan had become exceedingly thin. He cared little for ancestral lands. As long as he had these clansmen, he could continue to serve as their leader and enjoy the privileges thereof. Yao Xiao called out from above the Serpent Man tribe, "My kin, follow the tribe leaders and evacuate in batches. Once you reach the outside world, find a place to settle. When the time is right, your leader will contact you and bring you over." Upon hearing Yao Xiao's command, the Serpent Men remained silent, yet their hearts were tumultuous. In their hearts, the thought of leaving their ancestral land was incredibly difficult to part with, yet they had no choice but to obey the leader's orders. After issuing commands to this group of Serpent Men, Yao Xiao swiftly made his way to other Serpent Man tribes to deliver the same orders. Meanwhile, after Yao Ming extricated himself from the 9 nether yellow spring, he hurried to the royal palace of the 9 nether demonic python clan. The palace had long since collapsed, and the surroundings were in ruins, with nearly 100 strong members of the 9 nether demonic python clan seated, healing their wounds. These 100-strong individuals were those who had previously maintained the serpent array, but were abandoned by Yao Xiao and the Grand Elder. "Elders, tribe leaders, do you still remember me, Yao Ming?" Yao Ming called out from above. At this moment, Yao Ming appeared transformed. His physique was no longer emaciated, but rather significantly more robust. Although his face bore a hint of darkness, his eyes sparkled with a semblance of ominous energy. Gazing upon Yao Ming, whose visage bore some resemblance to Yao Xiao, the strong members of the 9 nether demonic python clan were momentarily taken aback. After a pause, some elders exclaimed incredulously, "Yao Ming, the clan leader? How is this possible? Were you not said to have perished from a cultivation mishap?" Yao Ming, the elder brother of Xiao, the previous clan leader, but Xiao claimed he had perished from a cultivation accident and had vanished for hundreds of years. How could he reappear now? Listening to the occasional murmurs of doubt from below, Yao Ming laughed heartily. "Ha! Elder Xian, Elder Ming, Elder Lu, you were once the closest to me. Can it be that you fail to recognize me?" The 3 elderly figures, their hair white as snow, exchanged glances, their faces betraying a flicker of excitement. "It truly seems to be clan leader Yao Ming. We are exceedingly familiar with his aura." As these 3 elders confirmed Yao Ming's identity, an increasing number of people in the crowd began to accept Yao Ming's return. Suddenly, Yao Ming opened his mouth, and a beam of black light shot forth, transforming into a black staff of half a foot in length, which materialized in his hand. This staff was entirely black, its top entwined by 2 vividly depicted black serpents, with a fist-sized black orb nestled between them, emanating a faint cold glow. "Elders, do you still recognize this object? The 9 nether demonic staff? It is indeed the long-lost 9 nether demonic staff. This is the token of our clan leader." Chapter 575, Resolving Grievances. Yao Ming reclaims the 9 nether demonic python clan. Gazing at the black staff, the expressions of all the elders shifted dramatically, a fervent excitement surging in their eyes. From that staff, they sensed a pressure tied to their bloodline. It was said that within the serpent orb of the 9 nether staff resided the purest bloodline of the 9 nether royal family. If the 9 nether demonic python clan could possess such bloodlines now, it would undoubtedly significantly slow the dilution of their bloodline. With the clan leader's token, this individual must truly be Yao Ming. Yet, why did Xiao speak of him in such a manner back then? As the elders of the 9 Nether Demonic Python clan acknowledged Yao Ming's identity, they still harbored doubts deep within their hearts. My kin, Yao Tianxiao treacherously ambushed me, imprisoning me beneath the 9 Nether Yellow Spring, subjecting me to endless torment, wishing for me to suffer a fate worse than death. Now that I have escaped, I shall exact vengeance upon this vile individual, Yao Ming declared, his words laced with boundless fury. What? Yao Tianxiao committed such atrocious acts? How could such a person be worthy of being our clan leader? Over the years, Yao Tianxiao had nearly transformed the clan into a dictatorship. He was excessively domineering, far inferior to clan leader Yao Ming. If Yao Ming were to reclaim his position as clan leader, our clan would undoubtedly rise to prominence once more. Moreover, since ancient times, whoever possesses the 9 Nether Mysterious Staff holds the title of clan leader. This is the established rule. Previously, when Yao Shangxiao and the Grand Elder simultaneously abandoned the powerful members of the clan who maintained the Pan-Snake formation, all the strong were left disheartened. Coincidentally, with the emergence of Yao Ming, they all swayed in his favor at this moment. We pay our respects to clan leader Yao Ming. Nearly 100 elders bowed deeply before Yao Ming. After earning their unwavering allegiance, Yao Ming issued a direct command. Very well. Now, in my capacity as clan leader, I command you to summon all clan members back. Our ancestral land cannot be easily abandoned. As Yao Ming's words echoed, an elder hastily interjected, Clan leader Yao Ming, you may not yet be aware, but a powerful giant previously invaded our clan. Even our combined efforts in activating the Pan-Snake formation could not defeat him, which is why Yao Shangxiao ordered the entire clan to retreat from the ancestral land. I am aware of this matter. I have even encountered that giant and negotiated with him. He does not wish to annihilate our clan, but rather seeks our assistance in future battles. What harm is there in collaborating with such a formidable being? Yao Ming replied calmly. Moreover, Yao Shangxiao's actions will undoubtedly lead to the disintegration of our 9 Nether Mysterious Python clan, making it all the more difficult to unite after many years. If what clan leader Yao Ming says is true, then indeed, we have no need to relocate. We shall immediately comply with the clan leader's orders and call back those preparing to leave. Under Yao Ming's command, the elders who had regained some of their strength promptly set off for the various tribes. Meanwhile, Yao Ming darted towards a specific direction. Several hours later, Yao Ming, accompanied by 3 or 4 elders, intercepted a group of snake people attempting to migrate. From these snake people, Yao Ming learned that Yao Shangxiao had not yet escaped the depths of the mysterious snake territory. Thus, after some contemplation, Yao Ming decided to head to a snake people tribe that had not yet received the evacuation notice and wait there. 2 days later, on the outskirts of the mysterious snake territory, the figure of Yao Shangxiao descended upon a snake people tribe. Fellow clansmen, our clan is facing a formidable enemy. To preserve our bloodline, I, the clan leader, now command you to migrate from our ancestral lands. Upon Yao Shangxiao's appearance, he delivered the same opening statement, but this time, no powerful snake people responded to his command. What is the meaning of this? As he observed this unusual scene, a flicker of confusion crossed Yao Shangxiao's eyes. Just as he began to feel perplexed, a distortion suddenly occurred in the space before him, and then Yao Ming, along with 4 or 5 elders of the 9 Nether Mysterious Python clan, materialized right in front of him. Yao Ming, I never expected you to endure. It must be that giant who saved you. Seeing Yao Ming appear, Yao Shangxiao's cold gaze swept around. Realizing there was no sign of the giant, he scoffed with disdain. Do you truly believe that anyone still believes your words, Yao Shangxiao? Yao Ming's robes rustled as he glared at Yao Shangxiao with a gaze as sharp as a blade, stepping forward slowly. As he walked, an overwhelming and terrifying aura, more formidable than any present, surged forth. 2-star Do Saint? This is impossible. Sensing the intensity of this aura, Yao Shangxiao's complexion turned pale. He had never expected that after being suppressed for so many years. Yao Ming's strength had not diminished, but had soared from semi-saint to the level of a 2-star Do Saint. In that moment, he lost all semblance of composure, and the contempt in his eyes vanished entirely. Truly, the clan leader Yao Ming possesses talent that surpasses you by an immeasurable degree. The elders following Yao Ming displayed expressions of unrestrained joy. Although they, as magical beasts, may not rival humans in cultivation speed, they possessed a long lifespan. In the beast realm, spending several hundred years to progress from a semi-saint to a 2-star Do Saint is already considered a commendable pace. With clan leader Yao Ming's cultivation, together, we can easily eliminate this Yao Shangxiao. One elder exclaimed excitedly. However, after the elder spoke, Yao Ming slightly shook his head and sighed. My friends, in today's battle against Yao Shangxiao, I ask that none of you intervene. Simply observe from the sidelines. With that, Yao Ming's sinister and vengeful gaze locked onto the pale-faced Yao Shangxiu as he stepped into the void, advancing slowly towards him. My dear brother, today, I shall return to you all the suffering I have endured for these past several hundred years. In a few flashes, Yao Ming appeared before Yao Shangxiu, a menacing expression gradually forming on his face. The speed at which Yao Ming moved clearly exceeded Yao Shangxiu's expectations, just as he glimpsed Yao Ming's fierce visage. A fist imbued with dark energy hurtled toward him. In that instant, Yao Shangxiu found himself unable to evade, hastily swinging a fist to block Yao Ming's attack. However, Yao Ming's cultivation level far surpassed Yao Shangxiu's, and coupled with the reckless exchange of injuries, it was not long before Yao Shangxiu fell into a disadvantageous position, utterly powerless to retaliate. Chapter 576, The Eve of the Auction. My dear brother, after all these years, this is the extent of your progress? I am sorely disappointed. Within mere minutes, the battle had produced a clear victor, with Yao Shangxiu's cries of agony resonating throughout the realm. Defeated? Clan leader Yao Ming is truly too powerful. With such talent, had he not been hindered by that scoundrel Yao Shangxiu for hundreds of years, he likely would have already broken through to a 3-star Do Saint or even a 4-star Do Saint. At this moment, in the eyes of the elders, Yao Shangxiu lay sprawled atop a mountain peak like a defeated dog, the once towering mountain having crumbled by nearly half. The clash between Do Saints was such that with a mere gesture, a giant peak could be reduced to dust. Boom! Yao Ming's foot came crashing down upon Yao Shangxiu's body, unleashing a fearsome gust that radiated outward from his foot, shattering nearby boulders into powder. Yao Shangxiu, in turn, spewed forth a mouthful of blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs. Witnessing this scene, many members of the Nine Nether Mysterious Python clan felt their eyelids twitch. The intensity of the previous battle was simply overwhelming. Though Yao Shangxiu appeared disheveled, Yao Ming was similarly drenched in blood, his body marred with numerous gaping wounds, blood cascading down from his forehead, rendering his face grotesque. In their confrontation, Yao Ming truly embodied the spirit of a relentless warrior. Otherwise, achieving such a swift resolution against a 1-star Do Saint would have been improbable. Clan leader Yao Ming is magnificent. Kill Yao Shangxiu. Kill Yao Shangxiu. Upon Yao Ming's complete victory over Yao Shangxiu, a chorus of fervent shouts arose. Amidst these cries, the murderous intent in Yao Ming's eyes intensified. In the next moment, his right fist shot forward, striking just before the turbulent energy within Yao Shangxiu's body could trigger an explosive demise. He shattered Yao Shangxiu's skull and retrieved a fist-sized black orb from within, its surface exceedingly smooth, with swirling black mist coalescing into a face that screamed in agony. None other than the visage of Yao Shangxiu himself. At this moment, all the members of the Nine Nether Mysterious Python clan gazed up at the mountain peak, sensing that Yao Shangxiu's aura and bloodline fluctuations had utterly vanished from his world. Clutching the black orb, a trace of sorrow flickered in the eyes of the demon lord as he realized that, despite avenging his great enmity, his heart was not filled with overwhelming joy. The fratricidal strife was, after all, one of the most tragic scenes in the world. With the demise of Demon Tian Xiao and the prior self-destruction of the Grand Elder, his power had significantly diminished, rendering him no longer a cause for concern. The Jiuyou Diamond Python clan had truly returned to the control of the Demon Lord. As he regained his senses from a momentary daze, the Demon Lord obliterated the body of Demon Tian Xiao with a single palm strike and turned to the formidable elders, commanding them, "Convey to all elders that within 7 days, all clan members who have retreated must return. 7 days hence, a clan assembly will be convened in the royal palace to announce my return." Understood, the elders replied respectfully, then dispersed swiftly, their figures vanishing from the area. While the Demon Lord passionately reorganized the Jiuyou Diamond Python clan, the Soul Clan sage, Hun Xian, who had been deliberately released after the puppet seed was planted by Liuyun, successfully returned to the Soul Realm. Upon his arrival, he encountered some of the true upper echelons of the Soul Clan and fabricated a tale regarding his experiences outside the Bone Transformation City, leading the clan's powerful members to believe that the strength of the Heavenly Alliance's formation had reached a level capable of contending with 5-star Do Saints. Consequently, the decision made by the Soul Clan was akin to Liuyun's expectations. They opted to remain patient, ordering the secret transportation of all items from the sub-temples of the Soul Hall, while simultaneously clandestinely establishing new sub-temple factions. The rationale behind this was that numerous strong individuals within the Soul Clan suspected a traitor among them. Otherwise, It would have been impossible for anyone to know the locations of so many sub-temples. At present, the hidden strength of the Soul clan was beyond the capability of any single ancient race to rival. Even the ancient clans were significantly inferior in comparison. However, until some plans were realized, the Soul clan dared not reveal their concealed power for fear that it would arouse the vigilance of other races, potentially jeopardizing their plans. This was the very reason Liuyun felt emboldened to initially challenge the Soul Hall. You possess strength, yet you do not dare to act against me at this moment. Thus, after a tranquil passage of over 10 days, the Heavenly Alliance announced that the long-promised auction would take place the following day. Almost every formidable figure in the Central Continent received the news, as various factions had already witnessed the might of the Heavenly Alliance. A colossal force capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Pill Tower and the Soul Hall. An auction hosted by such a superpower naturally attracted countless gazes, especially since the items offered at previous auctions have been exceedingly rare, particularly the two earlier auctions centered around medicinal pills and magic cores, which had left a profound impact. On the eve of the auction, the atmosphere in Bone Transformation City grew exceptionally lively. Various powerful cultivators from across the continent had set up stalls on the streets, exchanging items they required. The scale of this trading event rivaled that of the spatial trading fairs held in the Central Continent, which took place only once in a long while. The rapid development of the Heavenly Alliance had even caught the attention of some ancient races. Although its displayed strength was still far from that of the ancient imperial clans, in just 2 or 3 years, it had nearly caught up to the influence of the Soul Hall and the Pill Tower in the Central Continent. Who knows, in a year or two, it might emerge as the most formidable power in plain sight. Alliance leader, will all these treasures be auctioned off as well? In the Hall of the Heavenly Alliance, Chu Ming and Chu Donghai looked perplexedly at the array of items presented by Liuyun, which included not only a mid-tier celestial soul attack martial technique, but also various treasures unearthed from the ancient Do Saint relics, such as soul infant fruits, dragon phoenix origin fruits, and the celestial martial technique, great celestial transformation palm, concealed within the remains of a Do Saint-S skeleton. Indeed, Liuyun replied calmly, affirming their inquiry. With Liuyun's confirmation, Chu Ming and Chu Donghai refrained from further questioning. Given the considerable number of attendees, the mix of individuals, and the presence of formidable Do Saints among the participants, Liuyun instructed them to guard the auction platform, serving as a deterrent. Chapter 577, 2-Star Do Saint. As Liuyun began to organize the auction for the following day, he was acutely aware of the auction system's mechanics. If an item was put up for bidding and any unforeseen circumstances arose, whether it be an attempted robbery or a failure to fulfill a bid, it could lead to the auction's failure, with the item losing its chance for return. Thus, Liuyun had to exercise caution. Meanwhile, Chu Ming and Chu Donghai had both advanced to a 1-star Do Saint after their training in the Tianyo realm, no longer merely half-saints. In this period, not only had these two made breakthroughs, but the likes of Tian Huazunja, Duan San, and Mo Jiu also ascended to half-saint levels. Even Liuyun's main body had progressed further, achieving the rank of 2-star Do Saint, while his clone also made significant gains, advancing from half-saint to a true 1-star Do Saint. After assigning Chu Ming and Chu Donghai to guard the auction platform, Liuyun still felt uneasy, concerned that some audacious individuals might take reckless risks, particularly given the allure of the items set to be auctioned. He was reluctant to expose the trump cards of Tianyo and Huang Tian, both 5-star Do Saints. By the way, what of Hai Buodong? Is he still in the depths of the Jiyo Huangquan? I wonder to what level he has broken through now. As he pondered, Liuyun recalled Hai Buodong. A portion of the space above Jiyo Huangquan was ensnared in the blood fiend Luo Tianarei, allowing him to glimpse the scenes there via a thread of soul power. However, about 7 or 8 days ago, Hai Buodong had already exited the monitoring range of the blood fiend Luo Tianarei and ventured deeper into Jiyo Huangquan. I should check on him. I hope he hasn't sunk into a state of false death. Liuyun murmured to himself, then summoned the void-shifting beast. Guming, Chu Donghai, you both prepare. The auction tomorrow must not encounter any issues. Liuyun reiterated his instructions to Chu Donghai and Chu Ming before shimmering with purple light and vanishing from sight. When Liuyun reappeared, he was already beside Jiyo Huangquan. The coldness here is astonishingly thin. Upon arriving next to Jiyo Huangquan, Liuyun exclaimed in surprise. Logically, the coldness of Jiyo Huangquan should continuously surge from the depths of the earth, making such a condition hard to comprehend. Driven by curiosity, Liuyun plunged into the lake, descending deeper and deeper, yet he found no trace of Hai Buodong within 10,000 meters. This time, Liuyun came in his true form. even at depths of 100,000 meters in Xiao depths. He did not require the use of the divine elephant body to withstand the coldness of the lake water. It seems Hai Buodong has likely reached the bottom of Jiuyou Huangquan. After some contemplation, Liuyun swiftly descended further. Before long, he found himself at the location where he had previously encountered the black serpents. Upon arriving in the region of the ominous black creatures, Liuyun discovered that an immense number of the black serpents had perished, their lifeless forms strewn about. The few remaining black serpents that still emanated a life force were now imbued with the aura of Dozong experts, with many having attained Dozun strength. This formation is indeed even more formidable than the flame lizard clan that Liuyun had previously encountered. The strongest among the flame lizards consisted merely of 2 white lizard men who had attained the strength of a semi-saint, whereas here, the black serpents were ubiquitous, each wielding the power of a battle master. Once he finds time with Hai Buodong, he may delve deeper into the mysteries of these serpents. Liuyun shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the cause of the numerous deaths among the black serpents, and continued to glide downward. At last, after 2 minutes, a glimmer of light reappeared within his line of sight, and before this radiant display, a colossal, twisted vortex of energy emerged, stretching thousands of zhong in size. Such a massive energy vortex indicated that Hai Buodong's harvest this time was extraordinarily substantial. Upon witnessing the enormity of the vortex, Liuyun deftly circumvented it, successfully landing just above the sediment at the bottom of the 9-nether yellow spring. Before his eyes, the immense energy vortex generated an indescribable pulling force, wildly siphoning the chilling energy from the 9-nether yellow spring and concentrating it upon a lifeless body below. This corpse, at that moment, exhibited no signs of life, yet continued to absorb vast amounts of the chilling energy. Liuyun even discerned that the chilling energy from the passage connecting the bottom of the 9-nether yellow spring to the depths of the earth was being rapidly drawn in as well. Since it was still absorbing this energy, the individual must not be deceased. They were merely in a profound state of suspended animation, observing the lifeless Hai Buodong. Liuyun conducted an analysis. To avoid any unforeseen complications, he refrained from disturbing Hai Buodong's cultivation and instead chose to quietly observe from his position. Soon, for hours had elapsed. After this duration, the massive energy vortex hovering above Hai Buodong's head finally ceased its rotation and gradually dissipated. With the disappearance of the vortex, the blood within Hai Buodong's body began to flow once more, and his heartbeat slowly resumed. In less than half a minute, his fingers twitched slightly, and ultimately, he opened his eyes. At that moment, as vitality surged back into Hai Buodong, Liuyun was profoundly astonished. For now, the aura emanating from Hai Buodong had astonishingly reached the level of a 2-star battle saint. In less than a month, he had advanced from barely being a battle master to a 2-star battle saint, a feat that, throughout the endless ages of the Douqi Continent, had been accomplished by no more than 10 individuals. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation was not solely attributable to Hai Buodong's exceptional talent, but rather due to this epic-making technique, the Yellow Spring Ascension Art. Of course, it was not merely the technique that allowed Hai Buodong to reach this stage. Each session of his cultivation was akin to dancing with death. A single misstep could transform his suspended state into true mortality. "My lord, you have arrived." Upon opening his eyes and spotting Liuyun standing not far away, Hai Buodong's face broke into a warm smile. "How do you feel?" Liuyun inquired. "Surviving a brush with death. I was far too greedy this time. My cultivation nearly prevented me from awakening." Hai Buodong admitted, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Chapter 578. The Secret of Immortality. "I truly walked on the precipice of death just now. The Yellow Spring Ascension Art is extraordinarily defiant. Yet while my cultivation surged violently, I also faced a life and death trial." After uttering this, Hai Buodong rose and continued. "However, after this experience, I have fully comprehended this technique. Next time, even if I were to sleep for 100 or 1,000 years, I am confident I would awaken, and during this time, my strength would continue to grow without the passage of time consuming my lifespan. No depletion of lifespan during suspended animation." Upon hearing this statement from Hai Buodong, Liuyun couldn't help but marvel. The Yellow Spring Ascension Art was akin to a cheat code. Each cultivation session led to a state of suspended animation, meaning that mastering this technique would free one from concerns about lifespan, allowing for continuous cultivation. Even those with the most mediocre talents could eventually rise to become supreme beings. Excellent. Mastering the art of immortality, your future accomplishments will undoubtedly be remarkable. After the initial surprise, Liuyun sincerely praised him. "My achievements today are entirely thanks to the Alliance leader, Heibadong bowed deeply to Liuyun once more. Let's not dwell on that. In response to Heibadong's words of gratitude, Liuyun waved his hand, interrupting him. Heibadong, with your ability to withstand the chilling energy, you may be able to venture into the depths of the earth connected to the 9 nether yellow spring next time to absorb the chilling energy. However, after this leap in cultivation, it would be wise to stabilize for a while before proceeding. Liuyun suggested thoughtfully. I share the same sentiment. Such a rapid increase in cultivation may lead to difficulties in controlling my own power. Heibadong nodded gravely in agreement. Tomorrow marks the day of the Tiandi Alliance's auction. Among those attending will be formidable battle saints. Thus I would like you to accompany Chu Ming and Chu Donghai to oversee the auction venue. Liuyun began making arrangements. Very well. I am honored to serve the alliance leader. Heibadong readily agreed, without hesitation upon hearing Liuyun's plans. Just as Liuyun intended to leave a void gate at the bottom of the 9 nether yellow spring to return directly to the Tiandi Alliance, he sensed a presence intruding into the blood fiend, Luo Tianare. The demon Ming has arrived at the 9 nether yellow spring. Let us go meet him. In the next moment, Liuyun left a void gate in place, but redirected it not to the hall of the Tiandi Alliance, but rather to the bank of the 9 nether yellow spring. In an instant, Liuyun, Heibadong, and the void-burrowing beast appeared at the bank of the 9 nether yellow spring, where they found the demon Ming merely a few meters away from them. Lord Liuyun, Brother Heibadong, I knew I would find you here. Upon seeing Liuyun and Heibadong, the demon Ming grinned widely, his curiosity about Liuyun intensifying. Demon Ming, how are matters concerning your Jiuyo Diamond Python clan progressing? Liuyun directly inquired. Lord Liuyun, as of now, Yao Shangxiu is dead, leaving me as the sole leader of the Jiuyo Diamond Python clan, all thanks to your assistance. The demon Ming replied respectfully. Liuyun nodded in acknowledgement of the demon Ming's words of gratitude. This debt of gratitude, I, the demon Ming, cannot repay. Besides honoring our previous agreement, you must also accept another form of repayment from me. As Liuyun nodded, the demon Ming earnestly continued. Oh, upon hearing the demon Ming's words, Liuyun suddenly recalled certain matters. Pondering inwardly, could it be related to the Yellow Spring Demon Saint? May I inquire if Lord Liuyun has ever heard of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint? The demon Ming inquired with a smile. Indeed, the next moment, the demon Ming spoke of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint, just as Liuyun had anticipated. While Liuyun was aware of this, he feigned curiosity and asked, are you referring to that individual from ancient times who had 1 foot in the realm of the Battle Emperor? Indeed, that is the Yellow Spring Demon Saint. Although the Demon Saint is not a member of my clan, there exists a significant connection between us. When this overwhelming powerhouse perished, the legacy they left behind has long since dissipated over the passage of time. The demon Ming nodded, then chuckled softly. Within my Jiuyo Diamond Python clan, there exists a Yellow Spring stone tablet, a relic passed down from ancient times, which records the lifelong teachings of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint. It is even said that deep within that tablet, remnants of the Demon Saint's blood still linger. Blood of the Demon Saint. Upon hearing the mention of this, Liuyun felt a surge of interest, having nearly forgotten about this matter. The Yellow Spring Demon Sage is said to have reached the precipice of the Do-Di realm, with strength that genuinely approaches the pinnacle of creation. At such an exalted level, the bloodline within a powerful being can gradually begin to mutate. Should he fully take that final step, his descendants would inherit his bloodline's power, receiving protection for generations to come, heralding the birth of an ancient race. However, that last step eluded the Yellow Spring Demon Sage until the day of his demise, leaving his progeny without such fortune. Although the bloodline's power did not descend upon his descendants, the essence of the Yellow Spring Demon Sage remains immensely alluring to those of the Do Saint caliber. Acquiring it would undoubtedly enhance their own strength. Indeed, this is a treasure of creation, residing within that stone tablet. Following the words of Yao Ming, Liuyun expressed great interest in inquiring further. Haha, Lord Liuyun, do you doubt my words? Yao Ming chuckled in response to Liuyun's query. The Yellow Spring Stone Tablet is the ancestral treasure of my Jiuyo Diamond Python clan. Inscribed upon the tablet are 3 techniques, the Yellow Spring Finger and the Yellow Spring Palm. The former is a low-tier heavenly class technique, while the latter is of medium tier. Both exhibiting formidable power, yet only the clan leader and a select few elders are permitted to practice them. In addition to these 2 techniques, the tablet also contains a 3rd technique known as the Yellow Spring Heavenly Rage, classified as a high-tier heavenly technique. Yao Ming elaborated. The Yellow Spring Heavenly Rage, to be precise, is a sonic technique of high-tier heavenly class. Ancient texts recount that during its heyday, Even some Do Saint-level experts trembled at its name. Among the peak powerhouses who perished at the hands of the Yellow Spring Demon Sage, at least 9 out of 10 were ultimately obliterated by the soul-shattering resonance of the Yellow Spring Heavenly Rage. So, what do you think, Lord Liuyun? Are you perhaps intrigued? As he concluded, Yao Ming cast an expectant gaze toward Liuyun. Chapter 579, The Yellow Spring Stone Tablet. Indeed, I find myself somewhat captivated. Liuyun smiled gently, responding with candor. Such an exalted technique, yet the likes of Yao Tianxiao and the Great Elder have not manifested it. I suspect you have yet to uncover the Yellow Spring Heavenly Rage. Am I correct? He continued. Hearing their unreserved conversation, Hai Buodong, though astounded, remained silent, refraining from interrupting. Clap, clap. Indeed, Lord Liuyun has hit the nail on the head, Yao Ming exclaimed, applauding Liuyun without restraint. For countless years, no one in our clan has managed to cultivate the Yellow Spring Heavenly Rage, as that technique lies deeply concealed within the stone tablet, beyond our reach. Moreover, out of concern for damaging the essence of the demon sage's blood, none dared to forcibly breach it. Yao Ming smiled, explaining further. Within the tablet resides a fragment of the Yellow Spring Demon Sage's lingering soul, guarding its secrets. And the method to cultivate the Yellow Spring Heavenly Rage is contained within that remnant soul. We magical beasts do not place great emphasis on soul power. Even my own soul power is likely comparable to that of a 7th-tier alchemist, which is insufficient to tame that lingering soul. Through years of exploration, we have discovered that only a soul reaching the heavenly realm has a chance to penetrate the tablet. However, such souls are typically possessed by Grandmaster-level alchemists among humans. Our clan had once deliberated on inviting a Grandmaster alchemist to assist, but ultimately, we decided against it for fear of exposing the Yellow Spring Stone Tablet and attracting unnecessary trouble. After all, within that tablet lies the essence of the Yellow Spring Demon Sage's blood. If word were to leak, even Do Saint experts will be stirred to action. While many of our clan members are aware of the Yellow Spring Stone Tablet, few comprehend the treasures it conceals. After divulging these secrets, Yao Ming fixed his gaze intently on Liuyun, cautiously inquiring, "Might I ask if Lord Liuyun's soul realm has ascended to the heavenly realm?" In truth, Yao Ming had already pieced together some aspects of Liuyun's identity, having re-established contact with the outside world after regaining control of the Juyo Diamond Python clan. The images of those who had infiltrated the Soul Hall's branch included both Hai Buodong and Liuyun. Therefore, even without knowing Liuyun's soul realm, Yao Ming felt compelled to ask this question. According to the information Yao Ming had gathered, the legendary leader of the Heavenly Alliance, Yin Lu, had achieved the level of an 8th-tier alchemist at a remarkably young age, indicating that her soul realm had likely surpassed the heavenly realm. Furthermore, Liuyun, transformed into a giant, had appeared alongside the Heavenly Alliance's Heavenly Fire Elder and the Demon Griffin Elder to annihilate the Soul Hall branch. Perhaps an alliance with the Heavenly Alliance leader. Were the secrets of the tablet to be entrusted to the Heavenly Alliance for unraveling, even if the high-tier heavenly technique, Yellow Spring Heavenly Rage, and the essence of the Demon Sage were exposed, the Juyo Diamond Python clan would have the Heavenly Alliance as a formidable backing, deterring most powers from coveting it. With Yao Ming's unwavering gaze upon him, Liuyun's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied softly, "He, Yao Ming, you have indeed placed your bet wisely. My soul realm has indeed reached the heavenly realm. I knew my discernment would not be in vain," Yao Ming confidently exclaimed, though internally he was taken aback. "Lord Liuyun, let us proceed at once," Yao Ming urged, his eagerness palpable, for unlocking the Yellow Spring Stone Tablet would greatly benefit him as well. Indeed, Liuyun nodded gently and then turned to Hai Buodong, saying, "Hai Buodong, you shall accompany me." Of course, Hai Buodong replied respectfully at Liuyun's invitation. In the next instant, Yao Ming's figure flickered as he led the way, with Liuyun and Hai Buodong following closely behind. Initially, Hai Buodong had kept his aura restrained, and with Yao Ming not focusing on him, his cultivation changes had gone unnoticed during their conversation. However, as Yao Ming sensed that Hai Buodong could match his pace, he became exceedingly curious. Upon probing, Yao Ming's heart was stirred with astonishment. Without concealing his surprise, Yao Ming turned to Hai Buodong and exclaimed, "Brother Hai Buodong, your cultivation has actually reached the Do Saint level, and you've even advanced to a 2-star Do Saint. Brother Yao Ming, your keen eyesight is commendable. You've seen through me." Hai Buodong responded candidly when Yao Ming mentioned his cultivation level. To break through from the peak of Dozun to a 2-star Do Saint in less than 20 days is more astonishing than receiving an ancient inheritance. Truly, Brother Hai Buodong is a prodigy. Yao Ming marveled, and at that moment, he recalled the chilling aura he sensed near the Jiuyou Yellow Spring, which had diminished. Initially, he had thought little of it, but now he realized that the dissipating chill must have been absorbed by Hai Buodong. Could it be that the Yellow Spring Ascension technique is a medium-tier heavenly method? Yao Ming speculated quietly. Brother Yao Ming, you flatter me. Hai Buodong humbly waved his hand in response to Yao Ming's high praise. If Yao Ming had previously referred to Hai Buodong as a brother merely to honor Liuyun, now this acknowledgement was fully earned by Hai Buodong himself. As the trio proceeded, they made no stops, and within a brief span of 7 or 8 minutes, Liuyun and Hai Buodong had followed Yao Ming to an ancient altar. This altar was remarkably grand, constructed entirely of massive azure stones, and standing atop, it afforded a commanding view of the surrounding peaks. As the 3 figures of flowing clouds gracefully descended upon the summit of the altar, they were greeted by the imposing sight of a colossal stone tablet, approximately 100 zhang in height, standing solemnly in the center. An aura of ancient mystery enveloped the vicinity, exuding a sense of timelessness that felt as if it had persisted since the dawn of creation. Could this be the fabled Huangquan stone tablet? With a gentle upward glance, Liuyun beheld the magnificent stone monument, its surface inscribed with numerous enigmatic runes that flickered with an otherworldly luminescence. Among the carvings, a massive finger and a palm print, half a zhang deep, were etched, emanating peculiar information that hinted at the cultivation methods of the so-called Huangquan finger and Huangquan palm. Yao Ming first offered a solemn bow before the stone tablet, and then slowly retreated, turning his gaze toward Liuyun. Master Liuyun, this is indeed the Huangquan stone tablet of my Jiuyou Dimming Python clan, and the Huangquan heavenly wrath along with the essence blood of the demon saint lie hidden within. Chapter 580. The projection descends into the tablet space. Whether we can acquire the Huangquan heavenly wrath and the essence blood of the demon saint depends entirely on you. Master Liuyun, Yao Ming said with eager anticipation. Liuyun nodded silently, his attention fixed on the stone tablet. He sensed a formidable pressure emanating from it, a soul pressure that was quite overwhelming. He could not help but exclaim, to possess such a formidable power with merely a remnant soul is indeed a testament to the terror of a half-emperor. Hearing Liuyun's assessment of the stone tablet, Yao Ming sighed lightly, his gaze wary as he regarded the monument. Master Liuyun, I once attempted to obtain the Huangquan heavenly wrath and the cultivation method for the heavenly level combat technique within the stone tablet, along with the essence blood of the demon saint. However, as soon as my soul power encroached upon the tablet, I was repelled violently, resulting in a bout of bloodshed that took me half a year to recover from. Even now, my strength has grown many times compared to then. Yet I fear that should I attempt it again, the outcome would not be much better. Indeed, the stone tablet harbors an extremely potent soul force, imbued with a unique pressure. If my deductions are correct, the Huangquan demon saint must have achieved a truly terrifying level of mastery in soul cultivation. Liuyun nodded slightly and spoke softly. A half-stepped emperor is certainly formidable. Yao Ming forced a smile before inquiring, Master Liuyun, do you have confidence in this endeavor? In response to Yao Ming's question, Liuyun replied with utmost calmness, naturally, drawing from the memories within his mind. Liuyun understood that the Huangquan demon saint had once reached the realm of an emperor in terms of soul mastery, yet now he existed only as a remnant soul, posing little threat to Liuyun. After all, upon breaking through to the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, Liuyun had utilized numerous treasures to nurture and strengthen his soul. Although he remained at the same realm, the essence had been steadily gravitating towards that of an emperor. Furthermore, Liuyun possessed a formidable fire, a fusion of the Taoyin Divine Flame and the Qinglian Sacred Fire, which was superior to any singular extraordinary flame and could suppress the remnant soul of the demon saint. At that moment, Liuyun's thoughts shifted, and he executed the soul projection technique right where he stood, cautious not to let his soul leave his body too recklessly. In the following instant, a soul projection identical to Liuyun appeared before Yao Ming and Hai Buodong. Upon witnessing this seemingly corporeal figure, Yao Ming, under the impression that it was Liuyun's soul detached from his body, expressed his admiration. Master Liuyun is indeed formidable. Your soul mastery has reached such heights. Indeed, such abilities are beyond our reach. Hai Buodong concurred, nodding in agreement. After all, the essence of the soul is ethereal and elusive. In this continent, where fighting spirit reigns supreme, few powerful beings dedicate themselves to the cultivation of the soul. While the soul is the foundation of a person without special methods, it is challenging to achieve an overwhelming advantage in combat. The effort and time needed to cultivate soul power are disproportionately demanding. leading most powerful beings to possess only a moderate level of soul strength. Thus, the difficulty of condensing the intangible soul into a form that resembles substance is evident. Soon, under the watchful gazes of Yao Ming and Haiba Dong, Liuyun's external soul projection collided with the stone tablet. Sizzle. At the moment of contact, the ancient stone tablet's surface rippled as if it were liquid, and Liuyun's soul projection seemed to be consumed, vanishing mysteriously before the monument. Just as the soul projection entered the stone tablet, Liuyun's physical body suddenly turned to Yao Ming and asked, "Yao Ming, now that you have regained control of the Juyo Dimming Python clan, I assume others from rival factions have sought you out? Indeed, I have established some connections with the outside world. After being sealed away for hundreds of years, it would be rather insular not to reach out for information." Yao Ming replied without hesitation. However, after finishing his response, he suddenly realized and widened his eyes in astonishment. "Master Liuyun, you are not detached from your soul. How can this be?" Haiba Dong, who stood behind Liuyun, displayed a reaction strikingly similar to Yao Ming's, albeit in silence. Such minor techniques are nothing to be concerned about. Let us quietly await the emergence of the Huangquan heavenly wrath and the essence blood of the demon saint, Liuyun stated nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further. Initially, Yao Ming had speculated that Liuyun's soul power had not truly ventured into the Huangquan stone tablet. However, hearing his words, he felt reassured. Boom! The sky, imbued with an ancient aura, rumbled as thunder roared like an enraged dragon, shaking the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Is this the hidden space within the stone tablet? Liuyun's soul projection hovered in midair, surveying the peculiar space with a glint of surprise in his eyes. Before gazing far into its depths, the ability to create a space within the stone tablet is indeed a testament to the Huangquan demon saint's formidable reputation. With a soft sigh, Liuyun stepped into the void, gradually making his way deeper into the space. As he moved, the thunder in the sky seemed to respond to his presence, suddenly cascading down upon him. Yet, Liuyun remained unperturbed, his steps unwavering. Any thunder that ventured within a 10-zhang radius of him was quietly dissipated by an invisible force, as if he were enveloped in an imperceptible protective barrier. Boom! As Liuyun's soul projection advanced deeper, the thunder, sensing its futility, gradually receded. When the last trace of thunder dissipated from the realm, a deep yellow cloud suddenly materialized above him, followed by an immensely powerful gust of wind that tore through the heavens, bearing down upon him with ferocity. The Huangquan finger. Perhaps. At this moment, Liuyun paused slightly, lifting his gaze to behold the gigantic finger emerging from the cloud, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, a vast surge of soul power erupted forth, morphing into an inky black spear aimed directly at the colossal finger. Boom! In the instant of their collision, the might of the enormous finger shattered, annihilating into the fabric of that space. Chapter 581. Soul Annihilation Spear versus Huangquan Heavenly Wrath. The black spear, having obliterated the giant finger, still retained its ferocity, tearing through the yellow cloud. Boom! The underworld fissured, and beneath the ethereal projection of the soul, the ground erupted violently, revealing a colossal yellow hand that shot forth like lightning. In an instant, it materialized beneath the soul's projection, clenching fiercely around its form. Crush! At that moment, a serene syllable emanated slowly from the grasping titanic hand, followed by a fierce tempest of spiritual energy that erupted forth, shattering the hand into fragments. Manifest. Yellow Springs Demon Sage. Such tactics cannot possibly vanquish me. With the hand obliterated, the figure of the flowing cloud reappeared amidst the realms, lifting his gaze to the horizon. His calm voice resonated like thunder throughout the expanse. Boom! As his words echoed, the ground ahead suddenly split open, and a mountain rose majestically from the earth, culminating in a towering throne atop, which sat a figure cloaked in yellow furs. An aura, so potent it made the very heavens tremble, began to radiate from his presence. Under the watchful gaze of the flowing cloud, the figure on the throne abruptly opened its eyes, revealing a profound weariness within them. You are quite formidable, young one. At such a tender age, you have already delved into the pinnacle of the heavenly realm's spiritual prowess. Should you withstand my Yellow Springs heavenly wrath, I shall bestow upon you all that you desire. The yellow-clad figure's voice, tinged with an exhilarating pressure from the depths of the soul, reached the ears of the flowing cloud, causing ripples to dance across his form. Unflinching, the flowing cloud met the sage's gaze, declaring, "Then let it come." As his words hung in the air, the Yellow Springs demon sage wasted no time, forming an intricate hand seal with lightning speed before placing it at his lips. Instantly, a terrifying surge of energy rippled outward, causing the very fabric of this space to convulse violently, as if heralding the apocalypse. Yellow Springs' heavenly wrath. Sensing the dread-inducing waves, the flowing cloud maintained his tranquility. The amplification of spiritual power from the heavenly wrath was only marginally superior to that of the soul annihilation spear. However, because it was a group skill with an expansive range, it was nearly impossible to evade, thus rightfully earning its place among the ranks of advanced heavenly techniques. While combat of the spirit was far more perilous than that of fighting energy, with a single misstep leading to the collapse of one's soul, and with it, the extinguishing of life itself. The flowing cloud was merely a projection. Even if annihilated under the heavenly wrath, he would suffer no true loss. Moreover, the fusion flames within him had already intertwined with his soul, becoming his innate fire, thus bestowing his projection with its formidable might. At that moment, as the Yellow Springs demon sage coalesced his seal, a vibrant azure glow enveloped the flowing cloud, while a pitch-black spear materialized before him, brimming with overwhelming force directed at the remnant soul of the Yellow Springs demon sage upon the throne. Feeling the formidable pressure emanating from the colossal black spear, the sage's eyes widened in alarm. The next instant, as the spatial turbulence intensified, the remnant soul of the Yellow Springs demon sage shimmered with peculiar ripples, coalescing into an immense, formless silhouette, an echo of his own likeness. The formless essence of the demon sage lowered its gaze, fixating upon the flowing cloud, and slowly parting its lips, a syllable imbued with ancient resonance emerged, akin to a thunderous dragon slicing through layers of storm clouds, revealing its awe-inspiring visage. With a single utterance, the formless essence shattered, and, simultaneously, the very space around it fractured. The flowing cloud could distinctly perceive the spatial rifts, as a cataclysmic wave of sound surged forth, faster than light itself. This marked the flowing cloud's first encounter with such rapidity of attack, under such terrifying speed. There was scarcely time for defense. Bang, bang, bang. As the ancient word escaped the sage's lips, the destructive sound waves cascaded upon the flowing cloud's soul projection, reverberating with deep explosions across his form. In the midst of this tumult, the azure flames enveloped him entirely, wherever the sound waves traversed, save for the azure flames. Nearly everything else was rendered to naught by their impact. Illuminated by the azure blaze, the spear of annihilation pierced through the heart of the sound wave, its path marked by a series of resounding blasts. Though the violent sound waves were formidable, they could not impede its advance, and before long, the black spear was but a mere 10 paces from the Yellow Springs demon sage. In that fleeting moment, the sage, already rendered ethereal from the energy expenditure of the heavenly wrath, sensed an impending threat of death. Just then, the pitch-black spear abruptly halted, gradually dissipating into the void. Yellow Springs demon sage, our spiritual attack powers are now evenly matched, yet I can effortlessly withstand your onslaught, while you could never endure mine. Following the spear's dissolution, a voice like thunder resonated in the sage's ears. Upon hearing this, the Yellow Springs demon sage, wearied, raised his gaze towards the flowing cloud, only to see that in that region, the azure flames had receded, and the sole projection of the flowing cloud bore scarcely a mark of injury. Very well, very well. Upon realizing this outcome, a look of delight spread across the sage's countenance, devoid of any trace of disappointment. Having withstood the heavenly wrath, these treasures are now yours. As he spoke, the sage flicked his fingers, sending forth a wave of spiritual energy that hovered before the flowing cloud. Sensing this surge of energy, the flowing cloud grasped it firmly, and as he did, it transformed into a torrent of information, swiftly flooding his mind, revealing complete cultivation methods. Gazing at the ancient script, the flowing cloud gently closed his eyes, absorbing the knowledge. Chapter 582. Do you wish to take that next step? Moments later. When the flowing cloud opened his eyes, he had gleaned the cultivation techniques for the heavenly wrath, along with those for the Yellow Springs finger and Yellow Springs palm. Yellow Springs demon sage, you have performed admirably. Satisfied with the acquisition of these 3 techniques, the flowing cloud remarked, my purpose is to await a worthy soul to conquer me and to ensure that my knowledge is passed on. Your spiritual power is formidable. Mastering the heavenly wrath should be a mere trifle for you. The Yellow Springs demon sage smiled faintly, extending his palm. As he did so, wisps of faint golden energy began to coalesce within his open hand, swiftly forming a shimmering pool of golden liquid. Demon Sage's essence. Observing the golden liquid, the flowing cloud's eyes narrowed as he sensed the extraordinary energy contained within. Alas, I have cultivated for millennia, my spirit having ascended to the legendary Imperial realm. Yet I remain unable to take that final step. The Yellow Springs Demon Sage caressed the golden liquid, his voice tinged with profound melancholy and unfulfilled yearning. Moved by the sage's sorrow, the flowing cloud felt a wave of compassion surge within him, prompting him to inquire, "Do not hasten to relinquish your essence just yet. Tell me, do you wish to be revived and attempt to take that next step?" Upon hearing the flowing cloud's words, a flicker of hope ignited in the sage's weary eyes, though it quickly dimmed once more. The path to becoming a Douqi Emperor is far from straightforward. It is likely that such a being will not grace this world again. The Yellow Spring Demon Sage shook his head, then suddenly remarked, "I am but a remnant soul now, and I have lost far too many memories of my past. Becoming a Douqi Emperor is not as insurmountable as you might imagine. With your innate talent, it is entirely within your grasp. However, this world lacks a certain essential element." Observing the hopeless gaze of a Yellow Spring Demon Sage, Liuyun also shook his head and responded, "You are aware of this too?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in the Yellow Spring Demon Sage's eyes. In response to his inquiry, Liuyun nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this realm is devoid of the source energy necessary to ascend to the rank of Douqi Emperor. It is precisely this absence that, despite your breakthrough to the Douqi Emperor's soul, has left your cultivation unable to reach that pinnacle. Where can this source energy be found? At that moment, after listening to Liuyun's words, the Yellow Spring Demon Sage finally perceived a sliver of hope, his tone brimming with anticipation and excitement as he inquired further. Liuyun pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, "In the present Douqi Continent, the only place where source energy may still exist is the ancient cave of the Tuo, Shi Ancient Emperor. If one could obtain the treasures within, the opportunity to ascend to the Emperor rank would be within reach. The Tuo Shi Ancient Emperor's cave undoubtedly harbors the source energy required to become a Douqi Emperor." Upon hearing Liuyun's statement, the Yellow Spring Demon Sage's hope was completely reignited. Yet, Yellow Spring Demon Sage, in your current state, you lack the qualifications to contend for the Ancient Emperor's cave. Observing the fervent demeanor of the Yellow Spring Demon Sage, Liuyun doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. "Indeed, without this vital blood essence, my remnant soul would have long since dissipated into nothingness." The Yellow Spring Demon Sage lowered his head, speaking to himself, "For realizing hope yet feeling powerless is a sorrow greater than ignorance of hope itself." After a prolonged silence, the Yellow Spring Demon Sage slowly lifted his head, recalling Liuyun's earlier words. "Did you not just say that you could revive me?" His voice was hoarse as he spoke. "I can indeed bring you back to life, but your power is far too formidable. After your revival, it may take some time to accumulate strength before you can reach your former peak." Liuyun nodded, for within his spatial realm lay healing elixirs of the 9th grade golden core level. At this tier, the distinction between remedies for soul and body becomes negligible, and only a 9th grade golden core or the legendary Emperor pill would suffice to have an effect on someone of the Yellow Spring Demon Sage's caliber. "What are your terms?" After receiving Liuyun's affirmative response, the Yellow Spring Demon Sage inquired once more. With his countless years of experience, he understood well that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Although he had previously imparted the 3 techniques, Yellow Spring Finger, Yellow Spring Palm, and Yellow Spring Heavenly Wrath to Liuyun, such a monumental task as reviving him could not simply be accomplished with those 3 scrolls. To speak frankly, your aptitude is quite remarkable, and should you ever enter the Great Thousand World, your strength will undoubtedly see further enhancement. Noticing the shift in the Yellow Spring Demon Sage's mindset, Liuyun began to sketch out a grand vision for him. The Great Thousand World lies beyond the Douqi Continent, does it not? What is your identity, and how do you know so much? Is it a legacy from the ancient imperial lineage? Upon hearing this information from Liuyun, the Yellow Spring Demon Sage posed a series of questions. "My name is Mitel Liuyun, and I am not of the ancient imperial lineage. As for how I possess this knowledge, I cannot disclose the details at this time. Mitel Liuyun, not being of the ancient imperial lineage, yet having reached such heights. Your talent is indeed exceptional, and you as well, without the imperial bloodline. You have managed to cultivate to the semi-imperial realm, and even created formidable techniques like Yellow Spring Heavenly Wrath. You surpass many of the current imperial clan leaders. I observe that you are not particularly old, yet you wield such power. You are the true genius. In truth, reviving you is not a daunting task for me. As long as you accompany me to a certain location, I assure you that within 3 years, you will be able to reassemble your soul and restore your former peak strength. At that time, whether it is contending for the Tuashi ancient emperor's cave or advancing into the great thousand world, you will be an invaluable ally to me. In the pitch-black expanse, the Yellow Spring Demon Sage and Liuyun exchanged flattery, and as their discussion progressed, Liuyun finally broached a topic of mutual interest. Very well. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the Yellow Spring Demon Sage readily agreed, stating, I am but a remnant soul now, unafraid of any scheming. However, if this could grant me a new life, it would be a tremendous opportunity. Once I regain my peak power, few will stand against me unless they are true Do Emperors. Rest assured, I shall never forget your great kindness. Excellent. In that case, you should preserve your blood essence. Do not let it dissipate before it can be utilized. Once I exit, I will take this stone tablet with me. The Yellow Spring Demon Sage was forthright, and Liuyun readily acquiesced. Chapter 583. The Gathering of the Eight Saints. The auction begins. After Liuyun's soul projection uttered its final words, his form vanished from the dark expanse without a trace. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of astonishment crossed the Yellow Spring Demon Sage's weathered eyes. For just moments prior, he had sensed not even the slightest fluctuation in the space around him. Simultaneously, at the altar, after retracting his projection, Liuyun addressed Yao Ming. Yao Ming. This Yellow Spring Demon Sage was once a half-step Do Emperor. Should he be revived, the standing of your Juyo Earth Demon Python tribe in Zhongzhou will undoubtedly rise. Lord Liuyun, do you truly have the means to resurrect the Demon Sage? This is simply beyond belief. Yao Ming's eyes widened in astonishment as he spoke. If the Demon Sage were to be revived, he would surely look after my Juyo Earth Demon Python tribe. In his heart, Yao Ming held no doubt that Liuyun was deceiving him. If Liuyun's intentions were merely to monopolize the Yellow Spring Heavenly Wrath and the Demon Sage's blood essence, he would not have needed to explain anything at all. At that moment, a dull thud echoed from the stone tablet before the three, which had existed for countless years, suddenly detached from its base and floated into the air, emanating a vast aura of soul energy. Liuyun, my young friend, my chance at second life depends entirely on you. A voice, raspy and burdened by the passage of time, resonated from the stone tablet. I have met the Demon Sage. Upon hearing this voice, Yao Ming immediately performed a deep bow towards the stone tablet. Do not worry. Liuyun waved his hand, his tone remarkably relaxed. Having said this, Liuyun produced a spatial jade tube and addressed the half-kneeling Yao Ming. Yao Ming, contained within this jade tube, is a means I have left behind. Should you encounter any troublesome matters that you cannot resolve, shatter the jade tube, and I will arrive promptly. Thank you, Lord Liuyun. Yao Ming rose, respectfully accepting the spatial jade tube. Very well, I shall now take this Yellow Spring stone tablet, and you should solidify your standing within the Juyo Earth Demon Python tribe. As Liuyun spoke, he summoned the Void Escape Beast and approached the stone tablet, with Hai Buodong following suit. As the purple halo flickered atop the altar, Liuyun, Hai Buodong, and the Yellow Spring stone tablet instantly vanished from their location. In the Tianyo realm, within the Hall of 10,000 Beasts, Liuyun and Hai Buodong's figures materialized in the hall's first level. Young friend Liuyun, your prowess continues to astonish me. At the moment Liuyun appeared, a voice of surprise emanated from the Yellow Spring stone tablet. Clearly, such a method of teleportation was beyond the capabilities of even the Yellow Spring Demon Sage. And even the pre-prepared spatial jade tube could not achieve such a feat, just a minor technique, nothing to speak of. Liuyun waved his hand dismissively, providing no further explanation. Yellow Spring Demon Sage, have you noticed the peculiarities of this realm? Approaching the stone tablet, Liuyun inquired with a smile. Naturally, I have discovered it. This space is suffused with an extraordinarily dense essence of soul power, subtly altering the flow of time, perhaps a dozen times that of the outside world. The remnant soul of the Huangquan demon saint within the stone tablet responded with a hearty laugh. In the near future, you shall gradually restore your soul power by harnessing the abundant essence here. Once your remnant soul reaches a certain threshold, you'll be able to endure the effects of other treasures. Having said this, Liuyun raised his hand, and over 100 half-meter wide emerald leaves materialized before him, subsequently being infused into the space of the stone tablet. These leaves, plucked from the soul-winning ancient tree, not only have the capacity to amplify soul power, but also possess the ability to mend the soul. These leaves should prove beneficial to you, Liuyun added. Upon receiving Liuyun's generous gift, the Huangquan demon saint expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Young friend Liuyun, no need for such formalities. For now, stay here. I have other matters to attend to and may return in about 10 days. Liuyun casually waved his hand, unconcerned, as the leaves were plentiful upon the ancient tree. Hai Buodong, let us depart. After making arrangements for the Huangquan demon saint, Liuyun and Hai Buodong once again utilized the Void Gate to arrive at the Hall of the Heavenly Alliance in the Northern Territory. In the southern region of Bone Transformation City, a vast square paved with jade could accommodate nearly 20,000 human cultivators at this moment. Although the venue and attendance could not compare to the grandeur of the alchemy conference, the cultivators present this time were indeed formidable enough to overshadow those of the conference. Among them were several leaders from the major forces of the Central Continent, as well as 8 powerful beings who had attained the rank of Doshang. Their faces were largely unfamiliar, suggesting they were reclusive masters. The presence of these 8 saints at an auction was a tremendous shock to the other attendees. Many had presumed that aside from the Dan Tower, the Soul Palace, and the Heavenly Alliance, the only other significant forces in the Central Continent were the 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 3 pavilions. However, the appearance of these 8 individuals undeniably shattered that perception. The so-called 3 pavilions could not even muster a single high-ranking Dozun, rendering them a mere joke. Even the strength exhibited by the 3 valleys and 2 sects paled in comparison to these 8 and the other peak Dozun present. Who would have thought that a mid-tier Heavenly Soul attack martial skill would attract so many Doshang powerhouses? I recall that the mid-tier Heavenly Soul attack martial skill possessed by the Heavenly Alliance was traded at that spatial transaction meeting when the esteemed Bao Bao was entrusted to sell it quickly. At that time, it was merely exchanged for an 8th grade pill that had undergone the 9-color pill Thunder, with only 1 volume of martial skill. The motivations of so many individuals gathered here could not solely be attributed to that. Perhaps there are other underlying reasons. The discussions among the crowd flowed continuously, fueled by the powerful auras emanating from various corners of the square. Just as the clamor reached its zenith, an ancient chime resonated from the center of the square. As the bell tolls rang out, the noise in the square instantly diminished. Suddenly, 5 rapid, piercing sounds of air being sliced through echoed from outside the square. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Liuyun, Hai Buodong, Chu Ming, Chu Donghai, and Duan San materialized atop the immense circular auction platform, standing 3 meters high and over 10 meters in diameter. Welcome, friend from across the continent, to our Heavenly Alliance's auction, Liuyun proclaimed, bowing slightly as his resonant voice reached every corner of the square. At that moment, the formidable auras of the 5 individuals erupted without reservation. Such a terrifying presence. Could they all have attained half-saint cultivation? 1 advanced half-saint, 2 1-star Doshang, and 2 2-star Doshang. No wonder they dared to challenge the Soul Palace. With these 5 present, if anyone dared to harbor ill intentions during today's auction, there would certainly be a spectacle to behold. As the auras of Liuyun's group surged, the crowd began speculating about their cultivation levels. Of course, some genuine powerhouses could discern their ranks at a glance, particularly the 8 Doshang who regarded Liuyun and Hai Buodong with trepidation. In a corner of the auction venue, Xian Kongzi from the Dan Tower, along with Xian Yi and another elder, exchanged curious glances. They had previously seen Duan San and Chu Donghai at the alchemy conference, where they had followed the esteemed Yaozun Fengsheng. Now, they stood alongside the Heavenly Alliance's leader, Yin Lu. It was astonishing that the 2 most outstanding alchemists of the millennium hailed from the same faction, and both were so young. Xian Kongzi remarked to the elder and Xian Yi, given the cultivation speed of the Heavenly Alliance's leader, it won't be long before he advances further. At that time, few will be able to match him. The elder nodded in agreement, revealing his understanding that there were still many individuals in this world far more powerful than the 4-star Doshang of the Soul Palace's leader. Due to agreements among the major imperial clans, those who reach 5-star Doshang are not permitted to act recklessly, which has allowed the Dan Tower to become one of the most powerful factions in the Central Continent. I can't shake the feeling that the Heavenly Alliance's leader, Yin Lu, is the same person as the esteemed Yaozun Fengsheng. Wan Yu murmured softly. The same person? Upon hearing Xian Yi's words, both Xian Kongzi and the elder displayed expressions of surprise, followed by contemplation. The Heavenly Alliance leader and Yaozun Fengsheng bore a striking resemblance. The only difference was a gap of 7 to 8 years in age. Both had shown a similar attitude toward courting the Dan Tower, and now, it appeared that Yaozun Fengsheng shared a close bond with the Heavenly Alliance. Thus, it was indeed possible they were one and the same. After a moment, Xian Kongzi nodded in agreement with Xian Yi's hypothesis. Ah, it makes sense now. How could such a once-in-a-millennium genius appear in such numbers? The elder mused thoughtfully. Esteemed guests, I trust you are not unfamiliar with our alliance leader, so I shall refrain from lengthy introductions. You are all here for the treasures at the auction. Today's event boasts a large turnout and numerous items for sale. Thus, I must outline the rules. Firstly, those who do not win bids are prohibited from entering within 10 zhong of the auction platform. Once a bid is made, it cannot be retracted, and no fighting is permitted within the auction venue. Those who violate these rules will find me devoid of mercy. As Liuyun spoke, his tone gradually took on a chilling edge. That is all I have to say. The subsequent auction proceedings will be overseen by Mr. Duan-san. With that, Liuyun lightly stepped into the air, positioning himself atop a floating stone platform above the auction stage, while the other three took their places at the edges of the platform in a triangular formation. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening remarks have been made, and now I declare the auction officially commenced. Duan-san gradually made his way to the center of the circular auction platform, where a white jade display stand emerged from within. As a flash of white light illuminated the scene, a rather unremarkable wooden box materialized before the crowd's eyes. This wooden box appeared utterly ordinary. Did the Heavenly Alliance truly intend to present such a trivial item for sale? Preposterous! In such a grand auction, it was inconceivable that anything of inferior quality would be showcased. Surely, this wooden box harbored some hidden depth. Amidst the murmurs of speculation from the crowd, Duan-san pointed towards the wooden box and slowly elucidated. Contained within this wooden box is an item known as the Soul Infant Fruit. If it is not housed in a box crafted from this specific branch, its medicinal efficacy will swiftly dissipate. I trust many present are well aware of the effects of the Soul Infant Fruit, and thus I shall refrain from further elaboration. This auction will feature a total of 2 Soul Infant Fruits, albeit auctioned separately. We shall now commence the bidding for the first Soul Infant Fruit, with a minimum bid set at 1 7th grade elixir. As Duan-san concluded his statement, dozens of voices immediately surged forth from the square, calling out bids. 7th grade Transformation Elixir. 7th grade Fire Bodhi Elixir. 8th grade Heart Forging Elixir. Although the crowd numbered in the thousands, not everyone was captivated by the Soul Infant Fruit. Among those interested, many lacked the means to bid. Consequently, within a brief span, the price for the Soul Infant Fruit stabilized at an 8th grade elixir that had endured the trials of dual-colored elixir lightning. The bid came from the elder of the Leaf family, a secluded clan from the Central Plains, whose cultivation had reached the initial threshold of semi-saint, making the offering of such an elixir a trivial matter. Once it became apparent that there were no further bids, the elder from the Leaf family was invited to the auction stage, where Duan-san seamlessly conducted the transaction for the Soul Infant Fruit. The moment the trade was completed, Liuyun, seated upon a floating stone seat with his eyes gently closed, received a notification from a system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning 1 Soul Infant Fruit, resulting in a 10,000-fold return, receiving 1 human soul fruit. The human soul fruit has been allocated to the system space. Please check your inventory. Upon hearing the system's notification, Liuyun felt a slight sense of relief. This time, he had learned from the previous auction of the green flesh and was wary of the potential for a 10,000-fold return in quantity. Hence, he opted to auction the 2 Soul Infant Fruits separately, which increased the likelihood of acquiring something valuable. In the next moment, Liuyun concentrated his thoughts and directly entered the system space to investigate. At the very center of the system space stood a 2-meter-tall, humanoid-shaped black fruit, emanating an energy that resonated with a spiritual force barely weaker than that of the previous Taoyin soul. Human soul fruit, possessing the purest essence of the soul. It has not yet developed sentience. Its flesh is as hard as divine armor. Upon seeing the information regarding the human soul fruit, Liuyun instantly envisioned a purpose for it, the creation of a clone. Given Liuyun's current prowess, crafting a second clone would pose little difficulty, and the human soul fruit was the optimal material for this endeavor. Chapter 585, 10,000 Demon Trees. Heart of Earth Jade Mother. Having formulated a plan for the use of the human soul fruit, Liuyun contentedly exited the system space. At this juncture, Duan-san, after the elder from the Leaf family departed the auction stage, promptly presented the second Soul Infant Fruit for bidding. The auction did not engage in any trickery. The existence of 2 Soul Infant Fruits had been made clear in advance. Thus, the appearance of the second fruit elicited minimal emotional response from the attendees. After another round of bidding, the final sale price for this Soul Infant Fruit was lower than the first, culminating in merely a 7th grade pinnacle elixir. In return, Liuyun garnered a bounty of 10,000 Soul Infant Fruits, which made him even more grateful for his earlier decision to auction the two separately. Otherwise, he might have only received 20,000 soul infant fruits. On the auction stage, Utan City did not pause for a moment. Following the conclusion of the bidding for both soul infant fruits, a peculiar small tree appeared on the display table. The tree was entirely silver gray, its branches entwined like vines, extending in an odd curvature. From a distance, one might observe that the plant's posture resembled that of a heavily pregnant woman. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now set to auction the soul infant demon tree, the very source of the soul infant fruit. Utan City proclaimed. Due to the lengthy maturation period of this demon tree, we will not set a price. Those interested may bid freely. The allure of the soul infant demon tree was evidently eclipsed by that of the soul infant fruit, primarily due to its protracted fruiting period, which disinterested most wandering cultivators. Only a few long-established families engaged in the bidding. The final bidding outcome astonished many, despite the lack of participants. The value of the soul infant demon tree soared beyond that of the soul infant fruit, with one family patriarch willing to part with an 8th-grade elixir that had withstood the trials of 4 colors of elixir lightning to acquire it. On the auction stage, Utan City was taken aback as well, quickly inquiring, the soul infant demon tree has received a bid of an 8th-grade elixir with 4-color lightning. Does anyone wish to place a higher bid? After 3 calls for bids, as others deemed it unworthy of further investment, the ownership of the soul infant demon tree was swiftly determined. Please, the individual who placed the bid approached the auction stage for the transaction. Utan City gestured politely towards the audience. In this auction format, while there was no requirement for real name identification, each bidding voice was monitored. And given the strength exhibited by the Heavenly Earth Alliance, no one dared to engage in any form of deceit. Thus, as Utan City's words fell, a figure swiftly emerged from the crowd, darting towards the auction stage. The newcomer was an elder clad in green robes, possessing only intermediate semi-saint cultivation. However, upon his approach, Xiao Yan's reaction was markedly intense. He recognized this individual as the very one who had once conspired with the Liu family elder, Liu Wanli, to ambush him. Perhaps due to the fact that Xiao Yan had not used his real name at the time, coupled with the passage of years and his obscured appearance, the approaching elder failed to recognize him. Wang Shirlei, I never imagined you would also reach the intermediate level of Do Saint. Had it not been for the encounter with the Alliance leader, my revenge would have been impossible. Despite recognizing his nemesis, Xiao Yan exhibited no outward signs of distress. He temporarily suppressed all enmity within his heart. The auction's regulations constrained the behavior of guests, just as they did for those within the Alliance. Xiao Yan would not disrupt the proceedings at this juncture. On the auction stage, Wang Shirlei suddenly sensed a chill, but as he attempted to discern its source, it vanished without a trace, causing him to furrow his brow. The next moment, after concluding the transaction for the soul infant demon tree, he hastily departed. With the successful transaction of the soul infant ancient tree, Liuyun immediately received a notification from a system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning the soul infant demon tree, resulting in a 10,000-fold return of 10,000 soul infant demon trees. The 10,000 soul infant demon trees have been allocated to the system space. Please check your inventory. Upon receiving this notification, Liuyun, despite feeling somewhat dissatisfied, had no choice but to accept this reality. Perhaps many years hence, the soul infant demon trees he cultivated could become the foundation of the family he established, but for the present, they held little immediate utility. The entire auction proceeded at a brisk pace. No credit was permitted, and when the value of items was indeterminate, the most professional appraisal team from the Heavenly Earth Alliance would assess their worth. Soon, numerous techniques, combat skills, and rare treasures were auctioned off by Utan City, and as time progressed, the number of bidders significantly dwindled with each item presented. At this moment, a slab of white jade, half a zhang in length and an arm's breadth in width, appeared on the display table. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is known as the Earth Core Mother, a remarkable gem formed through the aggregation of the Earth's power over countless epochs. Due to the unique stability and weightiness of the Earth's energy, this Earth Core Mother is an invaluable treasure for cultivators. When utilized as a cushion during cultivation or alchemy, it exerts a significant suppressive effect on the tumultuous energies within the body. With this artifact, the likelihood of succumbing to madness is dramatically diminished. On the auction stage, Utan City swiftly introduced the Earth Core Mother to the crowd. Under his presentation, many in the square had reddened eyes, revealing their greedy gazes. I had anticipated that the Heavenly Earth Alliance's auction would not be so straightforward. Although the mid-tier Heavenly Stage combat technique may be beyond our reach, we can certainly contend for the treasures preceding it. Given the size of this Earth Core Mother, acquiring it without a 7th grade elixir would be rather challenging. 7th grade elixirs. Are you jesting? Do you truly believe that such strength can lay claim to the Earth Core Mother? How many 8th grade elixirs have already emerged at this auction? To think you could secure the Earth Core Mother with a 7th grade elixir is utterly ludicrous. In an instant, many awaited Duan San to announce the price of the Earth Core Mother, while those from the Alchemy Tower were also eyeing it with great desire. I believe I have made the value of this Earth Core Mother abundantly clear. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Duan San recognized that the atmosphere of the auction had reignited. Thus he announced, "Now, please feel free to bid." Chapter 586, 1000 Earth Core Mothers. Auctioning the Earth Core Essence. An 8th grade elixir that has undergone the trial of the 3-color elixir lightning. I bid a high-tier Earth Stage combat technique along with a 7th grade elixir. I offer an 8th grade elixir that has endured 6-color elixir lightning. Goodness, is it already that fast? I scarcely had the chance to shout. As Duan San's words fell, the square erupted with a cacophony of bidding voices. Many had not even had the chance to speak before realizing that the price of the Earth Core Mother had already soared to staggering heights, forcing them to dutifully close their mouths to avoid being perceived as troublemakers by the Heavenly Earth Alliance. The appraisal team of the Heavenly Earth Alliance is exceptionally professional. When the bidding reached a standstill, several elderly men clad in the Alliance's standard attire swiftly approached the bidders, quickly identifying the highest current bidder. Moments latte. A resounding voice echoed from somewhere within the square, declaring that the highest value bid belonged to this gentleman's 6-color elixir, lightning 8th grade elixir. Hearing this, Duan San, standing at the center of the auction stage, remarked, "If anyone has doubts regarding this appraisal, you may present your bidding items for re-evaluation." However, after his words fell, a full 5 seconds elapsed without a single voice being raised. Seeing that the time was ripe, Duan San swiftly struck the hammer and proclaimed, "Since there are no doubts, I hereby announce that the Earth Core Mother belongs to the friend who bid the 6-color elixir, lightning 8th grade elixir." As Duan San's declaration concluded, an elderly man in white robes swiftly emerged from the crowd. Wasn't he this the president of the Alchemy Tower, Xian Kongzi? Given the Alchemy Tower's financial prowess, offering a 6-color elixir, lightning 8th grade elixir would be but a mere trifle. The appearance of this white-robed elder was promptly recognized by many in the square. Xian Kongzi, now at the level of a high-ranking semi-saint, still felt considerable pressure upon ascending the auction stage, as there were 4 genuine combat saints present. Xian Kongzi, you and your Alchemy Tower are esteemed guests of our auction. Should you find any items of interest in the upcoming offerings, do not hesitate. Upon Xian Kongzi's arrival on the auction stage, Duan San greeted him with a broad smile, a courtesy not extended to the previous arrivals. Appreciating this recognition, Xian Kongzi's spirits lifted. "Haha, you jest, my friend. With so many treasures at the Heavenly Earth Alliance, I'm not the only one who desires them." Xian Kongzi responded with a laugh. Due to time constraints, Duan San did not prolong the conversation and swiftly completed the transaction with Xian Kongzi. Just as their exchange concluded, Liuyun simultaneously received a notification from the system. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning the Earth Core Mother and receiving a 10,000-fold return. Obtaining 10,000 pieces of the same-sized Earth Core Mother. The 10,000 pieces of Earth Core Mother have been deposited into the system space. Please check your inventory." Upon hearing this system notification, Liuyun felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had envisioned receiving an artifact of even greater potency, rather than a mere 10,000 bricks for flooring. "I hope the upcoming items will meet my expectations," Liuyun mused with eager anticipation. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is known as the Earth Core Essence. Duan San's resonant voice reverberated throughout the square. Upon hearing this announcement, Xian Kongzi, who had just completed the transaction for the Earth Core Mother and was still airborne, suddenly displayed a peculiar expression. Based on his conjecture, there was a high probability that within such a substantial piece of Earth Core Mother, the Earth Core Essence would be present. However, with Duan San declaring the next auction item as the Earth Core Essence, Xian Kongzi's hopes of snagging a bargain were dashed. The people of the Heavenly Earth Alliance are indeed cunning, separating the 2 items for individual sale. Xian Kongzi sighed inwardly before swiftly returning to his original position. The Earth Core Essence, which grows within the Earth Core Mother, possesses the ability to refine the soul, capable of cleansing the impurities of one's spirit. On the auction stage, Duan San did not conceal the fact that the 2 items were being sold separately, stating openly, "I believe the alchemists present are well aware of the value of this item." Duan San continued. In the next moment, A viscous white liquid quietly materialized above the central display platform of the auction stage. I never expected the Heavenly Earth Alliance would be willing to auction such a treasure. One that nourishes and refines the soul. If I could obtain this Earth Core essence, my spiritual realm would surely ascend to new heights. This time, it seems I must make a concerted effort. Even if the Alchemy Tower desires it, I shall not yield. Upon witnessing the Earth Core essence, every alchemist present in the square was wide-eyed with excitement. Even some powerful individuals who were not alchemists were salivating over the Earth Core essence. Wuan Kongzi, Wanyi. The value of this Earth Core essence is immense. If possible, we must acquire it, spoke a robust elder who had accompanied Xian Kongzi in Xian, his tone laced with anticipation. Indeed, in terms of financial capability, few here can rival our Alchemy Tower. Xian Kongzi nodded in agreement. As the atmosphere in the square reached its zenith, Duan San raised his hand to quiet the clamor, gradually bringing the uproar to a halt. Ladies and gentlemen, those wishing to bid on the Earth Core essence may now make their offers, Duan San announced directly, even without a set starting price. He harbored no concerns that the Earth Core essence would sell for less than its worth. I offer an 8th grade elixir that has endured 6-color elixir lightning. At this moment, as Duan San declared the commencement of bidding, an urgent voice instantly rang out. Following this proclamation, many in the auction hall swallowed their intended words back down. Once again, it was Xian Kongzi. Indeed, the Alchemy Tower was financially formidable. Is there truly no one willing to step forward to contest Xian Kongzi? In that instant, those unable to bid began to grumble, hoping someone would emerge to challenge Xian Kongzi. I bid an 8th grade elixir that has endured 8-color elixir lightning. At last, under the crowd's hopeful prayers, someone began to raise their bid. In response, Xian Kongzi was not particularly surprised. Those attending this auction who could afford such bids numbered at least over 100. After locking eyes with the elder beside him, Zhuang Kongzi gritted his teeth and declared, an 8th grade pill infused with 9-colored lightning. If the price exceeds this, I shall no longer bid for the heart of the earthly soul. The 8th grade pill, suffused with 9-colored lightning, was already at the threshold of what Zhuang Kongzi could bear, while 9th grade pills might exist within the pill tower. Using them solely for the auction of the heart of the earthly soul would be an unwise trade-off. Chapter 587. The Soul Crystal of the Emperor. Given the alchemical prowess of the pill tower, the 8th grade pill crafted with 9-colored lightning was undoubtedly of superior quality. Unless a bidder produced a 9th grade pill, the heart of the earthly soul would likely fall into Zhuang Kongzi's possession. At that moment, upon hearing Zhuang Kongzi's bid, the alchemist who had offered the 8th grade pill infused with 8-colored lightning let out a sigh, his countenance filled with resignation, with no one daring to raise their bid. The heart of the earthly soul was thus claimed by Zhuang Kongzi. After a brief pause, Duan San joyfully announced the result. Having just returned to the plaza, Zhuang Kongzi once again navigated through the crowd, making his way toward the auction stage at the center. Zhuang Kongzi, I have long proclaimed you a distinguished guest of our Heavenly Earth Alliance. Your initial bid has indeed dominated the entire auction, and securing 2 treasures in succession is a grand gesture for our event. Duan San greeted him with a smile upon his return. What could he do? The treasures of the esteemed alliance were simply irresistible. Although Zhuang Kongzi felt somewhat uncomfortable with Duan San's words, he still managed a cheerful response. Zhuang Kongzi, you should use the heart of the earthly soul with the earthly jade mother you acquired earlier to contain it. Duan San gestured toward the viscous white liquid suspended on the display stand. Following Duan San's indication, Zhuang Kongzi observed that a powerful seal enveloped the thick white liquid, which was precisely what preserved the efficacy of the heart of the earthly soul after its separation from the earthly jade mother. It was evident that the Heavenly Earth Alliance had gone to great lengths to sell these 2 items separately. Zhuang Kongzi mused internally, then retrieved the earthly jade mother from his spatial ring. Simultaneously, Duan San formed a seal with his hands, causing the sealed white liquid to swiftly flow into the earthly jade mother through the holes on its surface. Having acquired the heart of the earthly soul, Zhuang Kongzi wasted no time in presenting the prepared 8th grade pill infused with 9-colored lightning to Duan San. At that moment, Liuyun, seated upon the floating stone seat, observed the transaction with keen interest. The next instant, after the exchange between Duan San and Zhuang Kongzi concluded, a system notification, which made Liuyun somewhat anxious, finally sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning the heart of the earthly soul, achieving a 10,000-fold return, and receiving the soul crystal of the Emperor. The soul crystal of the Emperor has been deposited into the system space. Please check to receive it. the soul crystal of the Emperor. Upon hearing the system's notification, Liuyun's spirits soared, for the message did not merely state that he had received 10,000 portions of the heart of the earthly soul, indicating a return of exceptional quality. Furthermore, the name of the returned item contained the character Emperor, which filled Liuyun with joy. In the next moment, he could hardly contain his eagerness as he immersed his consciousness into the system space. In the central part of the system space, toward the left, lay a vast expanse of gray-silver saplings, densely packed. These were the 10,000 soul infant demon trees returned to him. On the right side, a neatly arranged collection of white bricks stood. These were the 10,000 pieces of earthly jade mother returned. Suspended between the two, a diamond-shaped crystal of immense size, measuring 10 zhang, was adorned with countless miniature diamond-shaped lenses, giving Liuyun a dizzying sensation upon a single glance. Although he did not sense a potent soul fluctuation emanating from this diamond crystal, Liuyun was certain it contained an extraordinarily terrifying source of soul power. As Liuyun focused his gaze, the information regarding the colossal diamond crystal quickly became accessible to him. Soul Crystal of the Emperor contains an incredibly strong source of soul power, absorbable only by souls of celestial realms. Upon complete absorption, guarantees a 100 ascension to the Emperor-level soul. A 100 ascension to the Emperor-level soul. Such a formidable description. How delightful. After reading the introduction of the Soul Crystal of the Emperor, Liuyun felt exhilarated. Possessing this item meant that his ascension to the Emperor-level soul was merely a matter of time. However, at this moment, the auction still had numerous items to be sold, and Liuyun naturally could not leave now. Thus, he temporarily restrained his inner excitement and withdrew his consciousness from the system space. In the external world at the auction venue, Duan San remained in high spirits, for in his eyes, the items set to be auctioned next were even more remarkable treasures. Indeed, this was the case, as the next item for auction was the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, an item imbued with immense energy, comparable to 9th-grade Xian pills. In the original narrative, when Xiao Yan consumed the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, her cultivation was perhaps at the peak of the Dozone or a 1-star Dozone level. However, after fully refining the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, she achieved a breakthrough to the 4-star Dosheng level, a truly miraculous feat, surpassing even the notion of a cheat. Esteemed guests, the next item up for auction is called the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. This fruit requires the life force of the ancient Void Dragon and the ancient Heavenly Phoenix for its birth, with a probability of less than 10%. Its value is beyond description, Duan San excitedly proclaimed. As his words fell, a fruit the size of a palm materialized on the central display of the auction stage. This fruit was awash in golden and purple hues. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the golden half resembled a miniature ancient void dragon, while the purple half depicted an ancient heavenly phoenix soaring majestically. Although many present were unaware of the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit's value, those in the know couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, a creation of heaven and earth, could only come into existence through the absorption of the life force of the ancient Void Dragon and the ancient Heavenly Phoenix. And it was now being displayed at the auction. What a grand gesture from the Heavenly Earth Alliance. Auctioning such an item was, in essence, a declaration of enmity against two of the three major families in the Beast Realm, the ancient Void Dragon clan and the Heavenly Phoenix clan. While this fruit possessed formidable power, it remained uncertain whether it would be effective for humans. If it were only beneficial to beasts or members of those two clans, it could prove somewhat futile. However, if the price were reasonable, it might be worth attempting to acquire. The emergence of the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit instantly ignited fervent discussions throughout the auction hall, with participants eagerly deliberating its worth. Esteemed guests, while the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit has miraculous effects for the ancient Void Dragon clan and the Heavenly Phoenix clan, other powerful magical beasts may also attempt to refine it. Should they succeed, their bloodlines could undergo significant transformation, elevating them into the ranks of supreme beings. As the crowd engaged in heated discussions, Duan San provided additional information from the stage, aiming to entice influential figures from the magical beast realm to place bids. Chapter 588, 10,000 Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruits. Batch of Sheng powerhouses? Duan San, if we purchase this Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, will we face retaliation from the ancient Void Dragon clan and the Heavenly Phoenix clan? At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in purple robes with violet eyes boldly inquired. This man, a purple extreme mad lion in his true form, was a formidable 8th-tier magical beast, equivalent to a peak human 3-turn Dozuan. At this moment, he had practically voiced the question that all the magical beasts present were eager to ask. Upon hearing this question, Duan-san's expression became somewhat hesitant as he cast a glance toward the figure seated above on the stone platform. I assure you, if the Heavenly Phoenix clan and the ancient Void Dragon clan dare to pursue this matter, our Heavenly Earth Alliance will declare total war against them, until we have annihilated all those involved within their clans. During the silence of Duan-san, a voice, starkly indifferent, emanated from the stone seat above, Flowing Cloud. With the utterance of this statement, the atmosphere was suddenly stirred into a tempest once more. How audacious for the leader of the Heavenly Earth Alliance to voice such words. Seemingly unafraid of inciting the wrath of the two formidable beast clans, whose might is esteemed as transcendent. The leader of the Heavenly Earth Alliance, after all, is one who dares to stand against the Soul Palace, having obliterated 10 clandestine branches of the Soul Palace without consequence. A testament to their power that rivals those two beast families. Do you think we have witnessed the entirety of the Heavenly Earth Alliance's strength? They have 4 renowned Dose Saints in plain sight, yet the concealed energy, coupled with this enigmatic and potent grand formation, indeed provides the audacity to make such declarations. As countless discussions erupted regarding Flowing Cloud's statement, the previously dubious figure clad in purple did not find his courage bolstered. Rather, he grew increasingly apprehensive, fearing that Flowing Cloud's provocative words might incite a direct onslaught from the Celestial Phoenix clan and the ancient Void Dragon clan. Thus, he remained silent, rooted in place. Silent, have you truly become so timid? A voice laced with mockery rang out from nearby. The speaker was an elder with a bushy red beard, his prowess surprisingly reaching the preliminary half-saint level. Upon hearing the elder's words, the countenance of the purple-clad man darkened, yet he dared not retort. The elder was notorious within the beast realm, a solitary figure with no lineage, known for his erratic behavior and a propensity to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Now that the leader of the Heavenly Earth Alliance has provided such assurance, we can rest easy. Please announce the commencement of the bidding. The red-bearded elder bellowed towards the auction stage. Observing Flowing Cloud's slight nod, Duan-san quickly proclaimed to the assembly, "The Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit is now officially up for auction. I invite all to place their bids." As Duan-san's voice resonated, the human cultivators present remained almost entirely motionless, while among the shape-shifting beast warriors, a small faction, spurred by the red-bearded elder, tentatively made their offers. I bid 1 peak tier, 8th grade fire core, a blood-weeping grass along with a primary 8th grade earth core, 1 purifying soul fruit accompanied by mid-tier 8th grade core, a peak tier 8th grade water core. The bids from these beast realm magnates contrasted sharply with their human counterparts, who typically offered pills. However, among them, few possessed the skills of an alchemist, resulting in their offerings predominantly consisting of rare materials and high-grade cores. Regrettably, these current bids were rather paltry, inconsequential in comparison to the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Fortunately, Flowing Cloud was indifferent to the value of their bids. As long as the auction proceeded smoothly, he would emerge as the ultimate victor. Old Fellow bids 1 9th grade core, just as the crowd presumed the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit would be sold at a significant loss. The red-bearded elder unexpectedly raised the stakes. A 9th grade core, birthed from a beast of Dose Saint caliber, harbored immense energy. Many present were unaware of the true worth of the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, leading them to believe that the elder's extravagant offer was somewhat excessive. Has anyone else to raise the bid now that a 9th grade core has been offered? As silence enveloped the gathering, Duan-san swiftly inquired according to protocol. With no further bids forthcoming, this Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit would belong to our esteemed friend from the beast realm. After 3 rounds of inquiry yielded no response, Duan-san, without hesitation, struck his gavel, sealing the fate of the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Upon hearing the announcement, the red-haired elder eagerly surged from crowd, swiftly approaching Duan-san at the auction stage. However, rather than presenting the 9th grade core directly, he produced a spatial ring, evidently concealing something of dubious nature. Following the elder's discreet transaction, Duan-san promptly examined the contents of the ring, nodding in satisfaction moments later, before handing over the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit to the elder. As the transaction concluded, Flowing Cloud, seated upon the floating stone seat, simultaneously received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully auctioning the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Receiving a 10,000-fold return, 1,000 Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruits have been allocated to your system space. Please check your inventory. 1,000 Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruits. Upon reading this information, Flowing Cloud couldn't help but smile wryly, deeming the fruits somewhat superfluous. However, in the next instant, he promptly dismissed that notion. Given the immense benefits the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits could bestow upon the Celestial Phoenix clan and the ancient Void Dragon clan, could they not be utilized to mass-produce a legion of those saints? In the original narrative, Xiao Yan struggled to harness such colossal energy, primarily due to her insufficient cultivation level, barely a 1-star Dozun. If these Dragon Phoenix origin fruits were administered to those at high Dozun levels or above, the resultant value would be incalculable. As he pondered this grand scheme, Flowing Cloud resolved to set it in motion post-haste once the auction concluded. For now, he continued to observe the proceedings at the auction stage. The event had already witnessed the sale of numerous rare materials, and the upcoming items, differing in category, would be more challenging to compare with those previously auctioned. At the auction stage, Douqi San, having auctioned off the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, began the next round. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have witnessed an abundance of rare materials. The upcoming auction will feature items of a different nature. While speaking, Douqi San altered his hand gestures, and a radiant skeletal arm materialized on the auction table. What is this? The Heavenly Earth Alliance is auctioning off a piece of skeletal remains? Could this human arm be that of a former Dose Saint? As the skeletal arm appeared, several unknowledgeable individuals voiced their skepticism, questioning the appropriateness of showcasing a Dose Saint's arm at this stage of the auction. Observing the reactions from the crowd, Douqi San chuckled lightly and clarified. This skeletal arm belonged to an ancient Do Saint whose power has long been lost to time. However, within this remnant lies a powerful and mysterious heavenly tier Do technique. This technique is known as the Great Celestial Transformation Palm, undoubtedly ranking among the foremost in the low-tier heavenly Do techniques. Douqi San elaborated. It appears this skeletal remains conceals a heavenly tier Do technique. Upon hearing Douqi San's explanation, the crowd appeared utterly bewildered. Yet amidst their astonishment, there flickered glimmers of avarice in their eyes. The heavenly tier martial techniques stirred the hearts of even the most formidable Do Sheng practitioners, let alone the majority who were beneath that rank. At this moment, nearly all the auctioneers who had listened to Douqi San's words gazed at him with eager anticipation. To expedite the proceedings, the starting bid for the scroll of heavenly tier primary martial technique would be set at the minimum price, referencing an 8th grade elixir that had endured the 9-colored thunder, alongside other heavenly tier techniques. Let the auction commence. As Douqi San perceived the atmosphere was ripe, he hastily announced the initiation of the bidding. His declaration inadvertently accelerated the entire auction process, eliminating over 90% of the participants right from the outset. An elixir that had withstood the 9-colored thunder was exceedingly rare. Even Xian Kongzi could not afford to overlook such financial prowess. Heavenly tier martial techniques were not something even some half-saint level experts possessed, although the majority of Do Sheng practitioners could indeed master them. Thus, apart from the 8 Do Sheng experts present, only a scant few half-saint level practitioners could partake in this auction. In the past, Liuyun had acquired a scroll of heavenly tier primary martial technique, the Indestructible Body, which had bestowed upon him a formidable technique akin to the Divine Elephant Overlord Body. This time, should he attain a 10-fold return in quality, Liuyun would once again command a significant trump card. At the moment Douqi San announced the bidding's commencement, the first voice of a bid resonated throughout the square. One elixir that has endured the 9-colored thunder, 8th grade. The price called out was within an acceptable range for a starting bid. A scroll of water attribute heavenly tier primary martial technique, plus an 8th grade elixir that has withstood the 8-colored thunder. Yet the very next instant, another bid arose. This time from one of the 8 Do Sheng experts, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of 1-star Do Sheng. He presented yet another scroll of heavenly tier martial technique, one he had fully mastered, offering it for trade in exchange for the new heavenly tier technique, a choice many would make. With this scroll of heavenly tier martial technique and an 8th grade elixir that had endured the 8-colored thunder, this Do Sheng expert's bid undoubtedly became the highest in the room. However, his offer was soon mimicked by others. A scroll of finger technique heavenly tier primary martial technique, plus an 8th grade elixir that has endured the 8-colored thunder. A scroll of ice attribute heavenly tier primary martial technique, plus an 8th grade elixir that has endured the 8-colored thunder. A scroll of palm technique heavenly tier primary martial technique. In an instant, what was once deemed unattainable for ordinary individuals, the heavenly tier primary martial techniques, had emerged in nearly 10 varieties. Since everyone was presenting heavenly tier martial techniques, the specifics of their effects and powers were not entirely clear. Consequently, the appraisal team from the Heavenly Earth Alliance promptly arrived at the corners of the square where the bidders were located. After assessment, It was determined that the scroll of non-attribute finger technique, heavenly tier, primary martial technique, held the highest value. Approximately 3 minutes later, a resonant and robust elderly voice emanated from the appraisal team. Duan San on the auction stage attentively monitored the developments. Ladies and gentlemen, do you harbor any doubts regarding the appraisal results? Duan San inquired. I have doubts. Why should my heavenly tier martial technique be deemed inferior to his finger technique? A defiant voice rang out post Duan San's words. Ha! A contest of skills is out of the question. Hearing that slightly irate voice from below, Duan San chuckled lightly and explained, in our Heavenly Earth Alliance, we evaluate martial techniques based on the standard that non-attribute techniques surpass those of other attributes. Furthermore, your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of 1-star Dousheng. Engaging in a contest with that friend who is merely a high-level Dousheng would be futile. Do you have any further doubts? Duan San added. After a moment of silence, the previously vocal individual spoke again. If that is the case, I shall add another 8th-grade elixir that has endured the 9-colored thunder. The elders of appraisal, please continue to evaluate this friend's elixir. Duan San waved his hand dismissively. It was clear to nearly everyone present that the piece de resistance would be a scroll of mid-tier heavenly soul attack martial technique. Yet despite this, the bidding had already become intensely competitive before its appearance. Chapter 590, Abyssal Reincarnation Palm. After another round of bidding, the final prize for the heavenly tier primary martial technique, the Great Creation Palm, astonishingly settled at the equivalent of 2 scrolls of heavenly tier primary martial techniques, prompting a flurry of discussions among the crowd. These people have gone utterly mad, inflating the price of the Great Creation Palm to that of 2 scrolls of heavenly tier primary martial techniques. Can one compare the learned heavenly tier techniques with those not yet mastered? Moreover, the Great Creation Palm was preserved within the arm of an ancient Dousheng, likely reaching the pinnacle of heavenly tier primary martial techniques. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone willing to raise the bid? After the last bid fell silent, Duan San conducted the final inquiry in accordance with the rules. At last, no one dared to raise their bid further. Duan San successfully struck the hammer, determining the ownership of the remnant of the Dousheng's arm. Please have the friend who bid 2 scrolls of heavenly tier primary martial techniques come forward to finalize the transaction. Duan San called out. As Duan San's voice faded, the previously defiant 1-star Dousheng expert swiftly surged from the crowd towards the auction stage. Although Duan San was merely at the half-saint level and could not match the elder's imposing presence, his demeanor remained as serene as still water. Conversely, the 1-star Dousheng expert, upon reaching the auction stage, felt a palpable sense of trepidation, largely stemming from the overwhelming aura of Hai Buodong and Liuyun, both of whom had attained the 2-star Dousheng level and possessed powers so fearsome that they surpassed even the 3-star Dousheng. Mr. Duan San, let us commence the transaction. The elder approached the auction stage, bypassing any unnecessary gestures, and directly presented the 2 scrolls of heavenly tier primary martial techniques he had prepared to Duan San. After a brief inspection of the soul force, Duan San was satisfied and promptly exchanged the remnant Dousheng bone with the elder. Upon the completion of their transaction, a prompt echoed in Liuyun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning the heavenly tier primary martial technique, Great Creation Palm, and receiving a 10-fold return, obtaining the supreme martial technique, Abyssal Reincarnation Palm. The supreme martial technique, Abyssal Reincarnation Palm, has been dispatched to the system space. Please check host. Abyssal Reincarnation Palm, a supreme martial technique. Hearing this system notification, Liuyun's spirit soared. The caliber of this martial technique was indeed supreme, and its power would surely rival that of the divine elephant overlord body. Successfully mastering, it would grant Liuyun yet another card to play. As time elapsed, the auction had transitioned into the evening, with the sky darkening. Yet the vast square remained illuminated by countless radiant orbs, brightening the area. At this juncture, after enduring dozens of rounds of bidding, the auction was drawing to a close. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, a pitch-black and profound scroll materialized on the display stand at the center of the auction stage. Gazing at the scroll, an overwhelming desire filled the eyes of countless individuals, including the Dousheng experts present. Observing the crowd's reaction, Duan San felt his excitement mounting, pointing at the dark scroll and exclaiming, "Ah, esteemed friends, what lies before me now is the final item of this auction, the long-anticipated mid-tier Heavenly Soul Attack Martial Technique. The Soul Extinguishing Spear. This volume of combat techniques imposes significant demands on the practitioner's spiritual realms. At the very least, one must attain the realm of heavenly soul for their cultivation to yield any noteworthy results. Should one fail to reach the heavenly soul realm, the path of cultivation will be exceedingly arduous. Thus, I urge all to exercise caution in their endeavors. Upon hearing Duan San's introduction on stage, the expressions of many formidable individuals, initially intrigued by the soul destruction spear, suddenly darkened. The heavenly soul is a rarity, perhaps only one in a million can achieve it. Among those present, aside from the alchemists who have attained the rank of master alchemist, those who have reached the heavenly soul realm are few and far between. Alas, I should have anticipated this. Such profound soul attack techniques would undoubtedly demand an exceptionally high spiritual realm from the practitioners. Sighed a semi-saint whose spiritual realm had merely reached the mid-phase of the soul realm. Is the heavenly soul truly not that difficult? On the side of Xiankongzi, upon hearing Duan San's introduction, his eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of amusement gracing his features. It seems that the soul destruction spear is destined to belong to my pill tower. An elder beside Xiankongzi also stroked his beard and chuckled. At this moment, those who could still laugh were predominantly those who met the cultivation requirements for the soul destruction spear. Consequently, the number of bidders in this final round was quite limited. As the discussions among the crowd began to wane, Duan San slowly lowered his raised hand and proclaimed, "Ahem, I shall say no more. Now, let the bidding commence." With the conclusion of Duan San's words, the cacophony in the square swiftly dissipated. A scroll of beginner-level heavenly stage finger techniques, coupled with an 8-color Dan Lei grade 8 elixir, a scroll of beginner-level heavenly stage palm techniques, 2 scrolls of beginner-level heavenly stage techniques. The appearance of the mid-level heavenly stage technique, the soul destruction spear, saw the bidding commence with the first bidder, who consistently offered the same level of heavenly stage techniques, alongside numerous precious elixirs, and soon, the price surpassed that of the previous auction for the Great Transformation Palm. Such fierce bidding had not been witnessed in Central State for nearly a century. A grade 9 bowed in. When the bidding began to slow, Xiankongzi's voice rang out. Grade 9 elixirs are far more precious than ordinary heavenly stage techniques. Over the years, grade 9 elixirs have become nearly extinct. It is astonishing that the Pill Tower could so readily produce one. If such an elixir, capable of enhancing strength, were to circulate, it could drive most Dousheng experts into a frenzy. Upon hearing Xiankongzi's bid, the crowd in the square felt the Pill Tower's profound resources. Notably, Duan San's reaction to Xiankongzi's offered price was rather muted. He clearly remembered that many years ago, this mid-level heavenly stage soul attack technique had been purchased by Liuyun for a grade 9 elixir at a spatial trading fair. Thus, selling it now would necessitate at least a modest profit. Mid-level heavenly stage technique, the soul-devouring palm. Just as Duan San furrowed his brow, a commanding voice finally relieved his tension. The value of the mid-level heavenly stage palm technique was undoubtedly higher than that of the grade 9 bowed in. Hearing this voice, Xiankongzi and his companions frowned. The grade 9 bowed in was practically their most treasured elixir, a priceless antique accumulated over countless years. It would be nearly impossible to produce something of greater value than that grade 9 bowed in. As the highest bid thus far remained, the mid-level heavenly stage technique. The soul-devouring palm, Duan San began his final inquiry as the crowd fell silent. It was unexpected to witness 2 mid-level heavenly stage techniques emerge. This auction by the Tiandi Alliance might not be surpassed for a century. It is destined to leave a significant mark in the annals of Central State's history. However, the final item is somewhat undervalued. There exists a discernible disparity between soul attack techniques and palm techniques. Amidst the fragmented whispers of discussion, Duan San had already posed his inquiry for the 3rd time, and during this process, no one dared to raise their bid again. Evidently, 1 mid-level heavenly stage palm technique had reached their limits. Of course, it does not exclude the possibility that some individuals could produce more valuable treasures. Yet they would still be unable to meet the cultivation requirements for the mid-level heavenly stage technique, the soul destruction spear, since no one else is willing to raise their bid. The winner of this round of bidding is the friend who offered for the mid-level heavenly stage technique, the soul-devouring palm. Duan San announced loudly as he struck the wooden hammer in his hand. Shortly thereafter, one among the 8 Dousheng experts swiftly navigated through the crowd to the auction stage, presenting a crimson scroll in exchange for the soul destruction spear technique scroll. Simultaneously, Liuyun, seated atop the floating stone platform above the auction stage, received a notification from a system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully auctioning the mid-level heavenly stage soul attack technique, the Soul Destruction Spear. You have received a 10,000-fold return, acquiring the Supreme Soul Attack Technique, the Wind of Death. The Supreme Soul Attack Technique, the Wind of Death, has been dispatched to the system space. Please check your collection, host. Hearing the system's notification, Liuyun was overwhelmed with joy. This supreme rank was likely even superior to the supreme rank of the Divine Elephant Body. In the next moment, Liuyun's consciousness plunged into the system space, where he found, at the center of the space, alongside the diamond-shaped Emperor's Soul Crystal, a mass of equally immense dark substance. At first glance, the surface of this substantial dark mass appeared to possess numerous whirlpools. Merely gazing upon it made Liuyun feel as though his soul were on the verge of being drawn in. Is this dark substance the Wind of Death? The Supreme Soul Attack Technique? It appears that a scroll is no longer necessary. Does this imply that as long as I can refine this dark substance, I shall learn the Wind of Death? However, this dark substance will likely not be easy to refine. For now, it is contained within the system space. But in the external world, merely a glance could inflict harm upon one's soul. Understanding the terrifying nature of this dark substance, Liuyun decided against attempting to manipulate it for the time being. Perhaps once his soul power breaks through to the Emperor realm, he may dare to refine it. Exiting the system space, Liuyun noticed that, following the conclusion of the Soul Destruction Spears auction, the crowd in the square had diminished by more than half, with the remaining individuals gradually retreating. Post-auction affairs did not warrant much of Liuyun's attention. He entrusted everything to Duan San, a cunning individual, to handle. He himself, accompanied by Hai Buodong, Chu Ming, and Chu Donghai, returned to the Tianyi Alliance's main hall, then opened a void gate to return to the Tianyo realm. In the Tianyo realm, with the addition of the 5-star Dosheng expert Huang Tian and several newly ascended Doshengs, the area had expanded significantly, doubling in size compared to before. With this expansion, individuals within could cultivate without excessive concern. Upon his return, Liuyun took 1,000 pieces of the half-zhong-sized Earth Heart Jade Mother from the system space and laid them down to form the flooring of the Wanyao Palace's lower level. The pressing matter at hand is to refine the Emperor's Soul Crystal to achieve a breakthrough to the Emperor realm of the soul. Other affairs can be managed by my clone, sitting cross-legged upon the flooring made of these 1,000 pieces of Earth Heart Jade Mother. Liuyun quickly prepared for the tasks ahead. In the next moment, as Liuyun's thoughts focused, the space around him distorted violently, and his clone descended before him. The two swiftly exchanged various items before the clone departed. After the clone's departure, Liuyun retrieved the enormous Emperor's Soul Crystal from the system space. As the colossal diamond-shaped crystal, measuring 10 zhong, materialized before Liuyun, the flow of time within 100 zhong of his body surged dramatically, reaching over 20 times that of the outside world. Liuyun sat cross-legged, conjuring intricate and arcane seals with his hands. In the next moment, a massive soul entity, identical to Liuyun and towering 3 zhong, emerged between him and the diamond crystal. This soul entity was not a mere projection conjured by Liuyun, but rather the essence of his true soul. In the following instant, this grand soul entity began to shrink in stature until it matched the size of a diamond mirror surface atop the Imperial Soul Crystal. Once diminished, Liuyun's soul approached the crystal's impeccably smooth surface. With a dazzling flash of white light, Liuyun's soul vanished mysteriously. Suddenly, within a realm brimming with transparent energy orbs, Liuyun's soul entity appeared abruptly. The surrounding transparent matter harbored an immense reservoir of soul power. The vast soul energy permeating this world was as unfathomable as the ocean, rendering even Liuyun's consummate soul, at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, seemingly insignificant. It appeared that absorbing the soul essence from this Imperial Soul Crystal would require an extensive period. After observing for a brief moment, Liuyun's soul entity settled amidst the accumulation of soul essence. As he executed his hand seals, the overwhelming soul energy around him, as if ensnared by a mighty force, began to coalesce into colossal pillars of soul energy, each towering 100 zhong, continuously crashing against Liuyun's being. Although the quantity of soul essence within the Imperial Soul Crystal was substantial, its purity was extraordinary, requiring no refining. Direct absorption would suffice to enhance his own soul. Thus, Liuyun was confident that he could fully absorb this soul essence within 2 months. As Liuyun's absorption proceeded, akin to a leviathan devouring its prey, the pressure emanating from his soul intensified, the surging soul power gradually aligning him with the legendary realm. Chapter 592, Strategy. Cultivating Powerhouses. Meanwhile, as Liuyun's main body refined the Imperial Soul Crystal, his avatar summoned 3 individuals, Wuming, Qifeng, and Huahua. Greetings, Master. The trio approached Liuyun's avatar. Bowing respectfully, after receiving numerous techniques, elixirs, and combat skills from Liuyun, and having cultivated diligently in the Tianyo realm, they had made significant advancements. Wuming and Qifeng had successfully ascended to the rank of Dozun, while Huahua had transcended the limitations of her bloodline, evolving into a formidable 8th-tier magical beast. Upon surveying their progress, Liuyun issued a command. The purpose of this gathering is to assign you a task. Please give your orders, Master. Wuming and the others responded in unison. In the next instant, Liuyun produced 3 spatial rings, tossing one to each of them. Within your rings, there are a total of 10,000 soul infant demon trees. In the time to come, you 3 must personally plant these trees evenly along the periphery of the Tianyo realm. Go now. Liuyun elaborated on their mission. Rest assured, we shall accomplish the task. Upon hearing Liuyun's directive, the trio respectfully retreated and swiftly made their way to the edge of the Tianyo realm. After instructing Wuming, Qifeng, and Huahua to plant the soul infant demon trees, Liuyun summoned Lin Hai. Greetings, Master. Lin Hai approached Liuyun, bowing deeply in reverence. Lin Hai, I have called upon you to organize personnel to establish an academy within the Tianyo realm. The academy should feature 3,000 cultivation chambers, each embedded with 3 pieces of earth core jade. Liuyun outlined his plans, handing Lin Hai a spatial ring containing the remaining 9,000 pieces of earth core jade and various precious construction materials. Lin Hai accepted the ring, glanced inside, and quickly nodded. Rest assured, Master, I will expedite the construction of the academy. Very well, you may leave. Liuyun gestured for Lin Hai to depart. Your subordinate takes leave. Lin Hai, bearing the ring given by Liuyun, swiftly exited the area. The recent auction had yielded an abundance of treasures, enough to be described as a mountainous accumulation. While many of these treasures no longer held significant value for Liuyun, there were nonetheless precious cultivation resources for others. Among them, the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits could greatly enhance even a 5-star dose saint like Huang Tian. Yet, Liuyun intended to give him not just 1, but 10, to assess how many of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits he could refine. After contemplating for a moment, Liuyun summoned the 2 most powerful beings within the Tianyo realm. These 2 were none other than Huang Tian and Tianyo, both 5-star dose saints, capable of standing amongst the ancient imperial clans. Master, have you summoned us for a task? The 2 formidable magical beast experts bowed respectfully to Liuyun. There is indeed a plan, but it does not involve you both undertaking a task. Rather, it is to formulate your cultivation plans moving forward. Liuyun replied, nodding at their inquiry. Subsequently, Liuyun gently brushed his hand over the spatial ring, causing 10 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits to levitate before him. Huang Tian, you should be quite familiar with these. Liuyun spoke calmly. Upon seeing the 10 fruits, Huang Tian's pupils dilated in astonishment. 10 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits. These have not appeared in ages. I've only seen them in ancient texts. I never imagined your methods to be so formidable, Master, to acquire them all at once. Huang Tian expressed his admiration with a face full of reverence. Ah, merely 10 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits. No need for such astonishment. Liuyun chuckled lightly at Huang Tian's words of adulation and continued. Can you refine all 10 of these? What? Do you mean for me to refine all of these Dragon Phoenix origin fruits? Huang Tian responded, astonished, before quickly replying to Liuyun. Master, although I have now reached the 5-star dose saint level, these Dragon Phoenix origin fruits will still greatly benefit me. They can not only facilitate further evolution of my bloodline, but also rapidly accumulate the energy necessary for breakthroughs. If I can completely refine all 10, my cultivation could potentially ascend to the 7-star dose saint level. Huang Tian exclaimed with excitement. 7-star dose saint. Liuyun was internally shaken by Huang Tian's analysis. Initially, he had anticipated that with Huang Tian's cultivation, refining the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits would elevate his power to the 6-star dose saint level. But he never expected the possibility of reaching the 7-star dose saint tier. Given Huang Tian's magical beast constitution, coupled with the recent progress made in cultivating the supreme combat technique, the divine elephant body, attaining the 7-star dose saint level would place him beyond the reach of even the 8-star dose saints. At that point, only a handful of individuals in the entire Douqi Continent could hope to rival him. Excellent. Since you possess such confidence, hasten to cultivate with these Dragon Phoenix origin fruits. Liuyun urged. Your subordinate obeys. Huang Tian replied respectfully, swiftly collecting the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits and heading towards his secluded training quarters. After Huang Tian departed, Liuyun turned his gaze towards Tian Yo, whose eyes burned with anticipation, and slowly inquired, Tian Yo, do the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits hold any significance for you? Master, although the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit is cultivated from the bloodlines of the Celestial Phoenix clan and the Primordial Dragon clan, its essence remains a potent energy capable of refining one's body. Therefore, I should be able to absorb most of its energy. Moreover, the resistance to absorbing this energy is not as formidable as that encountered when ingesting medicinal pills. Even with continuous consumption, the efficacy will not diminish too rapidly. Tian Yo responded respectfully to Liuyun's inquiry, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes, evidently believing that Liuyun had already given all the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits to Huang Tian, who was better suited to refine and absorb their power. Since you can absorb it, then take these 10 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits and give it a try. Upon hearing Tian Yo's explanation, Liuyun once again retrieved 10 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits from his spatial ring. Master, weren't those 10 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits meant for Huang Tian? Tian Yo exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the 10 floating fruits before him. Do not doubt. I have plenty of these fruits at my disposal. As long as your strength can be enhanced, feel free to come to me for as many as you desire. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. Tian Yo bowed deeply, overwhelmed with excitement. Hold your gratitude for a moment. Here is a scroll of combat techniques for you to examine as well. Liuyun produced a scroll from his spatial ring, which contained the supreme combat technique, Abyssal Reincarnation Palm, returned from the auction. Liuyun, not intending to cultivate himself for the time being, decided to let Tian Yo learn this technique to bolster his arsenal. Thank you for your nurturing, Master. I shall not let you down. Tian Yo's gratitude for Liuyun deepened upon hearing his words. Enough of such formalities between us, my loyal servant. Liuyun waved his hand. Take these items to your retreat and digest them. Yes. Tian Yo responded respectfully, then with a wave of his hand, collected the 10 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits along with the scroll of the supreme technique, Abyssal Reincarnation Palm, before departing from Liuyun's presence. With the strongest 2 forces now arranged, Liuyun's next destination was the entrance to the underground ice chamber established by Haibo Dong. Upon sensing Liuyun's arrival, the meditating Haibo Dong swiftly emerged from the ice chamber. Alliance leader, do you require my assistance? Haibo Zong in Quit Zet Pet Fun. Casting a glance at Haibo Dong, Liuyun noted that despite only a brief time since returning from the Ming Snake Earth Veins, Haibo Dong had already thoroughly stabilized his rank as a 2-star docent. Liuyun couldn't help but marvel at this. Liuyun then directly asked Haibo Dong, I have come to inquire whether you plan to cultivate in this Tian Yo realm or venture beneath the 9 Nether Yellow Springs for further exploration. In response to the Alliance leader, the chill energy presently within the 9 Nether Yellow Springs will not expedite my cultivation in short term. It would be ideal if I could discover even more powerful cold energy. Haibo Zong Zet Puna Auset Stili. Very well, in that case, I shall have the Magic Eagle escort you. Understanding Haibo Dong's intentions, Liuyun swiftly made his decision. Soon, Haibo Dong, accompanied by the Magic Eagle, was transported to the depths of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs via the Void Burrowing Beast, after which the Magic Eagle returned through the portal to the Tian Yo realm. Having organized most of his formidable subordinates, Liuyun's next destination was the Celestial Phoenix clan. Since their leader Huang Tian was defeated by Liuyun and the puppet seed was planted in the Tian Yo realm, the members of the Celestial Phoenix clan had gradually settled down under the reassurance of the trio, Phoenix, Cohen Phoenix, and Eagle Phoenix, accepting the reality of Huang Tian's disappearance. On this day, in the expansive plain that once belonged to Huang Tian's retreat, the 3 Celestial Phoenixes awaited the arrival as per Liuyun's instructions. Additionally, under Liuyun's guidance, they brought along 100 of their strongest clan members, all of whom had reached the high-level Dozun rank, including several semi-holy warriors and numerous peak 9-star Dozun warriors. What could the 3 old fellows want by gathering us here? Pondered one elder of semi-holy strength from the Celestial Phoenix clan, feeling somewhat perplexed. He had observed the actions of the 3 Celestial Phoenixes during their previous encounter, noting their hesitance to assist their leader during the invasion, which had left a poor impression of them in his mind. He even suspected that the 3 had colluded with the enemy to harm their leader. However, aside from this elder, the other elders did not entertain such thoughts. And given that the 3 Celestial Phoenixes were currently the strongest force in the clan, few dared to oppose them. Under the gazes of the 3 Celestial Phoenixes and the multitude of Celestial Phoenix clan warriors, a purple light suddenly illuminated the center of the plain. Then, A young figure materialized at the center of the purple circle. It's him, the giant who defeated our leader. Is the Supreme Elder gathering us here to await this person? As Liuyun appeared, expressions of dread spread across the faces of the 100 Celestial Phoenix clan warriors. They had witnessed firsthand how the giant form Liuyun had taken, in collaboration with another formidable beast saint, had besieged their leader Huang Tian, ultimately leading to his demise, even taking his corpse away. Supreme Elders, how could you know this villain would arrive today? Is he intent on utterly annihilating our clan? Supreme Elders, this matter concerns our clan's very survival. Please organize everyone to form the clan's great protective formation at once. Observing the unusually agitated reactions of the Celestial Phoenix clan warriors, Liuyun spoke plainly. Your 3 Supreme Elders have already pledged their allegiance to me. My purpose here today is to demand the complete submission of all members of the Celestial Phoenix clan. Should anyone dare to defy me, the consequences will be dire. The 3 Celestial Phoenixes echoed in unison. As their voices faded, the space around them suddenly warped violently, enveloping everyone within a thick barrier of spatial energy. Upon hearing the words of the 3 Celestial Phoenixes, the anger and fear of the 100 warriors reached a breaking point. Supreme Elders, I never imagined you would truly betray our clan. One semi-holy elder pointed an accusing finger at Phoenix, exclaiming in rage. Your actions render you unworthy of burial in the ancestral grounds. Elder Huang Wei speaks the truth. The 3 Supreme Elders have succumbed to temptation and betrayed our clan. We cannot allow this villain to succeed. Yes, let us resist to the end. The words of the semi-holy elder, Huang Wei, successfully rallied a handful of supporters. However, it was merely 7 or 8 individuals. The remaining 90 or so, upon realizing the surrounding space had been sealed, stood in silence, their resolve wavering. If even the Do Saint rank Supreme Elders had chosen to surrender, what reason did they have to continue resisting? Next, I will temporarily seal your cultivation. And after a ceremony is conducted, your freedom will be restored. Phoenix's cold voice resonated within the confines of the spatial barrier. Seal our cultivation? Upon hearing Phoenix's words, the previously silent 90 warriors began to grow anxious. Yet, the 3 Celestial Phoenixes and Liuyun provided no opportunity for discussion or reaction, directly targeting those nearest to them. In mere moments, more than half of the 100 warriors fell under the control of Liuyun and the 3 Celestial Phoenixes. We shall fight, even if it costs us our lives. We must reveal the true nature of the 3 Supreme Elders' betrayal to the rest of our kin. As he beheld the unfolding events, Huang Wei clenched his teeth, and a tempest of energy surged violently within him. You wish to self-destruct before me? You are but a fledgling. Just as Huang Wei made his move, the foremost of the 3 Celestial Phoenixes, the Phoenix, instantly sensed his disturbance. In a flash, she appeared before him, her finger, imbued with a peculiar power, pressing against his brow. Under this singular touch, the tumultuous energy within Huang Wei was swiftly quelled before a 2-star Do Saint. Even a half-saint like Huang Wei was utterly powerless. Once Huang Wei was subdued, the other powerful members of the Celestial Phoenix clan relinquished their resistance, accepting their fates of being sealed. In no time, the 100-strong members of the Celestial Phoenix clan present were subdued by Phoenix, Kuan Phoenix, and Eagle Phoenix. Witnessing this scene, Liuyun wasted no time. A surge of soul energy erupted from him, as he began to employ the ancient puppet technique on each of the now defenseless Celestial Phoenix clan warriors. This group was designated by Liuyun to receive the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, and by refining these fruits, it was highly probable that they would all ascend to the ranks of Do Saints. Naturally, such power must be entirely under Liuyun's control, and the ancient puppet technique was the most secure method. With Liuyun's current soul power, it took but a little over 2 days to plant puppet seeds in all of them, even with the number reaching 100. After controlling this 100 individuals, Liuyun directly produced a spatial ring and tossed it to Phoenix. Phoenix, heed my words. Within this ring lie 106 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits. Each of you from the 3 Celestial Phoenixes shall take one, and the remainder shall be distributed among these 100 individuals, instructing them to enter seclusion and refine the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits. Liuyun commanded. Hearing his words, Phoenix bowed respectfully and replied, I shall obey the master's orders. After responding to Liuyun, Phoenix swiftly distributed the remaining 104 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, subsequently retracting the spatial barrier encompassing this realm. Simultaneously, Liuyun summoned the void burrowing beast, opening a portal to the void, swiftly departing from the location. The Celestial Phoenix clan began to experience considerable unrest. as a large number of elder-level powerhouses had been summoned and had yet to return after 3 days. Many could no longer suppress their curiosity and rush to the plain, only to find a vast and twisted spatial barrier shielding their perception. This barrier began to dissipate only when Liuyun had left, revealing the 103 figures within as the warped space returned to normal. The clan elder's secret meeting. What brings you here? As the spatial barrier faded, a crisp yet authoritative female voice resonated in the ears of every Celestial Phoenix clan member present. Upon hearing this voice, the newcomers displayed expressions of utmost respect. In the next moment, a multitude of voices filled the air, pleading for forgiveness. Please forgive us, esteemed elder. We were merely concerned that something might occur. We were unaware that a clan elders meeting was taking place here. Should we have disturbed it, I willingly accept punishment. Please, esteemed elder, impose your judgment. Upon hearing their explanations, Phoenix's expression softened, and she promptly announced a decree. From this day forth, all clan members are forbidden from venturing outside. Our Celestial Phoenix clan shall remain isolated from the outside world for a time. Furthermore, all elders participating in this meeting shall enter seclusion, and only upon their emergence shall our Celestial Phoenix clan reappear in the world. We shall honor the esteemed elder's command and disseminate the word immediately. The group responded respectfully to Phoenix before hastily departing the plane. Subsequently, including the 3 Celestial Phoenixes, the 103 powerful members of the Celestial Phoenix clan sought out secluded locations, preparing to refine the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits. This time, Liuyun did not distribute in excess of Dragon Phoenix origin fruits. He selected only the most formidable elders of the Celestial Phoenix clan for experimentation. If even this group failed to successfully refine the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, it would be even less likely for the other clan members to succeed. After leaving the territory of the Celestial Phoenix clan, Liuyun appeared in other regions of the Beast Domain. Currently, the 3 major families of the Monster Realm, the Celestial Phoenix clan and the 9 Nether Serpent clan, were already under Liuyun's control, leaving only the Taishu Ancient Dragon clan. The Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, which were birthed from the bloodlines of the ancient dragons and celestial phoenixes, had an exceedingly low probability of growing. These fruits possessed the ability to transform the bloodlines of the ancient dragons or celestial phoenixes, allowing one to embody the strengths of both, ultimately attaining the true bloodline of the Monster King. The bloodline of the Taishu Ancient Dragon clan, much like that of the Celestial Phoenix clan, could also evolve and enhance its power through the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits. Thus, Liuyun's next destination was the Dragon Island of the Taishu Ancient Dragon clan. Having gleaned the memories of the 3 Celestial Phoenixes and others, Liuyun found it effortless to ascertain the location of Dragon Island. After sorting out the routes from his memories, he tore through space and entered the void. The pitch-black void was a perilous realm even for Dozun powerhouses. Yet for Liuyun, it posed little challenge. Not long ago, Liuyun's avatar, strength had also ascended to 2-star Dose Saint, with an array of methods at his disposal. He was capable of overwhelming ordinary 4-star Dose Saints, and even 5-star Dose Saints could not completely defeat him. After traversing the void for 2 days, the monotony of blackness finally faded from Liuyun's vision, as a glimmer of light appeared before him. Moving forward, the outline of a massive island emerged in his sight. This island was vast, and above it hung a faint silver bowl-shaped dome of light, enveloping the entire island. However, beyond this dome, the surrounding void remained dark and chillingly desolate. The Taishu Ancient Dragon clan, renowned for their ancient lineage, displayed a grandiosity far surpassing that of the other 2 major monster clans. Liuyun mused as he beheld the scene before him. Though the island's area may not compare to the expanses opened by ancient Dose Saint powerhouses, its seclusion was unparalleled. The void, boundless and fraught with peril, was a realm even though Zun powerhouses dared not recklessly intrude upon. Establishing their habitat here guaranteed extreme safety. Chapter 595, Entering East Dragon Island. A transaction. From Liuyun's memories, the Taishu Ancient Dragon clan possessed an innate ability to wield spatial power and had long been adversaries of the ancient Celestial Phoenix clan. Following the latter's disappearance, the Taishu Ancient Dragon clan had ascended as the undisputed rulers of the monster realm, having once preyed upon the Celestial Phoenix clan. However, with the disappearance of the Dragon Emperor Zhu Kuan, they fractured into 4 factions, resulting in the division of Dragon Island into East Dragon Island, South Dragon Island, West Dragon Island, and North Dragon Island. Among these 4 islands, aside from East Dragon Island, the other 3 had already seen powerful individuals bearing royal bloodlines establish themselves as kings, known as the South Dragon King, West Dragon King, and North Dragon King, each having reached the late stages of 3-star Do Saint. Among the 4 Dragon Islands, East Dragon Island was the weakest, with its strongest elder possessing only mid-level 2-star Do Saint strength. At this moment, Liuyun's first destination was this weakest East Dragon Island. However, Liuyun did not opt to charge into Dragon Island alone. Instead, he left behind a portal to the void in the same location before instantly arriving in the Tianyo realm. Although just a few days had passed since Liuyun, Avatar, left due to the accelerated flow of time in the Tianyo realm, nearly a month had elapsed. On the outskirts of the Tianyo realm, peculiar silver-gray saplings had been planted, all of which Liuyun had instructed Wu Ming, Chi Foam, and Hua Hu to cultivate the sole infant demon trees. In the relatively peripheral region of the Tianyo realm, a colossal university covering an expanse of 10,000 acres is rapidly taking shape. Chu Ming, Chu Donghai, and a few others occasionally visit this institution, bestowing certain architectural seals upon its structures. Upon returning to the Tianyo realm, Liuyun discovered that Chu Ming and Chu Donghai were not currently in seclusion. So he summoned all 3 of them. Leader, Master. Upon receiving Liuyun's soul transmission, Chu Ming, Chu Donghai, and Tianyo instantly appeared before him. Seeing that the 3 had arrived, Liuyun candidly stated, "I have gathered you 3 to accompany me to the legendary Dragon Island, home of the ancient Tai Su Dragon Clan." The Tai Su Dragon Clan, is that not reputed to be the foremost among the 3 great clans of the Beast Realm? What business does the leader have there? Are we to engage in battle with the Tai Su Dragon Clan? Chu Ming and Chu Donghai speculated among themselves upon hearing Liuyun's words. The next moment, Chu Ming directly inquired, "Leader, what is your intention in visiting the Tai Su Dragon Clan?" "To subjugate the Tai Su Dragon Clan. Should they resist, we shall suppress them directly," Liuyun replied nonchalantly. Subjugate the Tai Su Dragon Clan. At Liuyun's declaration, both Chu Ming and Chu Donghai gasped in astonishment. Tianyo, however, remained relatively unfazed, having previously participated in a fierce battle against the Tianyao Phoenix clan alongside Liuyun, where the 2 of them single-handedly vanquished all the elite forces the Phoenix clan could muster. Let us proceed. The Tai Su Dragon Clan no longer possesses the strength of your. As he spoke, Liuyun directly transported the group to the location of a void gate, left in the void space with the aid of the void escaping beast. It turned out that the Tai Su Dragon Clan had always resided within the void space, which explained why the world had so little knowledge of them. Chu Ming gazed at the surrounding darkness, his heart filled with awe as he spoke. Chu Donghai's eyes were drawn to a distant glimmer of light, and he murmured, "Is that the Dragon Island? Such grandeur. They truly live as a family in this perilous void space." By the time Chu Ming, Chu Donghai, and Tianyo comprehended the situation, Liuyun had already assigned them their forthcoming tasks. "Shortly, we shall journey to Dragon Island. Guming, Chu Dongye. You 2 will be responsible for intercepting any ordinary Tai Su Dragon Clan members attempting to flee. Tianyo, you will handle those at the Dosheng level." In response to Liuyun's directives, the 3 nodded solemnly. The next moment, 4 figures surged toward the distant light with incredible speed. As they drew closer to the light, the group beheld a vast, bowl-shaped silver luminescence. Within it lay an expansive island suspended in the void space, complete with mountains and lakes. The silver luminescence enveloping ancient Dragon Island was not a protective barrier, and Liuyun's party easily traversed through it. Thus, they encountered no delay. Soaring directly into the skies above ancient Dragon Island, countless members of the Tai Su Dragon Clan, sensing the powerful auras approaching, soon beheld the 4 figures standing in the sky. Who are these individuals daring to intrude upon our East Dragon Island? The onlookers speculated, noting that the formidable presence of the newcomers seemed to rival that of their 3rd elder. Could they be reinforcements summoned from other Dragon Islands? Given that the Tai Su Dragon Clan had not ventured outside in quite some time, the clan members of East Dragon Island instinctively thought their adversaries hailed from one of the other 3 major Dragon Islands. Amidst the tense gazes and murmurs, a white-clad figure emerged from within a towering mountain on Dragon Island. This elder, his eyes wary, regarded Liuyun's group and spoke slowly. "I am Zhu Li, the 3rd elder of East Dragon Island. What brings you to our territory?" "We have come to East Dragon Island today to propose a transaction. Please summon your Grand Elder," Liuyun asserted. Zhu Li's brow furrowed at the mention of the Grand Elder, for both the Grand Elder and the 2nd Elder were currently in seclusion. "Esteemed guest, it may not be convenient for the Grand Elder to appear. If you have matters to discuss, I am more than willing to converse with you." Zhu Li hesitated, unwilling to disturb their seclusion. If you refuse to summon him, I shall take matters into my own hands. Liuyun, lacking patience for Zhu Li's hesitation, clenched his fist and struck toward a towering peak atop Dragon Island. Boom! With Liuyun's punch, a mountain thousands of feet tall was instantaneously obliterated, causing the ground of the entire Dragon Island to tremble violently. Several nearby members of the Tai Su Dragon clan coughed up blood from the residual shockwave. Witnessing the sheer might of Liuyun's casual strike, Zhu Li's expression turned exceedingly grim. It appeared that if the Grand Elder and the Second Elder remained absent, East Dragon Island would face dire consequences. Please, esteemed guest, hold your hand. I shall fetch the Grand Elder and Second Elder immediately. Understanding that Liuyun's group had not yet revealed any intent to kill, Zhu Li aimed to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. The next moment, Zhu Li produced a golden jade talisman and shattered it. As the talisman broke, a faint thread of golden blood dissipated into the air. No sooner had the golden blood vanished than two elderly figures with white hair and piercing gazes materialized beside Zhu Li. Third Elder. Who are those for? What business do they have with East Dragon Island? One of the elder figures, leaning on a dragon-shaped cane, inquired gravely upon noticing Liuyun's party. Grand Elder, these unknown individuals possess formidable strength and have requested your presence for a transaction. Zhu Li conveyed through a mental transmission. A transaction? The Grand Elder of the Tai Su Dragon clan, his murky eyes filled with astonishment, responded, Esteemed friends, I am Qin Shan of East Dragon Island. To what transaction do you wish to propose? He spoke with a tone of gravity. Liuyun, Haibo Dong, and Chu Ming's powers were evident to him. However, the one with red hair, Tian Niu, emanated an aura that instilled fear even in him. This matter requires a private discussion. Liuyun stepped forward, swiftly closing the distance to a mere 10 meters from Qin Shan. Seeing Liuyun approach, Zhu Li and the Second Elder immediately assumed defensive postures. Step aside. I wish to speak with this friend privately. Qin Shan frowned, gesturing for them to leave. There's no need for that. You three may listen in. Liuyun casually waved his hand. With that, Liuyun swiftly executed several hand seals, creating a Tenjong-sized distorted spatial barrier that enveloped all four of them. Realizing that Liuyun had merely utilized spatial power to seal off the area, the Grand Elder Qin Shan, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder Zhu Li observed him quietly, refraining from any impulsive actions, as they believed that such a spatial barrier could be traversed with ease. Liuyun, however, did not intend to restrain them with the barrier. He merely sought to isolate the area from the outside world, ensuring that their discussion remained discreet. Once the spatial barrier was established, Liuyun directly addressed the three elders, esteemed elders of East Dragon Island. The Tai Su Dragon clan is currently in disarray, with the three dragon kings vying for power. Would you not wish to alter this predicament? Alter this predicament? It appears you possess an extensive understanding of the current state of our ancient Void Dragon clan. Your aura is not that of a beast, but rather of a pure human. How is it that a mere human is privy to the circumstances surrounding our esteemed clan? After Liuyun uttered those words, the three astute elders refrained from providing a direct response. Instead, they incessantly posed questions in an attempt to extract the information they sought from him. It seems you intend to forsake an opportunity that could unify the ancient Void Dragon clan once more. Observing their reactions, Liuyun expressed his disappointment. What do you mean by that? The Second Elder of the ancient Void Dragon clan inquired, his patience wearing thin. Haha, esteemed elders. Do you recall the catalyst that led to the fragmentation of the ancient Void Dragon clan? Liuyun chuckled lightly. At his words, the expressions of Qin Shan, Zhu Li, and the Second Elder grew exceedingly grave, their silence palpable. Since you are reluctant to speak, allow me to assist in rekindling your memories. The reason your clan is currently in such a state of decline and has splintered into 4 factions is due to the sudden disappearance of your once mighty Dragon Emperor, who possessed unparalleled power. In the absence of any other royal bloodlines within the clan, it has inevitably led those with collateral royal blood to entertain nefarious thoughts. Liuyun divulged some of the clan's secrets in one breath. Upon hearing his revelations, the astonishment in the eyes of Qin Shan, Zhu Li, and the Second Elder intensified. Most members of the ancient Void Dragon clan were oblivious to these secrets, known only to those who lived through that era or to certain prominent figures within the clan. Yet Liuyun, an outsider, articulated them with clarity. How do you know of these matters? Qin Shan's voice suddenly dripped with a chilling undertone. In his view, Liuyun's extensive knowledge could only stem from one of 2 possibilities. Either a high-ranking member of the ancient Void Dragon clan had betrayed their kin and disclosed such information to Liuyun, or a high-ranking member had met an untimely fate and was coerced by Liuyun into revealing these truths. Whichever the case, both scenarios incited immense ire within Qingshan. There are few things in this world that I am unaware of. Sensing the frost in Qingshan's tone, Liuyun maintained his composure and replied, I even know that you have a kin with true royal blood wandering in the outside world. What? A kin with true royal blood roaming free? This is impossible. If the ancient Void Dragon clan truly had any royal bloodline remaining, we would have located it by now. What you speak of, how can we ascertain its veracity? Where's this royal bloodline? Liuyun understood that the elders of East Dragon Island were uninterested in vying for power. They had been patiently awaiting the emergence of a true royal bloodline to support in elevating that individual as the new Dragon Emperor. Thus, he had anticipated their reaction upon making this statement. Indeed, there exists a royal bloodline that has yet to be activated, which is why you have not sensed it. Liuyun elaborated amidst their skeptical voices. Moreover, the bearer of this royal bloodline is none other than the long-lost daughter of your Dragon Emperor. What? The daughter of our esteemed Dragon Emperor. Upon hearing Liuyun's final words, Qingshan, Zhuli, and the second elder felt their hearts race uncontrollably. Speak. What do you wish to achieve by revealing this to us? State your conditions, and if it is within our power, we shall fulfill them. Qingshan, a perceptive individual, recognized that Liuyun's reluctance to disclose everything at once was a tactic to negotiate terms in exchange for something from the ancient Void Dragon clan. Haha, Qingshan, do not be hasty. First, behold what this is. As he spoke, a fruit, roughly the size of a palm, materialized in the palm of Liuyun's hand. This fruit shimmered in hues of gold and purple, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that the golden half intricately twisted into a representation of a diminutive ancient void dragon, while the purple half depicted an ancient phoenix soaring gracefully. The dragon phoenix origin fruit. Upon witnessing the dual-colored fruit in Liuyun's grasp, Qingshan trembled with excitement. Zhuli and the second elder displayed similar reactions, mouths agape, at a loss for words. Elder, is this truly the dragon phoenix origin fruit? Zhuli questioned, unable to believe his own words. Indeed, this is the dragon phoenix origin fruit. Such a treasure, if one of our kin can successfully refine it, will undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of supreme beings, making the unification of the 4 Dragon Islands a trivial endeavor. Qingshan affirmed with unwavering confidence. After stating this, his gaze fixated intently upon Liuyun, brimming with expectation as he inquired, the transaction you seek with us revolves around this dragon phoenix origin fruit, does it not? As long as you can bestow this dragon phoenix origin fruit upon our clan, feel free to voice any demands. Qingshan added, I require that the ancient Void Dragon clan henceforth heeds my command and fights on my behalf. At this moment, Liuyun finally articulated his true intentions. Following his declaration, the reactions of Qingshan and the others were vehement. As the foremost family in the beast world, they carried their own pride. Our clan has endured thousands of years of glory. How can it be jeopardized in an instant? You expect me to have my clan heed your command for a mere dragon phoenix origin fruit? Your ambitions seem rather grand. This is a proposition I, Qingshan, shall not concede. What if I present you with 9 more? Observing Qingshan, Zhuli, and the second elder's responses, Liuyun smiled, and with a mere thought, conjured 9 additional dragon phoenix origin fruits, bringing the total to 10. 10 dragon phoenix origin fruits. Such a treasure has only been recorded 5 times throughout history. Yet he has managed to present 10 in one go. Should all 10 be successfully refined, our clan could potentially gain 10 supreme beings. However, as they gazed upon the 10 dragon phoenix origin fruits hovering before Liuyun, an unmistakable yearning filled their eyes. Yet, the thought of Liuyun's demands caused them to hesitate. What are you 3 hesitating for? Noting their indecision, Liuyun clarified, when I request your obedience, I do not intend to enslave you. Our relationship shall resemble that of an alliance, with me as the leader and you as my allies, fighting alongside me. Alliance, leader? Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Qingshan's eyes suddenly brightened, and his resolve began to waver. Compared to acquiring these 10 dragon phoenix origin fruits, what harm could there be in having the clan join him in battle a few times? After a moment of contemplation, Qingshan reached a decision. Very well, I agree. Having made up his mind, Qingshan declared loudly to Liuyun, should you bestow upon our clan the 10 dragon phoenix origin fruits, I, Qingshan, vow by my soul that the ancient Void Dragon clan shall follow you as our leader and fight on your behalf. Following Qingshan's affirmation, Zhuli and the second elder echoed in agreement. We too vow by our souls that upon receiving these 10 dragon phoenix origin fruits, we shall follow our leader. Excellent. The 10 Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruits are yours. Observing the 3 elders of East Dragon Island acquiesce to his terms, Liuyun nonchalantly extended his hand, pushing the 10 Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruits forward. Thank you. Gazing at the drifting 10 Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruits, Qingshan eagerly extended his hands to swiftly collect them all. Remember, my name is Yun Lu, the leader of the Heavenly Alliance in the northern region of the Central Continent. After Qingshan had collected all the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruits, Liuyun revealed his identity and issued a caution. What transpired today must remain confidential. Your East Dragon Island still harbors numerous spies from other Dragon Islands. Qingshan was taken aback by Liuyun's profound understanding of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan, particularly his awareness of the internal collaborators from other Dragon Islands within East Dragon Island. Thank you for the reminder, Alliance Leader. We shall exercise utmost vigilance. Qingshan nodded earnestly. Upon uttering this, Qingshan pondered further and quickly inquired, Alliance Leader, do you have knowledge of the whereabouts of our royal bloodlines that are currently scattered? It is permissible to inform you, at present, the sole royal bloodline of your Tai Su ancient dragon clan resides within the inner sanctum of Canaan Academy in the Blackhorn region of the Northwest Continent. Liuyun stated candidly, the Northwest Continent, Canaan Academy? Upon hearing this name, Qingshan and his companions displayed signs of unfamiliarity, despite their advanced age. They were unaware of such a remote locale. Thank you for the information, Alliance Leader. Since Liuyun had provided a specific location, Qingshan refrained from further inquiry, confident that there was no place in the Northwest Continent that the Tai Su ancient dragon clan could not locate. The conversation between Liuyun and Qingshan's group was brief. Soon, the spatial barrier dissipated, revealing 4 figures to the gaze of Chu Donghai, Chu Ming, Tian Yo, and numerous members of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan. Upon exiting the spatial barrier, Liuyun turned and departed. Observing this, Chu Ming, Chu Donghai, and Tian Yo immediately followed suit. As Liuyun's group gradually withdrew from the skies above Dragon Island, vanishing into the void, a few onlookers among the island's inhabitants displayed expressions of intrigue. These individuals were spies implanted by other Dragon Kings within East Dragon Island. The arrival of Liuyun and his companions had not only startled the reclusive Grand Elder and Second Elder, but also sparked a secretive discussion, presenting an opportunity for significant merit. Consequently, these spies were now focused on how to relay today's intelligence to their masters. After Liuyun's departure, Qingshan sighed deeply and then spoke softly to Zhu Li. Third Elder, I have been in seclusion for the past few years. You are more aware than I of the clan's affairs and the potential of our members, correct? Indeed, I am well aware. Understanding Qingshan's implication, Zhu Li nodded slightly before tentatively suggesting, Grand Elder, shall we select a few individuals? Let us initially choose 2 exceptionally talented youths from the younger generation, and then select 2 reliable elders with commendable strength. Qingshan replied without hesitation. Moreover, regarding the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruits, we 3 may each take 1 for absorption and refinement. The remaining 3 should be allocated, 1 reserved for our clan's members who still possess royal blood, while the other 2 should be sealed away as a legacy for future prodigies of our lineage. Qingshan articulated this arrangement with fairness and transparency, devoid of self-interest, which Zhu Li and the Second Elder wholeheartedly accepted. Swiftly, Zhu Li executed Qingshan's directives, identifying 2 exceptionally gifted youths and 2 capable, trustworthy elders. Following a series of discreet discussions, Qingshan entrusted the 4 Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruits to these individuals, commanding them to enter a secluded area on the Dragon Island to refine and absorb the power of the fruits. Within a vast palace deep in the Dragon Island, Zhu Li and the Second Elder wore furrowed brows. Upon Qingshan's arrival, Zhu Li promptly approached him, expressing concern. Grand Elder, the Alliance Leader's warning before his departure proved true. After he left, I investigated and discovered that 4 individuals had quietly departed East Dragon Island during that time, 3 of whom were elders of our East Dragon Island. It seems the departed individuals must be the spies from the other 3 Dragon Islands, Zhu Li noted. Initially frowning, Qingshan soon relaxed, calmly analyzing. However, there is no need for excessive worry. The Alliance Leader's arrangement included spatial seals that isolated sound and sight. Those individuals would only be aware that several unfamiliar formidable beings visited East Dragon Island for discussions. Without knowledge of the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruits or the existence of our royal bloodline. Having said this, Qingshan fixed his gaze on Zhu Li, his tone grave. Third Elder, since the other 3 Dragon Islands are now cognizant of the Alliance Leader's visit, the responsibility of locating the royal bloodline members falls solely upon you. the second elder, and I must remain at the clan to guard against any rash actions from the three Dragon Kings. Rest assured, I will take care of this matter. Zhu Li affirmed without hesitation. Even if it costs me dearly, I will successfully bring back the royal bloodline. Zhu Li was acutely aware that among the three elders, the Grand Elder and Second Elder had attained the rank of Battle Sage, whereas he was only at the advanced half-saint level, thus ensuring that he would not be the one left to guard the Dragon Island. Zhu Li, this matter is of utmost importance. Your departure will remain strictly confidential. Additionally, take this spatial jade tube. Should you encounter insurmountable obstacles, you may shatter it, and I will come to your aid. Qing Shan instructed, handing Zhu Li the spatial jade tube. Then I shall take my leave. Zhu Li, without further ado, accepted the jade tube and promptly opened a spatial rift to depart. 5 days later, within a spatial passageway outside East Dragon Island, a formidable group emanating a powerful aura emerged. Most of these individuals were clad in dark golden armor, adorned with dragon motifs that seemed to writhe like living creatures, exuding a majestic and potent draconic might. Alongside these armored figures were several bare-chested individuals, their robust physiques delivering a striking visual impact. However, just as they were 10 minutes away from East Dragon Island, 4 figures suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. These 4 were none other than Liuyun, Chu Donghai, Chu Ming, and Tian Yo, who had previously visited East Dragon Island. The Taisu ancient dragon clan naturally wielded formidable spatial powers. Rather than launching a direct assault on the other dragon islands, Liuyun's strategy was to divide and conquer. By first controlling a portion of their forces, they could lure out the 3 Dragon Kings, thus bringing the Taisu ancient dragon clan largely under his dominion. Upon the appearance of Liuyun's group, a burly man in dark golden armor, with notably thick eyebrows, stepped forward from the crowd and shouted, "Who are you to dare obstruct the path of the Taisu ancient dragon clan? Xiao, why bother with them?" Following the armored man's outcry, a voice filled with a savage edge resonated, and then an elder clad in simple leather attire, his skin a pale hue, emerged to stand alongside the armored man. Unfazed by the words of the armored man and the pale-skinned elder, Liuyun's expression remained tranquil. Without a word of response, he slowly raised his arm and commanded, "Engage them. Eliminate them swiftly." As his voice echoed, the dark void was suddenly illuminated by a brilliant blue light. By the time the armored man and the elder realized what was happening, their entire dragon army, along with Liuyun's group, found themselves enveloped within a vast azure energy barrier. At this moment, beside the flowing clouds, the trio of Chu Donghai, Chu Ming, and Tian Yo emanated an extraordinarily potent aura as they slowly approached the dragon army. It appears that the intel from the insider was indeed accurate. The people of East Dragon Island have conspired with foreign factions, those hypocritical beings who publicly professed their non-involvement in the Dragon Emperor contest and vowed to wait for the rightful royal bloodline, have ultimately colluded with outsiders to confront us. After cursing vehemently, Xiao's dark golden dragon armor erupted in a dazzling golden light, a formidable force cascading forth like a tempest, accompanied by a faint yet resounding dragon's roar emanating from within the brilliance. Dragon Armor Legion, join me in annihilating these foreign intruders. With a vigorous wave of his hand, Xiao commanded the numerous figures clad in dragon armor behind him, who responded with a fierce battle cry, fearlessly charging towards Chu Donghai, Chu Ming, and Tian Yo. Attack! Following Xiao, the elder swiftly issued his command. Under his directive, the shirtless figures nodded emphatically. Their fists clenched tightly as their arms rapidly transformed into dragon claws adorned with pale purple scales, swiftly darting toward the trio. Chapter 599. Zhu Li heads to Canaan Academy. In the face of the imposing Dragon Legion's charge, the expressions of Tian Yo and his companions brimmed with mockery. The strongest among these dragon folk was the strangely colored elder, who possessed merely semi-saint cultivation, while Xiao had not even reached that level. The other dragon warriors were predominantly low-ranking Do, Zun, or high-ranking Do Zone. Such a lineup could be effortlessly dealt with by Chu Donghai and Chu Ming, and Tian Yo was eager to act without delay. Soon, Xiao and the oddly colored elder had closed in on Chu Donghai and his group. At that moment, the potent aura of Chu Donghai, Chu Ming, and Tian Yo erupted forth. Boom! As the overwhelming aura from Tian Yo surged forth, Xiao and the elder were forcefully propelled backward by an indescribable shockwave. The dragon warriors behind them turned pale, as if an immense mountain was pressing down upon them, rendering them immobile. Simultaneously, Tian Yo, reducing his power, reached out with a massive hand toward the tumbling elder and Xiao, a fierce pulling force drawing them toward him. He then hurled them toward the stationary Liuyun. Observing this, Liuyun's gaze flickered as he split his soul energy, sending it into the minds of the two individuals. The moment Liuyun's soul energy entered their minds, he swiftly enacted the ancient puppet technique upon their souls. Both Xiao and the elder could only emit a brief cry of agony before falling into silence, their eyes appearing utterly vacant. Deep within their souls, a transparent crystal rapidly formed, and from this crystal, transparent threads began to extend, spreading throughout every corner of their souls, restoring clarity to their gazes. While Liuyun was casting the ancient puppet technique on these two, Chu Donghai and Chu Ming had already subdued the majority of the remaining dragon warriors, with only a scant few left, some of whom were unintentionally killed due to the duo's lack of control over their strength. Gazing at the hundreds of elite dragon warriors before him, Liuyun summoned his soul energy once more, selecting several relatively strong individuals from the group to apply the ancient puppet technique. These selected individuals were weaker than Xiao and Man Yin, allowing Liuyun to execute the technique with remarkable ease within mere minutes. All the chosen dragon warriors fell under his control. Xiao, Man Yin, you two worthless fools, I am granting you an opportunity to summon reinforcement from Dragon Island. During his casting of the ancient puppet technique, Liuyun had gleaned some of their memories, thus learning their identities. Xiao hailed from West Dragon Island and was the commander of the Dragon Armor Legion, while the elder, named Man Yin, led the barbarian dragon army of South Dragon Island. At this moment, Liuyun's reprimand did not expose the manipulation he had performed on the two before the soldiers of the Dragon Armor Legion and the barbarian dragon army. All right, just wait. Xiao and Man Yin replied in unison, subsequently darting towards the edge of the colossal ice blue energy shield. Upon their arrival, a small gap materialized in the energy barrier. Liuyun and his companions then departed from the icy blue light formation, while Xiao and Man Yin returned to their respective dragon islands. Liuyun did not linger idly, but instead led Tianyo and the others through the Void Gate back to the Tianyo realm. This time, both West Dragon Island and North Dragon Island had dispatched personnel to investigate, but there was no movement from the North Dragon Island. However, Liuyun was not anxious. Once he dealt with the West Dragon King and the South Dragon King, the North Dragon King would inevitably be unable to escape. In the northwestern continent, within the Blackhorn region, at a certain remote mountain outside Canaan Academy, a colossal, pitch-black spatial rift suddenly emerged in the sky. As the rift formed, an ancient figure slowly stepped forth from it. This elderly figure was none other than Elder Zhu Li, dispatched by the Grand Elder Qin Shan of East Dragon Island to retrieve the ancient dragonkin with royal blood. At this moment, as Zhu Li emerged from the spatial rift, he reflected on various matters, muttering, according to the map, Canaan Academy lies not far ahead. After his murmuring, Zhu Li gently waved his sleeve, causing the vast, dark spatial rift to vanish in an instant. Subsequently, his form transformed into a streak of light, heading directly toward the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy. Before long, a relatively tall hillside came into view. After traversing this hill, Zhu Li looked down into a vast basin that appeared to have been formed by a colossal meteor crashing down from the heavens. Within the basin, towering edifices stood erect, and from a high vantage point, one could see tiny black figures flitting and leaping atop the structures. As he gazed further, Zhu Li discovered that the basin was extraordinarily expansive. Even at its farthest reach, he could still see the towering buildings and lush greenery. To his astonishment, an academy of such magnitude could exist in this remote and barren mountainous region. Peering down at the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy, Zhu Li felt a surge of curiosity regarding the living conditions of those with royal blood. Along the way, he had gathered some intelligence about Canaan Academy from the mainland. From the obscure rumors he acquired, it seemed that only one or two low-ranking dozong existed openly within the academy. Yet there was a founder, a seemingly elusive dean, whose presence was seldom felt. Zhu Li, however, did not dwell on these matters. His cultivation had already reached the advanced semi-saint level, a mere step away from becoming a true Do saint. The head of a mundane factions academy, no matter how formidable, was unlikely to pose a threat to a Do saint. Furthermore, even if he were to encounter such a minuscule chance, he still possessed Qin Shan's spatial jade tube, allowing him to summon the genuine two-star Do saint in critical moments. The spatial barriers of the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy posed no hindrance to Zhu Li. He appeared above the inner courtyard without rousing any alarm. Once above the inner courtyard, Zhu Li began to keenly sense the aura of royal blood he sought during this expedition. Chapter 600. Recent developments at the Canaan Academy. Within the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy, amidst a vast plaza, a tall figure clad in black emerged alongside a strikingly graceful woman in blue, having just exited the Heavenly Flame training tower. This black-clad man is none other than Xiao Yan, who has been residing in the inner courtyard for a considerable period. During this time, his cultivation has ascended to the remarkable level of 8-star Do Ling, a talent unmatched within the entire inner courtyard. In terms of combat prowess, even the formidable figures like Lu Qing and Lin Xiaoya, who previously ranked high, are no match for him. The only one who could be considered his equal is Ziyin, known as the mighty king within the academy. Since Xiao Suner was taken away by the ancient clan, Xiao Yan's resolve to grow stronger has intensified. In the preceding years, his motivation was to defeat Nalan Yinran and restore the honor of the Xiao clan. However, his current aspirations are solely focused on following in Xiao Suner's footsteps, yearning for the day when he can earn the approval of her family. With the aid of various elixirs gifted by Liuyun during his time in the magical Beast Mountain range, coupled with his diligent efforts, his path of cultivation has been remarkably smooth. Upon his arrival at the inner courtyard, Xiao Yan had harbored a plan to acquire the extraordinary flame, the Fallen Heart Flame, from the Heavenly Flame training tower, hoping that consuming it would allow the burning technique to evolve. However, after conducting some inquiries, he was met with a rather disappointing revelation. The Fallen Heart Flame at the base of the tower had been claimed 2 years prior and was currently being used to refine the Heart Flame for students, albeit merely a juvenile flame. Moreover, Canaan Academy had implemented extensive protections around this juvenile flame, guarded by several elders with Do Huang strength, leaving Xiao Yan with no feasible way to act. The notion of forcibly seizing the Fallen Heart Flame was swiftly dismissed by Xiao Yan. With dozens of elders boasting Do Huang strength, and the Grand Elder Su Qian having reached the 3-star Do Zone level, Xiao Yan, along with Yao Lao, had even discovered 2 ancient figures within the academy possessing 9-star Do Zone prowess. Such formidable strength deterred Xiao Yan from entertaining any ill-conceived plans regarding the juvenile Fallen Heart Flame. Fortuitously, with Yao Lao as assistance, Xiao Yan managed to locate 3 6th-tier magical beasts possessing beast flames in the deep mountains behind Canaan Academy, allowing him to barely elevate the burning technique to the high level of the yellow rank. Now, having reached the 8-star Do Ling level, thoughts of departing Canaan Academy for greater trials in Zhongzhou began to form in Xiao Yan's mind. Xiao Yan, are you truly determined to leave? In a place like Zhongzhou, even Do Huang's strongholds must tread carefully. What will you do there? Suddenly, Xiao Yu, walking beside him, expressed her concern. Fear not, cousin Xiao Yu. I, Xiao Yan, am not one to seek out trouble. I shall not continually attract the ire of those powerful beings. Xiao Yan replied earnestly, halting his steps. And what of our family? Xiao Yu implied subtly. As he pondered her words, Xiao Yan responded, My father and the others are currently establishing themselves in the imperial capital where the Yun Alliance resides. Other factions are unlikely to act recklessly against the Xiao family there. Furthermore, I believe Brother Liuyun will look after my family. Very well. Since your mind is made up, I shall not press further. I wish you safe travels. Xiao Yu smiled resignedly at Xiao Yan's explanation. At that moment, a sudden surge of ominous energy enveloped the skies above Canaan Academy, catching even Yao Lao off guard and unable to warn Xiao Yan in advance. Under this terrifying aura, nearly all disciples of the inner courtyard felt a wave of oppression, even causing the faces of some elders who had attained Do Wang levels to pale slightly. What is happening? Why does such a powerful presence descend upon us? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, questioning internally. However, the usually cautious Yao Lao had completely severed his connection with Xiao Yan, retreating his spiritual power into his ring, offering no response. In the next instant, figures began to soar into the air from various buildings within the inner courtyard, most of whom were elders of high-level Do Huang cultivation. Among them was Grand Elder Su Qian, a formidable figure who had reached the Do Zone realm. To what esteemed elder do we owe this unexpected visit? I apologize for not having welcomed you sooner. Su Qian, in full view of numerous students and elders, respectfully bowed in the sky, addressing a distant point in the heavens. Who is this visitor, that even Grand Elder Su Qian must show such deference? Judging from Su Qian's tone, he too seemed unaware of the visitor's identity. If a mere aura could elicit such respect from Su Qian, the visitor's strength must exceed even his own. Witnessing this scene, all the students, including Xiao Yan, were engulfed in profound curiosity. You ignorant frogs at the bottom of the well. I dare say, the sudden visitor must be at least a Do Zun. A student from Zhongzhou suddenly interjected. Canaan Academy is not solely comprised of students from the northwestern continent. Many have traveled from Zhongzhou to seek knowledge here. Some of these students had previously accompanied their elders to witness the might of Dozun experts. However, the terrifying presence they now sensed far surpassed any Dozun they had encountered before. At that moment in the sky above the inner courtyard, after Su Qian's respectful greeting, he received no response from the mysterious guest concealed within the clouds, leaving his thoughts in turmoil. While he was deep in contemplation, two gray-haired elders suddenly burst forth from the academy's library, swiftly reaching Su Qian's side in the sky. Canaan Academy, Qianmu. Canaan Academy, by Lai. May I inquire what brings you to Canaan Academy, esteemed elder? The two elders exuded an aura significantly stronger than Su Qian's, yet they remained exceedingly respectful towards the unseen visitor. After calling out to the heavens, Qianmu and Bai Lai began to speculate amongst themselves. Chapter 601. Receiving Xiyan to Dragon Island. The two gray-haired elders, their formidable presence surpassing that of Su Qian, maintained their utmost respect toward the mysterious guest. After their call, they continued to ponder in their hearts. This overwhelming aura suggests that the visitor is likely not an ordinary Dozun. Indeed, it may be a being of equal rank to the Academy's head. Furthermore, within this aura, there seems to be a hint of draconic might. As Qianmu and Bai Lai speculated, a figure emerged from the clouds above. The silhouette of an elder materialized. Do not be alarmed. I have come merely to seek someone. Zhu Li revealed himself from the clouds, speaking in an unassuming tone. Seek someone? Upon hearing Zhu Li's words, Su Qian, along with Qianmu and Bai Lai, simultaneously displayed expressions of confusion. From the elder's demeanor, it seemed that this visit was not for vengeance. Could it be that there is a student from Canaan Academy who is a younger member of his clan? This seems unlikely, as while there are a few students from prominent families in Zhongzhou, none have been known to possess such powerful figures among their kin. After pondering this, Qianmu stepped forward and respectfully inquired of Zhu Li, "Might I ask whom you seek? I can assist in the search." "No more, I've already found it." Upon hearing Qianmu's words, Zhu Li smiled and gently shook his head, his gaze fixed on a petite figure stealthily emerging from a warehouse. "Ha, indeed. She is of my clan, born with an innate mastery of spatial powers. Such spatial seals set in this warehouse are nothing but a mere trifle for her." As he beheld the delicate white figure below, a look of undeniable joy sparkled in Zhu Li's eyes. "Already found it?" Upon hearing Zhu Li's response, Su Qian and the two elders, Qian by air, curiously followed Zhu Li's line of sight downward. In the direction Zhu Li was observing stood a row of warehouses, and at that moment, a petite white figure was quietly slipping out from a breach in the spatial seal of one such warehouse, her head darting around in cautious vigilance. "Xiyan!" Su Qian exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the white figure. "How could it be Xiyan? The person the elder is seeking is indeed Xiyan." Oh! Just as Xiyan emerged from the medicinal herb warehouse, she too sensed the terrifying aura emanating from above, prompting her to curiously glance skyward. "Why is the Grand Elder looking at me?" As she lifted her head, she coincidentally caught Su Qian's gaze directed towards her, causing her heart to race with anxiety. Within the Canaan Academy, Xiyan was known for her fearless demeanor, often clashing with the elders, yet she held a particular apprehension towards Grand Elder Su Qian. At that moment, feeling Su Qian's scrutinizing gaze, she initially feared that he had discovered her pilfering from the medicinal herb repository and was coming to apprehend her, her expression instantly turning frantic. "Is the elder looking for her?" Su Qian called out loudly to Zhu Li, pointing towards Xiyan. "Indeed, she is of my clan. I shall take her away today." Zhu Li nodded affirmatively, and in an instant his figure flickered and, in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the vicinity of the architectural complex below, just a few meters away from Xiyan. Elder, uncertain of Zhu Li's intentions, Su Qian felt a surge of concern for Xiyan's safety and promptly followed suit without hesitation. "Ha! Truly a royal bloodline." Observing closely, Zhu Li was now utterly convinced that Xiyan was the person he sought, and tears of joy welled up in his eyes. "Who are you, old man?" Xiyan blinked her large, round eyes at Zhu Li, her youthful voice inquiring. At that moment, she sensed a familiar aura of kinship emanating from Zhu Li, evoking a sense of closeness within her. "We are of the same bloodline. I have come to escort you home." Zhu Li responded candidly to Xiyan's inquiry. "My kin are here to take me back." Upon hearing Zhu Li's words, a wave of emotion washed over Xiyan. "Elder, may I ask what brings you to seek me?" As Xiyan conversed with Zhu Li, Su Qian swiftly appeared beside her. The concern etched upon his face was unmistakable. "You are called Xiyan, am I correct?" Su Qian interrupted their dialogue, while Zhu Li showed no signs of anger. Recognizing Su Qian's genuine concern for Xiyan, Zhu Li's demeanor remained gentle. Come with me back to Dragon Island. There, you shall discover your true lineage. Suri spoke in a soft tone. Upon hearing Zhu Li's words, Xian's heart was filled with a whirlwind of emotions. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Su Qian and said, Grand Elder, he is my kin, and he has come to take me back to my clan. I shall return to the academy shortly. Hearing Xian's words, Su Qian quickly analyzed the situation. He was well aware of Xian's identity as a magical beast, and, at this moment, Zhu Li's intent to take her away did not appear malicious. Moreover, from Zhu Li's words, it was evident that Xian's bloodline held considerable status within her clan, ensuring her safety. Very well, if that is the case, you may return with your kin, Su Qian replied, feigning nonchalance, though his heart was heavy with reluctance. We welcome the royal bloodline back. With Xian's agreement, Zhu Li's expression brightened even more. In the next moment, he casually waved his hand before him, tearing open a pitch-black, profound spatial rift. He then stepped forward and stood at the edge of the rift. Seeing this, Xian glanced at Su Qian before moving her feet to follow suit. As both Zhu Li and Xian stepped into the spatial rift with a soft hiss, their figures vanished along with the tear in space. Within the rift, there lay an extraordinary passage suffused with a faint silver light, stretching towards an unknown destination. Despite being her first experience traversing the void, Xian felt no fear. This ability seemed inherent to her. However, although she could navigate through it, her speed was exceedingly slow. Thus, Zhu Li swiftly conjured a protective energy around her. After ensuring her safety, Zhu Li roared mightily, transforming into his true form, a colossal silver dragon several hundred feet long, which then enveloped Xian upon his back. As a high-ranking semi-saint, Zhu Li willingly became a steed for Xian. Chapter 602. The name of Yin Lu. In the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy, on the open ground adjacent to the medicinal herb repository, Su Qian gazed at the spot where Xian and Zhu Li had disappeared, his heart brimming with reluctance. At that moment, Qianmu and Bai Lai arrived at Su Qian's side. After conversing for a while, Qianmu gleaned some information regarding Xian from Su Qian. The next moment, Qianmu patted Su Qian's shoulder and comforted him. Su Qian, as you have said, that girl's origins are extraordinary. In the magical beast realm, possessing such dragon might likely indicates a powerful being from the ancient Void Dragon clan. Since that girl bears the royal bloodline of the ancient Void Dragon clan, her future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. She will surely return to see you one day. Bai Lai chimed in with agreement, adding to Qianmu's sentiments. Hearing their words, Su Qian silently prayed, nodding in response. Let's hope so. After uttering this, Su Qian suddenly recalled something and earnestly spoke, by the way. Since both of you esteemed elders have emerged from seclusion, I have some other matters that require your attention. What is it? Noticing the grave expression on Su Qian's face, Qianmu and Bai Lai felt a sense of unease. Approximately 2 years ago, a significant upheaval occurred at the base of the sky-burning Qi Tower, where the fallen heart flame erupted in chaos. An elder named Yin Lu intervened, subduing and refining the fallen heart flame. After that, she vanished for 2 years. Su Qian slowly explained. What? The fallen heart flame was taken away? What have you, the Grand Elder, been doing? The reactions of Qianmu and Bai Lai were quite pronounced, their words tinged with reproach. Feeling the weight of their words, Su Qian wore an expression of helplessness. The next moment, he lamented, You lot have been absent for decades. The power of the fallen heart flame accumulates year after year at the base of the sky-burning Qi Tower. If it were to break free one day, fueled by the resentment it has amassed over the years, it would surely annihilate the entire inner courtyard. Its presence at the tower's base is akin to a ticking time bomb. Upon hearing Su Qian's words, Qianmu and Bai Lai both fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, we have emerged less frequently due to our seclusion in pursuit of breaking through to the Dozun realm, Qianmu eventually remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Bai Lai, curious, then asked Su Qian, where's the one who refined the fallen heart flame now? Upon hearing Bai Lai's inquiry, Su Qian's eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia as he slowly began to speak. Yin Lu claims to hail from the Central State. Despite his youth, he has already achieved the remarkable rank of a 6th-tier alchemist. Furthermore, from what I have observed, prior to refining the falling heart flame, he had already mastered a type of exotic fire, one whose potency surpasses even that of the falling heart flame. What? He had mastered another, more formidable exotic fire before refining the falling heart flame? How could it be possible for a single individual to refine 2 types of exotic fire? Bai Lai's aged visage was etched with disbelief upon hearing Su Qian's words. What manner of identity does this Yin Lu possess? Qian Mu's reaction was equally intense. Observing the two, Su Qian responded, "We previously dispatched someone to the central state to gather information regarding Yin Lu. I believe we shall receive results shortly." The ability to wield two types of exotic fire simultaneously foretells that Yin Lu's future achievements will undoubtedly be extraordinary. As Qian Mu was assessing Yin Lu, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the protruding tower tip, exclaiming in surprise, "Wait, Su Qian, did you not say that the falling heart flame was taken away? Why does the atmosphere within the heavenly flame training tower still carry the essence of the falling heart flame?" Upon hearing Qian Mu's words, Su Qian also directed his gaze toward the black tower tip emerging from the ground and clarified, "This is not the original falling heart flame. Rather, it is a young flame of the falling heart that Yin Lu discovered from the magma world beneath the heavenly flame training tower. A young flame of the falling heart. A single location can actually give rise to two identical exotic fires. This magma world is indeed astonishing. Yin Lu has done well. He has taken the falling heart flame, but provided the academy with a young flame to replace the previous heart fire for body tempering." After hearing Su Qian's explanation, both Qian Mu and Bai Lai found themselves far less perturbed regarding Yin Lu's taking of the falling heart flame. The falling heart flame had been left behind by the academy's headmaster, and they had feared repercussions should it be lost. However, with a young flame now in place, their concerns were significantly alleviated. Outside the heavenly flame training tower on the vast plaza, Xiao Yan finally re-established contact with Yao Lao after Zhu Li and Ziyin had departed. "Master, what cultivation level did the elder who appeared in the sky possess? Just a single glance left me with an unsettling tremor in my soul." Xiao Yan spoke with a lingering sense of trepidation. That kind of terrifying powerhouse was beyond even my peak prowess. Yao Lao's tone was notably grave. "What? That old man possessed such formidable strength, even surpassing you at your zenith? Does that mean he has already entered the ranks of the Do Saints?" Xiao Yan's heart raced in astonishment, recalling Yao Lao's formidable status as a 9-star Dozun. He has yet to reach the Do Saint level. From his aura, he appears to have attained a high-level semi-saint status. Yao Lao's experience was considerable. Before his fall, he had befriended many strong individuals as the esteemed medicine sovereign. High-level semi-saint? Xiao Yan felt confusion, as he was only aware that Do Saints ranked above Dozun, without understanding the nuances of the semi-saint realm. Xiao Yan, there exists an extensive journey beyond the pinnacle of Dozun, known as the 9 transformations to sanctity. Yao Lao et Lai. The 9 transformations are not particularly complex. They can simply be described as 9 cycles of refinement and compression. When a Dozun at the pinnacle achieves fullness in their Do Qi, the 9 transformations commence. At this point, they must refine and compress all their internal Do Qi until their full capacity allows for the accommodation of new Do Qi. Once the Do Qi is once again full, the process of refinement must continue repetitively until completion after 9 cycles, culminating in a grand culmination. Through this compression, the Do Qi undergoes a qualitative transformation, enabling one to leap across the unmeasurable chasm and genuinely ascend to the saint level. Therefore, those who reach this stage refer to their cultivation hidden within the pinnacle of Dozun as the 9 transformations. Chapter 603. The Gathering of Elders in the Inner Academy. It is no wonder that there are so many arduous trials beyond Dozun before one can become a saint. It is clear why Do Saints are so rare on the continent. After listening to Yao Lao's discourse, Xiao Yan felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world, uncovering realms he had never previously explored. Xiao Yan, focus on your cultivation and refrain from overthinking, as long as you diligently practice the flame technique. Observing Xiao Yan's astonishment, Yao Lao stroked his chin and chuckled. In the ranks of future saints, there will undoubtedly be a place for you. Yes, master, Xiao Yan will strive diligently. Hearing Yao Lao suggest that he too might one day become a saint filled Xiao Yan's heart with joy. In the next moment, Xiao Yan suddenly recalled something and inquired of Yao Lao, "Master, the 2 gray-haired elders who introduced themselves as Qian Mu and Bai Lai, standing alongside Grand Elder Su Qian, are indeed the concealed powerhouses you sensed in the scripture pavilion on the day I entered the Inner Academy, correct?" Nodding in agreement, Yao Lao explained, "Indeed. Their strength is formidable, far surpassing Su Qian's. They merely require a catalyst to break through the bottleneck between Dozong and Dozun, thereby becoming true Dozun powerhouses. Based on your words, master, those 2 gray-haired elders are merely at the peak of Dozong. No wonder they were so respectful towards the mysterious powerhouse that appeared earlier." Xiao Yan mused, then continued, I wonder what that mysterious powerhouse sought by coming to the Xiao Yan Academy? Earlier, your master's spiritual energy was deliberately concealed, so I'm unaware of what transpired over there. Yao Lao Sai, could it be that the mysterious powerhouse came for the exotic fire? Xiao Yan said, excitement coursing through him. No, the essence of the young falling heart flame still lingers. It has not vanished. Yao Lao asserted with a furrowed brow, his tone resolute. If it has not vanished, then what could its purpose be? There must be a reason. Xiao Yan's gaze shifted towards the direction Zhu Li had vanished, specifically towards the location of the medicinal warehouse within the inner academy. Beside Xiao Yan, Xiao Yu finally regained her senses under the overwhelming aura emanating from Zhu Li. Expressing her concerns to Xiao Yan, something significant must be occurring within the academy. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to leave at this moment. Hearing Xiao Yu's somewhat abrupt comment, Xiao Yan turned to her, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he teasingly remarked, Cousin Xiao Yu, your words suggest that I, Xiao Yan, am one to flee at the first sign of danger, should any trouble arise in the academy. I would be the first to make a hasty retreat. Xiao Yu's face flushed crimson at his words, hurriedly waving her hands. No, Cousin Xiao Yan. You misunderstand my intent. You previously expressed a desire to leave the academy and venture to the central state. This is not what I meant. Xiao Yan grinned and replied, Cousin Xiao Yu, I was just teasing you. With that said, Xiao Yan's expression grew serious, once more as he continued, I will depart as planned. Adhering to the timeline I previously established. This matter will not cause any alterations. Understood. Xiao Yu gazed intently at Xiao Yan, nodding earnestly. In the elders' conference hall of the inner academy, Su Qian was engaged in deliberations with the other elders regarding Zhu Li's recent arrival to escort Ziyin away. Grand Elder, what sort of background does that girl Ziyin possess to attract such a formidable powerhouse to our Xiao Yan Academy? Questioned the Fire Elder, his flaming red hair framing a face full of confusion as he addressed Su Qian. Though these elders often feigned disdain for Ziyin, in truth, her mischievousness stemmed from their collective indulgence. Regardless of her actions, none of the elders sought to impose punishment upon her. Even Elder Hao, who frequently guarded the medicinal warehouse, feigned dislike for Ziyin, but it was all an act. Within the repository of medicinal herbs lie numerous treasures, many of which were discovered by Ziyin, who possesses an innate sensitivity towards rare materials. Elder Hua, please remain calm. Ziyin's departure with that enigmatic powerhouse does not signify misfortune. Su Qian gestured reassuringly to the troubled Elder Hua. What do you mean by that? Elder Hua inquired with curiosity, turning his head towards Su Qian. The other elders shared his curiosity, their gazes fixed upon Su Qian. It is well known among many elders that Ziyin is not human. She inadvertently consumed transformation grass, which bestowed upon her the ability to shapeshift. However, the transformation grass, while enabling beasts to morph, carries a significant drawback. Should the transformed creature fail to reach the 7th tier, it will remain forever stunted, unable to grow beyond the appearance it took upon consuming the grass. This explains why Ziyin's height and appearance have remained unchanged over the years. In response to the collective scrutiny of the elders, Su Qian slowly elucidated. The elder who accompanied Ziyin to our Xiao Yan Academy is also a magical beast, and of the same kin as Ziyin. According to this elder, Ziyin bears the royal bloodline of their clan. Royal bloodline? To which beast clan do they belong? The elders were still rife with questions after hearing Su Qian's words. Did you sense the overwhelming draconic aura emanating from the elder who visited today? Su Qian posed la retórica question. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in unison, acknowledging the presence of draconic power. Could it be that their clan consists of dragon-shaped magical beasts? Ziyin seems to inherently possess control over spatial forces. Even elders at the Do Huang level could not breach the seals without detection. Yet Ziyin effortlessly traverses such barriers. A magical beast radiating draconic might, coupled with mastery over spatial power, leads one to wonder if Ziyin's true form is that of the legendary Tai Su ancient dragon clan, one of the 3 great families of the magical beast realm. The Tai Su ancient dragon clan is shrouded in mystery and power, with only tales of their existence whispered in the central state, yet none have ever laid eyes upon a Tai Su ancient dragon. It is astonishing to think that a royal bloodline from such a clan exists within our Xiao Yan Academy. Being of royal blood, upon her return, she should acquire exceptional cultivation resources. At that time, she will surely break through to the 7th tier and will no longer remain a small girl. Laughter echoed through the chamber, with some elders remarking, I believe Ziyin is perfectly fine as she is. Should she grow up, she might lose her playful spirit. In the council hall, Under Su Qian's guidance, the elders swiftly deduced Xian's true nature, and upon learning of her royal bloodline from the Tai, Su ancient dragon clan, their concerns notably diminished. Chapter 604. The spy Zhang Daqian returns. Su Qian, has the person we sent to investigate Yin Lu's identity returned yet? A venerable voice resonated within the expansive hall as discussions about Xian continued among the assembled elders. Subsequently, a portion of space beside Su Qian began to warp violently, and two aged figures emerged from the distorted realm. Are these not the two elders who previously stood beside the Grand Elder? Why do they address him in such a manner? Upon witnessing the two elder figures, many within the inner court were filled with confusion. Esteemed elders, I believe some of you are aware of the identities of these two venerable elders. They were the former Grand Elders of our inner court, who have since retreated from public affairs for many years, Su Qian explained, addressing the puzzled elders. It is likely that one among you will soon assume the position of Grand Elder, while I shall devote myself entirely to the pursuit of cultivation. Now it makes sense. We pay our respects to the two venerable elders. After Su Qian's introduction, the assembly of elders bowed deeply, showing utmost respect to Qian Mu and Bai Lai. Both Qian Mu and Bai Lai responded with slight nods, before Bai Lai, with his fiery temperament, addressed Su Qian, "You're still so young. Yet you wish to retire like us old fogies? Not a chance. Indeed, what Bai said is true. You ought to at least wait another 30 years. Qian Mu chimed in. Hearing their words, Su Qian's expression turned grave, and he waved his hands in protest. No, I cannot agree to sit in the Grand Elder's position for another 30 years. Whether you agree or not, you must comply. Bai Lai's voice grew stern as a formidable pressure emanated from him. As Bai Lai unleashed his aura, the elders felt an immense weight bearing down upon them. Under such pressure, Su Qian managed to force out a response. 30 years? No way. I will only serve for another 10. 30 years, not a day less. Bai Lai insisted with unwavering resolve. Observing the exchange, Qian Mu gently patted Bai Lai's shoulder. All right, Bai, no need to intimidate them. We are not here to debate Su Qian's retirement, but to inquire about Yin Lu. Once Su Qian's words resonated, Bai Lai finally retracted his overwhelming presence, allowing the elders to breathe a sigh of relief. Yin Lu, are the two venerable elders inquiring about Elder Yin Lu from 2 years ago? The assembly murmured. Recalling how Elder Yin Lu single-handedly subdued the rampaging fallen heart flame and successfully resolved the crisis within the inner court, even leaving behind a fragment of the fallen heart flame for the academy. Why would the two venerable elders suddenly wish to discuss Elder Yin Lu? Upon hearing Qian Mu mention Yin Lu's name, the inner court elders began to chatter amongst themselves. Haha, if you wish to learn about Yin Lu, I might consider retiring within the next decade. Otherwise, it's out of the question. Su Qian suddenly remarked with a mocking laugh. You brat, trying to coerce me now? Are you? Bai Lai approached Su Qian, his brow furrowed. Grand Elder, you previously tasked me with investigating Elder Yin Lu's whereabouts. I finally have some results. At that moment, a voice filled with excitement came from beyond the hall's entrance. Hearing this voice, everyone's attention swiftly shifted towards the door. Bai Lai, who had been feigning aggression, also restrained his aura, directing his gaze towards the entrance. A scruffy-looking young man, appearing to be in his 30s, stepped into the hall, capturing the attention of all present. This man, known as Zhang Daqian, had reached the rank of 8-star Do Spirit. Due to limited potential and stagnation in his progress for many years, he chose to serve in the intelligence department of Xiao Yan Academy. A year prior, he had been dispatched by Su Qian to investigate certain matters regarding Yin Lu, and now, he finally bore tidings. Daqian, what have you discovered? Speak up. Su Qian, momentarily forgetting his earlier quarrel with Bai Lai, stepped forward eagerly. The elders, sensing the urgency, shifted their positions to grant Zhang Daqian passage. Upon entering the council hall and observing the assembly's gravity, a hint of confusion flickered across Zhang Daqian's face. Hearing Su Qian's anxious inquiry, he did not dare to delay and promptly walked forward to stand 5 meters in front of Su Qian. I pay my respects to the Grand Elder. Upon arrival, Zhang Daqian did not forget his manners and bowed deeply. As Zhang Daqian paid his respects, Bai Lai interjected, Get up, now. Tell us what you have uncovered about Yin Lu. Zhang Daqian, taken aback by Bai Lai's lack of decorum in front of Su Qian, hesitated and asked, And who might this be? These two gentlemen are Elder Qian and Elder Bai, the esteemed elders of our inner court. However, for the moment, you need not concern yourself with them. Simply relay the information you have gathered regarding the rest periods. Su Qian spoke swiftly. What? Esteemed elders? As Su Qian's words fell, Zhang Daqian nodded briefly, but soon his eyes widened in astonishment. Esteemed elders. I have encountered the esteemed elders. Zhang Dequan involuntarily bent down once more to pay his respects to Bai Lai and Qian Mu. I have instructed you to directly share the intelligence you have procured. Do not dawdle, or I shall lose my temper, Bai Lai exclaimed, blowing on his mustache with a loud voice. Very well, very well. Upon witnessing Bai Lai's reaction, Zhang Dequan nodded vigorously. Under the urging of the others, he began to recollect. Great Elder, esteemed elders, previously we received orders to head to Zhongzhou. With the assistance of the Griffins, we traversed to a city that harbors a spatial wormhole leading directly to Zhongzhou within a month's time. After incurring some costs to procure a spatial vessel and secure the use of the wormhole, we spent over 2 additional months finally traversing the wormhole and arriving in the northern region of Zhongzhou, following the previous instructions of the Great Elder. Upon our arrival in the northern region, we set out to investigate matters related to Elder Yunlu. Surprisingly, Elder Yunlu's reputation in the northern region of Zhongzhou is exceedingly prominent. The moment we entered the first city, we learned of Elder Yunlu's identity. Chapter 605, The Legend. Elder Yunlu, it turns out, is the leader of the Heavenly Alliance in Zhongzhou. Zhang Dequan recounted with great excitement, deliberately pausing when mentioning the Heavenly Alliance. The Heavenly Alliance? The leader? Upon hearing this, Bai Lai exclaimed with curiosity, is the Heavenly Alliance well known in Zhongzhou? In the Blackhorn region, news is not excessively isolated. They have heard of some prominent factions in Zhongzhou, such as the One Hall, One Tower, Two Sects, Three Valleys, and Four Directions Pavilion. Many of the elders present had heard of these names, and even some of the more renowned Dozone powerhouses in Zhongzhou were familiar to them. Over the years, the Canaan Academy's inner court has compiled extensive information, much of it sourced from students who had previously traveled from Zhongzhou to study. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Zhongzhou is quite distant, and any sensational news takes a considerable amount of time to reach us. It is evident that the Heavenly Alliance has developed rapidly within the span of less than 2 years, and even if such news had reached us, few would know that a former elder of the Canaan Academy is now the leader of the Heavenly Alliance in Zhongzhou. Esteemed elders, do not rush. Allow me to explain further. Zhang Dequan paused momentarily before continuing. In Zhongzhou, there was originally the Four Directions Pavilion, where each pavilion was overseen by a Dozone powerhouse. However, a year and a half ago, the Fenglai Pavilion, which had dominated the northern region of Zhongzhou for many years, was unexpectedly obliterated by a newly emerging faction, the Heavenly Alliance, whose leader is known as Yunlu. Upon Zhang Dequan's revelation, a tempest of discussions erupted within the hall, with many elders engaging in fervent dialogue. What? The Heavenly Alliance could actually annihilate the Fenglai Pavilion? The leader of Fenglai Pavilion, Liuyun, is a renowned top-tier powerhouse. How could a force established by Elder Yunlu overthrow such a terrifying figure? In my opinion, it is likely that something unfortunate befell Liuyun prior to this. Otherwise, how could the Fenglai Pavilion have been so easily vanquished? At this moment, even Su Qian, Qian Mu, and Bai Lai could hardly believe Zhang Dequan's words. After all, according to Su Qian's prior description, Elder Yunlu's cultivation level should not even reach that of a Dozone. Su Qian attempted to maintain a calm tone as he addressed Zhang Dequan. Dequan, what you just said about the Fenglai Pavilion being destroyed by the Heavenly Alliance, is that truly the case? Facing the skepticism of the crowd, Zhang Dequan seemed to have anticipated such doubts and calmly explained, Great Elder, esteemed elders, every word I have spoken is the truth. The destruction of the Fenglai Pavilion by the Heavenly Alliance is no secret in Zhongzhou. If not for the Heavenly Alliance's extremely low profile and lack of expansion activities, the entire northern region would likely already be under their jurisdiction. Seeing Zhang Dequan's unwavering conviction, the Assembly of Elders began to accept this reality. Dequan, you are not suggesting that this leader of the Heavenly Alliance merely happens to share the same name as Elder Yunlu, are you? However, a moment later, one of the elders still raised a question. Indeed, the world is vast, and many share the same name. Perhaps this is merely a coincidence. After all this time, it turns out we received false information. Upon hearing this voice, the others began to express doubts once more. Even as doubts continued to be cast upon him, Zhang Dequan dared not exhibit any other emotions, for all present were the prominent figures of the inner court, each possessing greater strength than he. Once the commotion subsided, he smiled gently and explained, Esteemed elders, this is truly not a fabrication of Zhang Dequan. Initially, when I first heard these news, I thought as you do, believing that the leader of the Heavenly Alliance and Elder Yunlu were merely individuals of the same name. Subsequently, I journeyed further to the headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance, located in Huagu City. So, Daquan, you have personally encountered this leader of the Heavenly Alliance? Indeed, I resided in Huagu City for full 6 months and ultimately met the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, who is none other than Elder Yun Lu. Zhang Daquan respectfully nodded in response to Su Qian's inquiry. Upon hearing this, Su Qian's gaze sharpened, and he spoke with solemnity. It appears this matter is indeed credible. Based on the timeline provided by Daquan, the growth of the Heavenly Alliance coincides perfectly with the period during which Elder Yun Lu subdued the falling heart flame and departed from the Canaan Academy. This suggests that, young Su Qian, the strength you previously perceived in Elder Yun Lu was entirely a facade, deliberately displayed for your observation. Qian morumarkt gravely. Perhaps so. Concealing one's true cultivation is not an uncommon tactic. Su Qian nodded, harboring no further thoughts on the matter. Great Elder, it is said that Elder Yun Lu's strength, prior to confronting the Fenglei Pavilion, was merely at the initial dozone level, yet he wielded celestial tier combat techniques. Upon employing these techniques, his combat prowess was formidable enough to rival high-tier dozongs. Furthermore, at the inception of Elder Yun Lu's establishment of his faction, he was consistently aided by a predecessor whose strength had reached the dozone realm, but who existed merely as a soul entity. Moreover, to enhance the combat capability of the soul entity known as the Flame Sovereign, Elder Yun Lu entrusted the falling heart flame to this formidable being. Although the Flame Sovereign is a soul entity, it can still command the falling heart flame. With the might of this extraordinary fire, the Flame Sovereign was able to decisively vanquish Liuyun in their confrontation. Of course, this battle was not witnessed by anyone. It is merely conjecture. Subsequently, during an auction held by the Heavenly Alliance, they displayed Liuyun's corpse before all present. Zhang Daquan continued his narrative without pause. Upon hearing Zhang Daquan mention the falling heart flame, the elders began to pay special attention. So, it was with the assistance of other dozone powerhouses. I thought as much. Even with celestial tier combat techniques, Elder Yun Lu could not possibly contend with a powerhouse like Liuyun solely with dozone level strength. Bai Lai and Qian Mu's expressions reflected their newfound understanding. Entrusting our Canaan Academy's extraordinary fire to such a young individual does not seem to be a disgrace. Su Qian remarked, filled with admiration. The legendary exploits of the Grand Elder, the Supreme Elder, and Elder Yun Lu in the Central Continent extend far beyond what has been recounted. Chapter 606, One Hall, One Alliance, One Tower. Observing the expressions of awe among the crowd, Zhang Daqian continued, currently in the Central Continent, there's a saying, one hall, one alliance, one tower. And only thereafter come the 2 sects and 3 valleys. As Zhang Daqian's words echoed in the hall, an unexpected silence descended, and the hearts of all present began to race. After a moment, Su Qian, feigning calmness, slowly inquired, Daqian, do you mean that the alliance mentioned refers to Elder Yun Lu's Heavenly Alliance? Indeed, Grand Elder, that alliance refers precisely to the Heavenly Alliance. Zhang Daqian replied without hesitation. Gasp! Upon hearing Zhang Daqian's declaration, the assembly collectively inhaled sharply, their astonishment palpable. One hall, one alliance. One tower. Does this not imply that the Heavenly Alliance now holds a status comparable to that of the Soul Hall and the Dan Tower? This is not merely a parallel. One must remember that the previously circulated phrase, one hall, one tower, indicated that the hall was ranked before the tower due to the latter's strength being somewhat beneath that of the hall. Yet now, with the alliance positioned after the hall and before the tower, does this not suggest that the power of the Heavenly Alliance has eclipsed that of the Dan Tower? This notion is utterly unfathomable. The Soul Hall and the Dan Tower have stood firm on the continent for countless years. How could a nascent force so easily catch up to them? It is simply inconceivable. In that moment, skepticism was the crowd's first response. For the magnitude of this information was staggering, rendering it hard to accept as truth. Nevertheless, in such a context, Zhang Daqian would not dare to fabricate tales to deceive everyone. Thus, although they voiced disbelief subconsciously, they felt inclined to believe that the Heavenly Alliance had indeed attained such a status. Daqian, could you elaborate on how the Heavenly Alliance came to possess such a position? After contemplating, Su Qian chose to accept Zhang Daqian's assertions. Grand Elder, the tale is rather lengthy, Zhang Daqian began, after Elder Yun Lu dismantled the Wind Thunder Pavilion. The Heavenly Alliance held a grand auction, featuring several 7th-grade elixirs and treasures, such as the Bodhi transformation body. Even a high-tier Earth-grade combat technique, the 3,000 Thunder Illusions, seized from the Wind Thunder Pavilion, was auctioned off. Following that auction, due to a personal vendetta with the Soul Clan's protector, The Heavenly Alliance provoked the wrath of a heavenly sovereign from the Soul Hall. The might of that sovereign was formidable. However, the Heavenly Alliance had its own powerful figures, who ultimately repelled that sovereign, the star-collecting old demon. Yet, as a consequence, having let slip a powerful heavenly sovereign, the Soul Hall harbored resentment and dispatched a legion of formidable warriors to assault the Heavenly Alliance, including the Demon Rain, one of the 9 heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Hall, reputed to be a paragon among high-level battle sovereigns. However, when Demon Rain arrived at the Bone Transformation City, he encountered the Heavenly Alliance's meticulously arranged starry formation. Zhang Daqian spoke at length, and no one interrupted him. When he reached the mention of the Soul Hall's 9 heavenly sovereign, Demon Rain, he paused momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Lai, curious, inquired about the starry formation set up by the Heavenly Alliance. Daqian, please do not halt. Continue to elaborate on the situation regarding the starry formation. Could it be that the Heavenly Alliance utilized this formation to thwart the advances of the Soul Hall's 9 heavenly sovereign, Demon Rain? Grand Elder Bai. The starry formation did more than merely obstruct Demon Rain. It also kept at bay Bone Ghost, a terrifying figure of advanced semi-saint status from the Soul Hall. Observing Bai Lai's and the others' reactions, a hint of pride crept onto Zhang Daqian's face. When he first heard this news, his response had mirrored theirs. But now, as the storyteller, he reveled in the delight of commanding everyone's attention, especially when queried by Grand Elder Su Qian and the esteemed Elder Qian Bai, nearly lifting his spirit to the skies. A formation capable of repelling advanced semi-saint warriors must possess an extraordinary origin. Elder Qian Mu interjected, his curiosity piqued. Upon hearing the usually reticent Supreme Elder's inquiry, Zhang Daqian's enthusiasm soared, and he eagerly explained, Supreme Elder, you must understand. The starry formation of the Heavenly Alliance encompasses 3 substantial energy shields. The largest one envelopes a radius of 100 miles around Bone Transformation City, while the middle shield covers the entirety of the city, and the innermost one encases the headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance. Within the starry formation, space is entirely sealed, rendering it impossible for anyone to breach, and the defensive capabilities of the shields intensify with the cultivation level of those who reinforce the formation. Initially, the army led by Demon Rain was entirely encircled within the outermost and second layers of the starry formation, and none managed to escape. Every Soul Hall warrior, including Demon Rain, was vanquished by several respected figures of the Heavenly Alliance. In the end, as I previously mentioned, the semi-saint level Bone Ghost came to avenge Demon Rain, but was likewise thwarted by the starry formation. Coincidentally, at that time, the Heavenly Alliance was hosting a high-level elixir auction, and 2 giants from the Dan Tower intervened to assist Elder Yunlu in dissuading Bone Ghost. Since the Heavenly Alliance relied on the Dan Tower's assistance to repel the semi-saint powerhouse from the Soul Hall, how could the Alliance's status be ranked above that of the Dan Tower? Elder Qianmu questioned, his logic seemingly at odds. Zhang Daqian waved his hand dismissively and laughed. Ah, Supreme Elder, do not be hasty. None of these events are the foundation for establishing the Heavenly Alliance's status. The primary reason for its remarkable standing in the Central Continent is that, not long ago, it obliterated 10 branches of the Soul Hall in a single day. This extraordinary feat catapulted the Heavenly Alliance to the forefront of superpowers in the Central Continent. Chapter 607, Sealing Off the Canon Academy. No entry, no exit. To destroy 10 branches of the Soul Hall in a single day. As Zhang Daqian's declaration resonated throughout the conference hall, an overwhelming silence enveloped the space. One must understand that the Soul Hall's supremacy among the forces of the Central Continent is not solely attributed to their strength, but also intricately linked to their mysterious nature. For countless years, few outsiders have been privy to the locations of the Soul Hall's branches, let alone their total number. The fact that the Heavenly Alliance could annihilate 10 of the Soul Hall's branches within a day and eradicate all members within requires an immensely sophisticated intelligence network, one that cannot be established overnight. To evade the Soul Hall's detection and simultaneously annihilate 10 branches necessitates at least several centuries of meticulous effort. Thus, in that moment, both Elder Qianmu and Bai Lai's first thought was that Elder Yunlu must be backed by a vast and covert organization that had meticulously planned for a long time. For no one would believe that a mere elder, who barely reached the level of a battle sovereign 2 years ago, could achieve such an extraordinary accomplishment within 2 short years. Lost in contemplation, Qianmu and Bai Lai's thoughts ventured far and wide. In the present day, Both of them have come to understand the formidable strength of the Tiandi alliance established by Yun Lu. Simultaneously, they are acutely aware of the enmity between the Tiandi alliance and the Soul Palace, two superpowers. Given the animosity between the Soul Palace and the Tiandi alliance, should they discover that Yun Lu once served as an elder at the Canaan Academy, it is conceivable that they would take drastic measures against the Academy. The mere thought of this sent a wave of dread across Qian Mu and Bai Lai, their expressions turning grave and their gazes heavy with concern. After exchanging a knowing glance, the two men instinctively moved towards the elevated position within the hall. Upon reaching the highest point, Qian Mu spoke with a deep, resonant voice that commanded the attention of all present. Esteemed elders of the Inner Academy, the current situation is dire. A single misstep could lead our Canaan Academy to the brink of annihilation. Many elders in the assembly were momentarily taken aback. Only moments ago, they had been admiring the strength of Elder Yun Lu's newly formed faction. How had the atmosphere shifted so drastically? Supreme Elder, might this turmoil stem from the powerful being of the ancient Void Dragon clan who visited today? Our rapport with Xiao Yan has been amicable. Surely the ancient Void Dragon clan would not seek to retaliate against us? Some elders expressed their confusion. Indeed, is it not true that Xiao Yan possesses royal blood of the ancient Void Dragon clan? How could they possibly wish us harm? As the crowd voiced their uncertainties, Qian Mu's deep voice reverberated through the hall. The matter of our Inner Academy survival is unrelated to the ancient Void Dragon clan that arrived today. Upon hearing this, one elder, seemingly dismissive, remarked, if it is not the ancient Void Dragon clan, then who could it be? Surely it cannot be Elder Yun Lu. Following this elder's statement, the assembly erupted in a chorus of disapproval. Elder Yun Lu? How could she possibly act against us given her ties to our academy? Meanwhile, Su Qian suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, his expression shifting dramatically. In the next moment, he turned to Qian Mu and Bai Lai and tentatively inquired, are you suggesting that the Soul Palace may take action against our Inner Academy? The Soul Palace. Why would they target us? Su Yan es realization don't. I understand now. Since Elder Yun Lu was once an elder of our Canaan Academy, if the Soul Palace were to uncover this connection, they would undoubtedly seek to harm us. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this critical point? As Su Qian uttered the words Soul Palace, many elders instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, a palpable sense of crisis sweeping through the assembly. Su Qian, you speak rightly. Our apprehensions indeed revolve around the potential vengeance of the Soul Palace. Qian Mu nodded gravely, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. Esteemed colleagues, today's events bear significant weight. To prevent the annihilation of our Canaan Academy, we two old fools hereby declare that effective immediately, the Inner Academy shall enter a state of lockdown. No one is permitted to leave the Inner Academy without authorization. Violators shall be dealt with as traitors. This lockdown, does that mean we cannot step outside at all? One elder exclaimed. We came to the Canaan Academy to seek development and educate students, not to sacrifice our lives to the Academy. Locking down is indeed a wise decision. This way, the connection between Elder Yun Lu and our Canaan Academy won't be revealed so swiftly. As Qian Mu announced the lockdown, the elders present exhibited mixed reactions. Some expressed joy, while others wore worried expressions. After all, not every individual was invested in the survival of the Inner Academy. A faction among them yearned to dissociate from the Academy before the Soul Palace took notice. However, Qian Mu's decision effectively quashed those aspirations. Dear colleagues, there is no need for excessive anxiety. The duration of this lockdown will not be prolonged. Please remain patient. Elder Yun Lu has only been with us for less than half a year, and to be frank, we are not fully aware of her background. It is uncertain whether the Soul Palace will indeed target our Canaan Academy. Qian Mu spoke soothingly, attempting to quell the unrest among the gathered elders. Under Qian Mu's calming influence, most attendees quieted down, though a few remained dissatisfied with the arrangement. Esteemed elders, today's events are unavoidable. Although we are entering lockdown, we assure you that all cultivation resources within the Canaan Academy will continue to be distributed as usual. A year or two is but a fleeting moment for practitioners like us. Qian Mu was acutely aware that not everyone would endorse the lockdown, so after elaborating further, he proceeded to dismiss the assembly, with Bai Lai accompanying him. Bai Lai's purpose for leaving was to alter the vast seal enveloping Canaan Academy, rendering the methods to unlock it, known to certain elders, ineffective. This would alleviate the need for constant vigilance over those who might attempt to slip out during the lockdown. After the other elders were dismissed, Qian Mu retained Su Qian in the council hall. Su Qian, I have kept you here for a matter of utmost importance. Chapter 608, Xiao Yan, this is bad. There's no way out. Following the dismissal of the other elders, Qianmu addressed Su Qian alone in the council hall. Su Qian, I have a critically important task for you. Qianmu, having cast several seals to isolate the hall from the outside world, spoke with a grave tone. Upon hearing Qianmu's words, Su Qian's demeanor turned serious as he replied. What is it, Elder Qian? Please speak freely. I, Su Qian, would risk my life to see it through. Young Su Qian, this task does not involve any fighting. Rather, I need you to make another trip to the Bone City in the northern region, the base of the Tiandi Alliance. Seek out the young man named Yunlu. Although Arcane Academy's ties to him are tenuous, outsiders will think otherwise. If the Soul Palace learns that Yunlu was once an elder of our academy, they will surely seek to extract information about him from us or aim to use us against him. If we fall into the hands of the Soul Palace, our fates would be sealed. Therefore, I am sending you to the northern region because you have had the most contact with Yunlu. See if you can secure their protection before the Soul Palace makes its move. After hearing Qianmu's assignment, Su Qian's expression grew even more somber. Yet he steeled himself and nodded very well. I shall swallow my pride and seek Yunlu's aid. Given their capabilities, even if they do not wish to send powerful protectors our way, they should be able to enhance our seals. As Su Qian demonstrated some intricate sealing techniques, he continued, All right, I will now teach you the new sealing incantations. You must depart tonight and ensure that no one else discovers your mission. Understood? Su Qian nodded, quickly committing to memory the sealing techniques that Qianmu had imparted. Meanwhile, at the inner academy, upon returning to his quarters, Xiao Yan informed several close friends about his impending departure from Canaan Academy. Upon learning of Xiao Yan's imminent exit, Lin Xiaoya feigned nonchalance, though he felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. Xiao Yan, with you gone, the second spot on the strength rankings will once again fall to me. Lin Xiaoya. Ha! A tall figure standing nearby spat on the ground, clearly displeased. If Xiao Yan leaves, the second spot belongs to me, Lu Qing. It has nothing to do with you, Lin Xiaoya. Hee. Lin Xiaoya chuckled lightly at Lu Qing's proclamation. Lu Qing, it seems you are dissatisfied with your fourth place. Shall we compare our strengths now? Let us compare, who is afraid of whom? Lu Qing spoke as he boldly drew forth his magnificent spear. Observing Lu Qing's audacity in brandishing his weapon just as Xiao Yan was about to depart, Hanyu, with her silver hair, quipped with irritation. You two have truly gone far enough. Xiao Yan is on the verge of leaving, and yet you choose this moment to dispute rankings. However, Xiao Yan remained unfazed. He understood that Lin Xiaoying and Lu Qing were merely venting their emotions. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yan took a few steps forward, turned to the group, and waved his hand, saying, Gentlemen, if fate permits, we shall meet again. I must now request permission from the Grand Elder to leave the academy. With that, he strode away with purpose, heading towards the study of Su Qian. Lu Qing, Lin Xiaoying, and Hanyu exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of complexity. Before long, Xiao Yan arrived at the entrance of Su Qian's chamber. Grand Elder, Xiao Yan seeks an audience. Due to Xiao Yan's exceptional talent, Su Qian had taken a particular interest in him, granting him an extraordinary status within the Jia Nen Academy. At this moment, Xiao Yan encountered no hindrance as he approached the door of Su Qian's study. Inside, Su Qian was deep in contemplation regarding the plans for the evening's execution when he was suddenly interrupted by the voice from outside. What brings that rascal Xiao Yan here at this hour? Though preoccupied, he chose to meet with Xiao Yan. Gumin, a robust voice resonated from within. Creak. Xiao Yan gently pushed the door open, discovering Su Qian seated at a desk. Upon entering, Xiao Yan stated plainly, Grand Elder, I have come to bid you farewell. I will be departing from Jianan Academy in a few days. What? You intend to leave Jianan Academy at this time? Su Qian's reaction was one of intense surprise. It was known that just half an hour prior, in the conference hall, Qianmu and Bai Lai had announced to all the elders the temporary closure of the inner academy, declaring that no one, save for Su Qian on special missions, was permitted to leave during this period. The fact that Xiao Yan chose to make such a request under these circumstances left Su Qian feeling somewhat disappointed. Xiao Yan, are you aware of the closure of the inner academy? Su Qian spoke with palpable disappointment. Closure of the inner academy? What does that mean? Xiao Yan inquired, perplexed. The decision made by the elders in the conference hall today dictates that Jianan Academy will enforce a closure for at least 2 years starting now. No one is allowed to leave during this time. Su Qian proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing Su Qian elucidate the meaning of the closure, Xiao Yan's expression shifted to one of anxiety. Grand Elder, this departure was a plan I conceived over 10 days ago. It is not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Moreover, I was unaware of the elder's decision before my arrival. Xiao Yan explained earnestly. Xiao Yan, today's decision was endorsed by the two esteemed elders. Regardless of the reasons, from this moment forth, no one is permitted to leave Jianan Academy. Not even I can defy this. Su Qian asserted sternly. If I allow you to depart, everyone will present similar excuses, rendering the closure ineffective. Grand Elder Xiao Yan hesitated, grappling with his words. He had long planned to leave, and now he regretted not having departed sooner. Remaining at Jianan Academy would severely hinder his growth at this stage of his strength. Grand Elder, could you inform me of the rationale behind this closure? Is it related to the mysterious, powerful figure who visited today? Instead of pressing further on his departure, Xiao Yan turned to inquire about the reasons for the closure. Su Qian shook his head. Today's events are unrelated to that mysterious figure. In any case, do not dwell on it. Focus on your cultivation within the academy. The resources you require will be provided to you. Xiao Yan, do not pursue this matter further. From the demeanor of this individual, arguing will yield no results. Just as Xiao Yan was about to voice another thought, he heard the aged voice of Yao Lao resonate in his mind. Very well, he sighed inwardly and promptly exited Su Qian's study. Xiao Yan, something significant is bound to transpire within Jianan Academy. Remaining here may expose you to great peril. We must devise a means to escape. As Xiao Yan stepped out of Su Qian's pavilion, Yao Lao swiftly began to formulate a plan. Indeed, regardless of the danger, I must depart. Staying here constrains my development. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement with Yao Lao's sentiments. This matter should be addressed promptly. The most perilous moments often conceal the safest opportunities. Since the decision was made only today, we shall take our leave tonight. Yao Lao meticulously analyzed the situation. Xiao Yan continued nodding. Yes, I will heed your guidance, master. What further arrangements do you have? Please continue. Xiao Yan's obedient demeanor brought Yao Lao a sense of satisfaction, and he elaborated further. Xiao Yan, for the time being, refrain from returning to your residence. Instead, quietly position yourself near the boundary of the inner academy's barrier. I will attempt to breach this barrier tonight. Understood. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan altered his course and made his way towards the boundary of the inner academy's protective barrier nestled within the depths of the mountains. Upon reaching the edge, he sought a concealed spot to hide, while Yao Lao utilized his soul power to suppress Xiao Yan's presence. 2 hours passed, night fell, and the inner academy of Jianan became significantly quieter compared to the day, as most individuals retreated to their quarters for rest. Xiao Yan lay in wait, patiently anticipating the ideal moment. At a certain point, Yao Lao's spirit emerged from the ring, gazing intently at the invisible spatial barrier ahead. Subsequently, Yao Lao unleashed his soul power, rapidly probing the thick barrier. Upon contact, the barrier emitted faint ripples. Simultaneously, within a grand hall of the inner academy, Qianmu and Bailai abruptly opened their eyes. It seems that Su Qian's little scheme is set in motion. Bailai murmured softly, to which Qianmu concurred. Let us hope this young man can successfully complete his mission. The hopes of Jianan Academy rest entirely upon him. After this exchange, both men closed their eyes once more, settling back into meditation. At the edge of the inner academy's barrier, after a brief exploration, Yao Lao retracted his soul power and returned to Xiao Yan's ring. Master, what did you find? Is it possible to breach this spatial barrier? Xiao Yan inquired with curiosity upon Yao Lao's return. Difficult. This spatial barrier is even more powerful than before, likely reinforced today, and the method to create a small opening has also changed. Yao Lao et lai. When Xiao Yan entered the inner academy, he was escorted by an elder. It was then that Yao Lao had memorized some techniques for opening the barrier. However, after trying just now, no results were achieved. Hearing Yao Lao express difficulty, Xiao Yan's heart sank, feeling despondent. He resigned himself to the likelihood of spending several more years idly within Jianan Academy. Observing the expression on Xiao Yan's face, Yao Lao felt a pang of compassion in his heart. After a moment of silence, he finally made a decision and spoke in a somber tone. This spatial barrier, if I were to exert my utmost strength, I should be able to breach it. However, should I do so, my soul power would be excessively depleted, leading me into a deep slumber from which I may not awaken for an indeterminate period. Yet, if you manage to locate some elixirs or spiritual herbs capable of restoring soul power, you may be able to rouse me ahead of time. Hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a surge of emotion, his nose tinged with bitterness, and tears began to well in his eyes. The fact that Yao Lao was willing to sacrifice an indefinite slumber to secure his future left Xiao Yan profoundly moved, rendering him almost speechless. Master, Please do not take such a step. If you do, I shall forever live in guilt. Xiao Yan spoke with a quivering voice. My mind is resolute. You are a promising talent. You cannot squander your time here. Moreover, remaining in this place may invite unforeseen calamities. I believe in you. One day, you will awaken my soul, and I await the day when you can forge a new physical body for me, allowing me to live again. Yao Lao asserted with unwavering conviction. After articulating these words, he prepared to make a desperate attempt, draining his soul power to shatter the spatial barrier. Just then, however, Yao Lao's senses detected someone approaching. Xiao Yan, quickly hide. Someone is coming this way. Yao Lao uget ugenti. Startled by Yao Lao's warning, Xiao Yan immediately reined in his aura and concealed himself within a thicket. Communicating with Yao Lao in his mind, he questioned anxiously, Master, could it be that our earlier commotion has been discovered? It is possible. The fluctuations from the spatial barrier may have been sensed by those who imposed the seal. Yao Lao note that. Nonetheless, as long as we remain undetected, no one will know it was us who disturbed the spatial barrier. With Yao Lao's reassurance, Xiao Yan's tension began to ease. Soon, a figure that Yao Lao had already detected arrived near the spot where Xiao Yan was hiding. Clad in black, the newcomer blended into the night, yet Xiao Yan, concealed in the shadows, instantly recognized him by his silhouette. Master, the visitor is Grand Elder Su Qian, not the two old monsters from the inner courtyard. We should remain undetected. Xiao Yan promptly relayed his discovery to Yao Lao. Upon hearing this, Yao Lao nodded, saying, If it is he, there is no need for excessive worry. Once he departs, I will assist you in breaching the spatial barrier. Even if we are discovered, the vast mountains outside the inner courtyard will make it difficult for them to locate you. Chapter 610, Successful Escape. The figure in black, upon nearing Xiao Yan's hiding place, did not initiate a search with his soul power. Rather, his demeanor appeared somewhat furtive as he glanced around. Xiao Yan, hidden among the bushes, held his breath, fixated on Su Qian, who did not seem to be apprehending a thief, but rather acting like one himself. Master, does Grand Elder Su Qian's behavior seem somewhat peculiar? Xiao Yan communicated his astonishment to Yao Lao. Indeed, I wonder what trickery this young one is up to. Yao Lao replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Dressed in night apparel, Su Qian surveyed the area, and upon confirming it was clear, he murmured, after this outing, I must complete the tasks assigned to me by Elder Qian and Elder Bai. After uttering this, he extended his slender palm and swiftly began to execute a series of intricate hand seals. The suddenness of Su Qian's actions caused Xiao Yan's heart to race. He feared that Su Qian had discovered him and intended to drag him out. Thankfully, Xiao Yan's psychological fortitude held strong, and despite being startled, he remained motionless. Causing no disturbance. Xiao Yan, this Su Qian is suspicious. The hand seals he is performing appear to be a means to activate the spatial barrier. Yao Lao warned Xiao Yan, while quickly attempting to memorize the intricate hand seals. Alas, Su Qian's speed was too swift for Yao Lao to fully capture them in such a short span. Could this activation of the spatial barrier be a trap set for us? Xiao Yan speculated, harboring doubts. I cannot ascertain their intentions. If they truly discovered us, there would be no need for such methods to lure us out. Yao Lao shook his head, articulating his thoughts. As Xiao Yan and Yao Lao observed, Su Qian's hand seals accelerated, culminating in a surge of strange energy that burst forth from his hand and surged towards the spatial barrier. Subsequently, the once dense and impenetrable barrier began to materialize a passageway approximately 10 feet in size. Master, the spatial barrier has opened, Xiao Yan exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement at the sight. What was Su Qian up to? Just earlier in the day, he had declared that no one was permitted to leave. Yet now he was opening a breach in the spatial barrier himself. Yao Lao's mind was awhirl, and he found himself at a loss for what to decide. While both Xiao Yan and Yao Lao pondered, Su Qian, without hesitation, darted through the opening in the spatial barrier. As he exited, the sizable breach began to heal rapidly. Witnessing the closing gap, both Xiao Yan and Yao Lao felt an intense conflict within themselves. Xiao Yan, let's take a gamble. In that fleeting moment, Yao Lao made a decisive choice. In the next instant, Xiao Yan unleashed a terrifying speed only a dozong could possess, darting through the narrowing passageway that was barely wide enough for one person. I made it out. As soon as Xiao Yan burst through the opening, it sealed completely behind him. At that moment, he realized a piercing gaze was fixed upon him. Upon exiting the spatial barrier, Su Qian did not flee immediately, but instead turned back to glance, catching sight of Xiao Yan's unusually accelerated escape right behind him. With a sharp gaze, Su Qian scrutinized Xiao Yan and questioned, Xiao Yan, How is it that you also emerged? Were you tracking this elder? And what was that sudden display of power just now? Faced with Su Qian's inquiries, Xiao Yan's expression grew complex. Granted, Xiao, I shall explain this matter to you in due time. I truly have pressing business that necessitates my departure from the Xiao Yan Academy. Rather than addressing Su Qian's multitude of questions, Xiao Yan uttered a single sentence before attempting to bypass Su Qian and plunge into the vast forest beyond. However, Su Qian was not so easily deterred. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, the Xiao Yan Academy is at a critical juncture of survival. If you do not clarify your intentions, I cannot allow you to leave. Su Qian's gaze was unwavering as he fixed his attention on Xiao Yan. Hearing Su Qian's words, Xiao Yan hesitated and replied, Grand Elder, I do not know what has transpired in the Xiao Yan Academy, but I assure you, as a matter of honor, I would never engage in actions detrimental to the Academy. I implore you, do not make this difficult for me. Moreover, this prohibition originated from your directive. Yet you yourself were the first to leave the Xiao Yan Academy. Do you not realize how difficult it would be to justify this to the others if they were to learn of it? Xiao Yan continued to counter. This retort left Su Qian momentarily speechless. Su Qian hesitated for a fleeting moment, then sighed and said, Xiao Yan, you are a remarkable young man with boundless potential for the future. I hope that you will keep the recent matters concerning the Xiao Yan Academy to yourself and not disclose them to anyone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan understood that Su Qian would no longer obstruct him, and thus he confidently assured, Rest assured, Great Elder, Xiao Yan is not one to speak carelessly. If I were to achieve success in the outside world, I would certainly return one day to assist in resolving the crises facing the Xiao Yan Academy. After uttering these words, Xiao Yan departed hastily, venturing into the vast expanse of the forest and gradually disappearing from Su Qian's sight. Left behind, Su Qian reflected on Xiao Yan's final words, a wry smile escaping his lips as he murmured to himself, Little fellow, if you can carve out your own path, just focus on your own safety. The affairs of the Academy are beyond your current reach. Teacher, shall we head directly to Zhongzhou after leaving Xiao Yan Academy? While traversing the immense forest, Xiao Yan communicated with Yao Lao, inquiring about their forthcoming plans. Indeed, we shall proceed directly to Zhongzhou. Yao Lao nodded in affirmation, then elaborated. Zhongzhou lies an immeasurable distance from here, and since you have yet to break through to the Douwang level, true flight remains unattainable. Even if you were to attain such a breakthrough, prolonged flight would deplete your Douqi and impede your cultivation. Therefore, we must seek a flying magical beast to carry you to Zhongzhou. Indeed, your foresight is commendable, teacher. Without a second thought, Xiao Yan concurred with Yao Lao's analysis. Chapter 611, The Grand Assembly of West Dragon Island. Within the pitch-black void of space, silence was not the only presence. Fierce gales occasionally swept through, capable of tearing apart even Do Huang and Do Zong experts if they failed to evade timely. The more violent void storms could only be avoided by those who had attained the Dozun level. At this moment, amidst a certain area of the void, turbulent winds raged, yet accompanying these gales were over a dozen figures who traversed through the fierce winds unscathed. The West Dragon King. How dare the detestable East Dragon Island's dragon clan summon outsiders to confront us? Such treachery is a disgrace to our dragon lineage. We must annihilate those foreign invaders who have slain our dragon warriors when we reach East Dragon Island, and we shall also teach them a lesson. Indeed, it is laughable that East Dragon Island pretends not to seek kingship, claiming they will await the emergence of true royal blood to establish a new dragon emperor. The royal bloodline has long been extinguished. From now on, I, the West Dragon King, shall be the sole dragon emperor of our clan. Amidst the group traversing the void, a resonant voice emerged, particularly that of the last speaker, which exuded an air of authority that sent shivers through those who heard it. Ha! Truly worthy of the West Dragon King. Your words are indeed imposing. Shortly after this commanding statement, a voice tinged with mockery echoed from ahead, followed by the sudden emergence of 5 formidable presences that encircled the group. Boom! Upon the arrival of these 5 presences, the raging winds were unexpectedly torn asunder by a colossal hand, revealing the towering figures within. Among these figures, at the forefront stood a middle-aged man adorned with a crown. His arms transformed into dragon claws covered in scales, exuding an imposing demeanor. This man was none other than the West Dragon King, the sovereign of the West Dragon Island. Possessing the bloodline of the ancient Void Dragon clan, and having reached the level of a 3-star Doshang, who dares to offend the West Dragon King? Roared a black-faced giant resembling a colossal ape, named Xian Mo, who served as the supreme leader of West Dragon Island and had attained the initial phase of 2-star Doshang. Xian Mo's immense physique resembled that of a divine beast. With each step forward, the space around him would collapse into dark voids. Nearby stood an elder whose aura surpassed Xian Mo's slightly, known as Zhu Mu, the Grand Elder of West Dragon Island, whose cultivation had reached the mid-phase of 2-star Dosheng. Behind Xian Mo and Zhu Mu were 3 to 4 semi-saint level experts and 7 to 8 peak Dozun warriors, including Xiao Yan, who had been implanted with a puppet seed by Liuyun. The mere presence of West Dragon Island's delegation was sufficient to sweep aside any superpower in Zhongzhou, save for the palace, the alliance, and the tower. At this moment, after Xian Mo's thunderous shout, the 5 encircling figures remained unfazed, continuing to regard them with mocking expressions. The West Dragon King's brow furrowed deeply, revealing a hint of apprehension in his gaze. The 5 encircling them had a minimum strength of 2 elder figures at the mid-phase of 1-star Dosheng, above which stood a youth radiating the aura of 2-star Dosheng. Not far from this youth was a white-robed man with a head full of white hair, yet possessing a youthful appearance. An aura of chilling dread emanated from him. As for the final figure among the 5, a red-haired man, even the West Dragon King found him inscrutable, for his cultivation was at least that of a 4-star Dosheng or beyond. These 5 were none other than Liuyun and his companions, who had arrived following the news conveyed by Xiao Yan, having come through the void escape beast. However, this time, their numbers increased by 1, the additional individual being Hai Bo Dong, who, after exploring the depths of the 9 nether yellow springs, had successfully advanced to the 3-star Dosheng level, attaining a power comparable to that of the 3 great dragon kings of the ancient Void Dragon clan. Are these the foreign reinforcements summoned by East Dragon Island? As the West Dragon King faced off against Liuyun's group, his mind raced with thoughts. Initially, he had received word from Xiao Yan that the outsiders trading with East Dragon Island possessed a maximum strength of only 2-star Dosheng. Eager to obtain the legendary Dragon Phoenix origin fruit and the ancient Dragon Phoenix bloodline, he had hastily mobilized his forces to deliver a mighty strike against East Dragon Island to seize the fruit. However, Xiao Yan's previous message had indicated that the strongest among the outsiders was merely at the 2-star Dosheng level. Yet the current assembly before him far exceeded that claim. Nevertheless, the West Dragon King had no time to dwell on Xiao Yan's miscalculations. He was now likely to confront an assault from a force even more formidable than that of West Dragon Island. Human, do you intend to meddle in the disputes of our dragon clan? Know that our ancient Void Dragon clan is not solely represented by West Dragon Island. The other 2 dragon islands possess strength that rivals ours. While there may be occasional disputes among the 3 islands, should we face an external threat, we shall invariably unite to confront the invaders. After a brief silence in this standoff, the West Dragon King finally broke the tension, aiming to leverage the might of the entire dragon clan to intimidate Liuyun. Haha, your tone is quite audacious, isn't it? In response to the West Dragon King's eloquent declaration, Liuyun and his companions remained undeterred, retorting with a tone of mockery. In the presence of the black-faced giant, Xuanma, upon hearing Liyun's scorn, declared, "My Lord Dragon King, there is no need for us to waste words with these individuals. We can simply eliminate them all." With that, Xuanma strode purposefully towards the void space where Liuyun resided, an aura befitting a 2-star Saint gradually emanating from him. Who bestowed such audacity upon Xuanma to challenge the Alliance leader? Chapter 612. The overwhelming power crushing the West Dragon Island. Witnessing the actions of the black-faced giant, Chu Donghai, Chu Ming, and Heibadong exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of sympathy. On Liuyun's side, he too had no desire to engage in futile dialogue with the West Dragon Island denizens, promptly commanding, "Gentlemen, let us commence." As Liuyun's words fell, an ice-blue water-patterned barrier suddenly enveloped a radius of 30 miles. Realizing this change, the expressions of the West Dragon King and his entourage turned grave. They were particularly sensitive to spatial forces, and the instant the ice-blue barrier formed, they recognized that the space within this 30-mile range had been forcefully sealed by a formidable power. Anyone unable to break through this force would find it impossible to escape. Engage. Zhu Mu, confront that white-haired man. The rest of you, do your utmost to restrain those 2 human beings at the 1-star Dose Saint level. At this command from the West Dragon King, the elder Zhu Mu swiftly darted towards Heibadong's location. As Zhu Mu charged forward, Heibadong remained as calm as a placid lake, slowly raising his palm, from which a chilling black aura erupted. The dense Do Qi surging from Zhu Mu was instantly frozen upon contact with this terrifying cold current, and the surrounding space seemed to solidify. The two had barely begun their confrontation when Zhumu found himself at a disadvantage. After all, the disparity in strength between a 2-star Do Saint and a 3-star Do Saint was vast, compounded by Hebadong's frigid Do Qi posing a significant threat to the human body. At present, should Hebadong unleash his full might, even a 5-star Do Saint would not dare to endure his assault. On the other hand, the leader Xuanma, believing his massive physique and formidable strength would suffice, clenched his fist and charged directly at Liuyun. Divine Elephant Body. As Liuyun concentrated, his form suddenly began to swell, growing 2 to 3 times larger than Xuanma in the blink of an eye. With a similar punch, Liuyun's fist met Xuanma's with astonishing speed. Crack! Without exerting any effort, Liuyun's punch produced the sound of bones fracturing from Xuanma's arm. A chilling scream echoed through the air. Having barely begun their battle, the elder of West Dragon Island and the commander of the Dragon Armor Legion found themselves in peril, causing the morale of the remaining dragon warriors to plummet, allowing Chu Donghai and Chu Ming to effortlessly subdue nearly 10 dragon warriors at the half-saint and peak Dozun levels. Bang! Amidst the chaos, a peak Dozun warrior from West Dragon Island was obliterated by a single strike from Chu Donghai, leaving him utterly lifeless. This scene deepened the astonishment of the West Dragon King. He had initially believed that the formidable beastly physique of the Taishu ancient dragon clan would far surpass that of human warriors of the same tier, hence assigning them to thwart opponents only slightly stronger than themselves. He never anticipated they would be so swiftly overwhelmed, especially the encounters between Xuanma and Zhumu, which left him astounded. The giant formed by Liuyun, towering dozens of feet tall, relentlessly pummeled Xuanma, who, despite his mighty constitution, was left spitting dragon blood and frantically trying to defend himself. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. Meanwhile, Zhumu faced the white-haired man, who remained stationary, merely unleashing a frigid force that compelled Zhumu to defend with all his might. At this juncture, the West Dragon King understood clearly that if he could not alter this dire situation, the likely outcome would be the complete annihilation of the forces of West Dragon Island. Desperation surged within him. The West Dragon King roared internally, gathering monstrous Do Qi upon his dragon claws, which surged towards a red-haired middle-aged man whose strength he could scarcely fathom. As the West Dragon King approached, the red-haired man did not move an inch. However, when the dragon claw reached for his throat, the red-haired man suddenly raised his palm, swiftly striking against the dragon claw, with a force beyond comprehension. The red-haired man's hand collided with the hardened dragon claw. Bang! To the West Dragon King's disbelief, his claw shattered completely, reduced to a bloody pulp. Following such an attack, excruciating pain surged through the West Dragon King's body, enveloping him in terror. The strength of the red-haired man had far surpassed his expectations. Impossible, impossible. How can there exist a being capable of such physical might? The West Dragon King released a fearful roar, unable to stop his retreat. Meanwhile, the red-haired man, after rendering one of the West Dragon King's claws a mangled mess, swiftly closed the distance, delivering a straightforward kick to the West Dragon King's chest, sending him flying 1,000 feet away. Under this kick, an imprint was left in the West Dragon King's chest. His crown toppled, and his hair wildly flowing in the wind, presenting a most disheveled appearance. Roar! In this predicament, the West Dragon King let out a thunderous dragon roar, transforming into a colossal Taishu ancient dragon thousands of feet long, its enormous blood-red eyes fixating on the red-haired man, brimming with malice. As he revealed his true form, upon witnessing the West Dragon King's transformation, the red-haired man clenched his fists, displaying no hint of anxiety. At this moment, the West Dragon King's transformation drew the attention of warriors across the other 3 battlefields. Though assuming the form of a massive Taishu ancient dragon, he appeared exceedingly ragged. Dragon scales the size of a person were missing in numerous areas, and blood flowed from one claw and his abdomen like a small stream. Seeing their king suffer such great losses, the morale of all dragon warriors began to waver. Chu Donghai and Chu Ming, positioned close to the transformed West Dragon King, retreated significantly, regrouping with Liuyun. All West Dragon Island warriors, he my command. The forces of our enemies are overwhelming. We must break through this spatial blockade and conserve our strength, awaiting the reinforcements from the other 2 dragon islands to exact our vengeance. The transformed West Dragon King bellowed, charging towards the location where Chu Donghai and Chu Ming had been, seemingly intent on using his powerful physique and mastery over spatial forces to forcibly breach the ice blue barrier. Chapter 613. The Conquest of Xuanma and Zhumu. Buzz. The immense form of the West Dragon King, combined with his explosive speed, caused tremors throughout the 30-mile area sealed by the ice-blue barrier. However, such disturbances were merely superficial. Even a being of his caliber could not tear asunder the locked space without employing a divine technique like the divine elephant body. In the next moment, under the expectant gazes of Xuanma, Zhumu, and the other dragon warriors, the West Dragon King's colossal form crashed violently against the thick ice-blue barrier. Boom! Crack! Cracking sounds echoed forth. With a resounding thunderclap echoing through the heavens and earth, the ice-blue water-patterned barrier trembled slightly. However, the body of the West Dragon King was besieged by the relentless sound of cracking bones. Roar! Roar! In the next moment, a heart-wrenching and mournful dragon's roar erupted from the maw of the West Dragon King. Lord Dragon King! Lord Dragon King! Upon hearing this anguished roar, a profound sense of sorrow surged within the hearts of the Dragon Clan's powerful warriors, including Xuanma and Zhumu. This was their Dragon King, a supreme powerhouse with the bloodline of the ancient Void Dragon Clan's royal lineage. Yet now, he had collided with the Grand Formations barrier, his body a grotesque mess. Crying out in despair. At this moment, Xuanma and Zhumu simultaneously abandoned their respective opponents, striving to reach the West Dragon King's side to lend their strength in shattering the quaking ice-blue water-pattern barrier. Just then, Liuyun subtly gestured to Heibadong. Understanding Liuyun's intent, Heibadong promptly positioned himself before Xuanma and Zhumu, unleashing a surge of chilling dark energy from within, with his full power activated. As soon as Xuanma and Zhumu made contact with the black frost, they were instantly immobilized, their bodies frozen in place. Meanwhile, Liuyun unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, penetrating the minds of the two as the black, icy current threatened to envelop their heads. Due to the freezing force emanating from Heibadong, their consciousness, or souls, temporarily lost the capacity for thought, allowing Liuyun to swiftly deploy the ancient puppet technique. Before long, Xuanma and Zhumu's bodies adapted to the cold force. Logically, they should have regained consciousness, yet at that moment, their eyes remained vacant, devoid of any spark of life. Commander Xuanma, Elder Zhumu, the remaining Dragon Clan warriors, witnessing this scene, felt their sorrow reach an unbearable peak. Even the gravely injured West Dragon King revealed a sense of helplessness in his immense dragon eyes. Given his current state, even if he managed to escape, he could not hope to recuperate in less than several decades. Moreover, his injuries had severely diminished his strength. As he watched his most capable generals on the brink of demise, despair consumed him. He could envision that, in his current condition, even if Liuyun and his group chose not to slay him, the South and North Dragon Kings would surely take advantage of the situation to strike him down. Alas! In an instant, a wave of sorrow enveloped all the Dragon Clan warriors present. With Heibadong's presence, the other Dragon Clan warriors could only watch helplessly as Xuanma and Zhumu became encased in ice, too fearful to advance. In the standoff, Liuyun required little time to thoroughly implant the puppet seed deep within the souls of Xuanma and Zhumu. Having accomplished this, Liuyun signaled to Heibadong once more. Upon noticing, Heibadong discreetly reduced the intensity of the chilling energy. Boom! As the surrounding cold energy diminished, the controlled Xuanma and Zhumu swiftly shattered the black ice that had bound them, freeing themselves entirely. They've escaped. The commander and elder have been liberated. The Dragon Clan warriors, witnessing this, experienced a shift in their mournful spirits, becoming somewhat agitated. Even the West Dragon King, who lay recuperating by the ice-blue water-pattern barrier, felt a sigh of relief, a flicker of hope igniting in his gaze. The barrier had already been loosened by his previous collision, with Xuanma and Zhumu's assistance. Although shattering the barrier remained a distant hope, there was a significant possibility of reducing the spatial confinement strength. At that point, with the ancient Void Dragon Clan's mastery over spatial power, he could directly breach the space and escape this perilous place. Xuanma, Zhumu, gather your forces and converge here, roared the West Dragon King. Under his command, Xuanma and Zhumu feigned compliance, while Heibadong, Chu Ming, and Chu Donghai restrained the other dragon warriors. Soon, Xuanma and Zhumu arrived at the side of the West Dragon King's colossal form. Seeing them approach, the West Dragon King felt a surge of blood and energy, excitedly urging, "Quickly, strike with me to loosen the spatial confinement within this barrier, and then we shall break through." Agreed. Xuanma and Zhumu nodded in unison, swiftly gathering their strength in their palms. The West Dragon King also concentrated, preparing to unleash a powerful strike against the Grand Formation barrier before him. Boom! In the next instant, 3 attacks erupted almost simultaneously from the trio's hands. However, The assault from Xuanma and Zhumu were not directed at the ice-blue water pattern barrier, but rather viciously struck the West Dragon King's back. Boom! Caught off guard by their treachery, the West Dragon King suffered 2 gaping wounds, each several dozen feet deep, exposing bone, and the dragon blood that poured forth could fill a large pond within mere seconds. Once more grievously wounded, a tide of fury surged within the West Dragon King. Turning his dragon head back, he gazed incredulously at Xuanma and Zhumu, his expression marred by disbelief and a hint of resentment. Why? Why have you betrayed me? Yet at this moment, the weakened West Dragon King found himself powerless to retaliate against Xuanma and Zhumu. After a roar of inquiry, his massive dragon head drooped to the ground, his enormous eyes gradually closing as life began to ebb away from him. Seeing this, Liuyun wasted no time, swiftly darting to the colossal dragon head of the West Dragon King, once again unleashing his spiritual energy. The West Dragon King's body was immense, and Liuyun's initial target was the dragon's head. However, after searching for a while, he could not sense the presence of the West Dragon King's soul. Thus, in the next moment, his spiritual energy followed the flow of blood to the location of the West Dragon King's great heart. Within the West Dragon King's colossal form, nearly 1/3 of his dragon blood had already spilled. If Liuyun failed to locate his soul and implant the puppet seed within it before its vitality waned, death would be the only fate awaiting the West Dragon King. His wounded soul would fall into a deep slumber alongside his fading life, ultimately leading to his demise. Fortunately, after 2 minutes, Liuyun successfully discovered the purple magic core hidden beneath the West Dragon King's heart, where his soul resided, albeit now trapped in slumber. Without hesitation, Liuyun immediately initiated the ancient puppet technique upon finding the West Dragon King's soul. A series of enigmatic seals erupted from Liuyun's spiritual avatar, and a peculiar energy intertwined with his spiritual force began to infiltrate the West Dragon King's soul. Gradually, this energy took root within the West Dragon King's soul, evolving into a massive, transparent crystal, from which transparent threads extended, permeating every corner of the West Dragon King's essence. At this moment, the blood within the West Dragon King's immense body had nearly drained to 3/4 of its volume. Standing atop the colossal dragon head, Liuyun produced a white jade vial from his storage ring and inserted it into the dragon's mouth. He then shattered the vial, revealing a round pill exuding a green glow, which instantly transformed into a pure green liquid that flowed into the West Dragon King's heart. As the verdant liquid merged with the West Dragon King's heart, a surge of vitality began to pulse within, propelled by the dragon's faint heartbeat, rapidly radiating throughout his entire being. The shattered flesh began to swiftly regenerate, and before long, the fractured bones of the Western Dragon King were mended under this surge of vitality. To those observing from outside the Western Dragon King, it appeared as though his flesh and blood were rapidly sprouting anew within mere seconds, soon covered by freshly grown dragon scales. The Dragon King had returned to life. What splendid news! The esteemed Dragon King had been resurrected. Could it be that the jade vial thrown by that person contained some miraculous elixir? Why did these individuals behave so peculiarly, first injuring the Dragon King and then expending such precious divine medicine to restore him? Under the watchful gaze of the remaining Dragon Clan warriors, the previously near-death Western Dragon King opened his colossal eyes once more, and with his dragon claws supporting his body, he rose to his feet. Beneath him, the blood had nearly spread into a vast lake. For any ordinary person, that blood would be a rare treasure. Yet the Western Dragon King no longer required it. Under the influence of the elixir, his blood had been entirely replenished, further awakening the faint trace of royal bloodline within him, drawing it closer to that of a true royal lineage. At that moment, having regained his stance, the Western Dragon King lowered his massive head, upon which Liuyun firmly stood atop this grand dragon visage. Witnessing this scene, the remaining dragon warriors knelt in homage to Liuyun. If their Dragon King had yielded, what further need was there for them to resist? After these dragon warriors had submitted, Chu Donghai, Chu Ming, and Heibadong swiftly took control of them. They would remember everything that transpired today, and Liuyun had no intention of granting them freedom. He planted puppet seeds within them, ensuring that upon returning, the Western Dragon King would lead his kin in unwavering loyalty to him. For those dragon warriors ultimately under control, Liuyun merely distributed some 8th-grade elixirs to them, completely restoring their injuries. The elixir the Western Dragon King had just ingested could be deemed an invaluable treasure on the current Douqi Continent. The 9th-grade Xiandan was exceedingly difficult to concoct, even in the most spiritually abundant region of the medicinal clan. This accounted for why the Western Dragon King could recover from such grievous wounds in such a short span of time. The ninth grade Xiandan would have a significant effect even on high-level Doshan warriors, yet Liuyun had already amassed dozens of these elixirs. Should Liuyun's power fully assimilate these elixirs, his strength would undoubtedly rival that of an ancient imperial clan. Following today's battle, all the high-level combat power of the Taishu ancient dragon clan on Western Dragon Island will be firmly under Liuyun's control. Subsequently, Liuyun directly distributed a Dragon Phoenix origin fruit to each of the Dragon Clan warriors, while he granted 30 to the Western Dragon King, and 2 each to Xuanma and Zhimu. As long as one individual among these who received the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit could evolve into the ancient Dragon Phoenix bloodline, Liuyun would reap significant rewards. With sufficient time, nearly all of them could ascend to high-level Doshang, even if they did not evolve their bloodline. Simply absorbing the energy within the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit would greatly enhance their cultivation. For the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan and the Celestial Demon Phoenix Clan, the benefits of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit far surpassed those of the Bodhi Elixir and the Bodhi Heart. Now that Western Dragon Island was under Liuyun's dominion, his next target was Southern Dragon Island. Previously, Xiao Yan and Man Yan had been dispatched back, but Liuyun, considering their concentration, made them hard to control. Had instructed Man Yan to slow his pace. However, now Man Yan had successfully lured the powerful beings within Southern Dragon Island out, and it was estimated that within the next 2 to 3 hours, they would reach the ambush Liuyun had set. Contemplating the imminent arrival of the Southern Dragon King and his entourage, Liuyun issued a command to the Western Dragon King. Western Dragon King, you shall return with them and arrange for them to enter seclusion to refine the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. As for you, remain on standby and await further instructions. Yes. Subordinate takes leave. Upon hearing Liuyun's orders, the Western Dragon King respectfully nodded, and his massive form transformed into a human shape. At this moment, Liuyun swiftly performed several hand seals, and with the casting of these seals, the vast ice-blue water pattern barrier enveloping a 30-mile radius immediately dissipated. After the barrier vanished, the Western Dragon King, accompanied by his generals Xuanma and Zhimu, along with the Dragon Clan warriors, hastily returned to Western Dragon Island. Once the individuals from Western Dragon Island had departed, Liuyun promptly dismantled all the magic cores from the ice-blue water-light formation. Although the energy within these cores was diminished, they could still be repurposed for other uses. Chapter 615, The Southern Dragon King. In a dark expanse within the void, distance from the battlefield where Liuyun and the Western Dragon Clan had clashed, another formidable group was advancing quickly. Leading this group was a middle-aged man clad in a yellow robe, his countenance somewhat shadowed. This individual was the Southern Dragon King of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan, a terrifying powerhouse whose cultivation was on par with that of the Western Dragon King, having reached the late stage of the 3-star Doshang. Beside the Southern Dragon King walked a white-haired elder with his upper body bare. Despite his age, his muscles appeared robust, exuding an aura of strength. His name was Liuyun, the Grand Elder of Southern Dragon Island, and, aside from the Southern Dragon King, he was the strongest, having attained the mid-stage of the 2-star Doshang. However, this lineup was slightly inferior compared to that of Western Dragon Island, which boasted 2 2-star Doshang warriors. Following Liuyun, nearly 10 powerful dragon warriors accompanied them, including Man Yan, who had previously been controlled by Liuyun and then released. Walking alongside the Southern Dragon King, Liuyun voiced his indignation. Dragon King, the people of Eastern Dragon Island are utterly outrageous, actually colluding with outsiders and engaging in clandestine transactions. The Dragon Phoenix origin fruit is meant solely for your majesty. How could it fall into the hands of Eastern Dragon Island? Indeed, as per Man Yan's report, that fellow Western Dragon King has also sent Xiao Yan to their side. I wonder if they have crossed paths yet? The Southern Dragon King replied with a hint of melancholy. Did Man Yan not mention that those outsiders possess a 2-star Doshang among them? Xiao, being a mere waste who isn't even a half-saint, would likely have no chance to escape if he encounters those outsiders. Liuyun scoffed derisively at the mention of a minor commander from Western Dragon Island. Do not underestimate Western Dragon Island. Their Dragon Armor army is on par with our Southern Dragon Island's Barbarian Dragon army, each possessing their own advantages. The Southern Dragon King admonished, shaking his head. If any stragglers return to Western Dragon Island, the Western Dragon King may well come to Eastern Dragon Island. At that point, a single Dragon Phoenix origin fruit may not suffice. Your Majesty is right. If the Western Dragon King intervenes, matters could become quite troublesome. Liuyun nodded earnestly in response. The Southern Dragon King gently patted Liuyun's arm, smiling. Let us proceed. The 2-star Doshang from the outsiders will require your handling. while I shall confront the obstinate old stubborn of Easter Dragon Island. Understood. Upon hearing the Southern Dragon King's words, a fierce battle intent surged forth from Liuyun. In his view, a 2-star Do Shang from the outsiders would pose little threat before him. After advancing for a while, the Southern Dragon King suddenly halted, his expression growing exceedingly grave. Halt! He raised his hand, prompting everyone to come to an immediate stop. Upon halting, the esteemed elder of South Dragon Island, Liuyun, discerned an anomaly and furrowed his brow as he addressed the South Dragon King. Dragon King, there is an issue. This void space is permeated with an overwhelming stench of blood, and alarmingly, the source of this sanguine odor appears to be from our own dragon clan. Indeed, I had sensed this as well, responded the South Dragon King, his tone grave. However, the erratic winds within the void make it difficult for me to ascertain the precise direction from which this foul scent emanates. With caution, he surveyed the surroundings. Could it be that the people of West Dragon Island have engaged in combat with those foreign entities? If so, would it not be considerably easier for us to proceed to East Dragon Island and seize the Dragon Phoenix source fruit? After a moment of contemplation, the South Dragon King articulated his thoughts clearly, commanding the powerful beings of South Dragon Island behind him. All clansmen, heed my orders. We shall deviate from our original course and make our way towards the left peninsula of East Dragon Island. At his command, Liuyun and the other formidable warriors of South Dragon Island promptly adjusted their direction and set forth towards the right side of their intended route. It soon became evident that the South Dragon King's suspicions were well-founded. As they journeyed rightward, the rancid odor diminished gradually until it vanished entirely. The South Dragon King's prudence is indeed commendable. Just as the South Dragon King felt a swell of pride, a chilling laugh resonated through the dark expanse surrounding them. In response to the mocking sound, Liuyun drew forth a fiery red sword, illuminating the void as he bellowed. Who dares to spy on the warriors of South Dragon Island? You seek death. Barely had his words left his lips when a bone-chilling wave surged toward him from a certain direction. In that instant, Liuyun's demeanor shifted from confidence to grave concern. He swiftly summoned his internal battle energy to form a protective barrier against the encroaching black chill. Observing this, the South Dragon King unleashed a powerful surge of battle energy from his palm, aiding Liuyun in resisting the onslaught of the chilling force. With their combined might, the black chill abruptly dissipated, and the entire space was soon enveloped in a vast, ice-blue water barrier, mirroring the earlier encounter of West Dragon King. Moments later, 5 exceptionally powerful auras descended upon the warriors of South Dragon Island. How can this be? The South Dragon King's countenance darkened as he sensed the presence of these newcomers. Elder Liuyun directed his ire towards Man Yan. Man Yan, did you not claim that the strongest among these foreign beings was merely a 2-star Do Saint? How then do we now face a 3-star Do Saint? Elder, I am uncertain. I was unaware of the existence of this white-haired individual. Man Yan feigned panic in response to Elder Liuyun's inquiry. Enough, Liuyun. What purpose does it serve to blame Man Yan? He is but a semi-saint. He can only perceive what they wish him to see. If they conceal their strength, how could he possibly know? The South Dragon King exhaled deeply, having accepted the reality that a 3-star Do Saint lurked within their midst. Warriors, you must unite to confront the 2 1-star Do Saints. Do you dare accept this challenge? The South Dragon King thundered. Why would we not? With the South Dragon King's commanding declaration, the Dragon Warriors responded with resolute vigor. They were assigned to face none other than Chu Donghai and Chu Ming. Meanwhile, the South Dragon King designated the 3-star Do Saint, Hai Buodong, as his opponent, while the 2-star Do Saint clone of Liuyun was to be confronted by Elder Liuyun. The mightiest Tianyo concealed his true power, evading the South Dragon King's attention. Observing the swift allocation of targets by the warriors of South Dragon Island, Hai Buodong chuckled lightly. Tianyo, allow me to handle the South Dragon King. I shall deal with that bare-chested elder. With that, Hai Buodong vanished from his position, charging towards Liuyun. What is happening? The enemy's strongest warrior is coming for me? At that moment, Liuyun was advancing towards Liuyun, but upon noticing the approach of the 3-star Do Saint, he felt an unsettling tension. The South Dragon King, realizing the impending threat, attempted to intercept Hai Buodong, but before he could act, a fiery red beam shot forth at an imperceptible speed towards his chest. Upon sensing the energy contained within the fiery beam, the South Dragon King's expression shifted dramatically, and he momentarily forgot about intercepting Hai Buodong as he focused entirely on countering the sudden assault. His battle energy erupted, forming an exceptionally resilient defensive barrier. In less than a second, the massive barrier he had conjured was pierced by the fiery beam, creating a small hole. With a piercing impact, the beam struck the South Dragon King in the abdomen, completely penetrating him. He glanced down at the blood gushing from the wound, his body collapsing as disbelief flooded his eyes. Tianyou's singular strike had grievously injured the South Dragon King, and the surrounding dragon warriors were rendered speechless by the shocking turn of events. Lord Dragon King, how could the Dragon King be wounded? The being merely unleashed a light beam and severely injured the Dragon King. What terrifying power must he possess? Following their astonishment, a creeping dread took hold. The terrifying presence of Tianyou instilled such fear in the dragon warriors that they lacked the courage to resist. At that moment, Elder Liuyun, having been intercepted by Hai Buodong, found himself in a dire struggle. Although Hai Buodong was only at the initial stage of 3-star Dose Saint, his unique battle energy allowed him to contend even with late-stage 3-star Dose Saints and weaker 4-star Dose Saints. How much more so against Liuyun, who was merely a 2-star Dose Saint? The overwhelming cold energy relentlessly battered Liuyun's form, were it not for his fire attribute, granting him some resistance to the cold. Coupled with his formidable physique as a member of the ancient dragon clan, he would likely have been subdued by Hai Buodong already. After only a few exchanges, Liuyun had sustained multiple injuries from the invading cold energy, forcing him to expend most of his battle energy to suppress it. Seeing that the battle was nearing its conclusion before it had even truly begun, Liuyun directed Tianyou, see if you can seal the South Dragon King. In his previous engagement with the West Dragon King, it had taken a near-fatal blow to plant the puppet seed, resulting in the expenditure of a precious 9th-grade mysterious pill. While Liuyun could afford such an expense, he preferred not to waste it unnecessarily. If Tianyou could find a way to subdue the South Dragon King without bringing him to the brink of death, it would indeed be a viable strategy. Understood, Master. Tianyou replied respectfully, nodding in acknowledgement. In the next moment, Tianyou swiftly approached the kneeling and pained South Dragon King. As he drew near, a flicker of hatred flashed in the South Dragon King's previously pained gaze, and with great effort, he transformed his arm into a dragon claw covered in scales, ferociously swiping at Tianyou. Bang! However, the Southern Dragon King has overestimated the strength of his own physical form. His powerful dragon claw, when unleashed in a fierce swing, was unexpectedly seized by the Tianyou, who grasped it firmly. The Southern Dragon King attempted to retract it, but found himself unable to escape the grip of that immense force. Infuriated, feeling an overwhelming threat, the Southern Dragon King opened his mouth wide and unleashed a scorching pillar of fire. Yet, in the very next moment, Tianyou extended his other hand, effortlessly piercing through the flames and seizing the Southern Dragon King's throat. If you wish to avoid death, behave yourself, Tianyou admonished, with his throat firmly grasped. The Southern Dragon King felt the icy breath of death drawing perilously close, causing his claws to droop limply, devoid of any resistance. Observing this, Tianyou swiftly pointed at the Southern Dragon King's forehead, and a peculiar energy surged into his body. This was a method of sealing, albeit one of considerable difficulty. Had it not been for the vast disparity in strength, or if the opponent had not relinquished their will to resist, it would have been exceedingly challenging to execute successfully. At this moment, the Southern Dragon King belonged to the latter category, having abandoned all resistance. Initially, Liuyun harbored concerns regarding the capture of such a formidable adversary, knowing that if they were to resort to self-destruction in their final moments, even he would be powerless to intervene. Yet, the Southern Dragon King's current demeanor alleviated many of those concerns, as Tianyou's extraordinary energy infiltrated the Southern Dragon King's body, sealing his cultivation. Liuyun acted with remarkable swiftness, channeling his soul power towards the Southern Dragon King, fervently employing the ancient puppet technique. At this juncture, the Southern Dragon King's allies from the Southern Dragon Island were wholly preoccupied with their own survival, unable to assist even upon witnessing their king's subjugation. Particularly, the Grand Elder Liuyun found himself afflicted by the encroaching cold power that had infiltrated his very organs, suffering immensely. A moment's inattention could lead to his complete freezing by Hai Buodong's frigid force. In a fit of desperation, Liuyun resolved to abandon his corporeal form, severing his soul from his body. Oh! Observing this unexpected maneuver from Liuyun, Hai Buodong's eyes flickered with surprise. It was truly beyond his expectations for a member of the Beastman clan to forsake their robust physical form, allowing their soul to depart. However, this momentary astonishment did not lead Hai Buodong to show any mercy. He once again summoned the chilling power, which surged forth with great intensity, pursuing the dark mist that had escaped from the Grand Elder Liuyun's corporeal form. Boom! In the next instant, the dark mist was enveloped by the black, chilling energy, and Liushan's soul succumbed to a deep slumber beneath this overwhelming force. Seeing that both the Southern Dragon King and Grand Elder Liushan had been subdued, a sense of sorrow permeated the remaining dragon warriors present, excluding Man Yen. Just then, a surge of chaotic energy erupted from within one of the dragon clan's half-saint warriors. "Old Chu, we're in trouble. That fellow intends to self-destruct." Chu Donghai, who was nearby, sensed the impending danger. But once a half-saint warrior had set their mind on self-detonation, there was no stopping them. Moreover, the destructive force of such an explosion was something even he dared not confront directly. Upon seeing this, Chu Ming unleashed a violent gust, propelling several dragon warriors away from the imminent explosion, including Chu Donghai. However, 2 dragon warriors remained perilously close to the self-destructing half-saint. There's no time to waste. At this critical juncture, neither Chu Donghai nor Chu Ming could afford to risk their lives to rescue the 2 remaining warriors. In the next moment, a terrifying wave of energy emanated from the half-saint, radiating outwards. Chu Donghai and Chu Ming found themselves enveloped in a golden light, and as the brilliance faded, they remarkably transformed into towering golden giants, each standing 9 zhang tall. Though the explosive shockwave approached them closely, it did not compress their forms. Instead, it merely propelled them further away. Upon realizing they had sustained no serious harm, a glimmer of joy illuminated Chu Donghai's face, and he boastfully addressed the remaining 7 or 8 dragon warriors. "Did you see that? Even in self-detonation, you pose no threat to us." The previous scene had been crystal clear to all remaining dragon warriors. Had it not been for the intervention of Chu Donghai and Chu Ming, they might have been obliterated in the explosion of their half-saint kin. Yet, the 2 at the center of the blast emerged relatively unscathed, leaving the others in utter despair, devoid of any will to resist. Without hesitation, Chu Donghai and Chu Ming followed the example set by Tianyo, sealing the cultivation of a non-resistant dragon warriors. As time progressed, the Southern Dragon King's once dull gaze regained clarity at a certain moment, and he regarded Liuyun with utmost reverence. Having successfully implanted the puppet seed within the Southern Dragon King's soul, Liuyun did not bestow a 9th-grade elixir for recovery as he had done with the Western Dragon King. Instead, he offered merely an 8th-grade pill. The efficacy of this 8th-grade elixir was sufficient to heal the Southern Dragon King's wounds. "Thank you, my master, for the medicine." The Southern Dragon King gratefully accepted the elixir from Liuyun, consuming it without hesitation. Following the ingestion of the 8th-grade pill, the injuries within the Southern Dragon King's body rapidly healed, and the punctures inflicted by Tianyo began to close. Simultaneously, Tianyo swiftly executed intricate hand seals, unraveling the seal that had bound the Southern Dragon King's cultivation. At this juncture, Liuyun's gaze shifted towards the Grand Elder Liushan, whose body and soul had been simultaneously encased in ice by Haiba Dong. "Haiba Dong, your power continues to grow stronger," Liuyun sincerely commended. Liushan, after all, was a formidable 2-star Do Sheng, yet Haiba Dong had effortlessly subdued him, a testament to the latter's formidable strength. This is all thanks to the leader's guidance, leading me to the depths of Huang Quan, where I encountered fortuitous opportunities and absorbed vast amounts of chilling energy, successfully breaking through to become a 3-star Do Sheng. Haiba Dong replied with a gentle smile. Liuyun nodded lightly, and, in a flash, appeared beside the frozen form of Liushan. The Grand Elder's soul hovered 3 meters above his head, tightly ensconced in the chilling energy, trapped in slumber. "Release his soul," Liuyun commanded, glancing at Liushan's spirit as he turned to Haiba Dong. "Understood." In response, Haiba Dong immediately withdrew the immense chilling force that had bound Liushan. In that instant, Liuyun extended his soul power, reaching out towards the still mass of black mist. Liushan's spirit, having succumbed to slumber under Haiba Dong's chilling energy, found Liuyun's ancient puppet technique to be remarkably effortless. Within 2 minutes, the transparent threads had woven through every corner of Liushan's soul. Once Liuyun had thoroughly implanted the puppet seed within Liushan's spirit, the latter remained in a deep sleep. However, awakening him was not a daunting task. Utilizing the puppet seed within his soul, Liuyun forcibly roused him. As Liushan's soul stirred from slumber, Liuyun softly commanded, "Go now, return to your own body." Haiba Dong swiftly retracted the chilling energy from Liushan's corporeal form. Although Liushan's physical form had previously been entirely eroded by the chilling power, his corporeal body belonged to the formidable Taishu ancient dragon clan. Moreover, Haiba Dong had not exerted his full strength. Thus, once that cold energy was withdrawn, Liushan's body swiftly began to restore its heartbeat, and the blood within him began to flow once more. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lushan's soul rapidly returned, reclaiming his rightful body. I pay my respects, master. Upon regaining control of his body, Lushan's first act was to bow deeply before Liuyun. After a slight nod, Liuyun gestured towards Chu Ming and Chu Donghai, who were severally away, stating, "Bring those few over as well." Upon hearing this, Chu Donghai and Chu Ming escorted the Seal Dragon Clan warriors towards Liuyun. Alas, today marks the complete annihilation of our southern Dragon Island. Even the Dragon King and the Elder have succumbed to that vile scoundrel. The methods of this villain must be exceedingly sinister. Otherwise, how could the Dragon King and Elder Lushan have changed their attitudes so drastically? These Dragon Clan warriors had witnessed some of Liuyun's actions towards the Southern Dragon King and Elder Lushan earlier. Although they were unclear about the specifics, they sensed that something wicked had transpired. Otherwise, how could the Southern Dragon King and Elder Lushan have so quickly altered their stances? However, now they were acutely aware that dire consequences awaited them, yet found themselves powerless due to their sealed cultivation. Chapter 618. The most powerful Northern Dragon King. Before long, the remaining Dragon Clan elites were completely escorted by Chu Donghai and Chu Ming to stand before Liuyun. "You stand before your master. Do not hesitate to kneel," Lushan bellowed at the gathered individuals, his voice still carrying the authoritative weight of his former position as elder. Upon hearing Lushan's command, despite their reluctance, the Dragon Clan warriors bowed their knees and knelt before Liuyun. After they had submitted, the Southern Dragon King spoke up, saying, "Regardless of what Master does to you shortly, do not resist. Comply with Master S' wishes to the best of your abilities." Understood. It was evident that the Southern Dragon King's authority held greater sway over these Dragon Clan warriors than that of Elder Lushan. At his command, they all responded with grave expressions. Liuyun was exceedingly pleased with the conduct of both the Southern Dragon King and Elder Lushan. The ancient puppet arts would not strip the individual sown with puppet seeds of their memories. It merely implanted a loyalty to Liuyun within their souls. In their day-to-day existence, they could think freely, cultivate, and perform various tasks, yet everything would revolve around their loyalty to Liuyun. Moreover, upon receiving a command from Liuyun, they would exert every effort to fulfill the tasks assigned to them. At this moment, under the reprimands of the Southern Dragon King and Elder Lushan, these Dragon Clan warriors genuinely relinquished their internal resistance, saving Liuyun considerable time in the process of planting puppet seeds within them. Before long, all the Dragon Clan warriors brought by the Southern Dragon King, except for the 3 who had perished in the self-explosion, were under Liuyun's control through the ancient puppet arts. Southern Dragon King, here are 30 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits. Upon your return to Southern Dragon Island, distribute these fruits to some of the more promising members of the clan. After securing the powerful individuals of Southern Dragon Island, Liuyun, as he had previously done with the Western Dragon Island, distributed the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, hoping that among the Taishu ancient dragon clan, some could evolve into the ancient Dragon Phoenix bloodline through the fruits. Of course, given the population of the Taishu ancient dragon clan and the Tianyao Phoenix clan, even if Liuyun possessed 10,000 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, he could not distribute them in bulk to every member of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. Presently, although Eastern Dragon Island had agreed to the alliance, with Liuyun now controlling the Dragon Kings of 2 major dragon islands, the actual authority over the entire Taishu ancient dragon clan resided in Liuyun's hands. Furthermore, in the forthcoming days, Liuyun would soon take action against the remaining Northern Dragon King. The reason for targeting the Western and Southern Dragon Islands first was that both had previously dispatched Dragon Clan armies, which Liuyun had used to lure out the 2 Dragon Kings. The Northern Dragon Island had remained quiet, allowing Liuyun to delay his actions against them. With this in mind, Liuyun addressed Elder Lushan of Southern Dragon Island directly. "Lushan, take these individuals back to Southern Dragon Island immediately." "Yes, master," Lushan respectfully replied upon hearing Liuyun's command, promptly executing the order. As Lushan led those powerful individuals from Southern Dragon Island away, Liuyun swiftly closed the energy barrier of the ice blue waterlight array with a series of hand seals. After shutting down the array, Liuyun turned to the remaining Southern Dragon King and said, "Southern Dragon King, I have retained you for a specific task. Please, master, command me." Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the Southern Dragon King bowed his head in utmost respect. "Shortly, you will depart directly for Northern Dragon Island and summon the Northern Dragon King for a private meeting." Liuyun elaborated on his plan. "Understood. I shall fulfill this task without fail." The Southern Dragon King pledged loudly after receiving Liuyun's orders. "Go." Liuyun waved his hand casually. The Southern Dragon King then swept his hand through the air, creating a dark rift in space before him. Without hesitation, he stepped into the fissure, and as his figure vanished, the rift rapidly sealed, restoring the space to its original state. 3 days later, within a spatial passage in the void, two powerful figures were advancing at a furious pace. One of these individuals was none other than the Southern Dragon King, who had previously been sown with puppet seeds by Liuyun. Beside him walked a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, the Northern Dragon King of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. His strength surpassed that of the Southern and Western Dragon Kings, hinting at the potential to reach the 4-star Do Saint level. As they progressed, a smile graced the Northern Dragon King's face as he addressed the Southern Dragon King. Southern Dragon King, it is rare for you to think of me first in such matters instead of seeking out the Western Dragon King. Ha! Our bond is far superior to that of that fellow. The Southern Dragon King responded with a chuckle at the Northern Dragon King's words. As he mentioned, the people of Eastern Dragon Island have discovered the royal bloodline that was lost and even obtained the legendary Dragon Phoenix origin fruits from an outsider. If they secretly cultivate this royal bloodline, our status may be at risk. The Northern Dragon King analyzed. Ha ha ha, ha ha. The Southern Dragon King could not help but laugh at the Northern Dragon King's statement. However, after the Southern Dragon King's laughter subsided, the Northern Dragon King's expression darkened noticeably. His brow furrowed as he asked, "Why are you laughing? Am I mistaken in my analysis?" Seeing the Northern Dragon King's displeasure, the Southern Dragon King continued to chuckle. Hee hee. Northern King, do not be angry just yet. Allow me to elaborate. That outsider possesses the strength of 2 3-star Do Saints and has chosen to ally with Eastern Dragon Island. They undoubtedly harbor ulterior motives against our Dragon Clan. The fools led by Qing Shan in Eastern Dragon Island fail to consider why that outsider would assist them in such a manner. This upon hearing the Southern Dragon King's words. The Northern Dragon King's expression shifted dramatically, his face darkening as he spoke. Indeed, the people of Eastern Dragon Island are a bunch of fools. If we allow them to act recklessly, our Taishu ancient dragon clan will inevitably face ruin at their hands. Northern King, regardless of the circumstances, we cannot allow outsiders to interfere in the affairs of our Taishu ancient dragon clan. This is an affront to our dignity. The Southern Dragon King declared indignantly. Southern King, you speak the truth. The North Dragon King extolled the South Dragon King with fervor, before continuing, this time, with the 2 opposing 3-star Do Saints. I believe it would be prudent to invite the West Dragon King to join us for a more secure approach. Chapter 619. The North Dragon King's fierce struggle. Invite the West Dragon King? Surely that is unnecessary. The South Dragon King frowned upon hearing the North Dragon King's words. He had previously communicated with Liuyun, stating that they had successfully set forth towards East Dragon Island with the North Dragon King. Now, with the North Dragon King wishing to summon the West Dragon King, should he acquiesce, the route would undoubtedly change, potentially jeopardizing Liuyun's plans. East Dragon Island has obtained the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, and with the young members of royal bloodline, there are only the 2 of us to discuss division. If the West King intervenes, how shall the 3 of us share it? The South Dragon King analyzed earnestly. While this reasoning seemed sound, the North Dragon King still harbored some vague concerns, unable to come to a decisive conclusion. The South Dragon King interrupted his thoughts, exclaiming, "Enough of your hesitations. With our combined strength, do you truly believe those 2 foreign 3-star Do Saints pose a threat to us? Very well. Let be as you suggest." The North Dragon King nodded, acquiescing to the South Dragon King's perspective. With such confidence emanating from the South Dragon King, and considering the North Dragon King's hidden prowess nearing the threshold of 4-star Do Saint, his confidence swelled, a detail he presumed the South Dragon King was unaware of. Now is not the time for delay. Let us hasten our journey, the South Dragon King urged, accelerating through the spatial passage. Observing this, the North Dragon King swiftly followed suit. After several hours, guided by the South Dragon King, the North Dragon King drew rapidly closer to East Dragon Island, with only 3 to 4 hours remaining until their arrival. However, at that moment, a fierce surge of Douqi, resembling a palm wind, suddenly swept towards the North and South Dragon Kings from ahead in the spatial passage. This indicated that the foreign adversaries had sensed their presence and were preparing for battle. Upon witnessing this, the South Dragon King's expression ignited with combat fervor as he bellowed. In the next instant, the South Dragon King struck out, sending forth a tremendous dragon claw imprint to meet the incoming Douqi palm strike. Bang! The dragon claw and palm imprint collided, both annihilating within the spatial passage. Subsequently, 5 figures suddenly materialized before the North and South Dragon Kings. One was a 3-star Do Saint, another a 2-star, and 2 others were 1-star Do Saints. The 5th, however, appeared to have their cultivation obscured by some unknown force, even beyond my comprehension. The North Dragon King, contemplated as he gazed upon the 5 figures that had appeared before them. South King, did you not mention that the foreign forces colluding with East Dragon Island possessed 2 3-star dose saints? Why do we see only one now, and where is the other? The North Dragon King calmly inquired. Could it be that red-haired man? Indeed, the red-haired man possesses considerable strength. I shall leave him to you, North King, while I handle the rest. The South Dragon King nodded in agreement. This old coot, no wonder he sought my assistance. That red-haired man likely matches him in strength. The North Dragon King mused inwardly, swiftly designating Tian Nyo as his opponent, while the South Dragon King feigned focus on Haiba Dong. At that moment, Liuyun, who had materialized before the North Dragon King, spoke directly. South Dragon King, you should withdraw, since the North Dragon King has come alone. There is no need for further pretense. Previously, the 2 Dragon Kings had brought along other warriors from the ancient Void Dragon clan, and due to the clan's mastery over spatial control, Liuyun feared there would be stragglers escaping. Thus, he had strategically set up an ice blue water light array to seal the space. Now, with the North Dragon King arriving solo, Liuyun had no reservations. With the presence of the 5 of them, the North Dragon King was trapped. What do you mean, South Dragon King? Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the North Dragon King sensed something amiss, his anger surging. However, he quickly suppressed this fury, for he pondered whether it was a ruse on the part of the enemy. If he were to doubt the South Dragon King, based on mere words, would he not fall into their trap? After all, both belonged to the same clan. Even if the South Dragon King were overly ambitious, he would not resort to such treachery against his kin. Having clarified his thoughts, the North Dragon King suddenly erupted into laughter, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "Ha ha, foreign foes, do not presume to outsmart me with your petty tricks. Do you think I would fall for your schemes?" Boom! As a low rumble of energy erupted behind him, the North Dragon King's mirth abruptly froze. In the next instant, he swiftly turned, extending his hands to block the dark energy unleashed by the South Dragon King. South Dragon King, you scoundrel! You truly have betrayed our kin and engaged in collusion with the enemy. The North Dragon King roared, his eyes aflame with fury and mingled with a tinge of malice, wishing nothing more than to tear the South Dragon King to shreds. The South Dragon King, however, paid no heed to his words, launching another ferocious attack that swiftly aimed at the North Dragon King. In light of the South Dragon King's sudden shift in demeanor, the North Dragon King, blinded by rage, retaliated with unbridled force, each strike delivered with utmost vigor. Yet, after exchanging only 2 blows, he sensed a chilling aura surging from behind him. Realizing the impending danger, the North Dragon King felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Though he was on the verge of becoming a 4-star dose saint, he was now faced with 3 formidable opponents, all of whom were 3-star dose saints. Prolonged combat could very well lead to his demise here. Roar! With this thought, the North Dragon King abruptly retreated upwards, unleashing a mighty dragon roar. His form transformed into a colossal ancient void dragon, measuring thousands of feet in length. The spatial passage, which had existed for an eternity, shattered into fragments upon his transformation, unleashing a tempest of spatial storms and chaotic currents. Fortunately, the weakest among them, Chu Donghai and Chu Ming, had reached the level of 1-star dose saints and had trained in a primary tier physical combat technique, the indestructible body, enabling them to survive amidst the terrifying spatial turmoil. South Dragon King, I shall ensure that your treachery is known to our entire clan. When the time comes, your subordinates from South Dragon Island will surely disdain to associate with you. Having transformed into the massive ancient void dragon, the North Dragon King sought to escape the encirclement. In light of the North Dragon King's gargantuan form barreling forward, neither Chu Donghai nor Chu Ming dared to obstruct him. Even Haiba Dong, unleashing a chilling force, could only momentarily hinder the North Dragon King's momentum. He could not prevent his escape. Chapter 620. Complete control over the 3 great Dragon Kings. South Dragon King, await my return. I shall rally the clans of the 4 islands to obliterate you and that foreign scoundrel. The North Dragon King's furious voice reverberated throughout the realm, for in his heart, he knew that no member of the ancient Void Dragon clan would tolerate the South Dragon King's betrayal. Just as the North Dragon King believed that no one could hinder his escape, a magnificent pillar of crimson light suddenly erupted ahead of him. What is this? Upon witnessing this spectacle, the North Dragon King's form halted in its tracks, his eyes filled with overwhelming dread. For within that fiery radiance lay a powerful aura that sent shivers down his spine. In the next moment, as the red glow dissipated, the North Dragon King beheld a colossal Tian Nyo, its entire form engulfed in crimson flames, towering thousands of feet high. The crimson flame, Tian Nyo, The lineage of the Crimson Flame Tianyo has not been extinguished, and its strength has reached such terrifying heights. The North Dragon King recognized the creature species, gasping in astonishment. Before such a presence, whose power undoubtedly reached at least 6-star Do Saint, if not 7-star, he found himself devoid of any desire to resist. Heh! Your keen eyesight is quite impressive. You can actually recognize my flame beetle clan. The colossal flame beetle, towering tens of thousands of feet, did not open its mouth, but instead emitted a resonance of the soul. No wonder that rascal, the Southern Dragon King, chose betrayal. He must have encountered such a terrifying existence. The Northern Dragon King murmured, his mind now clear as to why the Southern Dragon King willingly turned his back on the ancient Void Dragon clan, working for outsiders. In the face of such a fearsome entity, refusal would lead only to death. Senior Beetle, speak. What have you come to seek from the ancient Void Dragon clan? The Northern Dragon King's enormous form shrank suddenly, transforming into a humanoid figure standing 2 meters tall. This size, in comparison to the immense flame beetle, was scarcely 1,000th of a single hair. Observing the Northern Dragon King's diminutive stature, the beetle remained unchanged in its grandeur. At this moment, the others, Liuyun, Heibadong, Shidonghai coming, and the Southern Dragon King, also approached once more. Ah, Northern Dragon King, you seem to be quite astute. Liuyun casually stepped forward with a light laugh. From the stance and positioning of Liuyun and his companions, the cunning Northern Dragon King quickly discerned that Liuyun was the leader of this assembly of formidable Do Saints. This young man, possessing the strength of a 2-star Do Saint at such a tender age, must be backed by an immensely powerful force. Perhaps this terrifying flame beetle serves as a guardian of that formidable power, tasked with assisting this youth. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the Northern Dragon King's expression shifted rapidly, and he lowered his head with a hint of respect, adopting a submissive demeanor. My lord, your prowess is unparalleled. I wish to serve you. The Northern Dragon King spoke with a hint of flattery directed at Liuyun. Seeing the Northern Dragon King's obsequiousness, the smile on Liuyun's face suddenly faltered, and he said with gravity, though you have submitted for now, there is no telling when you might turn traitor. Therefore, today you must accept the shackles I impose upon you. Shackles? Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the Northern Dragon King felt a surge of anxiety. However, this was not an unreasonable demand. It was customary for those who subdued former foes to retain some means of control for future use. Yet, he was still unclear about the true meaning of the shackles Ian spoke of. Noticing the Northern Dragon King's look of bewilderment, Liuyun elucidated. The shackles I refer to will leave an imprint within your soul. Should you dare betray me in the future, I shall possess the means to cause your soul to shatter at will. This revelation left the Northern Dragon King in a tumult of emotions. The thought of harboring a hidden peril within his very soul, with his life perpetually at the mercy of another, was profoundly distasteful. Yet at this moment, refusal to acquiesce could lead to immediate execution. Agreeing, however, might afford him the chance to survive, with the possibility of eventually finding a way to rid himself of this soul shackle. After a moment of contemplation, the Northern Dragon King resolved with determination, very well. I accept. Excellent. I find myself increasingly appreciative of you. Liuyun smiled lightly, then addressed Heibadong and the Southern Dragon King. Heibadong, Southern Dragon King, restrain him. I shall proceed. As soon as Liuyun finished speaking, Heibadong and the Southern Dragon King moved forward. The Northern Dragon King, compliant, made no attempt to resist, allowing them to bind his hands and suppress his power. In the next moment, Liuyun extended his soul power directly into the Northern Dragon King's forehead, plunging into his very essence. As Liuyun's soul energy infiltrated his own, the Northern Dragon King felt a flicker of panic. Yet his limited understanding led him to believe that Liuyun was merely installing a controllable explosive within his soul. As Liuyun's soul power enacted the ancient puppet technique deep within the Northern Dragon King's essence, the latter's expression gradually twisted in agony. However, with his body restrained by 2 3-star Do Saints and the formidable flame beetle present, he bore the torment, enduring the formation of a substance within his soul. Before long, a transparent, crystalline object materialized deep within the Northern Dragon King's essence. Is it nearly over? He thought, sighing in relief. But in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically, and he began to struggle violently. He realized that the transparent crystal, upon its emergence, continued to extend filaments throughout the depths of his soul, as if seeking to take root within him. You deceive me. This is not a soul shackle. You intend to control me. The Northern Dragon King's essence roared at the encroaching soul power of Liuyun. Liuyun, however, appeared wholly unperturbed, continuing to execute the ancient puppet technique without regard for the Northern Dragon King's protests. Before long, those transparent filaments had spread across the majority of the Northern Dragon King's essence. At this juncture, his resistance waned, and he grew weaker until ultimately, he ceased to exhibit any signs of struggle, his gaze becoming vacant. Due to the Northern Dragon King's earlier choice to comply and not resist during the initial phase of Liuyun's technique, the time taken for Liuyun to subdue him was even shorter than that required to control the gravely injured Western Dragon King. Chapter 621, Rescuing Xian. As a result of the Northern Dragon King's earlier decision to cooperate, Liuyun's exertion of the ancient puppet technique concluded more swiftly than with the critically wounded Western Dragon King. My subordinate, I have come to serve my master. Though the Northern Dragon King, adorned in dragon robes, exuded authority, he now bowed humbly before Liuyun. Rise? Liuyun gestured gently with his hand. Soon, 30 dragon phoenix origin fruits hovered before Liuyun in the air. Northern Dragon King, take these dragon phoenix origin fruits to Northern Dragon Island and distribute them among the more capable or gifted members of your clan. Liuyun commanded. At your command. The Northern Dragon King replied respectfully, swiftly collecting all 30 dragon phoenix origin fruits. In short order, under Liuyun's direction, the Northern Dragon King took several dozen dragon phoenix origin fruits and was dispatched back to Northern Dragon Island. At present, the ancient Void Dragon clan had forged an alliance with Eastern Dragon Island, while the Western, Southern, and Northern Dragon Islands were entirely under Liuyun's control. Liuyun's plan was to wait until the results of the dragon phoenix origin fruits distribution became apparent, after which he would issue orders for the consolidation of the 4 Dragon Islands. At that point, such a formidable force emerging in Central Continent would surely astonish even the Imperial clans. Let us go and see how the 10 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits are faring on Eastern Dragon Island. After the Northern Dragon King departed, Liuyun beckoned to Heibadong and the others. Meanwhile, the colossal beetle gradually transformed into a human form, trailing closely behind Liuyun. In the void beyond Eastern Dragon Island, Liuyun, accompanied by the beetle and a group of 5, strode confidently towards the inverted bowl-shaped energy dome. As before, this immense energy dome posed no obstacle to Liuyun and his companions, allowing them to stride boldly into the skies above Eastern Dragon Island. Upon the release of Liuyun's aura, a figure with a stooped form rushed out from a hall within Eastern Dragon Island, his voice tinged with urgency. Alliance leader, you have finally arrived. We have awaited you for a long time. Oh, you have been waiting for me? Liuyun replied, taken aback by Qing Shan's words. Qing Shan intended to speak further, but with so many eyes upon them, he leaned closer to Liuyun and said softly, Alliance leader, let us speak over there. Very well. Flowing Cloud was unperturbed by the schemes of the East Dragon Island, resolutely following the Green Mountain toward a certain location below. Min Weihin, Dian Nu, Hai Bo Zong, Chudong Hai, and Chu Ming were instructed by Flowing Cloud to remain in place. Before long, Flowing Cloud, accompanied by Green Mountain, arrived at a vast stone hall. After weaving through the hall behind Green Mountain for a while, they finally came to a halt in the depths of the Grand Chamber. The hall was constructed of colossal stones, and at its center stood a towering altar, upon which lay a diminutive figure, silent and still. Flowing Cloud's gaze swept past the second elder and third elder of East Dragon Island, ultimately fixating on the petite form atop the altar. A peculiar crystalline layer, resembling ice, enveloped every part of her body. A closer inspection revealed that this crystalline substance not only enveloped her exterior, but had also thoroughly invaded her very being. In essence, the individual lying on the altar had transformed into a lifeless crystalline entity. Alliance leader. This was Xiao Yan, a kin of noble blood brought back by Zhu Li from the Canaan Academy. After her return, I had entrusted her with a Dragon Phoenix origin fruit to refine. However, due to the aftermath of consuming the transformation herb, Xiao Yan's cultivation had plummeted, while the energy from the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit was overwhelmingly potent, solidifying within her body. If she could not absorb this energy, she would remain in this state forever, akin to a living corpse. Green Mountain expressed his deep frustration to Flowing Cloud about the prior events. Listening to Green Mountain, Flowing Cloud furrowed his brow, realizing he had overlooked this matter. Xiao Yan's current cultivation, having suffered from the adverse effects of the transformation herb, was insufficient even to reach the strength of a Do Huang, let alone refine the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. However, the only silver lining was that, in such dire circumstances, Xiao Yan had yet to perish, as there remained a faint fluctuation of her soul. Please, Alliance leader, devise a means to save this child. Green Mountain earnestly implored Flowing Cloud, knowing that with Flowing Cloud's mysterious abilities, even if he could not rescue Xiao Yan himself, he could surely find another way. Saving her is not difficult. Upon hearing Green Mountain's words, Flowing Cloud nodded gently and then, in a flash, appeared beside the altar. Green Mountain, Zhu Li, and the second elder exchanged glances, their faces alight with anticipation at Flowing Cloud's confident response. Casting a glance at the slumbering Xiyan, Flowing Cloud unleashed a surge of ethereal blue flames, enveloping her entirely. Extraordinary fire, so it is. Realizing the significance of the blue flames emanating from Flowing Cloud, Green Mountain, Zhu Li, and the second elder pondered, understanding why Flowing Cloud possessed such confidence. Although the Dragon Phoenix crystalline layer was formidable, it could not withstand the searing heat of the extraordinary fire. As the altar bore the brunt of such terrifying temperatures, the crystalline layer on Xiyan's body began to emit a faint, peculiar radiance, flickering like flowing liquid, releasing waves of terrifying energy that sent shivers down their spines. Soon, the seemingly indestructible Dragon Phoenix crystalline layer visibly transformed, its outermost layer morphing into a purplish-golden liquid. The Dragon Phoenix crystalline layer is melting. It is melting. Excellent. The Alliance leader's prowess is truly remarkable. Witnessing the purple-golden liquid, a chorus of suppressed exclamations of delight erupted among them. Flowing Cloud's life fire, a fusion of the Taoyin Divine Flame and the Qinglian sacred fire, wielded immense power. Carefully enveloping Xiyan's body with his soul force, he swiftly melted away the crystalline layer. In less than half an hour, the crystalline layer on Xiyan's exterior had been completely dissolved. The next step was to allow the extraordinary fire to penetrate her body and dissolve the crystalline layer within. This process required Flowing Cloud to exercise tenfold caution compared to before, as the potency of his life fire was exceedingly strong. He had to ensure that he only refined the crystalline layer without harming Xiyan's body. Chapter 622. The Emergence of a New Dragon Sovereign. The process of Flowing Cloud using his life fire to refine the Dragon Phoenix crystalline layer within Xiyan took a full 2 to 3 days. During this time, Tian Yo, Hai Bo Dong, Chu Dong Hai, and Chu Ming, who remained outside the vast stone hall, were filled with astonishment. For within the span of 2 consecutive days on East Dragon Island, 2 new Do Sheng auras had emerged. These 2 new Do Sheng auras belonged to members of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan, handpicked by Zhu Li for their remarkable talent and strength on East Dragon Island. Although they had not evolved into the ancient Dragon Phoenix bloodline after refining the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, they had successfully elevated their cultivation from mid-level Do Zun to the realm of 1-star Do Sheng. Upon learning of their breakthroughs, the entire Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan on East Dragon Island erupted in excitement. Green Mountain and the others ventured to the altar to understand the situation. And coupled with the fact that the royal bloodline Xiyan was nearing the complete refinement of the Dragon Phoenix crystalline layer with Flowing Cloud's assistance, their hearts swelled with joy. It seems that my Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan, having languished in obscurity for so many years, is finally poised to reclaim the splendor of ancient times. Green Mountain whispered, filled with fervor. Indeed, but before that, we must first reunite the divided Dragon Islands. The second elder nodded in agreement. Once Xiyan awakens, with her royal bloodline and the strength gained from refining the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, I believe the other clans will recognize her as the new Dragon Sovereign, Zhu Li confidently asserted, envisioning that, armed with the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, East Dragon Island would overpower the other 3 Dragon Islands. Even if the 3 Dragon Sovereigns did not submit, they would be compelled to do so through force. The Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan must march towards unification. At that moment, the altar revealed a stirring from the resting Xiyan. Her once closed eyes suddenly flared open, a surge of Do Sheng pressure radiating from her being. In fact, her consciousness had begun to awaken earlier. Realizing Flowing Cloud was aiding her in refining the Dragon Phoenix crystalline layer. Upon recognizing Flowing Cloud's appearance, she felt a wave of astonishment. For she had encountered him before at the base of the heavenly burning Chi Tower in Canaan Academy, where he was then an elder. Now, how could he suddenly appear in the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan, wielding such formidable, extraordinary fire? Numerous questions flooded Xiyan's mind, and upon fully absorbing the power from the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, she instinctively yearned to inquire of Flowing Cloud. However, before Xiyan could voice her questions, several respectful greetings resonated from below the altar. We pay our respects to the Dragon Sovereign. We pay our respects to the Dragon Sovereign. Led by Green Mountain, the elders of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan knelt, their gazes filled with reverence as they looked upon Xiyan. Hearing the multitude of voices from below the altar, Xiyan set aside her inquiries for Flowing Cloud. Gradually, Her body levitated above the altar, and she commanded, "Elders, please rise." As Xian's voice echoed throughout the ancient stone hall, the souls of countless Taishu ancient dragon clan elders trembled. For her words carried an inherent pressure that resonated with their souls and bloodlines. After Xian's pronouncement, Green Mountain led the elders in another bow before slowly rising to his feet. At this moment, Qingshan's face was streaked with tears of joy, for he sensed that Xian's bloodline had not only matured into that of a noble royal lineage, but also inherited the ancient blood of the dragon phoenix. Moreover, her cultivation had surged to the level of a 3-star dose saint. Elders, I ask that you, the first elder, second elder, and third elder, remain. The rest may step outside for the time being. Xian directly addressed Qingshan after the numerous elders had risen. Although 2 elders had surpassed Zhu Li, the third elder of the East Dragon Island, in cultivation, their status paled in comparison to Zhu Li. Furthermore, their eligibility to obtain the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit had been granted by Zhu Li to Qingshan, a kindness they would not forget. Zhu Li had also been allocated a Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, but due to his mission to fetch Xian from the Canaan Academy, he had delayed its refinement. Now, with the situation on East Dragon Island stabilizing, Zhu Li's cultivation was poised for significant advancement. Even if he couldn't reach the 2-star dose saint level, he was certain to break through to the peak of the 1-star dose saint. By the decree of the Dragon Emperor, at Xian's command, aside from Qingshan, the second elder, Zhu Li, and Liuyun, all other members of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan vacated the stone hall. It was only then that Xian began to inquire about the questions that had been pressing on her mind. "You are Elder Yin Lu, are you not?" Xian stated plainly, without any circumlocution. Upon hearing Xian's words, Qingshan, the second elder, and Zhu Li exchanged puzzled glances. "What Elder Yin Lu?" "The leader of the Heavenly Earth Alliance, Yin Lu. How could I not have realized it sooner?" "Are you saying that the leader is indeed the Yin Lu you mentioned before?" "It seems so. Otherwise, who could possess such formidable power? Not to mention that the Heavenly Earth Alliance had recently held an incredibly grand auction, featuring not only mid-tier soul attack combat skills, but also a Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit." After a hushed discussion, the trio finally confirmed Liuyun's identity. "Haha, Xian, your memory serves you well. We met only once, and yet you still remember me." Liuyun chuckled lightly, not denying her identity. "Elder Yin Lu, it turns out you are so remarkable." Upon receiving Liuyun's confirmation, a delighted smile spread across Xian's face. During their first encounter at Canaan Academy, Liuyun had promised to help her discover her lineage and understand her heritage. And now it seemed that promise had been fulfilled. After being brought to East Dragon Island by Zhu Li, Xian realized that Zhu Li's journey to Canaan Academy had been prompted by a reminder from the leader. And the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit she had consumed had also been a gift from Yin Lu. However, she was unaware of Yin Lu's role as the leader of the Heavenly Earth Alliance. Yet, from what Qingshan had shared, she knew that Liuyun's cultivation was at the 2-star dose saint level. What puzzled Xian was that, despite her own cultivation having reached the 3-star dose saint level, surpassing Liuyun's, she still felt a profound sense of insignificance in Liuyun's presence. Chapter 623, Return. Elder Yin Lu. The first elder previously mentioned that you sought an alliance with our Taisu ancient dragon clan for us to aid you in battle when necessary. May I inquire as to whom you intend to wage war against? After exchanging a few words, Xian suddenly posed this question. There are indeed many places where your assistance is required. However, we must wait a while longer, Liuyun replied, shaking her head without elaborating. Seeing this, Xian chose not to press further. Subsequently, Liuyun exited the stone hall, ascending to the heights of the Dragon Island to summon Tianyo, Haibo Dong, and others in preparation for departure. Xian, along with Qingshan, the second elder, and Zhu Li, followed her out of the stone hall. Yet, upon emerging into the sky, Xian's appearance was transformed. Now adorned in a resplendent purple-gold gown, the fabric seemed to dance as if alive, exuding an undeniable air of nobility. Her slender figure was accentuated by cascading violet hair that flowed like a waterfall, gracefully framing her waist and cascading down to her elegantly curved hips. Her beauty was striking. Her once violet eyes had now transformed into a mesmerizing shade of purple gold. Enigmatic and alluring, under the gaze of those enchanting eyes, it felt as if even the heavens and earth bowed in submission. The current Xian was no longer the innocent girl she once was. She had fully blossomed into a captivating young woman of extraordinary grace. On the Dragon Island, countless members of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan were momentarily entranced by Xian's regal presence. their attention swiftly drawn to the pair of majestic purple-gold wings unfurling behind her, gently flapping and resonating with a sound reminiscent of thunder, stirring the soul. Phoenix wings, ancient dragon form. Gazing at the magnificent wings, every member of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan felt an exhilarating rush. In the next moment, led by a certain elder, all the Tai Su ancient dragon clan members knelt before Xiao, their voices filled with genuine reverence. We pay homage to the Dragon Emperor. We pay homage to the Dragon Emperor. Amidst the chorus of sincere reverence, Xiao raised her slender arm and commanded, "Rise." "Thank you, Dragon Emperor." Following her authoritative words, all the Tai Su ancient dragon clan members stood after expressing their gratitude. Once everyone was upright, Xiao immediately issued another command. "Second Elder, send someone to inform the other 3 dragon islands. Historically, there has only been a dragon emperor, not a dragon king. If they are willing to submit and unify the dragon islands, I shall overlook past grievances." Upon hearing this declaration, Qing Shan, the second elder, Zhu Li, and all the members of East Dragon Island felt a renewed surge of excitement. The division of the Dragon Islands had persisted for far too long, and they had yearned for this day, not knowing how long they had awaited it. Now, they were finally presented with the opportunity to witness the unification of the 4 Dragon Islands in their lifetime. Long live the Dragon Emperor! Long live the Dragon Emperor! Among the respectful voices, the second elder, having been addressed by Xiao, bowed deeply and proclaimed, "I shall obey. I will ensure the Dragon Emperor's orders are fulfilled." In the sky, Xiao turned to Liuyun, her gaze steady as she softly inquired, "Elder Yun Lu, do you truly intend to depart now?" Upon hearing Xian's voice, which had matured from innocence to a melodious tone imbued with a hint of charm, Liuyun felt somewhat taken aback. The next moment, she nodded, "Yes, I have visited the Dragon Islands several times recently, and I have other matters to attend to." "Very well," Xian responded with a hint of reluctance. Yet she smiled brightly, revealing her pearly teeth as she addressed Liuyun. "Elder Yun Lu, once I have unified the Dragon Islands, I shall come to visit you." "Good. I welcome the King of Strength from Canaan Academy to visit my Heavenly Earth Alliance." Liuyun replied with a smile, before leading Tianyo, Hai Bo Dong, Chu Dong Hai, and Chu Ming towards the void beyond the Dragon Island, gradually disappearing from the sight of Xian and the many members of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan. "Dragon Emperor, did you meet the leader at Canaan Academy?" After Liuyun and her companions departed, Qing Shan approached curiously. Indeed, it was over 2 years ago, when he was still serving as an elder at Canaan Academy. Xian affirmed without hesitation. This humble Canaan Academy could produce someone of the caliber of the leader. "Yin Lu," Zhu Li exclaimed in astonishment, feeling fortunate that when he had taken Xian away, there had been no conflict with Canaan Academy. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The strength of the other elders in the inner court was mostly at the levels of high-ranking Do Wang and Do Huang, with only the first elder who took me in, Su Qian, reaching Do's zone cultivation. As Xian spoke of Su Qian, a wave of longing surged within her heart. According to the esteemed Dragon Emperor, the leader had certainly concealed his prowess during his time at the Canaan Academy, and now, the secluded territory belonging to the Academy remained unaware of the remarkable achievements he had accomplished in the Central Continent. Is that not so? Zuli Analiza. It must be so. Reflecting upon it now, I suddenly comprehend certain matters. Upon hearing Zhu Li's words, a contemplative expression flickered in Xian's violet golden eyes, and she slowly remarked, "At that time, Elder Yin Lu had seemingly just joined the Academy and had only recently taken up the position of elder. It was during this period that the falling heart flame, suppressed beneath the heavenly flame refining tower, erupted unexpectedly, in a moment of helplessness for all the elders. It was Elder Yin Lu who stepped forward, single-handedly resolving the falling heart flame crisis. Moreover, subsequently, he retrieved a young flame of the falling heart flame from the magma world beneath the heavenly flame refining tower. This young flame, with the infusion of fighting spirit, could nurture the body, thus preserving the Academy's esteemed reputation. Therefore, although Elder Yun Lu took away the falling heart flame, the Grand Elder and the other Academy elders were immensely grateful to him. After all, the falling heart flame was akin to a ticking time bomb, liable to erupt at any moment. Elder Yun Lu's removal of the falling heart flame and retention of the young flame effectively mitigated this latent peril. I now understand the Dragon Emperor's intention. The leader of the Heavenly Earth Alliance chose to join the Canaan Academy primarily for the falling heart flame. It was at that time that the leader of the Heavenly Earth Alliance had already recognized your existence, Your Majesty Dragon Emperor. Thus, when he negotiated with us a few days ago, he was able to inform us of your whereabouts. Zuli realiza. based on the leader's previous methods. Forming an alliance with him will undoubtedly be advantageous for us. Chapter 624. Huang Tian's power experiences a monumental breakthrough. Given the leader of the Heavenly Earth Alliance's past conduct, an alliance with him will indeed be beneficial for us. Qin Shan expressed his initial impression. At present, our ancient Void Dragon clan has certainly not suffered any losses. Without Elder Yin Lu's investment of 10 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, how could I have so swiftly shed the aftereffects of the transformation grass and advanced to my current rank of 3-star Do Saint, even awakening the Dragon Phoenix bloodline? Hearing the Grand Elder Qin Shan's words, Zi Yin shook her head, expressing her sentiments. At that moment, Qin Shan suddenly recalled something and promptly retrieved 5 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits from his spatial ring, respectfully stating, Your Majesty Dragon Emperor, prior to your return, my subordinates took the liberty to distribute 6 of these fruits. The other 2 elders have already refined theirs, elevating their cultivation to 1-star Do Saint. Our 3 remaining fruits have yet to be refined. In total, there are 7, and I now entrust them all to you, Your Majesty. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Li swiftly produced the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit he had previously received. Observing Qin Shan and Zhu Li's actions, Ziyin felt deeply moved. Had it not been for their unwavering support, the East Dragon Island might have succumbed to the fate of the other 3 major Dragon Islands, where individuals proclaimed themselves kings. If that had occurred, she would not be able to stand as the Dragon Emperor today. Subsequently, with a graceful wave of her hand, Ziyin accepted 4 of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits while gently pushing the remaining 2 back toward Qin Shan and Zhu Li, Grand Elder, 3rd Elder, and the 2nd Elder, who is currently absent. Your loyalty is well known to me. You 3 are the most deserving of these Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, so do not decline. Ziyan spoke softly. Thank you, Your Majesty Dragon Emperor. Qin Shan and Zhu Li replied in unison. Seeing this, Ziyan waved her hand and earnestly said, There is no need for excessive formality, esteemed elders. For the time being, focus on refining the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, while I will handle the other matters. Understood. Upon hearing Ziyan's words, Qin Shan and Zhu Li each retreated to their respective seclusion areas, intent on diligently refining the power of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits to achieve rapid breakthroughs in order to contend with the other 3 major Dragon Islands. Meanwhile, Liuyun, Akobi Dan Nu, Haibo Zong, Zhu Zonghai, and Guming utilized the Void Gate to teleport back to the Tianyo realm after departing a considerable distance from the East Dragon Island. Upon returning to the Tianyo realm, Liuyun immediately received delightful news. Huang Tian had broken through from 5-star Do Saint to the late stage of 6-star Do Saint and had successfully awakened the ancient Dragon Phoenix bloodline, evolving into the ancient Dragon Phoenix bloodline, significantly enhancing his innate abilities. This implies that as long as Huang Tian does not fall, he has a high probability of eventually advancing to 9-star Do Saint. Although Huang Tian did not elevate his cultivation to the previously anticipated 7-star Do Saint after absorbing the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, Liuyun felt immense satisfaction in his successful awakening of the ancient Dragon Phoenix bloodline. With Huang Tian's current pinnacle cultivation of 6-star Do Saint, coupled with the power granted by transforming into his true form and utilizing the divine elephant dominance, he could barely contend with the leaders of the ancient imperial clans, Yin and Lei, who were at the peak of 8-star Do Saint, ensuring he would not be swiftly defeated. Across the entire Douqi Continent, only a handful of 9-star Do Saint experts could pose a genuine threat to him. Master, I feel ashamed. After refining several Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, I still have not reached 7-star Do Saint, Huang Tian said, somewhat disheartened to Liuyun, despite having a few Dragon Phoenix origin fruits remaining. However, since his cultivation had reached the late stage of 6-star Do Saint, coupled with the resistance within his body, the absorption of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits had become nearly ineffective, leading him to refrain from wasting them. Huang Tian, achieving this level is already a commendable feat. Liuyun patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Now that Huang Tian served as a powerful card in Liuyun's hand, his confidence had significantly increased. Furthermore, the academy previously commissioned to Lin Hai for construction had been completed, and its scale surpassed that of the Canaan Academy by several folds. Liuyun had also commanded the selection of a multitude of exceptionally talented youths from his factions, including Yunlan Sect, Yin Alliance, Heavenly Earth Alliance, and Liuyun Pavilion, preparing to enroll them in this academy within the Tianyo realm. With the presence of the soul nourishing ancient tree in the Tianyo realm, which enriched soul power, time flowed at a pace several times faster than the outside world. Additionally, the academy housed 3,000 training rooms equipped with core materials, ensuring that all who entered would experience rapid enhancement in their strength. Almost every individual selected would emerge as an elite in the continent. However, given the current circumstances, the secrets of the Tianyo realm could not be exposed to the public eye on the continent just yet. Therefore, every individual entering the Tianyo realm would be unable to leave for a short period, though this would not last long. Once Wang Tian's strength reached 7-star Do Saint or Liuyun's power became sufficient to contend with peak 9-star Do Saint experts, he would no longer need to maintain such a low profile. Liuyun's gaze suddenly shifted to Tianyo, and he remarked with a smile, "Tianyo, your training has been delayed due to your recent ventures to the Dragon Island. Now, you must exert yourself." "Master, I shall strive diligently." Tianyo nodded emphatically upon hearing Liuyun's words. Although Tianyo did not belong to the bloodline of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan or the ancient Void Dragon clan, being a magical beast, he would not experience the same level of rejection when refining the energy within the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits as humans would. Liuyun expected Tianyo to break through to the initial stage of 6-star Do Saint through this opportunity. "Very well, you all should promptly return to your training." After arranging for these individuals, Liuyun departed from the Tianyo realm once more, heading towards the ancestral land of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. Considering the time elapsed, the results of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits he had previously bestowed upon the clan members should have been assessed by now. Soon, Liuyun arrived at the ancestral land of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan via the Void Gate. Upon his arrival, he sensed the puppet seed and contacted the 3 Heavenly Demon Phoenixes who were in seclusion. Shortly after receiving Liuyun's message, nearly 100 formidable figures radiating powerful auras swiftly made their way towards the ancestral land of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. Among this group of individuals, the 3 leaders were none other than the renowned trio of celestial demons, Phoenix, Kunpeng, and Eagle. Phoenix stood at the nascent stage of a 4-star Do Saint, Kunpeng at the initial stage of a 3-star Do Saint, and Eagle at the pinnacle of a 2-star Do Saint. Upon witnessing the advancement in their powers, Liuyun's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Moreover, it was quite surprising that Phoenix, the foremost among the trio of celestial demons, had remarkably become the 3rd individual to awaken the ancient Dragon Phoenix bloodline, following Xian and Huangtian. Chapter 625. The significant enhancement of the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan. Astonishingly, it was Phoenix, the foremost among the trio of celestial demons, who had awakened the ancient Dragon Phoenix bloodline, becoming the 3rd after Xian and Huangtian. "Master, the success rate for refining the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit this time is nearly 100%. Currently, only one person has yet to succeed in the refinement, while the others have successfully assimilated the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Among those who succeeded, aside from the 3 of us, 50 have broken through to become 1-star Do Saints, and 49 possess the cultivation level of high half saints. However, I alone have successfully evolved the ancient Dragon Phoenix bloodline." Phoenix meticulously reported the outcomes of the refinement to Liuyun, a success rate of 100%. In truth, Liuyun had already gleaned a general understanding of these results upon his arrival. Nonetheless, hearing Phoenix's detailed report stirred a sense of excitement within him. 51-star Do Saints, 49 high half saints, coupled with the considerable enhancement in the powers of the trio of celestial demons. Such a formidable assembly, if revealed, would strike fear into even the ancient imperial clans, let alone the Pill Tower and the Soul Palace. Should the trio of celestial demons rally these 99 individuals to form their clan's grand formation, the Celestial Phoenix Ancient Array, the resulting power could potentially thwart even a 7-star Do Saint. Moreover, this was merely the initial outcome of Liuyun's preliminary distribution of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. With such a high success rate from this first trial, Liuyun contemplated distributing another batch of Dragon Phoenix origin fruits to the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan, encouraging those clan members who, even if not high-level Dozuns, reached the Dozun level to attempt the refinement. With this thought in mind, Liuyun directly addressed Phoenix. "Phoenix, please tally the number of clan members with strength above the Dozun level, apart from this batch, and bring them all here." "Understood, Master." Upon hearing Liuyun's command, Phoenix respectfully nodded in agreement, then swiftly departed with Kunpeng and Eagle. After approximately 2 hours of waiting, the trio of celestial demons returned, accompanied by nearly 500 members of the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan. It must be said that the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan, being one of the 3 great families of the Beast Realm, indeed possessed an extraordinary bloodline talent. Almost all adult members of the clan had attained Dozong strength, and those with slightly superior talent could ascend to the Dozun realm. At that moment, the 500-plus individuals trailing behind the trio of celestial demons had all reached the 8th level. Such strength, even without any enhancement, would constitute a formidable force in the central continent, making them far superior to factions like the Tianming sect and the Huazong. It was likely that even the Pill Tower's foundation could not match such might. Of course, in terms of the number of Dozun experts, the Soul Palace might also reach this number, given that some of its branch halls boasted over a dozen or 20 Dozun experts. Master, we have accounted for all the remaining Dozun cultivators in the clan and brought them here. The total number is 533. Phoenix, the foremost among the trio of celestial demons, promptly reported to Liuyun. While the 500-plus Dozun experts from the celestial demon Phoenix clan were being overseen by Kuanping and Eagle at a distance. Due to the presence of 99 saints, certain minor seals were employed around the area, ensuring that the summoned members of the celestial demon Phoenix clan remained unaware of the events transpiring within. All right, you may step back for now. After hearing Phoenix's report, Liuyun nodded in satisfaction, then issued commands to Kuanping and Eagle using the puppet seed. Upon receiving Liuyun's orders, both Kuanping and Eagle responded with utmost respect. Subsequently, Kuanping advanced to the front of the 500 individuals, pointing towards the area where Liuyun and the 99 saints were situated, and in a somewhat hoarse voice, proclaimed soon, one by one, "You will proceed there to test your talents. The esteemed Elder Phoenix awaits you. If you demonstrate exceptional talent, you shall be granted an opportunity to inherit the powers of our ancestors." A talent test? An opportunity to inherit the powers of our ancestors? Could it be that the 99 newly added saints in the clan had all inherited the powers of their ancestors to break through, to become saints? If that were the case, we too might have the chance to leap into the ranks of saints should we pass this talent test. Upon hearing Kuanping's announcement, the 500-plus members of the celestial demon Phoenix clan erupted in excitement, their faces brimming with eagerness and anticipation, anxious to commence the talent tests. Elder Kuanping, when will the talent tests begin? One of the eager celestial demon Phoenix clan members inquired impatiently. "We are ready and can commence the talent tests at any time." Eagle interjected suddenly. No sooner had Eagle spoken than a member of the celestial demon Phoenix clan dashed forward from the ranks, shouting, "I'll go first." Kuanping raised his hand, signaling for him to proceed. Observing this, the young celestial demon Phoenix clan member, possessing the strength of a 5-star Dozun, swiftly charged towards the area where Liuyun and the 99 saints were situated. The remaining members formed an orderly square, numbered by Kuanping and Eagle, patiently awaiting their turn. Upon entering the sealed space, the young celestial demon Phoenix clan member was immediately subdued by several saints and brought before Liuyun. Liuyun quickly employed the ancient puppet technique to control the young celestial demon Phoenix clan member. Due to the significant disparity in strength, it was effortless for Liuyun to control this individual. Within a mere 2 to 3 minutes, he had implanted the puppet seed into the young man's soul. The activities occurring within this small space remained entirely concealed from the outside world. All right, next. After controlling the first individual, Liuyun commanded Kuanping to allow another person to enter, instructing that the first one exit with a beaming smile. 3 minutes, and he's out. Judging by his expression, he likely gained the approval of the ancestors and secured the opportunity to inherit their powers. Observing the demeanor of the first individual as he emerged, the remaining members of the celestial demon Phoenix clan felt a surge of exhilaration. Soon, the second member of the celestial demon Phoenix clan entered the sealed space, receiving the same treatment as the first. Upon entry, he was subdued by several saints and brought before Liuyun. Thus, Liuyun devoted an entire day to controlling all the selected Dozun cultivators from the celestial demon Phoenix clan. Chapter 626, Opening Up Space. In this manner, Liuyun spent an entire day ensuring that all the selected Dozun cultivators from the celestial demon Phoenix clan were under his control. Throughout this process, not every member of the celestial demon Phoenix clan emerged with a cheerful demeanor to prevent any suspicion among those who remained uncontrollable. Most of those who were subdued left with downcast expressions as per Liuyun's arrangement. At this moment, as the 500-plus Dozun members of the celestial demon Phoenix clan were entirely under control, Liuyun waved his hand and distributed over 500 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits to them, one for each. Should this group also succeed, the number of saints within the celestial demon Phoenix clan could potentially surpass that of the ancient clans renowned for their Dozun prowess. Phoenix, Kuanping, and Eagle Phoenix. Heed my words. During this period, The members of the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan are, as before, strictly forbidden from venturing outside. All must remain within the clan. After allocating the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, Liuyun solemnly commanded the 3 celestial demons. "We shall obey your orders." In response to Liuyun's directive, Phoenix, Kunpeng, and Eagle Phoenix respectfully bowed their heads. "Now, you 3, take these individuals to enter seclusion and refine the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits. The 49 with advanced half-saint strength will remain here for the time being, while the remaining 50, who have attained a 1-star dose saint level, shall accompany me." Liuyun continued. "Yes, master." Following Liuyun's command, the 3 celestial demons swiftly led the 49 advanced half-saints and over 500 Zun-level members of the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan away from the area. As for Liuyun, he directly transported the remaining 51-star Saint warriors back to the Tianyo realm using the Void Gate. His intention in bringing these 51-star saints to the Tianyo realm was not merely for them to train within its bounds. Although the Tianyo realm, enriched by the soul-nourishing ancient tree, experiences a time flow several times faster than the outside world, where 1 day outside equates to over 10 days within. This realm's limited expanse pales in comparison to the accumulation of ancient imperial clans over millennia. Should these 51-star saints suddenly enter and absorb the realm's celestial energy, it would undoubtedly lead to a scarcity of resources. Liuyun's purpose in bringing them to the Tianyo realm was to have these 51-star saints continuously expand the space, thereby enlarging the realm's territory. Only with an expanded territory would the celestial energy within increase, allowing for more powerful beings to cultivate within. With the 50 saint warriors tirelessly working day and night to carve out space, it would not be long before the Tianyo realm's territory could multiply tenfold. At that point, Liuyun would strategize the entry of the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan and the ancient Void Dragon clan members who had been implanted with puppet seeds, enabling them to contribute to the expansion as well. You 50, listen closely. Your task is to expand this realm space without pause. Liuyun commanded decisively. "We shall obey." In unison, the 50 saints of the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan reverently responded. "Now, quickly get to work." Liuyun waved his hand. As his words fell, 50 formidable figures swiftly soared toward the boundaries of the Tianyo realm, employing their spatial powers to diligently carve out space. The arrival of the 50 saints did not go unnoticed by those already present in the Tianyo realm. Chu Donghai and Chu Ming, who had been enjoying tea in a pavilion by the window, were momentarily frozen, their teacups suspended in mid-air as the aura of the 50 saints permeated the atmosphere. After what felt like an eternity, both exchanged glances, recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. If I am not mistaken, these powerful beings must have refined the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits to achieve their 1-star saint status. Their leader's actions were truly beyond imagination. The mere appearance of a single Dragon Phoenix origin fruit at the auction had already stunned me. I never anticipated that it was merely the tip of the iceberg. Fortunately, we made the right choice previously. Otherwise, we would not have achieved our current success. The two of them mused as they sipped their tea. Meanwhile, Hai Buodong, upon noticing the presence of the 51-star saints, did not react with the same intensity as Chu Donghai and Chu Ming. Now, at the 3-star saint level, bolstered by the Huangquan cold pill nurtured within the thousands of opened acupoints in his body, he felt confident enough to defeat an ordinary 4-star saint. And he dared to challenge even a 5-star saint. Although Hai Buodong's bloodline was not particularly remarkable, he relied on his high-level heavenly techniques, multiple fortuitous encounters, and his understanding of the undying cultivation method. Given sufficient time, Hai Buodong was destined to become a figure standing at the pinnacle of the Douqi Continent. However, his aspirations did not end there. His ultimate goal was to follow Liuyun into the legendary Upper Realm, the vast world that awaited after the ascension of ancient emperors. As Hai Buodong's thoughts wandered, a peculiar wave emanated from certain location within the Tianyo realm, and the energies of heaven and earth surged violently toward it. Signs of a breakthrough to saint were manifesting. That direction pointed to where Senior Tianhua resided. Casting a glance toward the source of the disturbance, Hai Buodong swiftly vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he, along with Chu Ming, Chu Donghai, Mo Jio, and Duan San, found themselves at the expansive valley where Saint Tianhua was. These individuals had previously journeyed through Zhongzhou alongside Liuyun, forming strong bonds. Now, witnessing that Saint Tianhua had successfully broken through from advanced half-saint to genuine 1-star saint, they felt elated for him. Among them, Hai Buodong had achieved the highest status, Both Chu Donghai and Chu Ming had long since broken through to Do Saint, and now Yao Tianhua had successfully caught up with them, leaving only Mo Jiao and Duan San at the intermediate half-saint level, with Liuyun's resources nurturing them. Their breakthrough to Do Saint would not be a significant challenge. Why have you all gathered here? The now stabilized Saint Tianhua emerged from the valley with a beaming smile, approaching Chu Donghai and the others. You old rascal, you've broken through to Do Saint. How can we not come to congratulate you? Chu Donghai Juke. What's so remarkable about a Do Saint? I just sense that the Tianyo realm has gained 50 new Do Saint auras. Saint Tianhua remarked, casting a sweeping gaze around the boundaries. Those are from a celestial demon phoenix clan. The leader granted each of them a dragon phoenix origin fruit, and they all broke through. Chu Donghai's eyes followed the direction of the Tianyo realm's boundaries as he sighed. A single dragon phoenix origin fruit can save hundreds of years of arduous cultivation. I truly envy such a magical beast bloodline. Haha, look at you. Do you wish to be reborn again? Gumin Jisted. It seems the leader intends for them to expand the space of the Tianyo realm. Saint Tianhua replied calmly. Indeed, after some time, the Tianyo realm will undergo a significant transformation. At that point, the forces deployed by the leader outside should also move in. Chu Donghai nodded in agreement. Does this mean we will soon witness the true depth of the leader's resources? Excitement flickered in the eyes of the group. Ha, you all are my resources. Just then, a melodic voice rang out as Liuyun appeared above the valley. Greetings, leader. Upon Liuyun's arrival, Chu Donghai and the others respectfully greeted him. There is no need for such formality. Liuyun waved his hand. Leader, has there been any significant movement from the Soul Hall during this time? Yao Tianhua inquired, as everyone had remained within the Tianyo realm, unaware of the external situation due to the void-burrowing beast being taken away by Liuyun. Saint Tianhua, no, I should now address you as Saint Tianhua. There have been no major actions from the Soul Hall during this time. Liuyun replied to Yao Tianhua's question. It seems the Soul Hall has suffered significant losses and is reluctant to provoke our heavenly alliance again. With a hint of pride, Yadianhuo remarked that he had obliterated 10 Soul Hall branches, yet the Soul Hall merely contracted its defenses, never launching a counterattack, an accomplishment that many forces could only dream of. Indeed, given the current display of power by our Heaven and Earth alliance, any force contemplating an assault would need to weigh their options carefully. Duan San concurred with a nod. However, you are mistaken. The Soul Hall is not the type to let grievances go unpunished. Their inaction now could lead them to seek a final resolution, potentially aiming to eradicate our Heaven and Earth alliance entirely. Liuyun interjected with a shake of his head. Although the Soul Hall no longer poses a threat to us, the Soul Clan, standing behind them, possesses a strength that far surpasses that of the Soul Hall. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Duan San, perplexed, inquired, Alliance leader, those ancient imperial clans are elusive as shadows. How formidable are their powers? Has the Douqi Continent not seen a Do Emperor for ages? Let me put it this way. The number of Do Saint experts among those imperial clans might total only a few dozen to 100, but in terms of quality, they certainly do not all consist of mere one-star Do Saints. There are likely many who exceed 6 stars. Liuyun elucidated. Now it makes sense. No wonder even a powerful figure like the Alliance leader remains so discreet. The others nodded in understanding after Liuyun's explanation. Observing their reactions, Liuyun displayed a relaxed demeanor, stating, however, there is no need for undue anxiety. As long as we refrain from competing for ancient jade, we can do as we please, and those imperial clans will not intervene. Next, you may choose to venture out of the Tianyo realm, exploring various locales in the central continent to gather resources or perhaps establish some forces. Alternatively, you may opt to remain in the Tianyo realm for training. Liuyun continued. Venture out of the Tianyo realm? Hearing Liuyun's words, Chu Donghai felt a twinge of hesitation. He had encountered an enemy at the auction house, but refrained from action due to certain circumstances. Now, an opportunity seemed to have arisen. Chu Ming noticed the expression on Chu Donghai's face and directly stated, Brother Chu, are you thinking of going out to seek vengeance on your past foes? If so, I shall accompany you. Brother Donghai, if you wish to go out, I will join you as well. Brother Chu, we will go with you. Count me in. Chu Ming's words prompted Duan San, Yadianhuo, and Heibadong to express their willingness to assist. Thank you, brothers. Chu Donghai was deeply touched to see so many willing to support him. Just as he was about to speak with Liuyun, Liuyun preempted him, saying, Chu Donghai, you all may go. I will send you off shortly. After saying this, Liuyun produced 2 spatial jade tubes and instructed, take these 2 spatial jade tubes. Regardless of the troubles you encounter, or if you wish for me to retrieve you once your matters are settled, you can simply crush the tubes. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Chu Donghai gratefully accepted the spatial jade tubes, handing one to Hebadong, whose strength among them was the greatest, ensuring the safety of the remaining tube. Let us depart. I will send you directly to the central region, Liuyun declared, summoning the void earth beast. As the beast enveloped them in a purple light, their figures vanished in an instant. They reappeared at a certain void gate in the central region, and, after glancing at a map, Chu Donghai realized that Tianzhong City was merely 4 or 5 days' journey from their location. Alliance Leader, we shall take our leave. Chu Donghai bowed respectfully to Liuyun. Indeed, Liuyun nodded, then utilized the void gate to return to the Tianyo realm with the demon griffin. At that moment in the Tianyo realm, everyone was diligently engaged in their respective tasks, while Liuyun returned directly to the Wanyao Hall. Upon entering, he sensed the status within the Huangquan stone tablet and remarked, Huangquan Yao Sheng, it appears your soul has made considerable progress in recovery during this time. As Liuyun's words echoed, an ancient and weary voice emanated from the tablet. Indeed, it is quite satisfactory, but I have yet to recover even 1% of my former self. A remnant soul will always remain just that. During this period, Huangquan Yao Sheng's soul had indeed recuperated significantly, thanks to the abundant soul energy in the Tianyo realm and several leaves from the ancient river of soul nurturing. However, as a mere remnant, ordinary treasures could only sustain his existence for a few more millennia. Haha, Yao Sheng, fret not. Since I, Liuyun, have promised you a chance at rebirth, I shall not merely allow you to persist as a remnant soul. Liuyun replied with a gentle smile. In the next moment, Liuyun's hand brushed over the storage ring, and a 9th-grade healing elixir materialized in his grasp. Yao Sheng, here is a 9th-grade healing elixir. Although it is not specifically for soul injuries, its potent medicinal properties will undoubtedly aid in your soul's restoration. Liuyun declared, tossing the elixir into the Huangquan stone tablet. A 9th-grade elixir should be able to exert some effect on my current state, I suppose. Huangquan Yao Sheng's remnant soul within the tablet responded with a hint of indifference. Given his past experiences, he had encountered 9th-grade elixirs during his prime, and even such extraordinary concoctions had little impact on him at his peak. In the next moment, the medicinal power of the 9th-grade elixir radiated forth, transforming into a surge of pure energy that flooded into Huangquan Yao Sheng's remnant soul. Under the influence of this pure energy, the remnant gradually became more solid than before, and its aura grew considerably stronger. However, merely a minute passed before the surge of energy stagnated. Witnessing this, Liuyun could not help but exclaim, truly remarkable, Huangquan Yao Sheng. The immense medicinal power of a 9th-grade elixir has been absorbed so swiftly. Young friend Liuyun, although my current strength is diminished, I have once reached that pinnacle. The essence of my body and soul has long since diverged. Were I to possess a 9th-grade golden elixir, perhaps I could restore 70 to 80% of my power. Huangquan Yao Sheng replied. Upon hearing this, Liuyun spoke slowly. There is no need to rush. In this Tianyo realm, where soul energy is abundant and the flow of time far exceeds that of the outside world, your soul will undoubtedly recover, even if my soul reaches its zenith. If I am unable to transcend that threshold, ultimately, I cannot escape the approach of my end. Huangquan Yao Sheng sighed. His demise was sealed by the inexorable passage of time and the laws of the universe. Had he not left behind a fragment of his consciousness as a remnant soul, he would not have this opportunity now. Rest assured, Yao Sheng, once you regain your former peak, I promise you will have the chance to step beyond that threshold within 3 years. Liuyun vowed. 3 years, I can endure that. If it were any longer, even if I were to return to my peak, I would likely still be unable to evade the approach of my end. Huangquan Yao Sheng concluded with a solemn silence. Upon encountering the enigmatic Huangquan Yao Sheng silence, Liuyun refrained from further speech, his gaze fixated on the colossal diamond crystal suspended above 1,000 pieces of earth-core jade mother, alongside the seated figure of a youthful body. Although devoid of a soul, this youthful form still radiated an overwhelming vitality. Soon, it would not be long before the true body could ascend into the realm of imperial souls. Liuyun's avatar murmured to himself, then promptly utilized the void gate to depart from the Tianyo realm. With his primary self, in seclusion alongside the remnants of the once mighty Huangquan Yao Sheng, a former pinnacle of the 9-star dose saint, Liuyun felt no trepidation. Even if Huangquan Yao Sheng harbored ulterior motives, he could not seize control of a body intertwined with the Taoyin Divine Flame and the Qinglian Sacred Fire. Upon leaving the Tianyo realm, Liuyun first arrived at the headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance in Huagu City. Recently, He had been occupied with nurturing the formidable members of the Tianyao Phoenix clan and the Taishu Ancient Dragon clan, leaving him no time to visit Huagu City. As soon as Liuyun arrived, he summoned several elders of Huagu City. Before long, under Liuyun's summons, esteemed elders such as Fu Fan and Lin Feng made their way to the assembly hall of the Heavenly Alliance. Greetings, Alliance Master. Upon seeing Liuyun seated at the head of the hall, Fu Fan, Lin Feng, and the other elders respectfully bowed their heads in homage. Rise, esteemed elders. Liuyun gestured with a hand and spoke slowly. Fu Fan, please share the recent developments occurring in Zhongzhou. Being called upon, Fu Fan stepped forward and replied earnestly. In response to the Alliance Master, during this period, many regions in Zhongzhou have remained relatively tranquil, save for significant movements in one of the three valleys. The Ice River Valley. The Ice River Valley is making bold moves? Pray elaborate. Intrigued by Fu Fan's words, Liuyun gestured for him to continue. Fu Fan continued. In response to the Alliance Master, recently, three Do Saint powerhouses have emerged from the Ice River Valley. Upon their appearance, they targeted one of the two sects, the Tianming sect. Within less than a day, the Ice River Valley's three Do Saints obliterated the Tianming sect, slaying its master and all the elders, while plundering all its resources. The Ice River Valley is acting with such audacity? Liuyun's eyes betrayed a hint of skepticism upon hearing Fu Fan's account. His doubts did not stem from the sudden emergence of three Do Saints, for he had inferred as much during his initial visit to the Ice River Valley. At that time, Liuyun had refrained from intervening in the confrontation between the Ice Maniac and the Burning Flame Valley, apprehensive of the unknown power lurking beneath the icy depths. Given that the Ice River Valley had maintained such a low profile, concealing its strengths, why would it suddenly choose to act so brazenly now? Fu Fan, has the Soul Palace made any response to such a significant upheaval in the Ice River Valley? Liuyun inquired further. Well, I'm not entirely certain. Fu Fan replied after a moment of contemplation, shaking his head. Very well. Liuyun understood that Fu Fan's means were insufficient to uncover extensive information regarding the Soul Palace. Thus he resolved to personally inquire of the Soul Palace's celestial sovereigns controlled by the puppet seeds. However, after questioning several of these celestial sovereigns, none provided any useful intelligence. Even the Blood River celestial sovereign under Liuyun's control remained baffled. Chapter 629. The complete diagram of the demon fire. The Ice River Valley's sudden and drastic actions, annihilating a prestigious sect renowned throughout Zhongzhou, could not merely be for the sake of intimidation. Furthermore, after remaining dormant for so many years, it was inconceivable they would now emerge without cause. Lost in contemplation, Liuyun suddenly recalled a figure, the four-star Do Saint of the Soul Clan, Han Xian. Given the status of the Blood River Celestial Sovereign and those Celestial Sovereigns of the Soul Palace, they likely lacked access to critical secrets. However, Han Xian's position was distinct. Even within the Soul Realm, he was a revered elder. Unfortunately, he had recently suffered severe injuries due to Liuyun's manipulation of the blood fiend Luo Tian'erei and had yet to recover, remaining in seclusion to heal. It appeared essential to summon Han Xian from his recovery to ascertain the situation. With this thought, Liuyun immediately contacted Han Xian through the ancient puppet technique. As expected, Han Xian remained in closed-door healing. Master, do you have any commands? Han Xian responded respectfully upon receiving Liuyun's spiritual message. Your injuries should no longer pose a significant threat. I require you to investigate whether the Soul Clan has instigated any substantial upheavals concerning the Ice River Valley lately, as well as the reasons behind their direct annihilation of the Tianming sect. Inform me immediately upon gathering any intelligence. Liuyun commended Hun Xuan. Yes, I assure you I will fulfill this task. Han Xian replied with utmost reverence. After contacting Han Xian in the Soul Realm, Liuyun turned his attention back to Fu Fan. Speaking slowly, Fu Fan, how is the preparation for the upcoming auction proceeding? In response to the Alliance Master, the next auction is scheduled for 1 month from now, and I have already dispatched notifications to various factions. Fu Fan promptly replied, adding, moreover, during this period, I have utilized resources from the Alliance's treasury to acquire a batch of treasures for the next auction. Upon hearing Fu Fan's report, Liuyun raised a hand and said, what items do we have? Let us examine them. As Liuyun's words fell, Fu Fan swiftly retrieved numerous items from his storage ring, all of which floated before him, including medicinal pills, techniques, combat scrolls, and spiritual herbs. However, Liuyun's gaze fixated on an ancient, tattered sheepskin map among the items. Despite the absence of any notable energy fluctuations emanating from it, Liuyun felt a profound familiarity. The diagram of the pure, lotus demon fire. Liuyun inquired. Fu Fan, how did you come by this fragment? Upon hearing Liuyun's question, Fu Fan's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly responded. Alliance Master, it seems my conjecture was correct. This is indeed the diagram of the pure Lotus Demon Fire. This fragment was recently sold to us by a wandering cultivator in Zhongzhou, who was of 6-star Dozun strength but was unaware of its significance. Thus, we acquired it for research, suspecting it to be the diagram of the pure Lotus Demon Fire, and purchased it using a pill refined through the 3-color pill Thunder. Fu Fan stated proudly. Fu Fan, you have accomplished a remarkable feat this time. Liuyun chuckled, then focused his palm on the tattered map, exerting a force that drew the fragment into his grasp. After confirming its authenticity, he stored it within his ring. Fu Fan, you have indeed earned great merit. This 8th-grade pill, refined through the 6-color pill Thunder, shall serve as your reward. As Liuyun spoke, he produced a jade vial from his ring and tossed it to Fu Fan. Thank you for your generous reward, Alliance Master. Fu Fan exclaimed excitedly as he caught the vial. Now, the preparations for the upcoming auction are entrusted entirely to you. When the time comes, this Alliance Master shall make an appearance. Liuyun addressed Fu Fan and the others before departing the assembly hall and entering another grand hall of the Heavenly Alliance. Now that the 3 ancient maps have been gathered, it is time to test what effects they may yield. Liuyun mused internally, then with a wave of his hand, the space around him began to subtly distort, sealing the area, ensuring he could manage any unforeseen complications. Subsequently, with a flick of his finger, Liuyun summoned the fragmented ancient maps which floated before him. Gazing at these scattered, seemingly ancient diagrams, Liuyun's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he meticulously began to piece them together according to the patterns etched upon them. Before long, a complete ancient map materialized before Liuyun. As the final piece of the ancient map settled into place, Liuyun cast his gaze upon it, observing that the once fragmented map had indeed formed a complete landscape. Yet this so-called pattern appeared rather mundane, lacking any distinct targets or routes. It resembled nothing more than a hastily sketched landscape painting. Although the ancient map yielded no useful information, Liuyun remained unfazed. In his memory, he recalled that even when the map was fully assembled, it would still require a formidable flame to unveil its hidden secrets. In the next moment, he summoned the flames within his body and enveloped the ancient map, igniting it in a fierce blaze. Under the relentless heat of the flames, that seemingly fragile map remained unyielding, showing no signs of turning to ash. The flames roared, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. However, as Liuyun intensified his fiery assault, the ancient map continued to resist incineration. Yet, with the flames growing ever more ferocious, the patterns upon the map began to shimmer, as though they were on the verge of bursting forth. As Liuyun escalated the intensity of his incineration, the patterns grew increasingly luminous until, at a pivotal moment, the map shuddered violently, and the intricate lines leapt from its surface, transforming into ancient characters that hovered in the air before Liuyun. Dual moons in conjunction. 9 stars in unity. The tides of heaven and earth. The infernal fire descends. The phrases spoke of a rare, celestial phenomenon, one that graced the world once every millennium. While the tides of heaven and earth were an anomaly spawned by this extraordinary spectacle, collectively, these phrases conveyed the prophecy that on the day the tides emerged, the pure lotus demonic fire would also descend upon the realm. Having spent considerable time in this world, Liuyun was acutely aware of the location where the pure lotus demonic fire was sealed. His quest for the ancient map was, in truth, a pursuit of the techniques left behind by the former pure lotus demon saint to combat the demonic fire. Hidden within this ancient map lay a remnant of the pure lotus demon saint, a being who had come closest to the strength of a Dou emperor a millennium ago. The pure lotus demon saint was the former master of the demonic fire, and even the previous owner of the fire, the ancient Tua Shi emperor, could not compare to the saint's might. Upon the emergence of the 4 lines of text on the ancient map, Liuyun gently placed his hand upon it, causing the demonic lotus pattern to writhe as if it were a living entity, transforming into a streak of lightning that pierced directly into his brow. Unfazed by this sudden turn of events, Liuyun allowed it to happen. After a moment of probing, he discovered a sphere of light the size of a fist quietly floating within his brow, devoid of any movement. This sphere was precisely what Liuyun sought from the ancient map, and he knew it posed no danger to him, which is why he permitted it to reside within his body. Having acquired what he desired from the ancient map, Liuyun utilized the Void Gate to depart from the Celestial Alliance, returning to the Tianyo realm. While awaiting news from Han Xian, he commenced a period of secluded cultivation within the Tianyo realm. His avatar had reached the late stage of a 2-star Do Saint, while his true self had quietly ascended to the early stage of a 4-star Do Saint. At this juncture, Liuyun aimed to swiftly elevate his avatar's cultivation to the level of a 3-star Do Saint. To this end, he ingested a 9-rank elixir, a potent pill renowned for its ability to enhance one's cultivation, ranking among the most exquisite and valuable of its kind. At Liuyun's level, although the potency of a 9-rank elixir was immense, it posed no threat to his body. With a calm demeanor, Liuyun began to refine the elixir's essence using the flames within him, transforming its potency into pure energy that could be absorbed. As he continued to refine the elixir, his internal strength began to swell. Time passed, and Liuyun remained in seclusion for over half a month. Yet due to the unique flow of time in the Tianyo realm, less than 2 days had elapsed in the outside world. On one particular day, a muffled sound erupted from Liuyun, and his aura surged to the level of a 3-star Do Saint. However, he did not cease his cultivation, for the potency of the 9-rank elixir had yet to be fully consumed. After 3 days in the external world, his strength finally peaked at the pinnacle of a 3-star Do Saint, at which point he decided to halt his training. While Liuyun possessed other elixirs for enhancing his strength, he refrained from consuming them in quick succession, as doing so could lead to a precarious imbalance in his internal energy, an outcome he deemed unnecessary. At the pinnacle of a 3-star Do Saint, his avatar was but 1 step away from matching the cultivation of his true self. However, once his true self fully ascended to the realm of the Emperor's soul, he too would resort to elixirs to elevate his cultivation, potentially achieving a level of 5-star Do Saint or even 6-star Do Saint. At that point, with such cultivation paired with an Emperor's soul, Liuyun's true power would reach a formidable height. The breakthrough in Liuyun's strength reverberated throughout the Tianyo realm, sensed by most inhabitants, particularly the remnant soul of the Huang Quan demon saint, hidden within the Huang Quan stone tablet, who immediately perceived the changes surrounding Liuyun. This young friend has advanced at an astonishing pace, and he possesses not just one, but multiple 9-rank elixirs. It is inevitable that he will become an extraordinary powerhouse, mused the Huang Quan demon saint. In the Huang Quan demon saint's perception, Liuyun's avatar, having achieved the pinnacle of a 3-star Do Saint, vanished silently from the Tianyo realm. Emerging from the void, Liuyun swiftly made his way to the battlefield where he had previously contended with the West Dragon Island. His destination was the West Dragon Island of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan, as the void gate left behind at this battlefield was the closest to that island, prompting Liuyun to arrive here. Days prior, Xian had broken through to the level of a 3-star Do Saint, achieving the full maturation of her royal bloodline and awakening the ancient Dragon Phoenix bloodline, subsequently ordering the second elder of the East Dragon Island to inform the other 3 Dragon Islands of the need to submit to their rule. However, their response had yet to materialize swiftly. Upon arriving at the Void Gate, Liuyun accelerated his pace towards the location of West Dragon Island, as he recalled it. With Liuyun's speed at full throttle, he reached the dark space beyond West Dragon Island in merely a day. The structure of West Dragon Island mirrored that of East Dragon Island, both being colossal islands floating in the void, encased within a downward-facing, bowl-shaped silver energy shield. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Shilong Island, Liuyun refrained from entering. After a brief mental summons to the king of Shilong, the latter swiftly departed from the island. "Your servant pays homage, master." The king of Shilong bowed respectfully before Liuyun. "How effective was the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit I previously bestowed upon you on Shilong Island?" Liuyun inquired directly. "In response to your esteemed command, master, after refining the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit you provided, I am pleased to report that I have successfully elevated my prowess to the initial stage of a 5-star Do Saint. Furthermore, my esteemed elder and the Grand Commander have also achieved breakthroughs to the initial stage of 4-star Do Saint, while 3 of our kin have ascended to 2-star Do Saint, with the remainder reaching at least 1-star Do Saint." The king of Shilong replied with pride. Such a remarkable enhancement. Liuyun expressed his surprise, noting that the strength gained by the cultivators of Shilong Island from the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit was evidently superior to the results observed among the Tianyao Phoenix clan. Though the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan had been in decline for quite some time and lacked terrifying experts like the 5-star Do Saint Huang Tian of the Tianyao Phoenix clan, it possessed a significantly larger number of mid-tier powerhouses. In contrast, apart from the 3 Tianyao Phoenixes, most of their clan members had only reached the level of 1-star Do Saint or high-level half-saint. Yet on Shilong Island, several individuals had remarkably broken through to 2-star Do Saint, highlighting a stark disparity. "Excellent. I am exceedingly pleased with the results from your refinement." Liuyun encouraged the king of Shilong. With that, Liuyun gently brushed his hand over his spatial ring, and 800 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits materialized before him. Such an astounding display of Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, akin to a miracle, the king of Shilong exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. After presenting the 800 fruits to the king of Shilong, Liuyun instructed, upon your return, distribute these Dragon Phoenix origin fruits among the clan members of Shilong Island according to their prowess. Additionally, if emissaries from Donglong Island approach with offers of surrender, you must comply and facilitate the reunification of the 4 Dragon Islands. Furthermore, it is imperative to tightly regulate the movements of our kin in the near future. Rest assured, Master, I shall execute these tasks with utmost diligence. The king of Shilong affirmed without hesitation. Very well, for now, that will suffice. You may return. Liuyun gestured for the king of Shilong to depart. Your servant bids farewell. The king of Shilong bowed once more before soaring back to Shilong Island. Remaining behind, Liuyun conjured a void portal and subsequently arrived at the site of his earlier battle with the warriors from Namlong Island. As before, he communicated in advance with the king of Namlong while en route. A day later, Liuyun successfully encountered the king of Namlong in an ethereal expanse. Your servant greets you. Master, the king of Namlong, adorned with a regal crown and exuding immense authority, lowered his proud head before Liuyun without hesitation. How fare the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits I sent to Namlong Island? What were the results of your refinement? Liuyun posed the same inquiry he had directed to the king of Shilong. The response from the king of Namlong mirrored that of the king of Shilong. He had elevated his own strength to the initial stage of a 5-star dose saint, with his esteemed elder achieving the same, alongside 1 3-star dose saint and 2 2-star dose saints, while the rest had all reached at least the level of 1-star dose saint. Most notably, the king of Namlong had not only attained the initial stage of a 5-star dose saint, but had also successfully awakened the ancient Dragon Phoenix bloodline, thus creating a significant gap between him and the king of Shilong. For according to ancient legends, those who possessed the Dragon Phoenix bloodline, provided they did not succumb prematurely, had the potential to eventually transcend into a 9-star dose saint, akin to the divine bloodlines of ancient imperial clans, granted sufficient time for development. Upon hearing the report from the king of Namlong, a smile graced Liuyun's face as he remarked, Indeed, your progress is commendable. Not only have you broken through to 5-star dose saint, but you have also awakened the ancient Dragon Phoenix bloodline. This is all thanks to your benevolent Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, Master. You have granted me a second chance, akin to a rebirth. The king of Namlong responded with overwhelming excitement. There is no need for such grandiloquence. Your awakening of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline is a reward of your own merit. Liuyun waved his hand dismissively at the king of Namlong's reaction. In the next moment, Liuyun lightly brushed his palm over his spatial ring once more, and as before, 800 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits appeared before him anew. Feeling the immense energy radiating from the multitude of Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, the king of Namlong momentarily halted his breath, his astonishment beyond words. I cannot believe my eyes. Are those truly all Dragon Phoenix origin fruits? There must be at least 700 or 800. The king of Namlong exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, you are not mistaken. These are indeed all Dragon Phoenix origin fruits. Liuyun chuckled at the king of Namlong's reaction, then pushed the bounty toward him, instructing, Take these 800 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits back to Namlong Island and distribute them among your kin according to their cultivation levels. Moreover, should emissaries from Donglong Island come to negotiate surrender, you are to cooperate in facilitating the unification of the 4 Dragon Islands. Lastly, you must strictly control the movements of the Namlong Island members, ensuring none venture into the void space without permission. Your servant shall comply. The king of Namlong replied reverently, swiftly collecting all the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits before him. Should any unusual circumstances arise from the distribution of these Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, report to me immediately. Liuyun added as a final reminder, Rest assured, Master, I will closely monitor the refinement progress of our kin. The king of Namlong assured in a firm tone. Now, you may return to Long Island. Liuyun concluded, before swiftly making his way toward Bailong Island, as he sought the most direct route from the periphery of Namlong Island. Given that his previous confrontation with the king of Bailong had taken place near Donglong Island, the king of Bailong, having received Liuyun's orders, was already en route, not alone, but accompanied by the 4 esteemed elders of Bailong Island, all of whom were peak 2-star dose saints. While Liuyun's prior encounter with the king of Bailong had proceeded smoothly, the entirety of Bailong Island had been under the control of the king of Bailong alone. This time, Liuyun aimed not only to assess the refinement results of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, but also to exert further influence over the four esteemed elders of Beilong Island. Not long ago, he left a void gate at the original location and traversed to the realm of the celestial beetles, summoning them forth. Presently, although the celestial beetle has yet to break through to the rank of 6-star Dose Saint, it has reached the pinnacle of 5-star Dose Saint, merely one step away from its next advancement. As the two sides met, the four esteemed elders from North Dragon Island, led by the North Dragon King, were swiftly subdued by the combined might of the North Dragon King and the celestial beetle, their cultivation sealed without them having time to react. In the realm of Dose Saints, the disparity of power between each star is immense. Thus, with both the celestial beetle and the North Dragon King being 5-star Dose Saints, dealing with these four unsuspecting 2-star Dose Saints was a trivial matter. Lord Dragon King, why such actions? Upon being captured, the four elders of North Dragon Island questioned the North Dragon King with expressions of confusion and terror. Yet, the North Dragon King paid their protests no heed. Instead, he respectfully addressed the figure of Liuyun, saying, "Master, these four have been entirely apprehended. Please instruct on their fate." What? The Lord Dragon King dares to call an outsider master, and intends to hand us over to this foreigner? What is the meaning of this? Lord Dragon King, you are betraying our kin. You are unworthy of the title of king. Upon hearing the North Dragon King's words directed at Liuyun, the four elders of North Dragon Island were filled with indignation, their faces contorted with rage as they denounced the North Dragon King. In response, the North Dragon King furrowed his brow, and two surges of energy erupted from his palm, striking the bodies of the two captured elders. Instantly, the void resonated with their chilling screams. Witnessing such brutality, the two individuals controlled by the celestial beetle ceased their roars, falling into a profound silence, though the fury in their eyes could not be concealed. Enough, North Dragon King, cease this torment. Liuyun waved his hand, signaling the North Dragon King to halt his infliction of pain. At your command, Master. The North Dragon King immediately complied upon Liuyun's directive. Who is this individual? Despite possessing merely a 3-star Dose Saint's power, he commands the Dragon King to bow his head and forsake the glory of our ancient Void Dragon clan. Is it possible that a colossal force lurks behind this outsider? It seems so. That red-haired man exudes an aura even more formidable than the Dragon King. Yet he appears to revere this young man. The two elders ravaged by the North Dragon King's energy finally ceased their howls, now too fearful to speak. Their gazes filled with trepidation as they studied Liuyun, their minds racing with speculation regarding his identity. Once the North Dragon King ceased his torment, Liuyun gently inquired, "Please recount the effects of the batch of Dragon Phoenix origin fruits that were distributed recently." The Dragon Phoenix origin fruits brought back by the Dragon King all originated from this young man's hand, an impressive feat indeed. Even if this young man bestowed upon the Dragon King such an abundance of Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, there was no need for the Dragon King to debase himself to such an extent. It is as though he has cast aside the honor of our ancient Void Dragon clan. Upon hearing Liuyun's question, the four elders of North Dragon Island suddenly felt enlightened, their myriad doubts seemingly unraveled in an instant. Master, upon refining the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits you bestowed upon me, I am proud to report that I have successfully ascended to the mid-stage of 5-star Dose Saint, and moreover, awakened the legendary ancient Dragon Phoenix bloodline. As for the others, aside from these four who have reached 2-star Dose Saint, all other clan members have attained a rank of 1-star Dose Saint. The North Dragon King reported in great detail on the outcomes following the distribution of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits. Mid-stage 5-star Dose Saint, and awakened the ancient Dragon Phoenix bloodline. Commendable. Liuyun expressed his admiration after hearing the North Dragon King's report. The North Dragon King's strength is indeed worthy of being the mightiest among the 3 Dragon Kings, the only one with a foot in the realm of 4-star Dose Saint. Although the current difference is merely between the initial and mid-stages of 5-star Dose Saint, the disparity in strength is substantial. In a prolonged conflict, neither the South Dragon King nor the West Dragon King would prevail against the North Dragon King. Among the 3 Dragon Kings, only the West Dragon King failed to awaken the ancient Dragon Phoenix bloodline, and as time passes, the gap between the West Dragon King, South Dragon King, and North Dragon King will only widen. Thank you for your praise, Master. I shall strive to work even harder. The North Dragon King responded humbly to Liuyun's commendation. In the next moment, as Liuyun gently brushed his hand over the spatial ring, 800 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits appeared, densely suspended before him. Witnessing this spectacle, the North Dragon King and the captured 4 elders of North Dragon Island widened their eyes in disbelief. Such a vast quantity of Dragon Phoenix origin fruits. Surely, I am not imagining things? No. Even if I were hallucinating, the aura of these dragon phoenix origin fruits cannot be feigned. At this moment, not only were the members of the ancient Void Dragon clan present rendered speechless, but even the celestial beetle accompanying Liuyun displayed an expression of incredulity. Previously, the celestial beetle had witnessed Liuyun produce numerous dragon phoenix origin fruits for its own and Huang Tian's cultivation. Yet this quantity far surpassed anything it could have imagined. Each dragon phoenix origin fruit is a treasure. The sheer number before it rendered the celestial beetle incapable of fathoming their true worth. Liuyun paid no mind to the astonishment of those around him. With a gentle push of his hands, he directed the 800 dragon phoenix origin fruits towards the North Dragon King, instructing North Dragon King, please return these dragon phoenix origin fruits to North Dragon Island, distributing them among your kin according to their strength. Furthermore, when the newly appointed Dragon Emperor of East Dragon Island sends envoys to negotiate surrender, you must ensure that the people of North Dragon Island comply unconditionally. Lastly, during this period, you must exercise strict control to prevent any clan member from leaving the void space without permission. Upon hearing Liuyun's commands, the North Dragon King suppressed his inner excitement. Hastily nodding in response, rest assured, Master, I will fulfill your directives without fail. Chapter 633, The Deceived Elders of North Dragon Island. These 800 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits are to be entirely bestowed upon our clan. Is it possible that the Dragon King has long been aware of this young man's capabilities and is now acting with humility for the welfare of our people? Currently, the Dragon King has merely subdued us. Perhaps the earlier torment was merely a means to gain this person's trust. The Dragon King has labored greatly, and we have misunderstood him. We are filled with shame. As the 4 elders of North Dragon Island, subdued alongside the North Dragon King and the Celestial Beetle, observe the North Dragon King accept the 800 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits offered by Liuyun, their thoughts underwent a significant transformation. The respect in their gazes towards the North Dragon King was restored to its former reverence. While they pondered these thoughts, the North Dragon King suddenly bellowed, "You lot have witnessed what you should not have. If you wish to live, you will follow my commands without question. Defiance will lead only to your demise." As the North Dragon King uttered these words, a fierce glint shone in his eyes. However, the more menacing he appeared, the more convinced the subdued elders of North Dragon Island became regarding their suspicions. It seems the Dragon King is merely acting for the benefit of our lives, striving to protect us. We must not make his task any more difficult. After a moment of contemplation, the 4 individuals simultaneously turned to the North Dragon King and Liuyun, pleading for mercy, exhibiting a demeanor of fear and desperation. "Dragon King, please spare our lives. Great Dragon King, an esteemed elder. As long as you do not take our lives, we are willing to do anything for you. We beseech you, noble lords, do not kill us. We are prepared to serve you in any capacity." Witnessing the 4's reaction, Liuyun felt a surge of joy within, for if these 4 were to cooperate without resistance, the ancient puppet technique he was about to employ would be remarkably effortless, saving him considerable time. The North Dragon King, caught off guard by the unexpected compliance from the 4 elders, felt his frown dissipate, the ferocity in his gaze fading. He spoke in a calm tone. "To ensure that you do not divulge our secrets, the Master shall implant a soul mark within each of your souls. Should you betray him in the future, he will activate the soul mark, and you shall be obliterated. Do you understand?" He emphasized, his final words laden with gravity. The notion of being marked with a soul imprint, which could be shattered at any moment to annihilate their very essence, led the elders to conjecture that the Dragon King himself must have been subjected to such a fate, leaving him powerless. Yet now, having refined the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, the Dragon King's cultivation had significantly advanced, awakening the legendary ancient Dragon Phoenix bloodline. Given time, once the Dragon King achieved another breakthrough in his cultivation, he would undoubtedly find a way to dissolve the so-called soul mark. By then, the clansmen of North Dragon Island would have long since assimilated the 800 Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, greatly enhancing their power. At present, their priority was to preserve their lives and await the opportune moment for their resurgence. With these thoughts, the 4 elders of North Dragon Island nodded in unison, declaring, "We willingly accept the soul mark and will not resist." Hearing their response, the North Dragon King's mood brightened, and he smiled at Liuyun, saying, "Master, they have acquiesced. Excellent. They are truly astute in their understanding of the situation." Liuyun praised in response. Following this, 4 streams of soul energy surged from within Liuyun, hovering at the centers of the 4 individuals' foreheads as he commanded North Dragon King, "Instruct them to prepare." Yes, the North Dragon King replied loudly, then turned to address the 4 elders of North Dragon Island. Before he could utter a word, the 4 elders interjected, "Let us begin. We are ready." Their eyes reflected a resolute determination, coupled with an anticipation for the future. As their words fell, Liuyun wasted no time. He directed the 4 streams of soul energy to penetrate the foreheads of the 4 individuals and swiftly enter their very souls. Upon entering, Liuyun commenced the ancient puppet technique. Thanks to the earlier words of the North Dragon King, the elders of North Dragon Island exhibited no resistance during the initial stages of Liuyun's technique, actively cooperating with various intricate hand seals. However, as time progressed, doubt began to creep into their minds. According to the North Dragon King's earlier statement, Liuyun's intent was merely to implant a soul mark to be triggered at a crucial moment to extinguish their souls. Yet, what Liuyun was currently doing within their souls seemed far from implanting a soul mark. They sensed a gradual loss of their own consciousness. This feels amiss. How can the implantation of a soul mark evoke such a sense of consciousness fading? They pondered. Strange. This individual's actions do not appear to align with simply marking our souls. It feels as though he is extracting our memories. Despite their growing suspicions, the 4 elders of North Dragon Island resisted the urge to rebel, bolstered by the North Dragon King's previous assurances. Yet, as a transparent crystal began to form within their souls, they could no longer contain their alarm. Curse it, this is not merely the marking of our souls. He is probing our memories, striving to seize complete control of our consciousness. Once our awareness is under his dominion, we shall become mere puppets, at his mercy. The Dragon King must have already fallen under his sway. In that moment, the 4 elders of North Dragon Island, now aware of Liuyun's true intentions, began to struggle violently, desperately attempting to thwart his actions. However, the puppet seed had already taken shape within their souls, mere moments away from rooting itself. Liuyun, effortlessly suppressing their resistance by manipulating their own consciousness, swiftly expanded the transparent threads emanating from the crystal, infiltrating every corner of their souls. Chapter 634. The 4 Dragon Islands unite. Before long, those transparent threads had thoroughly permeated their souls, signifying that the puppet seed had firmly established itself, and their consciousness was now under Liuyun's control. Subordinates, we pay our respects to the master. The 4 elders of North Dragon Island bowed respectfully to Liuyun. Upon witnessing this, the North Dragon King and Tian Nyo promptly lifted the seals off the 4 elders. North Dragon King, take your people and return, Liuyun commanded. Following his words, the North Dragon King and the 4 elders swiftly departed, heading back toward North Dragon Island. Once the North Dragon King had left, Liuyun, accompanied by Tian Nyo, utilized the Void Gate to return to the Tian Nyo realm. After Liuyun's return, he resumed his secluded meditation. Days passed, and in the expanse of the void, the people of East Dragon Island relayed the news of the Dragon Emperor's appearance and the orders given to the other 3 Dragon Islands. To the astonishment of Xian and the elders of East Dragon Island, everything seemed to be progressing in the most favorable direction. The 3 self-proclaimed Dragon Kings had unanimously agreed to submit, collectively supporting the unification of the 4 Dragon Islands and immediately commenced execution of this plan. Truly, the heavens have favored our ancient Dragon clan. With the Dragon Emperor's arrival, the 3 Dragon Kings have repented and returned. Our clan shall usher in a new era of glory. Qing Shan from East Dragon Island was overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, the resolve shown by the 3 Dragon Kings is commendable. The past can be forgiven. The elders are correct. The performance of these 3 royal uncles has been exemplary. Once the 4 Dragon Islands are fully unified, I shall also forgive the past and no longer pursue their prior transgressions, Xian declared from her throne. At that moment, a voice from outside the Dragon Emperor's palace reported, Dragon Emperor, the North Dragon Island, South Dragon Island, and West Dragon Island are now converging toward East Dragon Island, driven by their clansmen. They are expected to unite with us within the hour. Excellent, splendid. Upon hearing this news, Xian and the elders of the Dragon Emperor's palace were filled with exhilaration as they stepped outside to witness the unfolding spectacle above East Dragon Island. At present, Xian was not the strongest among the East Dragon Island, as the 3 elders had also refined the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits during this time. Although none of them had awakened the ancient Dragon Phoenix bloodline, their powers had significantly increased. Among them, the Grand Elder Qing Shan had successfully advanced from a 2-star Do Saint to the early stage of a 4-star Do Saint. The second Elder's Cultivation has ascended to the realm of the 3-star Do Saint. Even Zhu Li, who initially possessed the weakest cultivation, has broken through to the 2-star Do Saint level after refining the potent energies from the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. In the eyes of the inhabitants of Eastern Dragon Island, their strength has undergone a monumental transformation. Even if the other 3 Dragon Islands refuse to submit, they are prepared to compel the 3 Dragon Kings into submission by force. However, with the current unconditional surrender of the 3 Dragon Islands, such measures are rendered unnecessary. At this moment, after waiting for over half an hour, the people of Eastern Dragon Island began to see 3 brilliant lights emerging from the horizon, clearly signaling the approach of the 3 Dragon Islands. Splendid. From this day forth, our Taishu ancient dragon clan shall reunite. The sight ignited fervent excitement among the inhabitants of Eastern Dragon Island. Yet, this exhilaration was short-lived. As the silhouettes of the 3 Dragon Islands became discernible, the overwhelming auras emanating from them left the people of Eastern Dragon Island in a state of incredulity. What on earth has transpired on the 3 Dragon Islands to yield so many Do Saints? King Shun, Balifachid, Adresid Xian. The number of our kin radiating Do Saint energy must exceed 1,000. The second elder remarked, equally terrified. Hearing the elder's words, Xian's expression turned grave as she replied. Esteemed elders, the number of Do Saints from those 3 islands far exceeds 1,000. It is at least 2,000. What on earth are the 3 Dragon Islands up to? Could they be conjuring some illusion? Zhu Li found it difficult to believe his own eyes. Just then, the 3 Dragon Islands accelerated towards Eastern Dragon Island, atop which stood 3 middle-aged men clad in yellow robes, the North Dragon King, the West Dragon King, and the South Dragon King, 5-star Do Saints. How is this possible? All 3 Dragon Kings have attained the 5-star Do Saint level. Qing Shan exclaimed in astonishment as the 3 Dragon Kings revealed themselves. Xian's countenance also grew solemn, given the formidable strength of the 3 Dragon Islands she observed. She had no room for resistance should they harbor ulterior motives. With over 2,000 Do Saints and 3 top-tier 5-star Do Saints backing them, who on the continent would dare challenge such a force? Boom! As the people of Eastern Dragon Island were overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the other 3 Dragon Islands, the 3 islands simultaneously reduced their speed, merging with Eastern Dragon Island. Following the resounding noise, the figures of the 3 Dragon Kings swiftly appeared in the sky above Eastern Dragon Island, their combined aura rendering all members of the Taishu ancient dragon clan speechless. In the next moment, the 3 bowed deeply towards Xian, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty, the Dragon Emperor." Following this, countless voices emanated from the other 3 islands, all reverently bowing towards Xian. Witnessing this, Xian and the 3 elders from Eastern Dragon Island breathed a sigh of relief. In the Taishu ancient dragon clan, such an act of reverence signified submission, confirming that the people of the 3 Dragon Islands recognized Xian's status as the new Dragon Emperor. "Uncles, please rise," Xian quickly responded. And upon realizing that the 3 Dragon Islands bore no ill will and were genuinely submitting, she raised her hands and called out, "All clansmen, please stand." "Thank you, Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor." As Xian's words fell, the clansmen from the 3 Dragon Islands straightened up, respectfully expressing their gratitude. Chapter 635. The Soul Palace surrounds the Ghana Academy. "Thank you, Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor." Following Xian's words, the clansmen from the 3 Dragon Islands straightened up, reverently thanking her. Given the current cultivation of the 3 Dragon Kings, even though Xian was the Dragon Emperor, she dared not assume an overly commanding demeanor. Historically, the Taishu ancient dragon clan had only ever recognized a Dragon Emperor, without any title of Dragon King. "Uncles, your agreement to unify the Dragon Islands is a monumental achievement. From this day forth, you shall be the supreme elders of the Taishu ancient dragon clan." With this declaration, Xian intended to abolish the former titles of the 3 Dragon Kings. "Thank you for the proclamation, Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor." The 3 Dragon Kings expressed no dissent to Xian's words, unhesitatingly accepting her decree and the title of Supreme Elders. Observing the profound change in the 3 Dragon Kings, Qing Shan couldn't help but ponder. These 3 had once been intent on becoming Dragon Emperors themselves, promoting division. Yet their current stance was a stark contrast to their previous resolve. Moreover, the cultivation levels of the clansmen from the 3 Dragon Islands had always been a mystery. During prior conflicts, Zhu Li had been acutely aware of the strength of the 3 Dragon Islands. This time, not only had the strength of the 3 Dragon Kings dramatically increased, but even the other clansmen had undergone a tremendous transformation. Upon further investigation, Zhu Li discovered that the clansmen arriving from the 3 Dragon Islands had previously been at the Dozun level, yet now had directly crossed a major threshold to become saints. Xian also issued new regulations. All members of the Taishu ancient dragon clan who had achieved Do, Saint Cultivation, were to be conferred the title of Elder, totaling nearly 2,500 newly appointed elders. This meant that the current Taishu ancient dragon clan boasted nearly 2,500 Do saints, a force of such magnitude that Xiao Yan had never anticipated. Even in ancient records, during her father's time, the Taishu ancient dragon clan had never been so formidable. However, as the clansmen from the four Dragon Islands began to cast aside past grievances and unite, Xiao Yan finally discerned the true reason behind the significant power shift among the people of the three Dragon Islands. It was due to their refinement of the immense energy contained within the Dragon Phoenix origin fruits. The unanimous response from the three Dragon Kings was that these Dragon Phoenix origin fruits had been bestowed upon them by a mysterious young man, with the sole request that the three Dragon Kings acknowledge the new Dragon Emperor and unify the four islands. For the sake of their clan's future, the three Dragon Kings willingly accepted the demands of the mysterious individual. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan had little doubt that those Dragon Phoenix origin fruits must have been given to the three Dragon Kings by Liuyun. However, she could not quite fathom Liuyun's motives in doing so. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that, thanks to Liuyun, the Taishu ancient dragon clan had been able to reunite and significantly bolster their strength. Furthermore, Xiao Yan had never suspected that Liuyun harbored any ulterior motives. If he had intended to act against the Taishu ancient dragon clan, he could have easily refrained from informing the people of Eastern Dragon Island about her endeavors at Ghana Academy. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since Liuyun began his seclusion. During this period, he ventured out only 3 times, each occasion involving a direct use of the Void Gate to attend the auction house. Presently, Liuyun rarely attended auctions that did not feature particularly exceptional treasures. He only discreetly arrived at events where items of grade 7 or higher were gathered. Meanwhile, in the outside world, as the reputation of the Alliance Master of Heaven and Earth continued to grow, the true identity of the Alliance Master, Yun Lu, finally reached other regions. Many areas of the Northwest continent became aware of this development. Consequently, an astonishing piece of news emerged among those families with younger generations serving at Ghana Academy. The Alliance Master of Heaven and Earth, Yun Lu, had once been an elder within the Inner Academy of Ghana Academy. As soon as this news broke, it quickly spread to numerous locations, and it was no surprise that the Soul Palace also learned of this revelation. Upon the revelation of these tidings to the higher echelons of the Soul Palace, several esteemed celestials swiftly convened, intent on subjugating the members of Canaan Academy to extract information regarding Yun Lu. On this fateful day, following over 2 months of the Academy's closure, 2 unexpected guests appeared outside the formidable spatial barrier encircling Canaan Academy. Clad in black robes, these 2 elders possessed the formidable prowess of a 1-star Do Saint. Their identities were none other than the Grand Celestial and the Second Celestial, recently appointed among the 9 Celestials of the Soul Palace. Previously, the Grand Celestial had met his demise at the hands of Liuyun, while the Second Celestial, Guyu, had been concealed in the Tianyo realm due to suspicions of betrayal. With the Soul Palace lacking information about Guyu, these newly appointed Celestials have been summoned directly from within the Soul Clan to reinforce the Soul Palace's standing in Zhongzhou. Upon their arrival at the periphery of Canaan Academy, the Grand Celestial and the Second Celestial unleashed a casual fist strike against the vast spatial barrier. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered effortlessly. What transpired? What was that thunderous noise? The colossal sound reverberated throughout the inner courtyard, startling the elders and students alike. As their astonished gazes fell upon the scene, the figures of the Grand Celestial and the Second Celestial from the Soul Palace abruptly materialized before them. The majority of the disciples within the Inner Academy were merely at the level of great Do Masters and Do Spirits. Thus, the overwhelming aura emanating from these Do Saints rendered them breathless. Simultaneously, within a certain part of the inner courtyard, 2 shadows of gray swiftly ascended into the sky. Qianmu, the first to address the Grand Celestial and the Second Celestial, inquired, "Esteemed seniors, why have you destroyed the protective formation of our Canaan Academy?" In response to Qianmu's question, the Grand Celestial of the Soul Palace did not reply, but countered, "Young one, tell me, is Yun Lu an elder of your pitiful academy?" Upon hearing this, Qianmu and Bai Lai discerned the identities of the 2 black-clad figures, their expressions growing increasingly grim. The inevitable had come to pass. It seemed we would not wait for Su Qian to summon reinforcements. Today, calamity may well befall Canaan Academy. Having deduced that these 2 were powerful figures from the Soul Palace, Qianmu and Bai Lai let out despondent sighs. They estimated that the strength of these visitors from the Soul Palace surpassed even that of the elusive Academy head, rendering their own abilities utterly inadequate to mount any defense. As the Guardians of Canaan Academy despaired, a 10-zhang-wide spatial rift suddenly tore open in the sky above. From this inky void emanated an overwhelmingly oppressive dragon might, far surpassing the pressure exuded by the Grand Celestial and the Second Celestial of the Soul Palace. What is this? Qianmu and Bai Lai gazed in bewilderment, uncertain whether the impending arrival from the rift heralded friend or foe. Could it be that the Heavenly Alliance had arrived so swiftly? The Grand Celestial and the Second Celestial of the Soul Palace furrowed their brows at the emergence of the dark spatial rift. At that moment, under the gaze of all present, a strikingly beautiful woman emerged from the rift. Adorned in a purple gold gown, her attire, embellished with dancing dragons and phoenixes, exuded an undeniable air of nobility. Her long, flowing purple hair cascaded like a waterfall over her slender waist, reaching down to her curvaceous form. The woman's features were exquisite, her violet gold eyes captivating and enigmatic, compelling even the heavens to bow before her gaze. This ethereal figure was none other than Xiao Yan, the newly appointed dragon sovereign of the ancient Void Dragon clan. Xiao Yan had come to Canaan Academy, as the situation on Dragon Island had stabilized significantly. The three major dragon islands were harmoniously united with East Dragon Island, and the three dragon kings heeded her every word. With the ancient Void Dragon clan now a unified force, Xiao Yan sought to visit Canaan Academy to reconnect with Elder Su Qian and other acquaintances within the academy. However, upon her emergence from the rift, she instinctively sensed the presence of the Grand Celestial and the Second Celestial of the Soul Palace, whose dark auras repulsed her. 3-star Do Saint. The Heavenly Alliance indeed possessed mysteries, harboring a previously unseen 3-star Do Saint. The arrival of Xiao Yan led the two Celestials from the Soul Palace to mistakenly perceive her as a formidable ally of the Heavenly Alliance. Fortunately, they had prepared for this ambush on Canaan Academy. Otherwise, their efforts might have been in vain. The Grand Celestial murmured, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, he deftly retrieved a spatial jade slip from his storage ring and crushed it with force. As the slip shattered, the space before him warped, forming a massive spatial rift from which an overwhelming aura surged forth. 4-star Do Saint, detecting the powerful energy emanating from the rift, Xiao Yan furrowed her brow. Soon, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the rift. Greetings, Palace Master. Upon stepping out, the black-robed figure was met with deep reverence from the Grand Celestial and the Second Celestial, who bowed deeply. The cloaked figure merely nodded slightly before turning their penetrating gaze towards Xiao Yan, reporting to the Palace Master. This individual is the reinforcement sent by the Heavenly Alliance to aid Canaan Academy. The Grand Celestial continued his report to the black-robed figure. What on earth was happening? Why were so many powerful beings converging upon Canaan Academy? From the words of the previous two formidable figures, it seemed their arrival was linked to Elder Yun Lu. Could it be that Elder Yun Lu had provoked these powerful entities, leading them to retaliate against Canaan Academy? The formidable energies manifesting in the sky left the disciples and elders of Canaan Academy in utter bewilderment as they remained oblivious to the intentions of these newcomers. The black-robed figure, having listened to the reports from the Grand Celestial and the Second Celestial, addressed Xiao Yan in a remarkably calm tone. You carry the aura of a magical beast. You are the ancient Void Dragon clan, are you not? Have you come to assist the Heavenly Alliance in preventing me from taking away the individuals of Canaan Academy? They intend to take away the individuals of Canaan Academy? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan finally grasped the purpose of the visitors. A glimmer of hostility flickered in her gaze. I'm not here to assist the Heavenly Alliance. This academy below is a place I have cherished for many years. I will not permit you to harm a single soul here, not even a blade of grass. Otherwise, I shall rend you to pieces. Xiao Yan retorted with a cold laugh. Such audacity! Do you comprehend who you are addressing? With your strength, how dare you speak so boldly to the master of the Soul Palace? The Grand Celestial and the Second Celestial of the Soul Palace scoffed at the implied threat in Xiao Yan's words. Upon hearing the mockery from the Grand Supreme of the Soul Palace and the Second Supreme, Xiao Yan chose to disregard their taunts and instead inquired of the figure in black robes, Are you the master of the Soul Palace, Han Yesheng? The mention of Han Yesheng, the master of the Soul Palace, sent a shiver through the hearts of Qianmu and Bai Lai, who hovered in the air. Such a figure, revered as a legendary top-tier powerhouse in the continent of Douqi, was beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. This old fool, even Han Yesheng, a figure of legend, has personally come to Jia Nan Academy We are indeed honored, Qianmu remarked with a hint of self-deprecation to Bai Lai. Old fool, at such a time, you still have the leisure to jest. Bai Lai retorted, then pondered aloud. Why do I sense that the aura emanating from the powerful beings of the ancient dragon clan bears a striking resemblance to that girl named Xian, who was taken away by another member of their clan? Now that you mention it, I too feel a resemblance. However, how could that young girl have undergone such a drastic change in strength in such a short time? Moreover, their appearances differ vastly. Qianmu shook his head in disagreement. Perhaps that powerful being is the girl's elder sister. Bai Lai speculated. That cannot be right. She just stated that she has been at Xiao Yan Academy for many years. By that logic, she might indeed be the little girl that Su Qian brought back. Bai Lai quickly dismissed his own hypothesis with a shake of his head. Remarkable. In such circumstances, you still manage to remain lucid. Qianmu teased in response to Bai Lai's comment. I am Han Yesheng, the figure proclaimed, addressing Xian. I advise you to steer clear of the grievances between my soul palace and the alliance of heaven and earth. Otherwise, your ancient dragon clan will not withstand the wrath of my soul palace. In the sky, Han Yesheng's voice resonated with overwhelming pressure, causing some of the less powerful students of Xiao Yan Academy below to bleed from their mouths and noses, while others fainted from the sheer force. Even Qianmu and Bai Lai, the guardians of Xiao Yan Academy, were forced to the ground, their faces pale as they bore the brunt of the oppressive aura. Daring to lay hands on those from the academy, I shall ensure you leave here without return. Xian's eyes blazed with fury as she beheld the numerous injured students of Xiao Yan Academy. In the next moment, a spatial jade slip appeared in Xian's hand, which she promptly shattered. Upon the destruction of the jade slip, the space around her began to twist violently. Han Yesheng, witnessing her action, frowned with concern. The might of the ancient dragon clan was something Han Yesheng deeply feared. Although the Soul Clan had not received much information regarding the ancient dragon clan in recent years due to their mysterious nature, Han Yesheng, being from within the Soul Clan, was privy to certain truths. He recalled that the dragon sovereign of the ancient dragon clan, Zhu Kuan, was once a figure capable of standing toe-to-toe with their clan leader, and perhaps even slightly superior. Fortunately, it was said that Zhu Kuan had vanished for thousands of years, leaving even the members of the ancient dragon clan in ignorance of his whereabouts, likely having perished. Yet, despite this, Han Yesheng dared not underestimate the ancient dragon clan. If it were not for his apprehension, he would not waste his breath on someone of Xian's trifling 3-star Do Saint level. Summoning a powerful member of her clan was no simple feat. As the spatial rift began to take form, Han Yesheng suddenly moved, appearing beside Xian in a flash. His speed astonishing. However, his intentions were not to attack her, but rather to grasp the emerging spatial rift. His purpose was clear, to destroy the spatial passage connected to the jade slip before the summoned individual could arrive. As Han Yesheng unleashed a formidable force from his hands, the rift that was on the verge of completion began to close gradually. In the blink of an eye, it shrank to less than 10 feet in size, with no sign of stopping. Seeing his attack succeed, a smug smile crept across Han Yesheng's face as he withdrew his hands and swiftly launched a palm strike towards Xian. Even a casual strike from him was beyond what Xian could contend with at that moment. Realizing the impending danger from the terrifying palm wind that shattered space, Xian's expression turned grave. In the next instant, a pair of golden phoenix wings sprouted from her back, significantly enhancing her speed. With a powerful flap, she barely managed to evade Han Yesheng's devastating attack. Phoenix wings, an ancient lineage of the dragon phoenix bloodline. Han Yesheng's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the wings on Xian's back. The dragon phoenix bloodline was a legendary and formidable lineage said to have vanished long ago. Ancient texts recorded that nearly everyone who awakened this bloodline had the potential to ascend to the status of a 9-star Do Saint, akin to those of the imperial clans with divine bloodlines, demonstrating an astonishing innate talent. To think that after years of silence, the ancient dragon clan would produce such a terrifying bloodline. Hun Misheng marveled. At that moment, any intention of attacking Xian vanished from Han Yesheng's mind. For should he harm such a gifted individual, the entire ancient dragon clan would undoubtedly go into a frenzy, a consequence far beyond what someone of his standing could bear. You too, swiftly extract the souls of all individuals in Xiao Yan Academy. After a brief contemplation, Han Yesheng commanded the Grand Supreme and the Second Supreme of the Soul Palace. Upon hearing Han Yesheng's orders, the two Supremes promptly sprang into action. They swiftly descended into Xiao Yan Academy, employing an exceedingly bizarre technique to peel the souls of the elders and students they encountered from their bodies. Some students with particularly weak soul realms perished during the extraction process. Despicable. Witnessing the continuous deaths and the extraction of souls from the Academy's elders and students, Xian's fury reached its zenith. She flapped her wings vigorously, aiming to descend and thwart the Grand Supreme and Second Supreme's actions. But Han Mieshing clung to her like a leech, obstructing every path she attempted to take. Young one of the ancient dragon clan, the endeavors of my soul palace cannot be impeded by anyone. I advise you to return from whence you came. Han Mieshing once again intercepted Xian, his words laced with mockery. You shall pay for this. With her route blocked by Han Mieshing, Xian found herself with no opportunity to rescue those from Jianan Academy who were being harmed by the Grand Supreme and Second Supreme. At this moment, she resolved to confront Han Mieshing head-on. To toy with the power of space before the ancient dragon clan, you are not worthy. Just then, the emergence of a voice quelled Xian's thoughts of battle. Suddenly, the spatial rift that Han Mieshing had previously ravaged, now resembling a mere black line, was violently torn open by a claw covered in dragon scales. Following this, 5 towering figures swiftly emerged from the rift. Chapter 638, North Dragon King vs. Soul Extinction. Emerging from the already chaotic spatial passage were 5 individuals, each possessing the formidable strength of a Do Saint. The leader among them exuded a presence that surpassed even that of the Soul Palace Master, Soul Extinction, reaching the mid-stage of 5-star Do Saint. The other 4 had attained the realm of 2-star Do Saint. The spatial jade slip that Xian had previously shattered was intended to summon the North Dragon King. However, she had not anticipated that he would bring along the 4 esteemed elders as well. Following the destruction of the spatial passage by Soul Extinction, they successfully arrived at the Canaan Academy, a 5-star Do Saint. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the leader, clad in a yellow robe and possessing an imposing visage, Soul Extinction's heart raced. He had not expected that despite having destroyed most of the spatial passage, this group would still manage to arrive here. Suddenly, the balance of power had shifted dramatically. Upon emerging from a spatial rift, the North Dragon King and his entourage immediately bowed respectfully towards Xian, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty, the Dragon Emperor." Upon hearing this, Soul Extinction was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this girl, who had previously displayed only the strength of a 3-star Do Saint, would be the Dragon Emperor of the ancient dragon clan. It appeared that the former Dragon Emperor had indeed fallen, and this young girl, possessing the royal bloodline of the ancient dragon clan, had ascended to the throne as the new Dragon Emperor. He never imagined that he would provoke the new Dragon Emperor of the ancient dragon clan this time. Soul Extinction's thoughts were tumultuous. He realized that he had truly kicked a hornet's nest. Given Xian's evident regard for Canaan Academy, it was likely that his mission today would end in failure. Great Elder, the 4 elders, those 2 below, are members of the Soul Palace. And this individual before us is the Soul Palace Master, Soul Extinction. They are harming the people of Canaan Academy. Act swiftly and capture these 3. Xian commanded urgently to the North Dragon King's group. Upon hearing Xian's orders, the North Dragon King fixed his gaze upon Soul Extinction and commanded, "You all deal with the 2 below. I shall handle Soul Extinction." With the North Dragon King's instructions, the 4 elders of North Dragon Island swiftly moved into action, charging towards the great and second heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Palace, who were currently siphoning souls. While issuing commands to the 4 elders, the North Dragon King communicated with Liuyun, quickly relaying the developments to him. Having completed these tasks, the North Dragon King's energy surged, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Soul Extinction. He then unleashed his brutal dragon claws, tearing through the space, and ferociously aimed for Soul Extinction's neck. Sensing the explosive energy emanating from the dragon claws, Soul Extinction's eyes darkened. He gathered a sphere of black energy in his hands to counter the attack, while simultaneously retreating. Yet, despite the North Dragon King's seemingly clumsy movements, his speed was slightly faster than Soul Extinction's. The retreat proved futile as the sharp dragon claws struck down upon his palm, sending a powerful shockwave through Soul Extinction's arm, causing him to cough up blood. In a single blow, the legendary top-tier powerhouse, Soul Extinction, began to show signs of defeat. Meanwhile, on the ground of Canaan Academy, the great and second heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Palace were severely wounded in their confrontation with the 4 2-star Do Saints from North Dragon Island. They were now at the end of their rope. With one more round, death would be imminent. At that moment, Xian also joined the fray, wielding a purple gold lance. She rapidly charged toward the great and second heavenly sovereigns. Xian, being a 3-star Do Saint, faced off against the 1-star Do Saints, who were already weakened. Enraged, Xian struck fiercely, and in just 2 thrusts, she pierced through their bodies and swiftly seized the soul pouch from them. "Master, save me." In the next moment, from the pierced bodies of the great and second heavenly sovereigns emerged a swirling mass of black mist, rushing towards soul extinction. Having slain so many elders and students of Canaan Academy, Xian would never allow their souls to escape. The next instant, with a gentle flap of her wings, she intercepted the 2 masses of black mist, preventing their escape. Subsequently, the 2 clouds were obliterated by the combined attack of the 4 elders from North Dragon Island, resulting in the complete demise of the newly appointed great and second heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Palace. In the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength, even with their cultivation at the Do Saint level, life remained fragile. All elders, join me in surrounding and annihilating the Soul Palace Master. After dealing with the great and second heavenly sovereigns, Xian turned her focus towards Soul Extinction, who was engaged with the North Dragon King. At this moment, Soul Extinction revealed a strength that was merely at the peak of 4-star Do Saint. Faced with the North Dragon King alone, he was already at a disadvantage. If Xian and the 4 elders from North Dragon Island joined the fray, his defeat would be hastened. Realizing his precarious situation, Soul Extinction understood that he must unleash all his power today to have any chance of escaping. With this thought, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand, forming a hand seal, and as the seal was completed, his aura surged explosively, shattering the barriers of 4-star late stage and reaching the initial stage of 5-star Do Saint. 5-star Do Saint. It turned out that Soul Extinction had been concealing his true cultivation all along. Seeing the drastic change in Soul Extinction's aura, Xian felt a flicker of surprise. Moreover, after his ascension to the initial stage of 5-star Do Saint, the injuries he had sustained and the consumed Do Chi began to recover at an astonishing rate. After a moment of astonishment at Soul Extinction's transformation, Xian shouted again, "Soul Extinction, whether you are a 4-star Do Saint or a 5-star Do Saint today, for harming the people of Canaan Academy, you shall pay the price. Great Elder, act swiftly." Having said this to the North Dragon King, Xian led the 4 elders of North Dragon Island in an offensive against Soul Extinction. Upon Xian's command, the North Dragon King clenched his palm, summoning a blood-red sword that coalesced in his grasp. With a twist of his hand, the blood sword tore through the air, creating a series of sonic booms as it hurtled towards Soul Extinction with the speed of lightning. Not good. Although the North Dragon King's attack was unleashed later than that of Xian and her 5 companions, it was the first to reach Han Mieshing. Upon sensing the formidable energy contained within the blood sword, Han Mieshing's expression drastically changed, and he immediately retreated. Aware of the North Dragon King's cultivation level, Han Mieshing chose to reveal his concealed power, not to contest supremacy with the North Dragon King, but to enhance his chances of escape. At that moment, after the North Dragon King's strike, as Han Mieshing continued to retreat, he suddenly puffed up his cheeks and expelled a black sphere of light, approximately half a zhang in size, from his mouth. Within the sphere, chilling cries echoed, as if countless souls were devouring one another. With a flash, the crimson sword shadow appeared in the sky, and everyone soon witnessed a massive blood-red sword shadow materializing upon the black sphere that had just been expelled from Han Mieshing's mouth. Following this, a faint sound was heard as a bloodline spread across the dark sphere, and with a resounding bang, it slowly split in 2. The black sphere, having not even had the chance to explode, was cleaved apart by the blood sword unleashed by the North Dragon King. Han Mieshing coughed up blood, his expression becoming pallid as he hurriedly retreated. The North Dragon King's attack was simply too terrifying. After just one exchange, Han Mieshing grasped the North Dragon King's dreadfulness, and his fighting spirit evaporated entirely. At this moment, before he could even recover from that first strike, the North Dragon King's second attack, accompanied by the onslaught from Xian and her 5 companions, came crashing down upon him. Under the combined might of these 6 individuals, Han Mieshing sensed an overwhelming sense of crisis. In the face of such peril, the Lord of the Soul Palace shuddered, and his soul unexpectedly floated out from his brow. Immediately, the arms of his soul explosively detonated. The moment the soul arms exploded, a vast expanse of black mist surged forth, obscuring the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the sky was shrouded in this black fog, and countless piercing soul sound waves emanated from it, akin to demonic music, burrowing deep into the minds of those present. As Xian and the 4 elders of the North Dragon Island launched their attacks into the black mist, they traversed merely 100 zhang before being utterly obliterated. Only the blood sword conjured by the North Dragon King tore through the dense black clouds, swiftly weaving through the chaos. Despite the energy of the blood sword diminishing under the barrage of the exploding soul-black mist, its velocity remained undiminished. Suddenly, amidst the encroaching black mist, a powerful dragon's roar resonated, and the heavy clouds exploded apart. A blood-red sword shadow shot forth like lightning, ultimately piercing deep into the black clouds. As soon as the blood sword entered that area, a sound of blood being coughed up echoed, and the swirling black clouds visibly retreated at a rapid pace. However, as the black clouds dissipated swiftly, Han Mieshing, concealed within the shadows, disregarded his injuries and hastily consumed a pill before stepping into a pre-existing rift in space that had been torn open. It turned out that Han Mieshing had resorted to the self-destructive technique of his soul arms to obscure the spatial fluctuations around him, enabling him to tear through space without detection by the formidable members of the ancient dragon clan. Now, having stepped into the rift, he quickly vacated the perilous ground that had nearly led to his demise. Once the black mist vanished completely, Xian, the North Dragon King, and the others found no trace of Han Mieshing. The rift he had created had already sealed, leaving only faint remnants of spatial fluctuations. Damn it! It seems Han Mieshing sacrificed his soul arms to conceal the spatial fluctuations, Xian remarked, her brow furrowing as she sensed the residual fluctuations in the vicinity. Xian made no attempt to pursue Han Mieshing, for at present, the only one capable of surpassing him in speed was the North Dragon King. Although the North Dragon King's cultivation was superior to that of Han Mieshing, it was uncertain whether he could catch up with the fleeing figure, especially should unforeseen circumstances arise. Elder Taishang, there's no need to concern yourself with Han Mieshing. After making her decision, Xian promptly called to halt the North Dragon King, who was about to tear through space in pursuit of Han Mieshing. By the Dragon Emperor's command, though the North Dragon King had considered pursuing, he had no genuine intention of doing so. He merely sought to maintain appearances, and Xian's decision aligned perfectly with his own. Once Xian recalled the North Dragon King, she directed her attention to the devastated Canaan Academy below. Although the newly appointed Grand Monarch and Second Monarch of the Soul Palace had only entered Canaan Academy for a brief time, nearly a quarter of its populace had already suffered casualties. Corpses of elders and students were strewn about the academy. Fortunately, most of those who had fallen were merely souls captured by the Grand Monarch and Second Monarch, imprisoned within soul bags. Presently, Xian held in her possession the soul bags containing a multitude of souls. Chapter 640, Aftermath. The projection of flowing clouds approaches. Xian, I am immensely grateful for your presence here today. Otherwise, the legacy of Canaan Academy would have been obliterated. Injured and weary, Qianmu and Bai Lai approached Xian, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Upon hearing Qianmu and Bai Lai's words, Xian waved her hand dismissively, saying, Elders, you flatter me. Canaan Academy is the place where I have spent the longest time. How could I allow it to be destroyed by the Soul Palace? After speaking, Xian produced the soul bag she had seized from the Grand Monarch and Second Monarch of the Soul Palace, handing them to Qianmu and Bai Lai. Elders, these contain the souls of the captured elders and students. We shall examine them shortly. If their physical forms remain intact, they can be returned to their bodies. Should their bodies be deceased or severely injured, I will devise a means to rescue them. Xian stated solemnly as she passed the soul bags to Qianmu and Bai Lai. As they accepted the soul bags from Xian, both Qianmu and Bai Lai wore grave expressions. Alas, old fellow, we are guilty. The dean entrusted us with the task of protecting the academy. Yet under our watch, Canaan Academy nearly faced total destruction. Qianmu lamented. Bai Lai's expression was equally grave. Xian's gaze swept across the academy, and suddenly her brow furrowed even more deeply. She called out to Qianmu and Bai Lai, Elders, why do I not see the Grand Elder? Has something happened to him? As she spoke, her anxiety was palpable. Su Qian, in many respects, was akin to her dearest elder. Oh, that lad Su Qian is unharmed. Recently, we dispatched him to seek aid from the Celestial Alliance. Qianmu explained upon hearing Xian's concerns. The Grand Elder has gone to the Celestial Alliance? Upon hearing Qianmu's words, Xian felt her heart finally ease. In the next moment, a figure clad in white silently appeared 3 meters from Xian's side. Who is it? Sensing the anomaly, Xian swiftly turned, her palm gathering a tremendous surge of dual-colored purple-gold energy. However, upon recognizing the visitor's face, she quickly retracted her hands. Elder Yunlu, Xian exclaimed in surprise. Greetings, Alliance Leader. At that moment, the North Dragon King and the 4 elders of the North Dragon Island bowed in unison to the young man in white. The sudden appearance was none other than Liuyun, yet he had come merely as a projection utilizing the soul projection technique. Is this the leader of the Heavenly Alliance? Yin Lu, how astonishingly youthful. From the reactions of the North Dragon King and Xiao Yan, both Qian Mu and Bai Lai discerned the identity of the young man in white, their hearts filled with immense surprise. After all, Liuyun's sudden appearance was almost instantaneous, devoid of any noise, and there was not a hint of spatial fluctuation to be felt around them. Elder Yin Lu, what brings you to the Canaan Academy so unexpectedly? Xiao Yan has been seeking your assistance, Xiao Yan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as if she had spotted a savior. Earlier, Elder Su Qian entered Bone Transformation City, and I sensed it, which prompted me to come and check on matters, though I regret arriving too late. Canaan Academy has already faced great tribulation. This is a lapse in my consideration, Liuyun replied, a hint of apology in his tone towards Xian, Qian Mu, and Bai Lai. You speak too humbly. Alliance leader. Qian Mu and Bai Lai responded respectfully upon hearing Liuyun's words. It would indeed be unjust to place the blame on Liuyun for the calamity that had befallen Canaan Academy. After all, Liuyun's connection to the Academy had never been particularly strong. He had only stayed for a brief period to acquire the fallen heart flame, and thereafter, their interactions had dwindled. He had not anticipated that the Soul Hall would act against Canaan Academy simply due to this. Elder Yin Lu, how can you take the blame? This is merely the wickedness of the Soul Hall, Xian quickly asserted, her disdain for the Soul Hall palpable. Xian, you mentioned needing my assistance. What is it you require? Liuyun inquired, turning to her. It is as follows, Elder Yin Lu. The people from the Soul Hall have captured many elders and student souls, but I have managed to reclaim those souls. However, many have lost their physical bodies. I wish to hear your counsel, Xian explained hastily. But Liuyun raised his hand to interrupt her. Xian, I understand your intentions. You seek my aid in reconstructing their physical forms, do you not? Liuyun stated directly. Indeed, Xian nodded, pleading, Elder Yin Lu, I implore you to assist them. Reconstructing their physical forms is not overly difficult. However, I am currently only here as a projection. Here is the plan. Send the souls of those elders and students who have lost their bodies to the Heavenly Alliance, and I will provide some physical vessels as well as elixirs to restore their vitality. I will also contact the Alchemist Guild to lend a hand. Liuyun agreed without hesitation to Xian's request. Is that truly the case? That is wonderful, Xian exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Liuyun's affirmation. Thank you. Alliance leader. Your great kindness will forever be etched in the hearts of Canaan Academy. Qian Mu and Bai Lai expressed their gratitude, deeply moved by Liuyun's arrangement. Observing their reactions, Liuyun waved his hand and said, there is no need for such formalities. Ultimately, the calamity that has befallen Canaan Academy is tied to me. Thus, I will personally come to Canaan Academy to set up a formation to prevent the Soul Hall from attempting to strike again. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Upon hearing Liuyun's promise to establish a protective formation, Qian Mu and Bai Lai's excitement grew, for the formations of the Heavenly Alliance were renowned across the continent. Even if Liuyun's formation did not match the might of that outside Bone Transformation City, it would still offer significant protection, ensuring the safety of Canaan Academy moving forward. Xian, I leave this matter in your capable hands, Liuyun declared, and in an instant, his figure vanished without a trace, just as silently as he had arrived, without any energy fluctuations or spatial disturbances. Elder Yin Lu, what manner of technique is this? Xian mused, deeply moved by Liuyun's disappearance. In her eyes, Liuyun's cultivation seemed to have significantly advanced since their last encounter, now reaching the level of a 4-star Do Saint. Yet, how little time had passed. The last time she had witnessed Liuyun, he had merely been a 2-star Do Saint. In 2 months, he had ascended from a 2-star Do Saint to a 4-star Do Saint. Such results were nearly comparable to the effects of refining the Dragon Phoenix source fruit. Additionally, Xian speculated that the cultivation Liuyun displayed was merely a facade for others to perceive. After all, not even the formidable North Dragon King, who was in the mid-stage of 5-star Do Saint, could achieve such a sudden and silent appearance as Liuyun had just done. But Elder Yin Lu did mention that this was merely a projection that could exhibit the strength of a 4-star Do Saint. Such a feat was terrifying indeed. If this was the case, Elder Yin Lu's true prowess must certainly surpass that of the Grand Elder, and he might even have reached the level of a 6-star Do Saint, Xian mused privately. After pondering for a moment, Xian turned to Qian Mu and Bai Lai, saying, Elders, please expedite the tallying of those elders and students who have lost their physical forms. I will instruct my kin to transport their souls back to the Heavenly Alliance, to Elder Yin Lu. Understood. We shall attend to it promptly. Qian Mu and Bai Lai nodded gravely, and quickly set to work on the task. Within half an hour, Qianmu and Bai Lai returned to Ziyan's side. "What news, elders? Have you compiled the numbers?" Ziyan asked anxiously. "Ziyan, this time, a total of 230 elders and students have perished. Additionally, 170 souls have lost their physical bodies," Qianmu reported gravely. "These are the souls of those who have lost their bodies." Bai Lai handed a soul pouch to Ziyan. The loss of 230 lives, along with 170 souls left without bodies, was a significant blow to the Inner Academy. The Grand and Second Elders of the Soul Hall had struck against the people of Canaan Academy, and from the moment of their attack to when Ziyan led the 4 great elders of North Dragon Island to defeat them, it had taken less than a minute. Had it not been for the Soul Hall's intention to capture souls, Canaan Academy's strength would have faltered in less than 10 seconds. Facing annihilation at the hands of those two, since this calamity has already transpired, let us not dwell on sorrow, elders. Ziyan consoled as she accepted the soul pouch from Bai Lai. Having said this, she turned to the North Dragon King and said, "Grand Elder, given the current instability at Canaan Academy, I hope you will remain here for a while to guard against any counterattacks from the Soul Hall. By your command, Dragon King." The North Dragon King nodded without hesitation in response to Ziyan's request. After arranging for the North Dragon King to stay temporarily, Ziyan tore open a rift in space before departing from Canaan Academy, accompanied by one of the elders from North Dragon Island. Her destination was Bone Transformation City in the northern region of the Central Continent, the headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance. Meanwhile, the North Dragon King remained behind with 3 other elders, aiding Canaan Academy in its reconstruction efforts. In the void, a shadowy figure came to a sudden halt as it fled at great speed. This individual was none other than the Soul Extinguisher, who had previously escaped from the North Dragon King's grasp at great cost. The halted Soul Extinguisher appeared pale, a horrific wound gaping from his shoulder to his lower abdomen, with writhing internal organs barely concealed within. Clearly, he had sustained severe injuries from the earlier attack, and now he struggled to suppress his wounds. At this moment, the Soul Extinguisher produced a jade tube from his hand and crushed it with force. Upon the shattering of the spatial jade tube by Han Yeshing, an aura of unparalleled might unfurled within this void space, causing the fierce spatial winds to solidify instantaneously. "What summons you?" A voice of immense authority reverberated from the space before Han Yeshing. Remarkably, Hun Misheng, the esteemed lord of the Soul Palace and the most powerful figure in the Central Continent, bent his body in reverence towards the enigmatic presence within the peculiar space. After conveying certain matters to this realm, a voice of astonishment echoed from the mysterious space, revealing the unexpected resurgence of a long-vanished Taishu ancient dragon clan and the emergence of a new dragon sovereign. The mysterious entity within the void murmured softly, indicating the significance it attributed to this revelation. "Hun Yeshing, given your current state, should any complications arise with the demon fire, it will be prudent for you to return to the Soul Realm." With these words, the mysterious presence vanished, and the overwhelming aura dissipated accordingly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Outside Huagu City in the northern region of the Central Continent, Ziyan appeared at the periphery of the celestial array. Her pause was necessitated by the spatial blockade within the array, which she could not breach forcefully. Thus, she emerged from the void at this location. Presently, Ziyan and an elder from Beilong Island began to traverse the skies at great speed outside Huagu City. Their arrival had long been detected by Liuyun, who had been monitoring the blood-fiend heavenly array, prompting him to exit his seclusion in the Tianyo realm and head towards the Heavenly Alliance. In this instant, a mere 100 miles posed no challenge for Ziyan. Even without the ability to traverse space, she could cover the distance in mere minutes. Soon, Ziyan arrived at the city gates, whereupon Liuyun arranged for her to be escorted into the city by several members of the Heavenly Alliance stationed there. Upon reaching this location, Ziyan glimpsed a middle-aged man in black through the vast transparent energy wall encasing the Heavenly Alliance. At that moment, a grand entrance appeared within the enormous translucent energy barrier. "Great Elder." Ziyan swiftly passed through the opening and rushed towards the black-clad man. Chapter 642, All Resurrected. "Great Elder, I wish to discuss the situation at Jianan Academy with Su Qian," Ziyan began, but hesitated, lowering her head, unsure of how to proceed without provoking Su Qian. Alas! Observing her reaction, Su Qian sighed deeply. "Ziyan, the matters concerning Jianan Academy have already been relayed to me by the Alliance leader." "The Alliance leader has informed you as well?" Ziyan's gaze lifted in surprise, just as she noticed Liuyun descending from the high staircase. "Quickly, deliver the souls of those students and elders to the Alliance leader. He has been awaiting them." Sukian urged ina ashton. Understood. Responding to Su Qian. Xian retrieved a soul pouch from her possession and made her way towards Liuyun. Elder Yunlu. Within this pouch are the souls of the elders and students who lost their physical forms. I entrust them to you. Xian earnestly handed over the soul pouch to Liuyun. Liuyun accepted the pouch, aware that while the souls contained within were not numerous, the task of resurrecting them would be intricate. Fortunately, not long ago, an 8th-rank bone-melding blood essence pill had been auctioned at one of Liuyun's auction houses, resulting in a return of 10,000 such pills, alleviating the burden of gathering the necessary elixirs for their revival. However, the production of physical bodies required a significant number of alchemists to harness the effects of the elixirs. Thus, Liuyun resolved to borrow personnel from the Pill Tower, requesting dozens of alchemists for assistance. Rest assured, I shall find a way to resurrect all the souls entrusted to me. Liuyun assured her with a nod. Thank you, Elder Liuyun. Xian expressed her heartfelt gratitude in response to Liuyun's demeanor. After entering the Heavenly Alliance, Xian awaited approximately 5 days before a group of alchemists dispatched by Xian Kongzi from the Pill Tower successfully arrived at Huagu City. Upon their arrival, Liuyun promptly provided them with the prepared bone-melding blood essence pills and an array of physical bodies. Subsequently, under the diligent efforts of these dozens of 7th and 8th rank alchemists, it took nearly half a month to successfully resurrect all the individuals from Xiao Yan Academy, resulting in a substantial fee of gratitude paid to the Pill Tower by Liuyun. Thank you for your great kindness, Alliance Leader. The resurrected individuals, fully aware that their return to corporeal form was due to Liuyun's efforts, collectively knelt in gratitude after familiarizing themselves with their new bodies. Rise! This matter arose from my actions, and Xiao Yan Academy suffered an undeserved calamity. This compensation is merely my duty. Liuyun gestured for them to stand, observing the multitude of Xiao Yan Academy elders and students kneeling before him. As Liuyun's words concluded, the individuals gradually rose to their feet. Su Qian, filled with gratitude for the revival of the individuals, expressed his heartfelt thanks to Liuyun before preparing to return to Xiao Yan Academy with the group. Realizing their impending departure, Liuyun recalled certain matters and addressed Su Qian and Xian. Great Elder, Xian, this time, I shall accompany you. Xian's face illuminated with joy upon hearing Liuyun's statement. Elder Yunlu, you wish to accompany us? That is splendid news. Liuyun explained with a smile. This time, I shall personally set up a formation for Xiao Yan Academy to prevent any further actions against it by the Soul Palace. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Su Qian expressed profound gratitude, bowing deeply. He was well aware of the formidable defenses the Heavenly Alliance possessed, having heard numerous accounts of its might throughout his journey to Huagu City. Even a Do Sheng would find themselves in peril against its formidable arrays. There is no need for such formalities, Great Elder. Liuyun quickly assisted him to his feet. With the presence of Liuyun, Xian, and the elder from Beilong Island, 3 formidable Do Shengs, escorting them through the void space, the group made swift progress, avoiding the arduous journey that had previously consumed Su Qian over 2 months. 4 days later, Liuyun, Xian, and Su Qian successfully returned to the Xiao Yan Academy in the Black Corner region. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the numerous elders and students, the academy had been restored to its former glory, shedding its previous dilapidated appearance. Su Qian, you rascal, you've returned. Qian Mu and Bai Lai, sensing the familiar auras, hurried to greet Su Qian, their faces lighting up with joy as they spotted him. Behind Su Qian stood a multitude of elders and students, all of whom had been revived and restored to their original appearances. They've all been resurrected. All of them have returned to life. How splendid! Tears welled in the aged eyes of Qian Mu and Bai Lai as they beheld the individuals behind Su Qian. The resurrection of these individuals signifies a considerable mitigation of the calamity that has befallen Canaan Academy. The 2 esteemed elders present, one of whom is Elder Yunlu, the current leader of the Heavenly Alliance, were introduced by Su Qian, who pointed towards the group of revived students and elders, stating, these individuals owe their revival entirely to the assistance of the Alliance leader. The formidable aura exuded by Liuyun and his appearance were enough for Qianmu and Bai Lai to surmise his significance, even without Su Qian's introduction. Thank you, Alliance Leader Yun, for your invaluable support to Canaan Academy. At this moment, both Qianmu and Bai Lai expressed their gratitude towards Liuyun in unison. It was merely a trifling effort, Liuyun replied, waving his hand dismissively at their thanks. After a brief exchange, Qianmu and Bai Lai learned that Liuyun's purpose for visiting was to set up a formation for Canaan Academy, which ignited a sense of eager anticipation within them. This time, Liuyun's initial task was to arrange the starry formation outside the Heavenly Alliance, which, although possessing a lower upper limit compared to the 3 formations Liuyun acquired later, required only a modest amount of magic cores for its construction. Despite this formation's limitations in terms of structure, its potential power was boundless, fluctuating in accordance with the strength of the energy infused by those empowering the formation. If a peak Dozun warrior were to bolster the starry formation, its defensive capabilities would be sufficient to withstand attacks from high-level semi-saints or even ordinary 1-star Do saints. Should a true 1-star Do saint empower the formation, it could repel assaults from 3-star Do saints. After Liuyun established a triple-layered starry formation for Canaan Academy, he entrusted the foundational structure of the formation to Su Qian, imparting essential information regarding its operation. Does this formation require a peak Dozun practitioner to empower it against 1-star Do saints? Upon hearing this, Su Qian's expression turned troubled. The highest cultivation levels within Canaan Academy were only represented by Qianmu and by Lai, both peak Dozong, lacking even Dozun strength. Although the mysterious headmaster might possess formidable capabilities, he was seldom seen, and even during the recent near-destruction of Canaan Academy, he remained absent. Elder, you need not fret over such matters. Observing Su Qian's concern, Ziyan interjected, I will arrange for 4 1-star Do saints, alongside a 2-star Do saint elder, to maintain a long-term presence here, with the Taisu ancient dragon clan boasting over 2,000 Do saints. Dispatching such a contingent to guard Canaan Academy was but a minor task, which made Ziyan's declaration seem relaxed. 4 1-star Do saints and 1 2-star Do saint will be stationed at Canaan Academy. Although Ziyan spoke casually, Su Qian, along with Qianmu and Bai Lai, felt a surge of exhilaration akin to a cataclysmic wave. The presence of such 5 powerful guardians was beyond their previous imaginings. With this formidable array, Canaan Academy could finally rest easy, free from the threat of the Soul Palace. As Qianmu and Bai Lai came to terms with the situation, they realized that nurturing Su Qian had borne fruit beyond their expectations. The little girl he had once taken in had now grown into a figure of immense respect, even commanding the reverence of 5-star Do saints. Ziyan, now that matters here are settled, I shall take my leave. After establishing the formations, Liuyun bid farewell to Ziyan. In truth, Liuyun had not merely set up a single starry formation for Canaan Academy. That formation served as a mere facade to obscure his primary objective, which was to deploy the blood fiend Luo Tian formation, one capable of harmonizing with the energies of the world. Canaan Academy was destined to become the focal point of the entire continent in the future, attracting innumerable powerful individuals. Hence the blood fiend Luo Tian formation was of exceptional quality, utilizing only 8th or 9th tier magic cores and covering an extensive area of nearly 10,000 miles. The immense energy contained within these high-tier cores, combined with the natural energies spanning this vast territory, would empower the formation to effortlessly annihilate beings at the 5-star Do saint level. As Liuyun prepared to depart, Ziyan expressed a hint of reluctance. Elder Yunlu, I shall visit you when time permits. We shall meet again before long. Liuyun responded, transforming into a streak of light and swiftly departing from Canaan Academy. Farewell. Alliance Videur, the Northern Dragon King, the 4 elders of Northern Dragon Island, and the personnel of Canaan Academy called out in respectful unison as they watched Liuyun's retreating figure vanish from sight. After Liuyun's departure, Ziyan intended to return to Dragon Island, turning to the Northern Dragon King and saying, Elder, I must trouble you to remain at Canaan Academy for a while longer. Upon my return to the clan, I will promptly arrange for others to come. As you command, Dragon Empress. The Northern Dragon King readily acquiesced to Ziyan's request. Elder, Ziyan has taken her leave. After exchanging farewell with Su Qian, Ziyan, accompanied by the 4 elders of Northern Dragon Island, departed Canaan Academy, heading back to Dragon Island. With the foundational structure of the formation in hand, Su Qian activated the starry formation, and immediately, the central area of Canaan Academy was enveloped by a colossal, transparent energy barrier. Beyond this barrier, 2 additional larger energy shields emerged, the outermost of which encompassed a 100-mile radius centered around Canaan Academy, encasing the sprawling forests teeming with magical beasts that surrounded it. The sheer magnitude of this formation was astonishing. With such a formidable defense in place, Canaan Academy could now rest easy. As the 3 transparent energy barriers ascended, a chorus of astonished voices erupted from within Canaan Academy. After distancing himself from Canaan Academy, Liuyun summoned the void-burrowing beast and utilized the void gate to return to the Tianyo realm. During this time, Liuyun sensed a profound transformation occurring within his soul. In the Palace of 10,000 Beasts, a vast, Tinjiang diamond-shaped crystal housed a colossal soul specter. Seated atop a sea of souls, shrouded in dense mist that obscured the heavens. This soul specter grew increasingly solid, evolving into a towering figure hundreds of zhang tall, resembling a magnified version of Liuyun. Breathing like thunder, the mist surged into him like a celestial dragon, his hair cascading like an immense waterfall, his garments billowing, stirring a terrifying wave across the sea. An aura reminiscent of sovereign authority slowly emanated from his immense soul form, embodying the essence of a soul master. Not long after the return of the flowing cloud avatar, the diamond crystal within began to emit a stirring commotion for the first time. As the vibrations emanated from within the diamond crystal, the entire Wanyao palace abruptly trembled violently. A wave, reminiscent of a celestial sovereign, swiftly radiated outward, causing nearly all the living beings within the Tianyo realm to instinctively prostrate themselves. The oppressive force was utterly irresistible. Chapter 644. The flowing cloud breaks through to 5-star Do Saint. This surge of spiritual energy, it emanated from the Alliance leader. Could it be that the Alliance leader has ascended to the legendary realm of Imperial Soul? Heavens, what does it mean to have an Imperial Soul? Amidst countless astonished gazes, a breathtaking figure towering 1,000 zhang emerged in the sky. This colossal silhouette seemed to uphold the very heavens and earth, beneath which throngs of people quaked in uncontrollable trepidation. Master, truly, you are the one with the greatest potential I have ever encountered. Reaching the pinnacle of the 4-star Do Saint, your soul power has already breached the realm of Imperial Soul. Future cultivation will proceed with ease. At this moment, even the two top-tier powerhouses, Tianyo and Huang Tian, within the Tianyo realm gazed at that immense soul figure with a dazed expression. Within the Wanyao Palace, the remnants of the Huang Quan demon saint's soul trapped within the Huang Quan stone tablet revealed an expression of disbelief. In his prime, the Huang Quan demon saint was also exceptionally gifted, yet it took him many years after breaking through to the 9-star Do Saint to attain the Imperial Soul. However, Flowing Cloud, despite his tender age and being merely at the pinnacle of the 4-star Do Saint, astonishingly possesses a soul realm equivalent to that of a Do Emperor. This is truly hard to fathom. It appears I might genuinely tread that path, stepping out from this world into an even more formidable realm. In this moment, the Huang Quan demon saint no longer doubted the words Flowing Cloud had spoken to him previously. Imperial Soul, Flowing Cloud's soul entity gently clenched his hand, casting his gaze far and wide, as a peculiar state of mind surged within him, evoking a sensation as if the entire Tianyo realm lay within his dominion. Boom! Flowing Cloud extended his palm, suddenly grasping at the void. Instantly, a stone mountain thousands of zhang away erupted into a cloud of dust without warning. His soul power, entwined with the movement of his thoughts, spread to every corner of the Tianyo realm, its reach magnified countless times compared to his previous self. Moreover, wherever his soul expanded, his attacks could traverse thousands of miles and strike in an instant. The Imperial Soul stands but a step away from the previous heavenly realm perfection. One is the sky, the other the earth. There exists no basis for comparison between the two. Only through genuine experience of the might of the Imperial realm can one grasp why this celestial barrier cannot be crossed even at the cost of one's life. For between the two, one is divine, the other mortal. Now that Flowing Cloud soul realm has breached into the Imperial level. Although he cannot directly contend with a being like the Soul Emperor, he would not suffer significant losses against an average 8-star Do Saint. Should he face a 7-star Do Saint, he could easily overpower them. However, Flowing Cloud desires more than mere adequacy. His physical form has made rapid progress over the years. While he often relied on the benefits of elixirs, his formidable techniques ensured that he absorbed those ordinary pills without any adverse effects. His Do Qi is exceptionally refined, exhibiting no signs of wavering. Furthermore, with Flowing Cloud's breakthrough to the Imperial Soul, his subsequent training at the Do Saint stage will proceed without hindrance. At this moment, after lingering briefly above the Wanyao Palace, Flowing Cloud's colossal soul gradually diminished, swiftly entering his corporeal form. Standing up upon the white floor paved with large pieces of earth core jade, Flowing Cloud slowly rose. This time, refining the Imperial Soul crystal marked the longest period of seclusion in Flowing Cloud's history. However, due to the presence of the soul-rooting ancient tree in the Tianyo realm, the actual duration of his retreat was not long, merely a few months, not even half a year. It appears that the pinnacle of the 4-star Do Saint is the right moment to strive for a breakthrough in cultivation. Flowing Cloud murmured to himself, then once again entered seclusion. For this retreat, he directly consumed a 9th-rank Xian Dan capable of enhancing his cultivation. As this 9th-rank Xian Dan was ingested, an immense surge of energy erupted within Flowing Cloud. This extraordinarily potent liquid energy surged through his meridians, eventually producing a series of crashing sounds. This overwhelming medicinal force required cautious handling, even for Flowing Cloud at present. He promptly summoned forth his innate divine fire, a fusion of the Taoyin Divine Flame and the Qinglian Sacred Fire, to assist in refining the 9th-rank Xian Dan's potency. As the innate divine fire was summoned and infused into his meridians to aid in refining the medicinal energy, Flowing Cloud's pinnacle 4-star Do Saint realm unexpectedly began to waver, and his aura started to ascend directly. Within a matter of hours, Flowing Cloud's cultivation gradually transitioned from the pinnacle of the 4-star Do Saint into the extremely terrifying realm of the 5-star Do Saint, achieving a true cultivation level equivalent to that of the Soul Palace Master, Soul Miesheng. Furthermore, as more and more of the Xian Dan's liquid energy was refined into robust Do Qi and integrated into his body, the aura of Flowing Cloud, who had just broken through to the 5-star Do Saint, began to solidify, even maintaining a trend of gradual ascent. The capabilities of the 9th-rank Xian Dan were indeed formidable. According to Flowing Cloud's estimation, this 9th-rank Xian Dan could very well allow him to break through the threshold of the 5-star Do Saint and become a 6-star Do Saint powerhouse. However, the energy of a single Xian Dan was ultimately too immense. Flowing Cloud was able to break through to the 5-star Do Saint in such a short period because he had already reached the pinnacle of the 4-star Do Saint. Merely a step away from the 5-star Do Saint, the Xian Dan aided him in completing that inevitable step. After breaking through to the 5-star Do Saint, although Flowing Cloud's aura continued to rise every moment, the entire process of advancing from the early stage of the 5-star Do Saint to its pinnacle requires an extraordinarily vast accumulation of energy. If it were that simple, the Tianyo would not still be struggling to break through to the 6-star Do Saint. Huang Tian, on the other hand, had stubbornly refined numerous Dragon Phoenix origin fruits, only to reach the pinnacle of the 6-star Do Saint when his body could no longer tolerate the fruits, rendering them ineffective. If Huang Tian could muster the strength to break through to the 7-star Do Saint, even if only in its initial stage, transforming into his true form and utilizing the divine elephant dominance technique, he would be able to withstand even the attacks of the Soul Emperor, perhaps due to the vast disparity in soul realms. Huang Tian's comprehensive combat power after breaking through to the 7-star Do Saint might still be slightly inferior to the Soul Emperor. However, the Soul Emperor would find it difficult to contend with Huang Tian, as Flowing Cloud's resources are sufficient to support Huang Tian in continuously recovering during battle with 9th-rank elixirs. Chapter 645, The Secrets of the Ice River Valley. While Flowing Cloud's physical form remained in seclusion, digesting the medicinal power of the 9th-rank Xian Dan, his avatar received a transmission from the controlled 4-star Do Saint level elder of the Soul Clan, Soul Xian. Master, the matter regarding the Ice River Valley that you instructed me to investigate has finally yielded some clues. Soul Xian excitedly communicated as he returned to his seclusion within the Soul Realm. Though Huanchuan has attained the rank of a 4-star Do Saint and holds considerable status within the Soul Clan, he alone survived the previous battle, sustaining grave injuries while both Hunming and the Vice Master of the Soul Palace perished. Given that his wounds have yet to heal, his keen interest in the affairs of the Ice River Valley may raise suspicions. Thus, Huanchuan took several days to cautiously extract information regarding the Ice River Valley from other elders of the Soul Clan. After a span of over 10 days, he finally received a response from Liuyun, who urged him to relay the gathered intelligence promptly. Upon hearing Liuyun's prompt, Huanchuan began to recount the clandestine information he had uncovered. Master, the Ice River Valley's recent revelation of strength is entirely a consequence of the Soul Clan's coercion. Approximately a year ago, upon learning of a 1-star Do Saint's existence within the Ice River Valley, the Soul Palace dispatched a 2-star Do Saint, a great heavenly sovereign, to probe their defenses. However, during this encounter, the already exposed 1-star Do Saint, Bing Quang, found himself at a disadvantage against the great heavenly sovereign, barely managing to reach a stalemate by relying on the cold energy from the Ice River Valley. They agreed to several contracts, but subsequently, the Soul Palace discovered the Ice River Valley's bizarre actions, which deviated entirely from their agreements. Instead of annihilating the Burning Flame Valley, they forged some accord with its inhabitants. This infuriated the Soul Palace. However, at that time, much of their combat strength had been eradicated by your Heavenly Alliance or was otherwise restrained. Consequently, their two palace masters petitioned for the deployment of two elder members of the Soul Clan, both of whom were 3-star Dou saints, to eradicate the Ice River Valley. Huanchuan's tone grew more intense as he continued. Little did they know, this expedition would unveil even greater secrets of the Ice River Valley. Liuyun, listening intently, couldn't he help but express his curiosity, asking, what secrets? Could there be individuals within the Ice River Valley whose power surpasses that of Bing Quang? Your intuition is astute. Huanchuan confirmed swiftly, then elaborated. The two elders from the Soul Clan charged into the Ice River Valley with great fervor. Bing Quang, accompanied by several half-saint powerhouses, found himself retreating steadily until he was forced back into the depths of the Blackwater Cold Lake, seeking to harness its cold energy to bolster his strength. However, the vast disparity between a 1-star Dou saint and a 3-star Dou saint is not something Bing Quang could counteract merely through the cold energy. The two elder Dou saints surged into the Blackwater Cold Lake, intent on capturing Bing Quang alive. Yet, as they attempted to engage him, an overwhelming aura emanated from the lake's depths, indicative of beings at the pinnacle of 4-star Dou saints, and astonishingly, there were two such entities appearing simultaneously. Just two 4-star Dou saint powerhouses? Have I miscalculated? Liuyun pondered, somewhat perplexed by Huanchuan's report. Huanchuan continued, following the emergence of these two peak 4-star Dou saints. One of the Soul Clan elders was gravely injured within mere exchanges. In his dying moments, he self-destructed his soul to cover the retreat of the other elder, which is how this information has reached the Soul Realm. You are likely aware of the events that followed. After exposing their two peak 4-star Dou saints, the Ice River Valley began to brazenly plunder various major forces in the central continent. Having conveyed all he knew, Huanchuan paused, allowing Liuyun a moment of contemplation. After a time, Liuyun unraveled some of the confusion that had lingered in his mind. Initially, the Ice River Valley had only revealed a 1-star Dou saint, prompting significant concern from the Soul Palace and the Soul Clan to clarify the situation. However, now that the Ice River Valley had caused such a commotion and unveiled two peak 4-star Dou saints, the Soul Palace and Soul Clan seemed oddly subdued. The reasoning behind this was straightforward. Engaging two peak 4-star Dou saints was manageable for the Soul Clan, yet among the Imperial clans, a covenant had been established among many young members, forbidding those above the 4-star Dou saint rank from acting lightly. Of course, if it were merely a matter of a covenant, the Soul Clan would not have been able to tolerate the Ice River Valley's execution of a 3-star Dou saint elder from their ranks. In the face of revenge, such covenants could be disregarded at any moment, and other Imperial clans would not hold it against them. Ultimately, the root of the issue lay within the Soul Clan itself. Their extensive scheming necessitated discretion, aiming to remain out of the sight of other Imperial clans. Should the Soul Clan deploy a 5-star Dou saint or an even more formidable 6-star Dou saint to obliterate the Ice River Valley, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of others, leading to greater constraints on the Soul Clan's actions. Meanwhile, the Ice River Valley seemed to have anticipated this or had other motives, initiating widespread plundering across the central continent to seize territory and resources. At this juncture, Liuyun remained convinced that the two peak 4-star Dou saints within the Ice River Valley were not its ultimate trump card. It is noteworthy that many years prior, the Ice River Valley had been a force to be reckoned with, rivaling the Burning Flame Valley, which was once led by the venerable ancestor of the Burning Flame. Possessing the might of a 9-star Dou saint, it was entirely plausible that the Ice River Valley harbored a peerless powerhouse of similar or slightly inferior strength. Although the Burning Flame ancestor wielded immense power, he ultimately could not match the great Imperial clans, which boasted formidable bloodline strength. His internal injuries hastened his demise, leading to his downfall, after which the Burning Flame Valley fell under the oppression of the Soul Clan, gradually declining. Liuyun's suspicion of the existence of ancient powerhouses within the Ice River Valley stemmed from witnessing Haibuodong's cultivation of the undying technique during their journey. Chapter 646. Continue expanding territories. Perhaps the cultivation methods grasped by the Ice River Valley differ from Haibuodong's understanding of the undying technique. Yet they could still significantly delay the onset of demise. Coupled with the accumulation of years, the Ice River Valley could have amassed a formidable number of powerhouses. Had Liuyun not inadvertently led Haibuodong and his companions to breach the Ice River Valley's forbidden grounds, those hidden beneath might have continued their cultivation for millennia without interruption. Reflecting on this possibility, Liuyun felt a sense of trepidation regarding the Ice River Valley. Recognizing that its concealed secrets might have remained undiscovered even by Xiao Yan, who eventually became a Dou Emperor. These secrets lay hidden beneath the Ice River Valley, all along. Enough, Huanshuan. Focus on your recovery. Do not deliberately seek further information for the time being, lest it arouse suspicion. Simply relay any information you acquire naturally. Liuyun instructed Huanshuan. Yes, master. Huanshuan acknowledged, concluding his report. Despite the potential presence of a formidable force within the Ice River Valley, Liuyun felt no fear at this moment. Once Feng Tian and Tian You's cultivation levels advanced further, he would command 2 top-tier combatants. Presently, Liuyun stood unafraid of any imperial clan. For the combined number of Dou Saints from the Tai Su Ancient Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan far exceeded that of the Soul Clan and Ancient Clan combined. With this thought, Liuyun cast his gaze over the expanse of the current territory of the Tian You realm. In the present day, the dominion of the Tian You realm has nearly approached an expanse of 80,000 miles, a figure that rivals the accumulation of the Dan realm over countless years. Remarkably, this achievement is merely the result of 50 formidable Dou Saints laboring under the orchestration of Liuyun for a little over 2 months. Should Liuyun summon an even greater number of hands, it is conceivable that the Tian You realm could evolve into a vast world comparable to those inhabited by ancient imperial lineages in a remarkably short span of time. It is worth noting that the domains of clans, such as the Soul Clan and the Ancient Clan, are considerably larger than the entirety of the Northwest continent, a testament to their accumulation over the ages, reaching a magnitude that has led them to abandon any thoughts of further expansion. Liuyun, however, is not one to be satisfied. He aspires to cultivate the Tian You realm into a space as colossal as that of the ancient imperial clans. Even if it does not reach the scale of the Soul realm or the Ancient realm, it must at least rival the domains of the Spirit Clan and the Medicine Clan. With this thought in mind, Liuyun summoned the void-burrowing beast once more and utilized the void portal to enter the ancestral land of the beast domain's Tian Yao Phoenix Clan. This time, he had already been informed of the effects of the batch of Dragon Phoenix source fruits refined by the Tian Yao Phoenix Clan. The outcome was remarkable. Out of the 500 selected members of the clan, over 340 successfully broke through to the 1-star Dou Saint level, while the remainder all ascended to the semi-saint realm. The success rate and the number of breakthroughs among the Tian Yao Phoenix Clan still lagged behind that of the Tai Su Ancient Dragon Clan, as the latter had once feasted upon the Tian Yao Phoenixes countless years ago. However, due to the disappearance of the Dragon Emperor and internal strife within their clan, their strength had diminished, though their foundation remained far more robust than that of the Tian Yao Phoenix Clan. Upon his arrival at the Tian Yao Phoenix Clan, Liuyun directly brought the newly ascended 341-star Dou Saints, along with the 3 Tian Yao Phoenixes, to the Tian You realm. Their mission, akin to that of the first batch of Dou Saints Liuyun had previously transported, was to expand the territory of the Tian You realm. Kinix, Gundinix, Ecolinix. You 3 and these Dou Saints are to depart from the ancestral land of the Tian Yao Phoenix Clan. The remaining 200 semi-saints are to continue executing the prior orders. No member of the Tian Yao Phoenix Clan is permitted to leave the ancestral grounds without permission. Liuyun commanded. Understood, master. In response to Liuyun's orders, the nearly 200 semi-saint members of the Tian Yao Phoenix Clan nodded in unison, respectfully acknowledging him. Once Liuyun had arranged everything, he transported the Dou Saints of the Tian Yao Phoenix Clan to the Tian You realm in batches via the Void Portal. As the 340-plus Dou Saints, including the 3 Tian Yao Phoenixes, entered the Tian You realm, the inhabitants were stirred into a frenzy. Initially, they suspected an invasion, but it soon became apparent to some that these numerous Dou Saints were paying their respects to their lord. My heavens! Are all these Dou Saints loyal to our leader? This is simply astonishing. The sheer number of Dou Saints gathered in the Tian You realm likely surpasses the total of all Dou Saints across the central continent. If these powerful beings have indeed been recruited by our leader, then our Heavenly Earth Alliance must now be the most formidable force on the continent. What other power could possibly contend with such might? At that moment, in the Tian You realm, the previously sequestered Huang Tian and Tian You, having emerged from their meditative states due to the commotion, were awakened by the overwhelming presence of over 300 Dou Saints. It seems the Dragon Phoenix source fruits have worked wonders. Huang Tian, having partaken in some of Liuyun's endeavors, swiftly grasped the situation. I never anticipated our clan would suddenly gain so many 1-star Dou Saints. Phoenix, Kuan Phoenix, Eagle Phoenix, your progress is indeed impressive. Huang Tian's face lit up with joy. for he had discerned that these newly emerged Do saints possessed the bloodline of the Tian Yao Phoenix clan. Simultaneously, within the myriad beast palace, the residual soul of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint, encased within the Yellow Spring stone tablet, unexpectedly emerged and instantaneously appeared at the summit of the palace. He initially harbored the same concerns as the others in the Tianyou realm, suspecting an impending threat. However, upon witnessing the reverential demeanor of the 300-plus one-star Do saints led by the Tianyou trio towards Liuyun, he was profoundly astonished. Such a display of might would have been unparalleled even in his own era across the central continent. And the very essence radiating from those individuals unmistakably belonged to the Tianyou Phoenix clan. How peculiar, the Yellow Spring Demon Saint mused. At that moment, he had little doubt that Liuyun could directly confront those ancient imperial clans. He vividly recalled Liuyun's words about the existence of secrets to becoming a Do emperor within the Tua Shi ancient emperor's cave, and anticipated that other imperial clans would soon arrive to vie for it. Chapter 647. The Soul Palace declares war. He secretly hoped that, by then, he would have regained his former strength, allowing him to assist Liuyun in the impending conflict. The Yellow Spring Demon Saint was acutely aware that in order to seize the opportunity for a breakthrough, he needed to reveal his own strength and demonstrate his value. Otherwise, why would anyone aid him or take him to the upper realms for battle? Although the opportunity lay before him, whether he could grasp it hinged upon his forthcoming actions. After contemplating for a moment, the Yellow Spring Demon Saint shook his head and chose to disregard the newly arrived 340-plus Do saints from the Tian Yao Phoenix clan, instead returning to the stone tablet to slowly refine the soul power contained within the leaves of the ancient soul tree Liuyun had given him. In the high skies not far from the Myriad Beast Palace, Liuyun was imparting instructions to the Tian Yao trio and the 340-plus one-star Do saints. Listen closely. During this period, you are to focus on expanding the territory of the Tianyou realm. Should you discover any attempts to breach the realm from the outside, regard them as enemies and immediately subdue them, relaying any information back to me. Liuyun commanded with authority. Understood, Master. Following Liuyun's directives, the large contingent of Do saints from the Tian Yao Phoenix clan joined the ranks dedicated to expanding the territory of the Tianyou realm. With the initial group included, nearly 400 Do saints were now solely focused on the endeavor of spatial expansion within the Tianyou realm. On Liuyun's side, he had originally intended to finalize these arrangements and then retreat into seclusion once more. However, news from the blood river of the 4 heavenly sovereigns in the Soul Palace halted his plans. It appeared that after suffering a significant setback at the hands of the North Dragon King in the Canaan Academy, the Soul Destroyer had not chosen to lie low. His injuries had remarkably healed within a mere 10 days. Rather than retaliating against the North Dragon King or the Tai Su Ancient Dragon Clan, he opted to publicly declare that any grievances related to the Canaan Academy were mere misunderstandings, promising not to target its members again in the future. Clearly, Soul Destroyer was wary of the North Dragon King and the powerful Tai Su Ancient Dragon Clan, preferring not to cultivate too many adversaries. After recovering, Soul Destroyer chose not to confront the Tai Su Ancient Dragon Clan or the recently resurgent Ice River Valley, but instead focused all his efforts on the Heavenly Earth Alliance. His intent was to exact revenge for the 10 Soul Palace branches that had previously been obliterated by the Alliance. In the eyes of the Soul Palace, the strength of the Heavenly Earth Alliance did not stem from its individuals, but rather from its formidable formations. The original Celestial Formation was already remarkably formidable. Its defensive capabilities considered the apex of array techniques. Now, with the addition of an imperceptible blood fiend, Celestial Array, it can directly harness the boundless energies of heaven and earth to launch assaults, capable of even slaying those with the cultivation of 4-star Do Saint. This is indeed a devastating weapon. The Soul Palace meticulously analyzed the Celestial Alliance and concluded that the latter primarily relies on its grand formations, lacking substantial combat prowess. Aside from its headquarters, the other subordinate factions possess members whose strength pales in comparison to that of the Soul Palace. Consequently, Soul Mieshing resolved to forego any assault on the Celestial Alliance's headquarters, opting instead to methodically annex its territories, ultimately forcing the members of the Celestial Alliance to emerge from their grand formation. In doing so, Soul Mieshing would have the opportunity to dispel the formidable effects of those terrifying arrays and engage the Celestial Alliance in a fair contest. To think they have chosen to officially declare war against me. Upon receiving this news, Liuyun's lips curled into a faint, disdainful smile. After all, in terms of mid-tier combat strength, The current Soul Palace is not even worthy of lacing the Celestial Alliance's boots. Not to mention Hai Buodong, a 3-star Do saint capable of engaging opponents of higher ranks. But even Chu Ming, Chu Donghai, and the Heavenly Fire Elder together would be enough to give the members of the Soul Palace a run for their money. I wonder how Chu Donghai and his companions are faring. Liuyun abruptly recalled that not long ago, Chu Donghai had mentioned seeking vengeance against the formidable Lu Wanli in Tianzhong City. At that very moment, Liuyun felt an unseen force drawing him in, accompanied by a peculiar spatial fluctuation. Is this a spatial jade slip? This sudden turn of events was not unfamiliar to Liuyun. In an instant, he surmised that someone was summoning him using a spatial jade slip. Liuyun had not created many of these slips. The leader of the 9 nether demonic python clan, Yao Ming, possessed one, as did Chu Donghai, while Hai Buodong held 2. At a mere glance, Liuyun could ascertain that the spatial passage formed by this particular slip was neither from Yao Ming nor from Chu Donghai, but rather emanated from the directions of Chu Donghai and Hai Buodong. Without hesitation, Liuyun stepped into the spatial passage. Although the spatial passage opened by the jade slip approached the transmission speed of the void gate, crafting such slips was exceedingly intricate, time-consuming, and labor-intensive, making large-scale usage impractical. Thus far, Liuyun had only managed to forge 5 slips. Soon, he traversed through this specially constructed spatial passage and arrived at another location. As anticipated, he found himself face-to-face with Hai Buodong, Chu Donghai, Chu Ming, and the Heavenly Fire Elder, Alliance Leader. Upon seeing Liuyun emerge from the spatial rift, Chu Donghai, Hai Buodong, Chu Ming, and the Heavenly Fire Elder respectfully bowed to him. Chu Donghai, have you resolved your affairs? Liuyun inquired with a smile. In response to the Alliance Leader, my grievances with Lu Wanli of Tianzhong City have been settled. We had no intention of troubling the Alliance Leader, planning to return to the northern region on our own. However, upon hearing recent rumors that the Soul Palace seems poised to declare war on our alliance, we thought it prudent to seek the Alliance Leader's assistance for a swift return. Chu Donghai Gandili et Lai. Ah, so you have all caught wind of the situation. Liuyun chuckled. The Soul Palace's large-scale mobilization has become common knowledge in this vicinity. However, we suspect their target is indeed the Celestial Alliance, Chu Donghai analyzed. You are correct. The Soul Palace is indeed coming for us. Liuyun nodded in affirmation. This time, they intend to annihilate all of our forces outside of Huagu City. Believing that the Celestial Alliance possesses nothing of worth aside from its grand formations. What do you think? Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Hai Buodong was the first to respond. Since the Soul Palace dares to be so arrogant, we shall show them a thing or two. Chapter 648, Late Stage of 5-Star Do Saint. Though Liuyun did not deliberately instigate the Celestial Alliance to seize territory, as the influence of the Celestial Alliance continued to grow, its elders gradually developed their own forces. Presently, over 70 to 80% of the northern region is essentially considered territory under the Celestial Alliance's dominion. Members of the Celestial Alliance are dispersed throughout these areas. Should the Soul Palace target them, Liuyun would certainly not remain indifferent. If the Soul Palace dares to come, we shall show them what we are made of. Following Hai Buodong's declaration, Chu Donghai, Chu Ming, and the Heavenly Fire Elder echoed their agreement. Excellent. It is encouraging to see such confidence among you. Liuyun was highly satisfied with their responses. Subsequently, he directly transported the group back to the Tianyo realm. Although the Soul Palace was currently amassing personnel, an assault on the Celestial Alliance's territories would likely take some time. During this interval, events within the Tianyo realm would be magnified several-fold. Once Hai Buodong, Chu Donghai, and their companions were brought back to the Tianyo realm, they quickly noticed the presence of the 3 heavenly demons and over 300 newly arrived heavenly demon Phoenix Do saints. Upon witnessing such a formidable force, the fervor that had surged within Hai Buodong and Chu Donghai moments ago dissipated almost instantly. Alliance Leader, with these new brothers joining us, we can easily handle the Soul Palace's forces with little effort. Hai Buodong awkwardly remarked to Liuyun. Hai Buodong, these individuals are not yet prepared to engage in battle against the Soul Palace. When the time comes, the main force against the Soul Palace will still rely on you. Liuyun reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Ah, I see. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Hai Buodong understood. He could infer that Liuyun did not wish to expose the situation regarding the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. Although these Heavenly Demon Phoenix Do saints will not participate in the battle for now, you must ensure that you overwhelm the Soul Palace and do not allow our brothers within the Alliance to suffer, Liuyun advised earnestly. After delivering this counsel, Liuyun gently brushed his hand over the spatial ring, causing 6 jade vials to materialize before him. Within these vials are 6 pills, 5 are 9th rank treasure pills, and 1 is a 9th rank profound pill. Hai Buodong, as your cultivation has reached 3-star Do Saint, I entrust you with this 9th rank profound pill. Hoping will aid you in breaking through. Liuyun then proceeded to distribute 4 of the pills among the others. Heavenly Fire, take the remaining 2 and deliver them to Duan San and the Demon Eagle. He instructed, strive to refine these pills in the shortest time possible. Understood, Alliance Leader. The group responded in unison. In the next moment, they accepted the jade vials from Liuyun and swiftly returned to their usual secluded locations. This time, Liuyun provided them with a 9th rank treasure pill to enhance their strength, and even entrusted Hai Buodong with a 9th rank profound pill. These pills held a significant potential to elevate their cultivation by 1 or even 2 stars. By then, even without revealing the trump cards of Tianyou and the Phoenix clan, as well as the vast number of Do Saints from the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan and the Ancient Void Dragon clan, Hai Buodong and his companions alone would be sufficient to instill awe in all secular powers of Zhongzhou. In an instant, nearly everyone in the Tianyou realm began to diligently attend to their respective tasks. Upon returning to his secluded retreat, Hai Buodong unhesitatingly took out the 9th grade Xiandan that Liuyun had bestowed upon him. As he placed the precious pill to his lips, it instantly transformed into a golden liquid that flowed down his throat and into his body. The moment the elixir entered his system, a searing heat surged within him, and an overwhelming torrent of indescribable energy began to pour forth from his being, eventually solidifying on his skin into a crystalline armor. Such boundless energy, under this immense force. Hai Buodong's body trembled as if he had swallowed multiple colossal dragons, tumultuously ravaging every corner of his physique. For an ordinary 3-star Do Saint, merely consuming a 9th grade Xiandan without supplementary refining agents would likely result in dire consequences, potentially leading to death under such a violent energy influx. However, Hai Buodong was different. He practiced the advanced heavenly technique, Huangquan Shengxiao Ju, which harbored countless cold dan within his myriad of acupoints, imbued with the ultimate chill. At this moment, under the influence of these cold dan, the vast energy surging into Hai Buodong's body was temporarily frozen, leaving only a small portion still flowing through his meridians. Quickly, Hai Buodong activated his advanced heavenly technique to channel the unfrozen energy along the prescribed pathways to his dantian. Once fully absorbed, he proceeded to thaw a similar quantity of energy trapped in other areas of his body, using the same method to refine it. Thus, the tremendous surge of energy from the 9th grade Xiandan was effortlessly dissipated by Hai Buodong. Meanwhile, during Hai Buodong's seclusion to refine the 9th grade Xiandan, the Heavenly Fire Saint had already entrusted the 2 9th grade Baodan, as instructed by Liuyun, to Duan San and Mo Jiao. At this point, all 6 renowned powerhouses of the Heavenly Alliance had entered into seclusion. On the second day of their retreat, signs of a breakthrough emerged from the Tianyou realm, and it was none other than Liuyun's true form, which had immediately begun refining the 9th grade Xiandan after achieving a breakthrough in the Emperor realm. Though only a day had passed in the outside world, in the Tianyou realm, several days had already elapsed. Thus, despite the seemingly brief duration of Liuyun's seclusion, a significant amount of time had indeed passed. At this moment, Liuyun's cultivation had finally ascended to the late stage of 5-star Do Saint, marking the complete digestion of the 9th grade Xiandan's medicinal potency. Chapter 649, Rise in Power, War Begins. Upon concluding his retreat, Liuyun closed his eyes to sense the currents of energy within him, a satisfied smile blossoming on his face. The effects of the 9th grade Xiandan had propelled his cultivation from the pinnacle of 4-star Do Saint to the zenith of 5-star Do Saint, a remarkable leap of an entire star level. However, regrettably, at Liuyun's current level, his body had become exceedingly sensitive to the potency of elixirs. Thus, even if he were to consume another 9th grade Xiandan in the future, it was unlikely he would achieve such results again unless he ingested a higher tier 9th grade Golden Dan. Contemplating this, Liuyun resolved to promptly arrange an auction for the Heavenly Alliance, with the highlight being 3 9th grade Baodan. These 3 Baodan were not merely products of auction returns. They retained their returning capabilities, and 2 of them were capable of enhancing strength. Should one of these pills yield a return of 10,000 times its quality, Liuyun could very well obtain a 9th grade Golden Dan. With this thought in mind, Liuyun's doppelganger swiftly departed the Tianyou realm, accompanied by the Void Earth Escape Beast, heading towards the Heavenly Alliance. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Alliance, he promptly summoned Fu Fan. Greeting, Alliance Leader. Upon Liuyun's summons, Fu Fan quickly entered the hall, respectfully bowing and inquiring, "What commands do you have for me, Alliance Leader?" Fu Fan, make arrangements for an auction as soon as possible, publicly announcing that the next auction will feature 3 ninth grade Bao Dawn as the main attraction. Liuyun instructed directly. 3 ninth grade Bao Dawn. The alliance leader is indeed magnanimous. I shall ensure this matter is handled properly. Fu Fan replied, though he then added, however, alliance leader, I have some additional matters to report. Speak. Liuyun gestured for him to continue. Recently, we have received intelligence indicating that the Soul Palace intends to launch an offensive against the northern region and has gathered a considerable force, targeting our alliance. Fu Fan conveyed with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Fu Fan's report, Liuyun nodded gently and replied, I am already aware of these developments. Continue with the preparations for the auction. Do not overly concern yourself with the Soul Palace's movements. Understood? I will attend to it immediately. Fu Fan respectfully excused himself. From Liuyun's demeanor, Fu Fan discerned a calmness regarding the impending attack from the Soul Palace, suggesting that Liuyun was already confident about the situation and unconcerned, which allowed Fu Fan to feel more at ease. After ensuring the auction arrangements were in place, Liuyun returned to the Tianyou realm. Time passed quietly, and soon nearly half of the populace in Zhongzhou learned of the Soul Palace's intentions to retaliate against the Heavenly Alliance. In the Tianyou realm, news of various powerhouses achieving breakthroughs began to circulate. The first to break through were Chu Donghai and Chu Ming, whose original cultivation at 1-star Do Saint advanced to the pinnacle of 2-star Do Saint after consuming the 9th grade Baodan. Yet they did not stop there. The Heavenly Fire Saint, having only recently attained 1-star Do Saint, swiftly broke through to become a 2-star Do Saint after consuming the 9th grade Baodan. Following his breakthrough, both Duan San and Mo Geo simultaneously transcended the half-saint realm, emerging as true 1-star Do Saints. The most significant breakthrough was undoubtedly that of Hai Buodong. When he ascended, the temperature around his cultivation site plummeted dramatically, extending for thousands of miles, all while he exerted tremendous effort to suppress it. Fortunately, the inhabitants of the Tianyou realm were no ordinary folk. This degree of temperature drop merely sent a chill through their hearts without causing them harm. With this breakthrough, Hai Buodong's cultivation soared to 4-star Do Saint, and he did not cease his endeavors, continuing to refine the residual potency of the Xiandan within him. As a day passed in the outside world, 10 or more days elapsed in the Tianyou realm. Thus, after another day in the outside world, Hai Buodong, Chu Donghai, Chu Ming, the Heavenly Fire Saint, Duan San, and Mo Geo concluded their training. On this day, all 6 gathered together before Liuyun. Alliance Leader, we have fully refined the elixirs you bestowed upon us. They reported in unison. Liuyun's gaze swept over them, quickly assessing their cultivation levels. Hai Buodong, who had originally been at the mid-stage of 3-star Do Saint, had remarkably risen to the pinnacle of 4-star Do Saint after refining the 9th grade Xiandan, and he still retained some residual medicinal power within him, sealed by the cold energy in his body. In this instance, Chu Donghai's ascension to a higher realm is particularly striking. Although he merely consumed a 9th grade precious pill, his cultivation soared directly from the mid-stage of a 1-star Do Sheng to the early stage of a 3-star Do Sheng, resulting in an impressive increase of 2-star levels. Prior to this, both Chu Donghai and Chu Ming maintained nearly identical levels of cultivation, but following this advancement, a noticeable disparity will emerge. Chu Donghai now stands at the early stage of a 3-star Do Sheng, while Chu Ming remains at the late stage of a 2-star Do Sheng, a mere step apart. Yet the difference in strength is substantial. On the side of the Fire Lord, he has also managed to elevate his cultivation to the late stage of a 2-star Do Sheng. Ultimately, Duan San and Chu Ming have both reached the mid-stage of a 1-star Do Sheng. Among these 6 individuals, representatives from each cultivation level, 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, and 4-star Do Sheng, are present. Notably, Hai Buodong's progress is surprisingly slower than that of Liuyun's avatar, who has only attained the mid-stage of a 4-star Do Sheng, while Hai Buodong has already reached the pinnacle of a 4-star Do Sheng. Excellent. All of you have made significant progress in your cultivation. Liuyun praised the 6 individuals before promptly leading them away from the Tianyou realm. Through his informants embedded within the Soul Palace, Liuyun learned that the Soul Palace had opted not to mount a concentrated assault on a single location, but rather to extend their front lines, launching simultaneous attacks on multiple cities. As a result, Liuyun has arranged for Hai Buodong to lead a separate group to guard a base on the outskirts of the northern domain, while Chu Donghai and Duan San form one team, and Chu Ming, the Fire Lord, and Mo Geo comprise another. Chapter 650, Annihilation of the Vanguard of the Soul Palace. Due to the presence of many manipulated Soul Clan lords within the Soul Palace, Liuyun quickly discerned the forces allocated for the assault on various cities. According to his informants, the Soul Palace was not coordinating a unified strike, but was instead launching extensive attacks across several cities simultaneously. Consequently, Liuyun assigned Hai Buodong a separate group to defend a city on the northern domain's periphery, while Chu Donghai and Duan Xin would work together in Chuming. The Fire Lord and Mo would form another team. Tianxian City is a large metropolis situated close to the central region in the northern domain. 2 years prior, the three prominent families of Tianxian City had all joined the Heavenly Alliance, and with the resources provided by the Alliance, 2 of their members have emerged as one-star Dozun powerhouses. In comparison to other regions in the northern domain, this level of strength ranks quite high. However, with merely 2 Dozun and a handful of Dozong and nearly 100 Dohuang, they would find themselves utterly outmatched by any of the Soul Palace's branches, which could easily obliterate them multiple times over, requiring only the mobilization of 1 or 2 lords to decimate the affiliated members of the Heavenly Alliance in Tianxian City. At this moment, within the council hall of the City Lord's mansion in Tianxian City, the senior officials gathered, their expressions tinged with anxiety. Suddenly, a section of space in the center of the hall began to distort violently. Who dares intrude upon Tianxian City? The officials, sensing the disturbance, turned pale with alarm. Under their watchful gazes, several figures clad in black robes emerged from the warped space. Heh. Upon their appearance, the black-robed figures erupted in unison into chilling laughter. I didn't expect the Soul Palace's forces to arrive so swiftly. Elder Fu Fan's reinforcements will likely take another day to reach us. What do we do now? Sighing, one of the officials lamented. This vanguard from the Soul Palace boasts at least 4 Dozun powerhouses, and their strength is formidable. Our main forces have yet to arrive. It seems today we are doomed, as they felt the overwhelming aura emanating from the black-clad figures. The warriors of Tianxian City quickly realized that these were members of the Soul Palace. Under the immense disparity in power, fear and despair gripped their hearts. Lord Patianzun, I didn't anticipate the Tianxian City forces to be this weak. Had I known, I wouldn't have troubled you to come. One frail black-robed individual addressed a gaunt elder among them with a tone of mock respect, completely disregarding the assembled warriors of Tianxian City. Since the hall has appointed me as vanguard to lead the charge, I shall ensure this initial battle is fought splendidly. The elder, known as Patianzun, replied nonchalantly, Today not a single soul shall remain alive in Tianxian City. Understood? The black-robed figures responded in unison, their expressions filled with reverence. They began to unleash powerful surges of energy. As these black-clad individuals prepared for action, the warriors of Tianxian City turned ashen, gripped by terror. Nevertheless, knowing that an action would lead to certain death, they steeled themselves, ready to fight despite the overwhelming odds. Merely ants, daring to struggle in vain. Allow me to escort you on your final journey. Patianzun disdainfully regarded the warriors of Tianxian City before raising his hand. A massive black handprint, 10 zhang in size, coalesced before him, and with a mere thought, he directed it toward one of the 1-star Dozun warriors in Tianxian City. Patianzun's cultivation had achieved 6-star Dozun, while the Dozun warrior from Tianxian City was merely at the 1-star level. As the black handprint descended, a suffocating aura of death enveloped the warrior's heart. Who determines who goes first? Just as the black handprint was about to crush the numerous warriors of Tianxian City, an ancient voice resonated through the hall. With the utterance of this voice, the black handprint, which was poised to strike, was abruptly encased in a powerful chill, freezing not only it, but also all other attacks from the Soul Palace's forces mid-air. Crack! In the next moment, all the frozen energy attacks shattered and dissipated entirely. At the entrance of the hall, a figure with white hair appeared. Upon witnessing this, Patianzun's heart raced, yet he maintained his composure and bellowed, Who goes there? The white-haired elder at the entrance wore a similar expression of disdain as he replied, As you just mentioned, today marks your final journey. With a light chuckle, the elder extended his hand toward Patianzun and the other black-clad figures. Instantly, the bodies of all the black-robed individuals, including Patianzun, transformed into ice sculptures, which then shattered into fine ice particles that rained down from the air. The white-haired elder merely waved his hand, without leaving any trace of an attack, and the once arrogant vanguard of the Soul Palace was annihilated, demonstrating the terrifying might of the suddenly arrived elder. Witnessing this scene, the warriors of Tianxian City, who had been filled with dread and foreboding moments ago, breathed a collective sigh of relief. I, Situ Tianxian, pay my respects to the Grand Elder. Shufan. Pay my respects to the Grand Elder. In the next moment, The only two one-star Douqi warriors of Taoyin City bowed deeply before the white-haired elder at the entrance in a show of reverence. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Alliance had actually arrived. Ha! With the Grand Elder here, we need not fear the Soul Palace. Upon hearing Situ Tianxian and Su Fan address the Elder, the other warriors of Taoyin City erupted with excitement. Within the Heavenly Alliance, there are only 6 Grand Elders in total. They're known as the Holy Fire Sage, the Three Saints, the Demon Sage, the Eastern Sea Sage, the Bright Sage, and the Ice Sage. Who among them could this venerable elder be? Although the remaining powerful figures of Taoyin City were uncertain about the specific identity of the person at the entrance, they all simultaneously bowed deeply and exclaimed, "We pay our respects to the venerable elder." Chapter 651, The Ice Sage. Observing this, the white-haired elder at the entrance slightly nodded and softly spoke. "You may rise. The Grand Army of the Alliance will arrive tomorrow. I shall first annihilate a vanguard force of the Soul Hall. You may wait here in tranquil anticipation." After uttering these words, the elder's figure vanished into the void. "Farewell, venerable elder." All present in the hall respectfully bowed once more in the direction of Hai Buodong's departure. "City Lord, was that just now our Alliance's Ice Sage?" After the white-haired elder departed, a powerful figure from Taoyin City, possessing the strength of a 6-star Douqi, cautiously inquired of Situ Tianxian. Upon hearing this question, Situ Tianxuan's eyes brimmed with reverence as he nodded and replied, "Indeed, that was the Ice Sage. Among the 6 esteemed elders, he is undoubtedly the strongest. It truly was the Ice Sage." Recalling the moment when Hai Buodong's words froze the attacks of all Soul Hall members, the others displayed expressions of realization. "I wonder what cultivation level the Ice Sage possesses." Someone curiously asked. There have been rumors that the Ice Sage is a pinnacle powerhouse who has attained the 2nd-star Douqi. A fellow Douqi from Taoyin City, Su Fan, quickly responded to the crowd's inquiry. In fact, only Situ Tianxian and Su Fan had truly encountered Hai Buodong in all of Taoyin City. They had met him during the auction for the mid-level soul attack martial skill, the Soul Destruction Spear, at which time Hai Buodong indeed had only been a 2nd-star Douqi. However, even being regarded as merely a 2nd-star Douqi was enough to evoke immense awe and excitement among the people of Taoyin City. Such a formidable figure would render any army, no matter how vast, utterly powerless. The Ice Sage just mentioned that he would single-handedly eradicate a vanguard force of the Soul Hall. Surely, this is a task he can accomplish with utmost certainty, right? After learning about Hai Buodong's identity and profound cultivation, another uncertain voice resonated within the hall. Hearing this, Situ Tianxian pondered for a moment before stating, "Given the Ice Sage's prowess, if he has declared it, it must be a task he can accomplish with great confidence." In truth, when Situ Tianxian spoke these words, he did not possess complete assurance. In his mind, although Hai Buodong was a 2nd-star Douqi, he was venturing forth alone while the Soul Hall housed numerous Douqi powerhouses, not to mention those of Douqi level. Should Hai Buodong encounter a Douqi from the Soul Hall and be surrounded by their main force, the situation could turn dire. Thus, after uttering that statement, Situ Tianxian began to silently pray for Hai Buodong, hoping he could retreat unscathed even if faced with resistance. An hour after Hai Buodong departed from Taoyin City, several hundred miles away in the sky, a series of piercing winds suddenly roared, followed by a dark mass of figures sweeping across the horizon. This vast throng numbered in the tens of thousands, with the weakest among them possessing nearly the strength of high-level Douhuang, and the Douqi powerhouses exceeding 1,000. Though the number of Douqi was significantly lower than that of Douqi, it was still astonishing, estimated to be over 400. This army was a vanguard force assembled by the Soul Hall, amalgamating the power of 5 branch halls. Led by the 3 Douqi of the Soul Hall, with intermediate half-sane cultivation, and the 4 Douqi with low-level half-sane cultivation. Even a true 1st-star Douqi would likely choose to avoid confrontation with such a formidable force. 3 Douqi masters for Douqi masters at last. We can seek our vengeance. The Heaven and Earth Alliance must pay for their actions. A Soul Hall Douqi, whose cultivation had reached 7-star Douqi, spoke respectfully to Blood River and the 3 Douqi. Upon hearing these words, a bloodthirsty smile spread across the face of the 3 Douqi as he proclaimed, "Those scoundrels of the Heaven and Earth Alliance dared to annihilate 10 of our Soul Hall's branch halls. This time, wherever our army treads, not a single soul from the Heaven and Earth Alliance shall be spared. I intend to extract their souls and savor them slowly." After concluding this statement, the 3 Douqi turned to the 4 Douqi, Blood River, and remarked, "Isn't that so, Blood River?" When the Three-Do-Zun posed this question, Blood River did not respond immediately. As one who had been implanted with a puppet seed by Liuyun, he would not utter disparaging words against the Heaven and Earth Alliance. After a brief pause, Blood River finally spoke. I dislike being overly complacent before the battle has even begun. Upon hearing Blood River's discouraging words, the expression of the Three-Do-Zun darkened, and he shot a cold glance at Blood River, secretly thinking, "Damn Blood River, without Guyao to back you now. You dare to act all high and mighty before me. One day, I shall make you pay for this." Noticing the Three-Do-Zun's gaze, Blood River paid him no heed and walked aside. Meanwhile, the other few Do-Zun of the Soul Hall dared not intervene in the affair between these two, remaining silent. At present, in the Soul Hall, the only higher-ups visible were the Three-Do-Zun and the Four-Do-Zun, as the higher echelons had suffered heavy losses over the past 2 years. The positions of the new Great Do-Zun and Second Do-Zun, as well as the long-vacant Deputy Hall Master position, had yet to be appointed. Therefore, the Three-Do-Zun and Four-Do-Zun held the greatest power within the Soul Hall, aside from the Hall Master, Hun Yeshing. As the Soul Hall army advanced steadily, suddenly, an unusual glint appeared in the eyes of the Three-Do-Zun at the center of the army. He swiftly broke away from the ranks and shouted to the advancing troops below, "Halt! Prepare for battle." Upon the command of the Three-Do-Zun, the Grand Soul Hall army immediately came to a halt, each preparing for combat. Simultaneously, a massive black ice spear, 3 zhang long, shot forth from the front of the army, targeting the departing Three-Do-Zun. What terrifying power! As the Three-Do-Zun sensed the terrifying energy emanating from the black ice spear, he felt a surge of panic. He quickly conjured a black chain that extended several thousand meters, attempting to intercept the incoming black ice spear. At the same time, the tens of thousands of Soul Clan soldiers below also launched their attacks toward the unexpectedly arriving black ice spear. Chapter 652. The Three Saints of the Soul Clan. In that moment, tens of thousands of powerful energy attacks converged upon the black ice spear. These assaults nearly engulfed the entire sky above the army. Bang! Bang! Countless waves of Douqi energy exploded around the exterior of the black ice spear. Although these attacks were densely packed, only about 20% of them struck the black ice spear. Under the barrage, the spear's speed noticeably slowed, yet remained undamaged. Witnessing this scene, the Three-Do-Zun's expression grew increasingly grim as the tip of his black chain made contact with the black ice spear. Just as he attempted to ensnare the spear with the chain, the spear's power unexpectedly shattered the tip of the chain. Subsequently, the black ice spear surged forward with astonishing speed, traversing a distance of 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. It shattered the black chains entirely before piercing through the chest of the 3 sovereigns of the Soul Palace. Upon striking its target, the black ice spear erupted violently, unleashing an indescribable chill that swept through the ranks of the Soul Palace army. The body of the 3 sovereigns was frozen into a solid block of ice before shattering into countless tiny ice particles, dispersing throughout the world. Centered around the 3 sovereigns, the surrounding energies of heaven and earth were instantaneously frozen. Observing this, the Soul Palace army below hastily began to retreat in all directions. Yet, despite their efforts, nearly 5,000 formidable Soul Palace warriors found themselves enveloped by the explosive force of the icy blast. Their flesh and souls immobilized in an instant before plummeting to the ground, as these nearly 5,000 warriors fell like ice sculptures. A white-haired elder appeared at the origin of the black ice spear's emergence. It became evident that this black ice spear had been unleashed by him. Such a single attack capable of obliterating the esteemed 3 sovereigns indicated that this individual had undoubtedly reached the true pinnacle of the Do Saint realm. Sensing the immense aura radiating from the white-haired elder, the tens of thousands of Soul Clan soldiers were engulfed in a wave of panic. They heard the voice of their comrade, with just one member of the Celestial Alliance present. "We need not fear." Amidst the chaos, the 4th sovereign, Blood River, stepped forward. Taking advantage of the turmoil, Blood River had seized the spatial ring that had fallen from the 3 sovereigns. At this moment, he had discovered 2 space jade tubes within that ring. These tubes were likely entrusted to the 3 sovereigns by the Soul Extinguisher himself, who had never anticipated that the 3 sovereigns would be defeated in a single move at the hands of Haibuodong, especially amid the combined efforts of tens of thousands of Soul Clan warriors. Blood River conveyed the situation to Liuyun, who, upon learning of the events, ordered him to shatter the 2 space jade tubes to summon the elite reinforcements previously dispatched by the Soul Palace, instructing him to ensure that the Soul Clan army could not escape and to achieve total annihilation. Complying with Liuyun's command, Blood River shattered the 2 space jade tubes obtained from the 3 sovereign spatial ring. Our soul palace will also have those saints arriving. Anyone who dares to flee will face my wrath, and their souls shall be extracted and tormented daily. After shattering the tubes, Blood River bellowed once more at the Soul Clan army. Hearing his declaration, the scattered Soul Clan soldiers gradually halted, their gazes filled with anticipation as they beheld the 2 spatial rifts forming beside Blood River. Are reinforcements on the way? From a distance, Hai Buodong observed the 2 immense spatial rifts appearing beside Blood River, choosing not to intervene, but instead adopting a mocking demeanor, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Soul Palace reinforcements. Soon, 3 figures emerged almost simultaneously from the spatial rift surrounding Blood River. Among them were 2 men and 1 woman, all bearing extremely aged appearances. The 2 men had reached the pinnacle of 1-star dose saint, while the woman had attained the peak of 2-star dose saint. 3 esteemed ones. The Celestial Alliance warrior ahead has intercepted our forces and killed the 3 sovereigns. Upon the appearance of the 3 Soul Clan dose saints, Blood River immediately reported the recent events. Very well, we are aware. After Blood River's words, the trio who emerged from the spatial rift nodded calmly, their gazes turning toward Hai Buodong in the sky and the traces of battle around them. The Ice Saint of the Celestial Alliance? Based on Hai Buodong's appearance and the battle's aftermath, the 3 Soul Clan Do saints quickly deduced his identity. Soul Stream, Soul River. This Ice Saint of the Celestial Alliance is said to be the most powerful among the 6 esteemed elders of the Celestial Alliance. It seems we are about to present Soul Extinguisher with a grand gift today. After recognizing Hai Buodong's identity, the elderly matron of the Soul Clan spoke with a tone filled with disdain. In their minds, the Ice Saint of the Celestial Alliance was merely a 2-star dose saint. Although the highest-ranked elder among them was also a 2-star dose saint, she was accompanied by 2 1-star dose saints and thousands of Soul Clan warriors, which bolstered her confidence in speaking so boldly. Sister Jian, do not be overly complacent. Since this Ice Saint is reputed to be the most formidable among the 6 esteemed elders, he may possess some extraordinary abilities, cautioned one of the elder men. There's no need to elevate his stature while diminishing our own. Another 1-star dose saint of the Soul Clan firmly agreed with the matroness sentiments. Have you 3 finished your chatter? If so, prepare to set forth. At that moment, a cold laugh echoed in their ears. Realizing the implications of Hai Buodong's words, the 3 initially nonchalant faces were suddenly overtaken by fury. Arrogant. The matron, referred to as Sister Dian by Soul Stream and Soul River, spat out the word in anger. In the next instant, a massive sphere of black mist, stretching 100 feet in diameter, surged forth from her palm. Within this dark vapor, it seemed as though nearly 1 million souls were wailing incessantly, creating an atmosphere of chilling dread. After the matron made her move, the other 2 figures inexplicably dove into the vast black mist, following it as it swept toward Hai Buodong. Chapter 653. The Power of the Yellow Springs Cold Pill. Observing the audacity of these 2 2-star dose saints and 1-star dose saints approaching him, Hai Buodong couldn't help but marvel at their bravery. In the next instant, as the colossal black mist approached within a mere foot of him, Hai Buodong raised his palm, and an overwhelming chill surged forth from his outstretched hand. Every bit of the black mist that came into contact with this icy force was frozen instantly, without any resistance, and the speed of its spread left the matron utterly unprepared. By the time she attempted to strike again, the massive cloud of black mist, filled with 1 million souls, had been completely encased in ice. Even Soul Stream and Soul River, who had entered the black mist, were not spared. Their bodies and souls were frozen in an instant, suffering a destructive fate that rendered them beyond salvation, even if Hai Buodong were to retract his icy grip. Dead? Upon sensing the complete annihilation of Soul Stream and Soul River souls, the matron's face turned pale with terror. At that moment, Hai Buodong unveiled his formidable aura, showcasing his peak 4-star dose saint strength without reservation. The Celestial Alliance's reinforcements are exceedingly powerful. Those 2 lords appear to be dose saints, yet they were instantaneously frozen. As this overwhelming presence filled the air, the tens of thousands of Soul Clan soldiers were gripped by terror. Their eyes fixed on Hai Buodong, the matron murmured to herself. This aura is comparable to Soul Extinguisher. Soon, under the watchful gaze of all, the massive block of frozen black mist began to plummet. Soul Stream, Soul River, I will avenge you. Seeing the figures of Soul Stream and Soul River descending with the black mist, the matron's face reflected profound sorrow as she cried out. Then you may as well join them now. In the vicinity of Heibadong, after swiftly vanquishing the souls of Huanxi and Huanhe, he made his first movement, his speed defying the imagination of any Soul Palace warrior present. In an instant, Heibadong appeared a mere dozen meters before the elderly woman, even without employing any overt techniques. An aura of chilling power enveloped the hearts of all present. The surrounding army of the Soul Clan, upon witnessing Heibadong's approach, dared not impede his path. At this moment, the blood river of the four heavenly sovereigns had already discreetly retreated several kilometers away from the elderly woman. Everyone listened intently, launching their full assault against the members of the Heavenly Alliance. Anyone who dared to retreat would be slain on the spot. Blood River commanded the Soul Palace troops with a booming voice. Upon hearing Blood River's order for assistance, the elderly woman confronting Heibadong cast a glance of admiration in his direction. Surprisingly, Heibadong returned the gaze with a hint of appreciation, not anticipating such a perceptive individual within the Soul Palace ranks. His original intention had been to annihilate the Soul Palace army in one fell swoop. Blood River's actions, rather than posing any threat, greatly aided his cause. I concede that you are formidable, Ice Saint, the elderly woman warned, her tone laced with a slight menace. However, you stand alone today while I command tens of thousands of soldiers. You ought to reconsider. Huh. Upon hearing her threat, Heibadong could not help but let out a cold chuckle, followed by an invisible wave emanating from his being. Boom! Under this unseen force, nearly 1,000 Soul Clan warriors nearby were shattered into pieces, offering no resistance whatsoever. Heibadong's method of killing was devoid of the violent bloodshed typical of others. His artistry in death was such that not a single drop of blood was spilled. The victims felt no pain, their souls frozen in an instant before their bodies gradually succumbed to fragmentation. Infuriating, the elderly woman's rage surged upon witnessing Heibadong's massacre before her. She immediately channeled her inner energy to conjure 10 massive black chains, launching them towards Heibadong. The tips of these chains were sharp and spiked, resembling scorpion tails, imbued with a sinister aura. Yet, the elderly woman had grossly underestimated Heibadong's prowess. At his peak, 4-star Dose Saint level, enhanced by his unique icy energy, even a 5-star Dose Saint like Hunmisheng would be no match for him. As the chains approached, an ice blue orb suddenly materialized around Heibadong. The moment this orb emerged, a chilling force swept forth, as if the very heavens and earth were on the brink of freezing. The 10 formidable chains in this context felt as though they had struck an impenetrable wall of ice, unable to advance a single inch. Bang! Just as the elderly woman's chains came to a halt, Heibadong executed a hand seal, causing the cold Dan to descend rapidly before shattering violently. At this juncture, the surrounding tens of thousands of Soul Clan soldiers had already launched their assault towards Heibadong, a torrent of energy attacks raining down upon him. However, as the cold Dan shattered, the entire expanse of heaven and earth was instantaneously frozen, encompassing all the incoming energy attacks, which became ensnared in the frost. In a heartbeat, every living being within a 40-mile radius of the cold Dan was frozen, including the 2-star Dose Saint elderly woman, and the entire army of the Soul Palace was annihilated in an instant. The power of a single cold Dan proved to be terrifyingly immense. Heibadong possessed countless such cold dawn within him. He had previously asserted that should all of them erupt simultaneously, not even the minuscule empire of Jiama, let alone the vast Black Corner region, would escape destruction. While detonating too many cold dawn could adversely affect his cultivation, the detonation of just one posed no significant harm. At this moment, with the entire army of the Soul Palace encased in ice, the surroundings fell eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Heibadong had not spared even the blood river of the 4 heavenly sovereigns, completely obliterating this contingent. The death of Blood River was tacitly approved by the side of Liuyun. After such a battle, if he were to be the sole survivor, suspicions would undoubtedly arise within the Soul Palace and its backing Soul Clan. To quell such doubts and prevent thoughts of traitors within the palace, sacrificing one Blood River was a trivial matter. Chapter 654. The Deployment of Hunmisheng. In a remote and obscure corner of the central continent, there lay a vast and imposing black palace. Deep within this dark palace, Hunmisheng, who had previously faced setbacks at the Xiao Yan Academy, suddenly appeared in a shadowy chamber. At this moment, his visage was shrouded in a chilling coldness. All dead. Even Hun Diao, Hun Shi, and Hun He failed to escape, not even an opportunity to seek assistance. I have underestimated the Heavenly Alliance once again. Gazing at the dimming soul tokens within the chamber, Hunmisheng murmured. In the next moment, an outpouring of soul power erupted from him. swiftly traversing to the boundary between the northern and central regions of the central continent, ultimately manifesting as a figure identical to himself. This technique is a projection method commonly employed by powerful cultivators with formidable soul realms, utilizing the rapidity of their soul power to swiftly condense an avatar at a distant location. However, this projection was inferior to the soul projection technique practiced by Liuyun, which allowed for instantaneous arrival, whereas others, regardless of their soul power, required some time for their projections to manifest. Naturally, the more potent the soul power, the lesser the time required. Typically, projections crafted by others possess only a fraction of the original strength, seldom exceeding 10%, with only a select few achieving 20%. In contrast, Liuyun's soul projection retains 100% of its true form's power, and invoking this technique incurs no detriment to the original soul. Humisheng, being a junior within the upper echelons of the Soul Palace, had garnered significant recognition from even the Soul Emperor due to his extraordinary talent and superior soul realm. The soul projection he manifested reached the strength of a 2-star Do Saint. Upon his arrival at the border between the northern and central regions, he found himself amidst a mountain range extending for thousands of miles, where another contingent of the Soul Palace army was stationed. No sooner had Humisheng's projection appeared than 7 or 8 formidable figures soared from within the mountains. We pay our respects to the Palace Master. Among the figures that emerged, the 2 leading individuals had attained the pinnacle of 9-star Dozun, namely the 5 Heavenly Sovereign and the 7 Heavenly Sovereign of the Soul Palace, while the remaining 6 also stood at the high Dozun level. At this moment, the 8 approached Humisheng's soul projection, bowing respectfully from a distance. "You may rise," Humisheng commanded with a solemn tone. "Palace Master, what has transpired to summon you here?" inquired the 5 Heavenly Sovereign, his voice tinged with suspicion. In response to the 5 Heavenly Sovereign's inquiry, Humisheng stated directly, "Just moments ago, the armies led by the 3rd and 4th Heavenly Sovereigns have been completely annihilated." "What? The 3rd brother and 4th brother's tens of thousands of troops have been wiped out? Was it the work of the Heavenly Alliance? How many forces did they mobilize? Did the 3rd brother and 4th brother not summon reinforcements from our clan?" Upon hearing the phrase soul extinction, the 8 individuals present exhibited expressions of profound astonishment. In their minds, it was universally believed that the Celestial Alliance, in its ambition to annihilate the myriad troops led by the 3 and 4 Heavenly Sovereigns, must have mobilized a considerable number of personnel. Otherwise, such an astounding achievement would be utterly inconceivable. While the exact number of personnel dispatched by the Celestial Alliance remained uncertain, I must remind you to shatter the spatial jade tubes previously entrusted to you and summon the troops forth. Soul Extinction shook his head and commanded, "At your command, Lord." In response to Soul Extinction's words, the 5 and 7 Heavenly Sovereigns promptly retrieved a spatial jade tube from their respective storage rings. Upon shattering the tubes, 2 colossal spatial fissures manifested in the air. As these rifts appeared, 2 venerable elders, each possessing the strength of a 1-star Do Saint, descended upon the realm. "Greetings, esteemed sirs." Upon witnessing the arrival of these 2 figures, the 5 and 7 Heavenly Sovereigns, along with the other 6 individuals, immediately paid their respects with utmost reverence. Soul Extinction, what brings you here? There seems to be no trace of enemies. Could it be that preparations for a decisive battle are underway? One elder, stepping forth from the spatial rift, surveyed the surroundings and spoke with a hint of surprise. The other elder displayed a similar demeanor, his eyes reflecting a semblance of confusion. In response to the elder's astonishment, Soul Extinction candidly stated, "Soul Tian, Soul Linan, this is not a decisive battle. We have yet to initiate our assault on the Celestial Alliance. If we have not yet begun our offensive, then why summon us so prematurely?" Soul Tian, the 1-star Do Saint of the Soul Clan, inquired with perplexity. "To summon us before the battle begins seems overly revealing, potentially attracting the attention of other imperial clans." Soul Linan added with a hint of displeasure. "Haha, do you 2 believe my decisions are misguided?" Soul Extinction retorted, his demeanor unruffled by their skepticism, instead responding with a cold smile. "Do you not know that merely half an hour ago my Soul Palace's tens of thousands of troops, along with Soul Shi, Soul He, and Soul Dian, all perished? What?" Upon hearing Soul Extinction's proclamation, both Soul Tian and Soul Linan's expressions shifted dramatically, unable to fathom the veracity of his words. That old witch, Soul Dian, is a peak 2-star Do Saint, on the verge of advancing to 3-star Do Saint. How could she and the entire army be annihilated? Though their cultivation levels did not match Soul Extinction's, their seniority within the Soul Clan was greater, hence their audacity to question him directly. If you doubt my words, you may visit the battlefield yourselves. It lies less than 1,000 miles from here. Soul Extinction addressed Soul Tian's skepticism without ire, adding a final caution. Should you encounter formidable foes, I hope you refrain from overestimating your capabilities. Soul Jian and her 3 companions perished without a chance to summon reinforcements from our clan, only to be discovered through the extinguishing of their soul markers. With that, Soul Extinction's projection swiftly departed the scene. This attitude of Soul Extinction suggested the grim possibility of truth in his words. After his departure, Soul Liuyun turned to Soul Tian, speaking gravely. Chapter 655 Doubt. It seems this matter holds considerable weight, Soul Liuyun remarked gravely. Given the audacity of the Celestial Alliance, we must ensure they witness the might of the Soul Palace. We cannot allow our prestige to diminish. Soul Extinction's warning was unmistakable. Soul Jian, Soul Shi, and Soul He had not managed to send any signals before their demise. Soul Tian and Soul Liuyun would undoubtedly avoid repeating the same grave mistake. Meanwhile, after leaving the 5 and 7 heavenly sovereigns, Soul Extinction's projection swiftly arrived at the location of the 3rd Army of the Soul Palace, where 2 of the 9 heavenly sovereigns were also stationed. He relayed similar instructions to them as he had before. Once a series of remedial measures were established, Soul Extinction's projection hastily set forth towards the direction where the 3 and 4 heavenly sovereigns had commanded their troops. The speed of the Soul Avatar's traversal was astonishing. Even across vast distances, it required but a brief moment, especially as the battlefield lay merely 2,000 to 3,000 miles away. Before long, a scene of utter whiteness emerged within Soul Extinction's line of sight. As he drew nearer to this alabaster expanse, an inexplicable chill enveloped him, intensifying as he approached. What is this? Upon arriving above the frozen realm, the vivid scene before him compelled a sharp intake of breath. The landscape had transformed entirely into a glacial expanse, with icebergs and countless ice sculptures standing upon the surface, entombing the bodies of Soul Palace warriors. Most preserved remarkably well, while a few lay shattered, scattered across the icy terrain. Ice. This is the power of the icy chill. Witnessing the grim spectacle, a tempest of fury ignited within Soul Extinction's gaze. At that moment, Soul Extinction replayed the likely events that had transpired in his mind, all his deductions pointing towards the Ice River Valley. In his estimation, within the current realm of the Douqi Continent, only the denizens of the Ice River Valley possess the capability to wield ice-based techniques to such an extent. The ability to freeze everyone instantaneously indicated that a considerable number of powerful beings have been dispatched from the Ice River Valley, and the 2-peak 4-star Do Saints must have participated in the conflict. Otherwise, with Soul Diane's prowess, such a fate would have been implausible. Soul Extinction's ire towards the Ice River Valley reached unprecedented heights. You wretched beings of the Ice River Valley, do you truly believe the Soul Palace dares not act against you? He roared atop the glacier. I had anticipated a substantial catch. Yet it appears I have only encountered a mere projection. What a pity. Just as Soul Extinction's fury peaked, an aged voice emerged from the ice, tinged with a sense of regret. Instantaneously, a dark, icy power surged forth from beneath the ice where Soul Extinction stood, enveloping his projection in an instant, freezing it entirely and severing its connection to his true self. Soon after, an elderly man with flowing white hair manifested beside the frozen projection of Soul Extinction. This elder was Haiba Dong, the one who had previously detonated a cold essence, encasing dozens of miles in ice and entombing countless Soul Palace warriors. He had not departed, instead choosing to await the arrival of any scouts sent by the Soul Palace, only to discover that it was merely a soul projection, leaving him somewhat disappointed after waiting for several hours. What a pity. Haiba Dong sighed once more. As he did, the vast expanse of ice, enveloping dozens of miles, began to visibly dissolve, a wave of cold energy surging back into Haiba Dong's being. The bodies of the powerful souls liberated from the ice sculptures, once the frigid force dissipated, transformed into a viscous mass of flesh and bone, covering the ground entirely. Originally, Haiba Dong regarded the loss of a single cold Dan's frigid energy with disdain, deeming it unworthy of recovery. However, upon this vast, icy expanse, the countless powerful souls of the Soul Palace possessed an immense trove of resources within their spatial rings. If Haiba Dong did not melt away this ice, it would surely complicate matters when the Celestial Alliance sent personnel to clean up the battlefield. After absorbing the icy power, Haiba Dong departed from the scene of the conflict. Damn it, Far away, hundreds of thousands of miles distant, Han Mieshing, having lost his soul avatar, sustained some injuries to his own soul. Yet at this moment, he paid little heed to the loss of a mere soul incarnation. His focus lay entirely on the memories gleaned from that previously manifested form. The Soul Clan had initially decided to refrain from interfering with the Ice River Valley. But now Han Mieshing learned that the inhabitants of the Ice River Valley had audaciously intervened in the conflict between the Soul Palace Army and the Celestial Alliance, employing significant measures to annihilate a large contingent of the Soul Palace's forces. The Ice River Valley shall inevitably face destruction at our hands. Hun Mieshang Belot, before departing the dim chamber filled with soul tokens. In the northern region, shortly after exiting Tianxian City, the formidable figures encountered the returning Hai Buodong. Greetings, Elder. C2 Tianxian and Su Fan led the others in bowing before him. These individuals had followed, concerned for Hai Buodong's safety against the Soul Palace Army. And upon seeing him, they collectively exhaled in relief. Elder, it would be prudent to wait for reinforcements from the Alliance before confronting the Soul Palace Army. C2 Tianxian respectfully suggested, still believing that Hai Buodong had not engaged with the Soul Palace. Indeed, the Soul Palace's offensive is formidable. It is best to confront them only after our forces have assembled. The others concurred. The nearest contingent of the Soul Palace has been vanquished. Proceed in that direction to gather all spoils. Hai Buodong interjected, gesturing towards the rear. Chapter 656. The Astonishment of Tianxian City's Warriors. The revelation that an entire contingent of the Soul Palace had been annihilated elicited confusion among the high-ranking members of Tianxian City. They had assumed that Hai Buodong was waiting here. Yet his words implied that he had already obliterated a significant portion of the Soul Palace forces and returned in a remarkably short span. The magnitude of this information left many momentarily flabbergasted. Most of them instinctively doubted his claim. But the authority of the Elder of the Celestial Alliance was not something they dared challenge. Regardless of the truth behind Hai Buodong's statement, they had no choice but to follow his indicated path. As you command, Elder, C2 Tianxian replied respectfully, then transformed into a streak of light. Racing towards the direction Hai Buodong had pointed, the others quickly followed suit. A few hours later, upon arriving at the previous battlefield, they were astounded by the sight before them. What lay in front of them was a vast expanse of muddy terrain stretching for dozens of miles. They could distinctly discern that this quagmire was composed entirely of the remains of human bodies. To cover such a wide area, it was likely that tens of thousands had perished here. C2 Tianxuan's voice trembled as he spoke. Within this expanse, remnants of special items were scattered every few meters, serving as the targets for their mission. Suspended in midair, C2 Tianxian extended his hand, swiftly drawing in a spatial ring that appeared in his line of sight. After hastily inspecting its contents, a wave of ecstatic joy washed over his face, for he had just acquired a high-grade spatial ring, which not only possessed a vast space, but also contained a plethora of treasures typically reserved for those of Dozun rank. At this moment, having secured this spatial ring, C2 Tianxian quickly uncovered 3 more, each containing treasures equivalent to those of an ordinary Dozong, while 2 of them included another high-grade spatial ring. Quickly, scour the battlefield and retrieve all materials. C2 Tianxian shouted to the arriving members behind him. In that instant, C2 Tianxian fully believed Hai Buodong's earlier assertion. For if an entire contingent of the Soul Palace had not been eradicated, how could so many precious spatial rings have been amassed? These rings could not possibly belong to ordinary individuals. Tens of thousands of Soul Palace warriors had been obliterated here by the Elder Bing Sheng alone. What level of power had he attained? C2 Tianxuan's respect for Hai Buodong soared to new heights as he diligently searched for spoils. The other Tianxian city warriors, upon hearing his words, joined in the quest to gather treasures. After a mere 10 minutes, the high-ranking individuals from Tianxian City were left dumbfounded. Based on the treasures left within the spatial rings, they surmised that this battlefield had likely claimed the lives of nearly 10,000 Dozong experts. 10,000 Dozong warriors. What an unfathomable concept. Even if they multiplied the total number of Dozong in Tianxian City by 100, it would not approach this figure. Moreover, they discovered hundreds of treasures typically possessed by Dozun experts, with some even uncovering a dozen extraordinary spatial rings, each bearing a formidable soul imprint that obstructed their probing. None of the Tianxian City warriors present, including C2 Tianxian and Su Fan, could breach these soul imprints. All signs indicated that this indeed was the resting place of a Soul Palace army, and everyone in Tianxian City comprehended that Hai Buodong had not been exaggerating. At this moment, profound respect for Hai Budong blossomed within the hearts of all the high-ranking members of Tianjin City. Everyone, conduct one final search for treasures here. Then return with me to Tianjin City. C2 Tianjin commanded once more. Hearing his words, the others immediately sprang into action. Approximately another 10 minutes passed, and nearly all treasures remaining on this battlefield were thoroughly collected. At this juncture, all the warriors from Tianjin City commenced their journey back. Upon their return to Tianjin City, they found that reinforcements dispatched from the Celestial Alliance headquarters had already arrived. The reinforcements from the Celestial Alliance included 30 Zun experts alone, a force that overwhelmingly surpassed Tianjin City by several multiples. In the early days of the Celestial Alliance's establishment, Liuyun had only a handful of Dozong and a few Huang under his command. However, as the Alliance's reputation grew, and news of the treasures surfacing in various lavish auction houses spread, countless independent cultivators flocked to offer their allegiance. Among these defectors were Dozong and slightly stronger Zun cultivators, most of whom were directly integrated into the headquarters of the Celestial Alliance to bolster its strength. This formidable power, albeit not comparable to the Soul Hall and still significantly outnumbered by the mid-tier powerhouses of that realm, is nonetheless a source of great trepidation for the forces in the northern domain. It is important to recall that just a few years ago, the entire barren northern domain had but a handful of Dozun warriors visible to the eye. Now, however, their numbers have surged exponentially, increasing by dozens, if not hundreds of times. This remarkable growth is primarily attributed to the Heavenly Alliance's absorption of Dozun experts from other regions, as the elevation of local Dozun warriors remains limited. Recently, the group of warriors from Tianjin City, who had just finished scouring the battlefield, presented all the spoils of war after meeting with the reinforcement from the Alliance. When the powerful individuals from the Heavenly Alliance headquarters beheld the multitude of spatial rings amassed before them, they were left utterly astonished. "Are all these your spoils of war?" inquired a 5-star Zun expert among the reinforcements, his surprise palpable. "No, these were obtained shortly before, when the Ice Saint vanquished a contingent of the Soul Hall's army, and we were sent to collect the battlefield spoils," responded C2 Tianjin hastily, eager to clarify. The Ice Saint annihilated a contingent of the Soul Hall's army? Given the number of spatial rings, it must be in the tens of thousands. The faces of all present from the reinforcements once again displayed expressions of astonishment at C2 Tianjuan's words. Unbeknownst to them, the esteemed elder had already ventured forth alone to confront the enemy before their arrival. A rather authoritative voice suddenly resonated through the air. At that moment, the reinforcements parted to make way, and a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, gradually emerged from the throng, standing before the warriors of Tianjin City. This middle-aged man possessed a cultivation level that was not particularly high, merely a 6-star Dozun, and among the reinforcements, only 3 or 4 individuals surpassed him in power. However, it was evident from the reactions of the Heavenly Alliance reinforcements that this man was indeed the commanding figure of their contingent. Subordinate C2 Tianjin pays respects to Elder Lin. Subordinate Su Fan pays respects to Elder Lin. Upon the emergence of this middle-aged figure, both C2 Tianjin and Su Fan immediately bowed respectfully. The warriors of Tianjin City behind them, upon hearing the title Elder Lin, stood in solemn respect. Although they had not personally encountered the leader of the reinforcements, they had certainly heard of his renown. It is said that this Elder Lin, named Lin Feng, has been a loyal companion of the Alliance's leader since the inception of the Heavenly Alliance, and is one of the most powerful elders beneath the Supreme Elder. Subordinates pay their respects to Elder Lin. Now aware of the identity of the middle-aged man before them, all the warriors from Tianjin City bowed deeply, mirroring the actions of C2 Tianjin. Observing their gestures, Lin Feng waved his hand lightly. There is no need for such formalities. After uttering this, Lin Feng proceeded directly toward the massive rectangular stone table, upon which lay a dense array of thousands of spatial rings. However, a small pile of rings had been set aside separately. What is the situation with this small pile of spatial rings? Lin Feng inquired softly, pointing towards them. Replying to Elder Lin, these few spatial rings possess powerful soul imprints left by their original owners, and we are unable to probe them. C2 Tianjin promptly replied upon hearing Lin Feng's question. "Oh, a single soul imprint holds such power?" A look of curiosity crossed Lin Feng's face as he picked up one of the spatial rings, channeling his soul energy into it. As his soul energy surged into the ring, Lin Feng's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of gravity. After a full 2 minutes, the tension in his brow finally eased. indicating that he had successfully broken through the soul imprint within the ring. Upon discovering the contents of the spatial ring, a smile spread across Lin Feng's face. The original owner of this ring was likely a 7-star Douqi. He exclaimed with delight. A 7-star Douqi. The surrounding individuals wore expressions of both joy and astonishment at Lin Feng's declaration. It is worth noting that among this entire contingent of reinforcements from the headquarters, the highest cultivation level was only that of 2 7-star Douqi experts, alongside Lin Feng and 4 other 6-star Douqi practitioners. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Lin Feng chuckled and elucidated everyone with the strength of the Supreme Elder. Dealing with a 7-star Douqi is hardly surprising. With that, Lin Feng turned to address those behind him. Elders, please assist me in eliminating the soul imprints remaining in these 16 spatial rings. As Lin Feng finished speaking, 5 individuals emerged from the reinforcements, their cultivation levels evidently superior to the others. Among them, 2 elderly figures were 7-star Douqi experts, surpassing even Lin Feng, while the remaining 3 were 6-star Douqi practitioners, each exhibiting varying levels of strength. Approaching Lin Feng, they began to utilize their soul powers to sense the small pile of spatial rings. After a span of several minutes, 11 of the 16 rings had their soul imprints successfully eradicated, yet the final 5 proved impervious to their efforts. Elder Lin, these last 5 spatial rings were likely left by half-saint level experts. After several futile attempts, the 5 concluded. 5 rings from half-saint level experts? This implies that the Supreme Elder directly eliminated 5 saints from the Soul Hall. Lin Feng spoke with palpable excitement. After Lin Feng shared this revelation, one of the 7-star Douqi elders concurred to annihilate 5 half-saint level experts in one fell swoop, while also decimating such a vast contingent of the Soul Hall. The Supreme Elder is truly fearsome. Even a combined assault of tens of thousands would be beyond the capacity of a Dousheng to withstand, let alone with 5 fellow saints assisting. It is simply unfathomable. Could it be that the Supreme Elder has recently made significant advancements in his cultivation? Speculated another 7-star Douqi elder. It is indeed possible. The Supreme Elder has always progressed at an astonishing pace. I recall when he was merely at the half-saint realm, and yet within a few years, he has reached such unfathomable depths. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Following this, Lin Feng continued. Since the Supreme Elder has already dealt with such a formidable Soul Hall army, it is likely that Ten-Thousandfold City will remain free from conflict for the foreseeable future. Perhaps it will not be long before we receive new orders. New orders? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the crowd displayed expressions of contemplation. Having journeyed tirelessly to this point only to find themselves without tasks, their mental states shifted significantly. While some may feel relief that the Soul Hall army had been vanquished by Haiba Dong, the majority still yearn for the opportunity to engage in battle against the Soul Hall. Thus, upon hearing Lin Feng mention forthcoming orders, they felt a surge of anticipation. Subsequently, Lin Feng commanded that all reinforcements enter Ten-Thousandfold City and remain on standby for new instructions. Chapter 658. The Soul Hall's New Movements. On the side of soul destruction, after his soul avatar was obliterated, he had already surmised that the individuals from Ice River Valley had taken advantage of the Soul Hall army's assault on the Heavenly Alliance, promptly reporting his deductions to the higher-ups within the Soul Realm. Soon, Soul Destruction received new directives. Following this, the Soul Extinction Clan not only intensified their assaults on the Alliance of Heaven and Earth, but also augmented their forces towards the northern regions. The troops already stationed at the periphery of the north began to disperse, transforming into countless factions that infiltrated deeper into the north. This realm is a place of extraordinary mystique, where the sky is perpetually shrouded in an endless mist, resembling a celestial paradise. Furthermore, the energy within this land is particularly dense, suggesting that cultivating here would yield significantly better results than elsewhere. The terrain is adorned with numerous perilous mountains, and, at intervals, streaks of light can be seen darting across the horizon, exuding a formidable aura that would undoubtedly catch the attention of many if it were elsewhere. Beneath the veil of clouds lies a remarkably steep peak, resembling a colossal sword thrusting into the heavens. When one gazes upward, all that can be seen is the swirling mist obscuring the summit. At the pinnacle, enveloped in the ethereal fog, rests a circular azure stone. Perched gracefully upon it is a delicate figure, her hands forming intricate seals of cultivation, as ethereal dragons of energy swirl around her pale nose, refusing to dissipate. Clad in unadorned azure garments that exude a serene elegance, She possesses a slender waist gently accentuated by a light purple satin sash, which outlines her enchanting silhouette. Raising her gaze reveals a tranquil visage of exquisite beauty, her eyes glimmering with an otherworldly essence that could soften even the fiercest of tempers. This maiden appears akin to a celestial being or a pristine lotus untouched by the mundane world, radiating an elusive charm that invites admiration yet forbids familiarity. The abundant energy of this realm dances around her like stars orbiting the moon, continually flowing into her being with her every intention. This tranquil meditation persisted for nearly an hour until the girl's elegantly closed eyes gradually fluttered open. As her gaze met the world, a flicker of golden flames erupted forth, accompanied by an unusual sense of pressure that permeated the air. Under this extraordinary weight, even the surrounding energies seemed to falter, subtly stirring with unease. Rising with grace, her elongated form appeared irresistibly alluring. She tilted her head slightly, glancing behind her, and offered a faint smile, saying, "Elderling, you may emerge now." That fleeting smile possessed an enchanting radiance, as if even the world around her brightened in its presence. This enchanting girl was none other than Xiao Yan, who had recently been retrieved from the Canaan Academy by the ancient clan for cultivation. At the sound of her voice, a shadow behind her began to stir, eventually morphing into an elderly figure who bowed respectfully before her, smiling. "Miss, your perceptiveness has indeed sharpened. I had scarcely arrived before being detected." "Elderling, has news come from Brother Xiao Yan?" Xiao Yan inquired directly, her focus unwavering as she cared little for matters beyond him. "Miss, young Master Xiao Yan has now departed from the Canaan Academy and is likely no longer on the northwestern continent, having reached the Central Plains." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's question, Elderling swiftly relayed the news he had received. "He has left the Canaan Academy?" "That makes sense, given Brother Xiao Yan's talents. It was indeed time for him to move on from that small place." Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. "Miss, not long ago, the Canaan Academy narrowly avoided a catastrophic disaster." Elderling added, "The Canaan Academy faced a disaster? What transpired?" Upon hearing Elderling's words, Xiao Yan's brow furrowed slightly. "Miss, you should have heard of the alliance of heaven and earth that has emerged in the Central Plains these past few years," Elderling inquired. "I am aware of it." Xiao Yan confirmed with a gentle nod. In recent years, the alliance of heaven and earth had overshadowed the Pill Tower in the Central Plains, establishing itself as a superpower capable of standing alongside the Soul Palace. Even Xiao Yan, who typically paid little attention to such affairs, was cognizant of its existence. "What is it? Are you suggesting that the alliance of heaven and earth has reached out to the Canaan Academy?" Xiao Yan asked. "Aston is it?" "Not quite." Elderling shook his head and explained, "According to reliable sources, the leader of the alliance of heaven and earth, Yin Lu, was once an elder within the inner academy of the Canaan Academy." "The leader of the alliance of heaven and earth was an elder of the Canaan Academy?" Surprise washed over Xiao Yan's face. Although she had spent some time at the Canaan Academy, her experience was limited to the outer academy, and she had never interacted with the inner academy. The fact that an elder from the inner academy could rise to such prominence in the Central Plains was beyond her expectations. Indeed, the calamity that befell the Canaan Academy is intrinsically linked to this former elder's identity. Elderling nodded, continuing, "Although the alliance of heaven and earth was established only recently, they have already forged a significant enmity with the Soul Palace over the past few years. Initially, it was merely minor skirmishes, emboldened by a formidable defensive formation. The alliance managed to slay several revered members of the Soul Palace. As tensions escalated, the 9 supreme elders of the Soul Palace sought to retaliate. The last of these, the 9th elder Mou, met his demise at the hands of the alliance's defenses. Following this incident, the top 4 supreme elders of the Soul Palace, Blood River and Bone Ghost, led an offensive against the alliance, aiming to eradicate it. However, even the 2nd supreme elder of the Soul Palace, possessing the strength of a high-level half-saint, was thwarted at the alliance's formidable formation. Ultimately, the Pill Tower intervened, persuading the Soul Palace to withdraw, leading many to believe that the conflict between the alliance and the Soul Palace would subside for a time. Chapter 659, Xiao Yan's Astonishment. Little did they expect that merely a year after that incident, the alliance of heaven and earth would unleash a ferocious retaliation against the Soul Palace, obliterating 10 of its branches in one fell swoop and slaughtering all affiliated personnel. If not for the release of millions of souls previously captured by the Soul Palace, this event might have remained shrouded in secrecy. Elder Ling elaborated. Having absorbed Elderling's account, Xiao Suner began to piece together the nature of the crisis facing the Canaan Academy. Elder Ling, knowing the Soul Palace's modus operandi, they will undoubtedly retaliate against the Alliance after suffering the loss of 10 branches. Furthermore, the fact that the leader of the Alliance was once an elder of the Canaan Academy has likely reached the ears of the Soul Palace. Thus, this crisis at the Canaan Academy was instigated by the Soul Palace, correct? Xiao Yan deduced. Haha, miss, your intellect is truly unparalleled. You have deduced it perfectly. Elder Ling praised her with a smile before continuing. After their previous misstep, the Soul Palace suspected a mole within their ranks. Consequently, they swiftly retracted their forces from various branches and relocated them. During this process, they uncovered the leader of the Alliance's former identity, prompting them to seek control over the Canaan Academy. Initially, the Soul Palace dispatched 2 one-star Doupo saints for the operation. That level of power was utterly insurmountable for the Canaan Academy. With a single strike, those 2 esteemed members shattered the spatial seal outside the Academy. Yet, just as they were about to make their move, a formidable presence with the strength of a 3-star Doupo saint suddenly appeared at the Canaan Academy, obstructing them. A 3-star Doupo saint? Upon hearing Ling Ying's words, Xiao Suner's curiosity intensified. Initially, while some top-tier forces in the Central State held great prestige across the continent, they were merely trifles in the eyes of these ancient imperial clans. However, a figure such as a 3-star Doupo saint still garnered some attention, as such prowess could be considered a mid-tier strength even among the major imperial clans. Is this 3-star Doupo saint sent by the Heavenly Alliance? Xiao Suner inquired with suspicion. Not all. Ling Ying shook her head and explained the individual who arrived is said to be from the ancient Void Dragon clan. Why would a member of the ancient Void Dragon clan come to assist the Canaan Academy? Xiao Yan asked, puzzled. Apparently, the 3-star Doupo saint from the ancient Void Dragon clan once studied at the Canaan Academy. Ling Ying swiftly replied. The fact that a 3-star Doupo saint from the ancient Void Dragon clan once attended the Canaan Academy, and that the leader of the Heavenly Alliance was also once an elder there, makes the Canaan Academy quite enigmatic. Xiao Yan exclaimed. Indeed, it is rather perplexing. Such a notable individual has emerged from the Canaan Academy, yet it seems that within the Academy, not even a Do Zun expert has appeared. Ling Ying nodded in agreement with Xiao Suner. Master Ling, once the strong individual from the ancient Void Dragon clan arrived, the 2 one-star Doupo saints from the Soul Palace should have been dissuaded. So the Canaan Academy merely faced a false alarm and did not truly encounter disaster, right? Xiao Suner breathed a sigh of relief. Not quite. Upon hearing her words, Ling Ying shook her head. Upon seeing the arrival of the ancient Void Dragon clan's members, the 2 from the Soul Palace decisively shattered the spatial jade tube, summoning the Soul Palace's master, Hun Misheng. Hun Misheng. Xiao Suner's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Although he had long departed the Soul Realm to establish a secular force in the Central State, his prior reputation among the major imperial clans was still quite formidable. It was rumored that his current strength had reached the pinnacle of a 4-star Doupo saint, and the agreement among the major clans was that once one reached the realm of a 5-star Doupo saint or above, one could no longer act recklessly. Thus, Hun Misheng's pinnacle 4-star Doupo saint strength fell just outside the constraints of that clan agreement. Miss. After Hun Misheng was summoned to the Canaan Academy via the spatial jade tube, the ancient Void Dragon clan's strong individual, realizing he could not contend, also produced a spatial jade tube in an attempt to summon other powerful members of the ancient Void Dragon clan. However, before the shattered spatial jade tube could successfully establish the spatial passage, Hun Misheng arrived to disrupt it. With Hun Misheng's entanglement, the remaining 2 one-star Doupo saints were like wolves among sheep, rampaging into the Canaan Academy, wantonly capturing the souls of the Academy's elders and students. None among them had the strength to resist, Ling Ying continued. However, just as Hun Misheng was reveling in his temporary success, 5 powerful figures emerged from the damaged spatial passage. All 5 belonged to the ancient Void Dragon clan, with the leader possessing a strength at the mid-stage of 5-star Doupo saint, and the other 4 each holding the strength of a 2-star Doupo saint. It was their arrival that forced Hun Misheng to flee in disgrace, while the 2 one-star Doupo saints from the Soul Palace were swiftly slain by the ancient Void Dragon clan members. What? Xiao Suner's face remained in a state of astonishment as she absorbed Ling Ying's account of these convoluted events. The presence of a 5-star Doupo saint among the ancient Void Dragon clan was quite unexpected for her. After a moment of contemplation, a wave of concern washed over Xiao Suner, for according to Ling Ying's earlier statements, the 2 one-star Doupo saint from the Soul Palace had indeed targeted the weaker students and elders before their demise. With such strength, It was likely that the Canaan Academy had suffered significant casualties in the blink of an eye. Master Ling, if that is the case, the Canaan Academy must have sustained heavy losses, and many must have fallen victim to their malice. Xiao Yan analyst. Miss. This incident initially inflicted considerable damage on the Canaan Academy. Had it not been for the fact that the two from the Soul Palace did not unleash any highly lethal attacks, but merely conducted soul captures, the damage would have been far more severe. Ling nodded slowly. Ultimately, the Canaan Academy sought assistance from the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, and with his help, those elders and students who had lost their physical forms were restored to their bodies. With that, Ling Ying concluded her account of the recent events at the Canaan Academy. Chapter 660, The City's Destruction. Faced with a 5-star Do Saint from the ancient Void Dragon clan, the Soul Palace likely found itself in a dire predicament. One cannot help but wonder if the ancient Void Dragon clan maintains a close relationship with the Heavenly Alliance. It would be beneficial if they united to eliminate the dark forces of the Soul Palace from the central state entirely. At present, it seems that the Heavenly Alliance and the ancient Void Dragon clan do not share such a close bond. Perhaps it was only through the Canaan Academy that the two were brought together. The ancient Void Dragon clan must also be aware of the Soul Palace's connections to the Soul clan, making it unlikely they would completely antagonize the Soul Palace. Ling Ying analyzed in response to Xiao Yan's remarks. Having said this, Ling Ying continued, as it stands, the Soul Palace has declared a total war against the Heavenly Alliance. It remains to be seen who will emerge victorious from this conflict. The Soul Palace has fully engaged in war with the Heavenly Alliance. Upon receiving this news, Xiao Yan couldn't help but worry for Xiao Yan. After all, the conflict between these two superpowers of the central state would undoubtedly wield immense influence, and with Xiao Yan's righteous nature, he might intervene in the battle to protect the innocent, potentially bringing calamity upon himself. This won't do. I must go to the central state. Xiao Yan resolved decisively. Upon hearing her determination, Ling Ying immediately counseled, Miss, if you go to the central state now, the clan elders will likely disapprove. I don't care. I need to ensure that Brother Xiao Yan is safe. I'm going to find my father right now. Seeing her determination, Ling Ying sighed and followed her. Extreme Wind City, a small town located in the central region of the central state, is in close proximity to the northern region. At this moment, within an inn in Extreme Wind City, a young man clad in black was seated by the window, gathering information on the current sensational news. Have you heard? The Soul Palace has dispatched hundreds of thousands of troops to the northern region, seemingly aiming to annihilate the Heavenly Alliance in one fell swoop. Since the Heavenly Alliance has risen to prominence in recent years, they have yet to suffer a defeat. It is uncertain who will prevail in this battle. The northern region is ultimately too barren. Such a place is not regarded highly by the general forces of the central region. The number of Do-Zun experts there is pitifully low. Without the Heavenly Alliance's rise to absorb Do-Zun experts from other regions, they could never muster a superpower. It is said that the Soul Palace has extended its front lines significantly, forming a blockade of thousands of miles against the Heavenly Alliance personnel in the northern region. However, the Heavenly Alliance is not one to back down. Many individuals have broken through the blockade, and the battlefield has even shifted to the central region. Should one be unfortunate enough to be caught in the crossfire of these two superpowers, they would surely suffer. Indeed, it is rumored that several spatial wormholes from the northern to the central region have been controlled, making it quite troublesome for those in the northern region to venture out. Listening to the discussions among the patrons of the inn, the young man in black furrowed his brow, his thoughts swirling. Xiao Yan, it seems that turmoil is truly brewing in the northern region. Our decision to leave early was indeed wise. Otherwise, we would have found ourselves trapped by the Soul Palace's army, unable to escape and caught in the chaos. The figure clad in black was none other than Xiao Yan, who had departed from Canaan Academy and arrived in Zhongzhou. At this moment, the aged voice of Yao Lao suddenly resonated within his heart. Indeed, Xiao Yan wholeheartedly agreed with Yao Lao's words. Throughout his journey, he had heard far too much regarding the impending conflict between the Soul Palace and the Heavenly Alliance. Two formidable powers. Master, shall we proceed to the Starfall Pavilion next? Xiao Yan inquired. Yes, the Wind Elder of the Starfall Pavilion shares a deep bond with me. We shall find solace there and avoid the calamity wrought by this impending clash of superpowers. Once I possess a physical form, I will have the means to safeguard myself in this chaotic era. Yao Lao responded with a nod at Xiao Yan's words. Very well, the supplies are nearly prepared. I shall set off now. Upon hearing Yao Lao's decision, Xiao Yan rose, settled his bill, and swiftly exited the inn, quickly departing from the Extreme Wind City. Not long after leaving the city, a sense of urgency surged through Xiao Yan as Yao Lao's voice echoed in his mind. Quickly, find a place to hide. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan descended to the ground, concealing himself within the crevice formed by a great tree and a boulder. Why has Master suddenly become so anxious? Xiao Yan pondered anxiously. Moments later, through the narrow gap, he glimpsed a swarm of dark figures passing overhead. Those from the Soul Palace. Given their numbers, there must be thousands. Xiao Yan exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the mass of shadows. At that moment, he dared not move, fearful that his presence might be detected by the Soul Palace. After several minutes, the oppressive aura of the Soul Palace finally dissipated. That was close, Master. If you hadn't sensed it beforehand, we would have been in dire straits. Xiao Yan said, still shaken. Recently, the Soul Palace has been significantly reinforcing its presence in the northern domain. Such encounters may become more frequent, Yao Lao calmly replied. Nevertheless, out of caution, Yao Lao advised Xiao Yan to remain concealed for a while longer. After approximately half an hour, Xiao Yan cautiously emerged from his hiding place. However, at that moment, a thick plume of smoke billowed from the direction of Extreme Wind City. Such dense smoke. Could there have been a massive fire? Xiao Yan asked, puzzled. Perhaps the Soul Palace is responsible. That small contingent we just encountered had at least 2 Dozun level experts among them. Yao Lao Vimak Godavili. The Dozun level was still far beyond Xiao Yan's current capabilities. His goal remained to break through to Do Huang within 2 years. Although his cultivation speed was impressive compared to many of his peers, it still fell short of what was required to navigate Zhongzhou. Let's move on. It has been half an hour, and that contingent from the Soul Palace should have moved on, Yao Lao continued. Heeding Yao Lao's counsel, Xiao Yan resumed his journey. After half a day, he arrived at the next city, only to find it had been reduced to ruins, with its inhabitants buried beneath the ashes of a great fire. What is happening here? Who could commit such an act of extermination? Yao Lao etli means shocked. A small city, once home to hundreds of thousands, now lay utterly desolate, a sight that was truly harrowing. Chapter 661, Framing the Innocent. What is happening here? Who could commit such an act of extermination? Yao Lao was aghast. Stepping into the desolate city, Xiao Yan surmised from Yao Lao's spirit that this massacre must have occurred within the past day. Master, do you think it's possible that the Soul Palace was behind this slaughter? Xiao Yan asked, his voice tinged with skepticism. In response to Xiao Yan's speculation, Yao Lao slowly articulated, whether it was the Soul Palace or not, we will only know once we reach Extreme Wind City. Extreme Wind City? With Yao Lao as reminder. Xiao Yan suddenly recalled their earlier encounter with a contingent of the Soul Palace just a few dozen miles outside the city. Shortly thereafter, thick smoke had begun to rise from the direction of Extreme Wind City, likely indicating the Soul Palace's attempts to destroy evidence. Master, let us go investigate, Xiao Yan declared, turning to head towards Extreme Wind City. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when Yao Lao halted him. You fool, given the current situation, do you wish to seek your own demise? If something has indeed happened in Extreme Wind City, news will spread soon enough. Furthermore, even if you could prove that these atrocities were the work of the Soul Palace, what good would it do? Would you dare to stand up and declare it publicly? Yao Lao Atmunitz Xiao Zan. Reflecting upon Yao Lao's wisdom, Xiao Yan pondered for a moment before shifting his course towards the depths of the central domain. Along the way, he encountered 3 more cities, each as devastated as the last, all having suffered complete annihilation. Furthermore, during his journey, he scarcely met any living souls. This unsettling pattern only heightened Xiao Yan's anxiety. 5 consecutive cities, all reduced to desolation, their populations obliterated and then set ablaze. Such a reality was utterly staggering. Moreover, this was merely one route. Countless other cities in different directions could very well have faced similar fates, yet remained unseen by Xiao Yan. Master, it is highly probable that these atrocities are the work of the Soul Palace. Xiao Yan asserted with conviction. That should not be the case. While the Soul Palace possesses vast power, their operations are typically shrouded in secrecy. Many in Zhongzhou remain oblivious to their true nature. Such brazen acts of extermination are uncharacteristic of them, Yao Lao replied, harboring lingering doubts, for in his heart, this was not the Soul Palace's usual modus operandi. Master, regardless of the circumstances, I believe it is impossible for anyone to commit such atrocities without cause. Whether for profit or vengeance, there must be a motive. Xiao Yan offered his perspective in response to Yao Lao's uncertainties. Motive? I'm not entirely certain of the Soul Palace's intentions. I only know that they often target powerful alchemists in secret. Naturally, they also harm others with strong spiritual powers. But the majority of those who perished in these cities were ordinary people. There is no necessity for such widespread slaughter. Yao Lao shook his head in disagreement. Master, if what you say is true, then the Soul Palace seeks to capture souls for some purpose. Previously, they only targeted those with potent spiritual energy in secret. If their aim is to acquire souls, then gathering a vast number of ordinary souls should also yield some benefit. I suspect that during the conflict with the Heavenly Alliance, the Soul Palace intends to divert attention away from these exterminations, thus facilitating their large-scale soul captures. Building upon Yao Lao's insights, Xiao Yan put forth a bold hypothesis. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Yao Lao contemplated Xiao Yan's words, his expression revealing deep thought. Xiao Yan, your analysis is astute. If the Soul Palace aims to harvest souls, then their indiscriminate slaughter of entire cities, some with populations in the tens or even hundreds of thousands, would indeed expedite their acquisition of souls. Moreover, in this tumultuous period of conflict with the Heavenly Alliance, they could leverage the chaos to obscure these actions, allowing other major powers to overlook their motives. The esteemed Elder Yao, hailing from a lineage of herbalists, possessed a profound understanding of the world, particularly regarding the several imperial clans that tower above the foremost factions in the central region. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan expressed his excitement, saying, Master, this clarifies everything. For countless years, the Soul Palace has been engaged in the capture of souls. This recent endeavor may yield a bounty of souls that would typically take them decades to amass. After a brief pause, Xiao Yan hesitantly continued, however, it remains unclear what the ultimate goal of the Soul Palace is in their relentless collection of souls. Elder Yao, shaking his head, speculated. Perhaps it is for the cultivation of some nefarious art, as many of the Soul Palace's formidable warriors employ vast numbers of souls as their means of attack. Following their discussion, the master and disciple continued their journey. Fortunately, upon traversing a vast mountain range, they encountered a human city, which did not exhibit the grim circumstances witnessed in previous locations. Master, at last the city is inhabited, exclaimed Xiao Yan as they entered through the city gates, relieved by the presence of life after the oppressive desolation of the preceding towns. As was his custom, Xiao Yan sought refuge in a bustling inn, a prime location for gathering the latest news. Indeed, as soon as he stepped into the inn, he overheard discussions regarding the recent massacres that had befallen various cities. Have you heard? The Soul Palace has pushed into the heart of the northern region, extending the front line over 100,000 miles. Once this battle concludes, the already barren lands of the north will likely be rendered utterly desolate. One patron remarked, so, it seems the Heavenly Alliance has already shown signs of defeat. However, I have received news that several factions within the Heavenly Alliance have breached the Soul Palace's blockade and advanced towards the central region. Another added, I have also heard that many cities have suffered during this conflict between the Heavenly Alliance and the Soul Palace, with their entire populations caught in the crossfire. Chapter 662. Xiao Yan's Decision. The State of War. You may not be aware, but it is said that the forces of the Heavenly Alliance that have breached the Soul Palace's blockade have resorted to pillaging cities in search of supplies. One of the patrons warned, be cautious with such talk. Should it reach the ears of those aligned with the Heavenly Alliance, you might find yourself in grave danger. To which another scoffed, what do we have to fear? If they dare commit such acts, what do they have to worry about? I have often wondered how the Heavenly Alliance, established so recently, has managed to accumulate such vast resources. Just look at the treasures they sell at each auction. It is simply astonishing. It turns out they are merely plundering from others, a fact exemplified by the recent destruction of the Thunder Pavilion in the northern region. Within the inn, most patrons lamented the actions of the Heavenly Alliance. Hearing these discussions, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow and, upon finding a table, joined in the conversation. Good sir, the city you mentioned, did it include Extreme Wind City? Xiao Yan inquired directly. Upon hearing this, a few patrons exchanged thoughtful glances. Indeed, my father's friend resides in Extreme Wind City. I was hoping to seek refuge with him. Xiao Yan explained. Young brother, you need not go there. I have heard that it was razed 3 days ago, leaving not a single survivor. Your father's friend is likely dead. A burly man replied, loudly from nearby. If the situation escalates further, the conflict may reach the Xian-Duan mountain range, and this place will no longer be safe. We might have to flee before it is too late, or we will meet the same fate. Another elder sighed. 3 days ago, Xiao Yan quickly aligned the timing, realizing it coincided exactly with his departure from Extreme Wind City. This timeline confirmed that the destruction of the city was indeed the work of the Soul Palace. Yet, those in the central region remained convinced it was the Heavenly Alliance behind the chaos. Throughout his journey from the northern to the central region, Xiao Yan had seen no sign of the Heavenly Alliance, leading him to deduce that the Soul Palace was orchestrating these events to frame the Heavenly Alliance, thereby diverting suspicion away from themselves. Master, the Soul Palace's scheme is truly insidious. They perpetrate these acts of plunder and then seek to implicate the Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Yan lamented to Elder Yao. The Heavenly Alliance has not even made an appearance here. It is precisely because of this that the Soul Palace can manipulate public opinion with ease. Elder Yao nodded in agreement. If we allow the Soul Palace to continue unchecked, countless innocent lives may be lost. Xiao Yan sighed, feeling a pang of helplessness due to his insufficient strength to effect change. Sighing deeply, Elder Yao remarked, Xiao Yan, I understand your temperament very well. If you truly wish to halt this slaughter, it is not beyond your reach. Master, do you have a plan? Xiao Yan eagerly pressed. The Soul Palace's audacity stems from their ability to place the blame on the Heavenly Alliance, allowing them to act without fear of repercussions. If you can expose the truth about their actions, it may incite suspicion from other imperial clans, forcing the Soul Palace to temper their aggressions, Elder Yao advised solemnly. I understand, Master. Xiao Yan recognized that Elder Yao, too, wished to prevent further bloodshed. Despite the potential dangers of revealing the Soul Palace's deceit, he resolved to take action. Upon leaving the inn, Xiao Yan disguised his identity and set forth towards the Starfall Pavilion, disseminating news of the Soul Palace's treacherous schemes along the way. Gradually, his assertions gained traction, with an increasing number of individuals embracing his perspective as public sentiment shifted from the Heavenly Alliance to the Soul Palace. Countless voices began to denounce the inhumane actions of the Soul Palace. Yet, regrettably, like before, when faced with such a formidable force, the populace resorted only to words, lacking the courage to openly confront such an overpowering entity. On an endless plain stood two colossal mountain ranges, their peaks piercing the heavens. These towering heights were insurmountable for ordinary folk, and nestled within the crevice between them lay a massive fortress, a formidable bastion akin to a primordial beast. This fortress, known as Quishan Fortress, loomed at the periphery of the northern region, its sheer size astonishing all who beheld it, stretching for miles and housing numerous strong warriors of the Heavenly Alliance. At this moment, 3 of the 6 esteemed elders of the Heavenly Alliance had gathered within the fortress. Third brother, what is the Soul Palace's true intention in assembling such a vast force, yet refraining from engaging us? Every time we advance, they retreat. Kuming expressed his frustration to Duan San. The Soul Palace must be aware that our mid-tier strength pales in comparison to theirs, which is why they're dispersing their forces and extending the battlefield. However, their reluctance to attack is indeed puzzling. Duan San responded, equally perplexed by the situation. I wonder how Brother Habadon's reconnaissance is faring. The M.O. Gio suddenly interjected. The recent spate of battles had left them in a constant state of motion, and each of them yearned for a true confrontation with the Soul Palace. Let us wait. Perhaps Brother Habadon will return shortly. Duan San's gaze drifted towards the fortress's entrance. Approximately 3 minutes later, an unusual disturbance rippled through the space surrounding the fortress. Upon perceiving this, Chu Ming, Duan San, and M.O. Gio promptly ascended to the towering walls of the fortress. Meanwhile, Hai Buodong's figure transcended an invisible barrier, materializing within the line of sight of Chu Ming and the others. Brother Hai Buodong, you have finally returned, they eagerly inquired. What new discoveries have you made during your incursion into enemy territory? With swift movements, Hai Buodong joined them atop the immense walls. Brothers, during my expedition into the central region, I uncovered the grim truth. At least dozens of cities have been obliterated, and this atrocity is undoubtedly the handiwork of the Soul Palace. To add insult to injury, they have attempted to frame us for their heinous acts. Hai Buodong exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation. Chapter 663. The Decision of Liuyun. Can it be true? The Soul Palace has committed such insidious deeds, slaughtering millions of innocent lives to tarnish the reputation of our Heavenly Alliance. Chu Ming, Duan San, and M.O. Gio were consumed with rage upon hearing this news. Such barbarity. They have silenced entire cities. This organization must be eradicated swiftly. Otherwise, the entire continent shall remain in turmoil. It is utterly infuriating. From this moment forth, I shall no longer refrain from striking against those lowly members of the Soul Palace, regardless of their cultivation levels. Henceforth, any member of the Soul Palace that crosses my path shall meet their demise. Hearing Hai Buodong's report, Chu Ming, Duan San, and M.O. Gio were each filled with boundless rage. I shall report these matters to the Alliance leader at once. You need not remain on guard any longer. All of you are to venture forth and slay any Soul Palace members you encounter without holding back your strength. Hai Buodong commanded, his voice thick with fury. Understood. Xu Ming, Duan San, and Mo Jiu nodded in unison. At this juncture, if we do not swiftly conclude this war, who knows how many more innocents shall fall victim to the Soul Palace. Upon Hai Buodong's return to the Quishan fortress, the esteemed elders of the Heavenly Alliance promptly shattered the stalemate with the Soul Palace and initiated an offensive. Although the mid-tier powerhouses of the Heavenly Alliance were vastly inferior to those of the Soul Palace, under the leadership of 6 esteemed elders, they tore through the Soul Palace's ranks with the precision of 3 keen blades. Within a single day, 3 armies of the Heavenly Alliance surged forth from the northern region into the central region, annihilating any Soul Palace forces they encountered without exception. In response to the Heavenly Alliance's sudden and fervent actions, the Soul Palace commanders swiftly adjusted their strategies, intending to eradicate the Alliance's forces stationed in the large cities using their overwhelming numbers of Dozun experts. In just a few days, the casualties on both sides escalated to a terrifying degree, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Liuyun, upon learning of the Soul Palace's actions, felt an overwhelming fury swell within him. By this point, he comprehended that the Soul Palace's offensive was not merely aimed at annihilating the Heavenly Alliance, but was also a calculated move to seize souls through mass slaughter during the chaos of war. In this short span of over half a month, the number of souls collected by the Soul Clan likely rivaled the harvest of several decades. At this rate, it would not be long before the Soul Clan amassed the soul essence required for the Void Devourer to ascend to the Emperor realm. Liuyun was not concerned about the Void Devourer's potential increase in strength. Rather, he was incensed by the Soul Palace's genocidal actions. Having committed such atrocities, they dared to shift the blame onto the Heavenly Alliance. They played a shrewd game indeed. Within the Tianyo realm, Liuyun's avatar emerged from seclusion and summoned the Void Earth Escape Beast, utilizing the Void Gate to vanish from sight. Within the Void Space, the area formerly occupied by East Dragon Island had transformed into a supercontinent 5 to 6 times larger than the original island. Liuyun, avatar, descended from the skies above this colossal landmass. His arrival was immediately detected by numerous powerful beings of the ancient Dragon Clan residing on Dragon Island. In the next moment, a multitude of powerful figures soared from the ground to stand before Liuyun, including Ziyan. Eldian Liu, what brings you here? Ziyan greeted him with a smile. Greeting, Alliance Leader. The other powerful beings of Dragon Island bowed respectfully to Liuyun. Ziyan, I presume you are aware of the conflict between the Soul Palace and the Heavenly Alliance? Liuyun spoke with a calm demeanor. Yes. Ziyan nodded in acknowledgement. I know that the Soul Palace army has sealed off the northern region, but they have not launched a direct invasion. The counterattack by the Heavenly Alliance occurred just a few days ago, so I am not yet aware of the latest developments, she added. Recently, I initially believed the Soul Palace aimed solely to annihilate the Heavenly Alliance. However, I have since discovered that they are engaging in widespread slaughter of cities and atrocities against innocent people in the sealed areas, while cunningly attributing the blame to the Heavenly Alliance. Thus, my forces have already commenced a counteroffensive. However, the mid-tier Dozun experts of the Heavenly Alliance are vastly outnumbered by the Soul Palace. Our side has not gained much from this battle. Liuyun succinctly recounted the situation. Upon hearing Liuyun expound upon the Soul Palace's malevolence, anger was evident on the faces of Ziyan and the other powerful members of the ancient Dragon Clan. In the next moment, with a grave expression, Ziyan addressed Liuyun. Elder Yun Liu, I understand your intentions. You need only direct the ancient Dragon Clan to act. Following Ziyan's words, the other powerful beings of Dragon Island echoed in unison. Please, Alliance Leader, give your orders. In response to their fervent declarations, Liuyun gradually articulated his plan. This time, I wish for the North Supreme Elder, accompanied by 4 2-star Dose Saints and 21-star Dose Saints, to proceed to the northern region and eradicate the Soul Palace's influence. Upon hearing Liuyun's request, Ziyan immediately consented. Soon, the North Dragon King and the remaining 24 Dose Saints were selected. All of these Dose Saints were under Liuyun's control through ancient puppet techniques, and the 4 with 2-star Dose Saint strength were the 4 elders of North Dragon Island. Liuyun, leading the North Dragon King and these 24 Dose Saints, swiftly departed from Dragon Island. After covering a distance, they utilized the Void Gate to teleport. This time, the destination of the Void Gate was precisely the area sealed off by the Soul Palace army. North Dragon King, from here on, any member of the Soul Palace you encounter in this area is to be killed without mercy. Should any unexpected situation arise, contact me immediately. Liuyun commanded the powerful members of the ancient Dragon Clan. As Liuyun's words resonated, the 25 Dose Saints, including the North Dragon King, swiftly dispersed, darting in all directions. Liuyun was no longer concerned about revealing the strength of the ancient dragon clan, for he knew that the Soul Clan would be reluctant to expose too much of their power at this juncture. Chapter 664. The North Dragon King Strike. Liuyun had resolved to disregard any concerns about exposing the strength of the ancient dragon clan, for he understood that the Soul Clan would surely be disinclined to reveal their full might at this moment. Due to the fact that the Soul Clan has yet to accomplish certain objectives, they have opted to remain patient. Should they reveal the majority of their strength at this juncture, the other imperial clans would undoubtedly become wary. At that point, even if the power of the void-devouring flame were to surge dramatically, it would be exceedingly challenging for the Soul Clan to seize the ancient jade. The Liuyun mountain range, situated at the fringe of the central region near the northern territory, boasts towering peaks that form a graceful arc, encircling 5 mid-sized cities. However, in the present day, these 5 cities, once nestled within the embrace of the Liuyun Mountains, have been reduced to mere ruins, their once vibrant scenes now desolate, devoid of any signs of life. Within the heart of the Liuyun mountain range, a formidable army of over 5,000 from the Soul Palace is stationed. Among this army, there are more than 30 formidable Dozun experts, while the remaining members possess at least the peak Do Huang cultivation level, with over 80% attaining the Dozong rank. One must acknowledge that the Soul Palace, having resided in the central region for many years, boasts a formidable base of mid-tier experts that is unmatched by any other force, while the Alchemist Guild stands as their equal in terms of top-tier might. They cannot compete with the Soul Palace in terms of mid-level strength, which amounts to less than 1/5 of the latter's numbers. The leader of this Soul Palace army is the 7 Heavenly Sovereign of the Soul Palace, whose cultivation has reached the level of 8-star Dozun. Such prowess makes it exceedingly difficult for anyone in the border cities of the central region to contend with him. Under the command of the 7 Heavenly Sovereign, over the course of half a month, including the 5 mid-sized cities enveloped by the Liuyun Mountains, a total of 8 cities have been subjected to slaughter, resulting in the tragic demise of nearly 20 million innocent lives. At this moment, the number of souls captured within the Soul Palace's 7 Heavenly Sovereigns' soul pouch has reached a staggering 4 million, a quantity sufficient to elevate the soul realm of a powerful being to the pinnacle of the spirit realm. However, these figures are still far from their ultimate goal, as the millions of souls they possess amount to less than a mere 10% of their total target. Atop one of the towering peaks of the Liuyun mountain range, a Soul Palace elder respectfully addressed the 7 Heavenly Sovereign, saying, "Esteemed 7 Heavenly Sovereign, a large city, Shancheng, lies 1,000 miles from here and remains unscathed. Shall we proceed directly to this city next?" Upon hearing this report, a bloodthirsty smile crept across the 7 Heavenly Sovereign's face as he coldly replied, "A large city. The souls captured within such a city could easily number in the hundreds of thousands, thus bringing us significantly closer to our objective." To the 7 Heavenly Sovereign, the lives of ordinary people held no value whatsoever. Upon receiving the command, all present immediately set forth towards Shancheng, determined to ensure that not a single soul escapes. The 7 Heavenly Sovereign's voice thundered down from the mountaintop, resonating in the ears of the 5,000 Soul Palace experts. "As you command." The Soul Palace warriors stationed in the Liuyun Mountains were filled with exhilaration at the order, their obsession with slaughter having reached a fervent level. However, just as this formidable army was preparing to depart, a voice of terrifying authority echoed through the heavens and the earth. The mere pressure emanating from this voice caused some of the Soul Palace experts at the peak Do Huang level and lower tier Dozong level to feel an immense oppression, forcing them to the ground, blood streaming from their mouths and noses. What formidable dragon might is this? They gasped. The aura was something even the Palace Master did not possess. The 7 Heavenly Sovereign, standing atop the peak, felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning upon hearing this unexpected voice, his complexion turning as pale as death. In the next moment, a colossal golden dragon claw imprint, towering in size, materialized in the sky and swiftly descended upon the mountaintop. As this immense golden claw approached, a tremendous pressure engulfed the Soul Palace experts once more. With a resounding crash, the massive peak was utterly obliterated. The 7 Heavenly Sovereign, standing atop, was reduced to mere pulp. Yet, during this process, a dragon claw appeared beside him, swiftly confiscating his soul pouch and spatial ring. The individual who seized the 7 Heavenly Sovereign's possessions was none other than the North Dragon King, who had been brought to the outskirts of the central region by Liuyun mere hours prior. Moments ago, with a single strike, the North Dragon King had annihilated 2/3 of the station's Soul Palace forces, leaving only a little over 1,000 terrified individuals scrambling to escape. This person is far too terrifying. We must flee for our lives. The surviving Soul Palace experts, shaken by the recent attack, let out terrified screams as they scattered in every direction. Is this the extent of the courage displayed by a group of murderers? The North Dragon King observed the fleeing figures of the Soul Palace experts, a look of disdain etched upon his face. In the next instant, his claw transformed into a dragon's talon, casually sweeping outward. Immediately, a distorted space enveloped the area spanning dozens of miles, trapping all the Soul Palace experts within. Subsequently, the North Dragon King's claw pointed in a specific direction, and with a gentle grip, the bodies of several hundred Soul Palace experts traversing that path exploded violently, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Witnessing this scene, the remaining Soul Palace experts' expressions turned ashen, their hearts filled with despair. "Spare me. Please, esteemed senior, grant me mercy. I am willing to serve you," they pleaded desperately. At this moment, they realized that escape was an impossibility, and perhaps surrender might offer a glimmer of hope. However, the North Dragon King appeared to heed their cries for mercy as if they were but whispers on the wind. He merely turned away and launched another attack, exterminating the remainder. Within less than 10 seconds of the North Dragon King's appearance in the Liuyun mountain range, all 5,000 Soul Palace experts, including the leading 7 Heavenly Sovereign, had been eradicated without exception. The souls captured by this Soul Palace army were now in the possession of the North Dragon King, and these souls would serve as the most potent evidence against the Soul Palace's atrocities. Once the war concludes, the members of the Heavenly Alliance would not need to provide explanations. The truth would undoubtedly come to light through the voices of the fallen. After dealing with this contingent of the Soul Palace, the North Dragon King did not linger, but instead advanced rapidly while unleashing his soul power in search of further targets. A great distance from the Liuyun mountain range where the North Dragon King had just been lay the vast and irregular expanse known as the Chaotic Star Sea. This immense sea was dotted with over 100 islands of varying sizes and boasted a dozen colossal cities standing proudly upon those islands. In the past, this maritime region had hosted over 20 sects of varying prominence. However, ever since the Soul Palace had led its forces into the Chaotic Star Sea, not a single sect remained, nor was there a living soul in sight. All that remained were desolate ruins. Over the course of the past 15 days, nearly 10,000 soldiers from the Soul Palace had surrounded the Chaotic Star Sea, severing even the fixed spatial pathways. Among this army of 10,000, there were over 100 Do Zun experts and countless Do Zong experts, led by the 5 Heavenly Sovereign of the Soul Palace, whose cultivation had reached the 9-star Do Zun level. After the 5 Heavenly Sovereigns encircled the Chaotic Star Sea with their formidable army, waves of powerful figures from the Soul Temple infiltrated the various islands within this tumultuous sea, commencing their brutal slaughter. At the heart of the Chaotic Star Sea lies an island that houses a once mighty sect, now in decline, known as the Chaotic Star Gate. When a 1,000-strong contingent from the Soul Temple landed upon the island to unleash havoc, an ancient ancestor of the Chaotic Star Gate, possessing the might of an 8-star Do Zun, emerged to confront them. This ancestor, wielding immense power, single-handedly repelled the invading 1,000-man force. However, the ancestor failed to grasp the gravity of the situation and did not lead the disciples of the sect to safety. As a result, the 5 Heavenly Sovereigns of the Soul Temple soon received word and arrived. Among the Chaotic Star Gate, the only significant strength was that reclusive ancestor. When this ancestor was engaged by a 9-star Do Zun, slightly stronger than himself, the other members of the Chaotic Star Gate swiftly fell victim to the Soul Temple's onslaught, leading to the ancestor's eventual demise amidst the siege, consumed by hatred. With the Chaotic Star Gate eradicated, the Soul Temple's forces found themselves unimpeded in the Chaotic Star Sea. Within merely half a month, all indigenous inhabitants of this region were exterminated, with some souls even captured. To contain the news, the Soul Temple surrounded the Chaotic Star Sea, scouring the waters thoroughly, leaving no powerful beasts unscathed from their grasp. After relentless searching, the area of their search was narrowed down to less than 100 miles of sea, where nearly 8,000 Soul Temple warriors gathered, successfully uncovering all those who had sought refuge beneath the waves. Lord 5 Heavenly Sovereign, we have concluded the search. There is certainly not a single living soul left to escape this Chaotic Star Sea, reported a Soul Temple Sovereign, boasting the strength of a 6-star Do Zun. As he approached the 5 Heavenly Sovereign with great reverence, "Do not concern yourself. Even if a few manage to escape, what can they do? Who would dare openly defy us based on their words? The five heavenly sovereign waved his hand dismissively, responding with casual indifference to the report. Then shall we withdraw from the chaotic star sea? Inquired the soul temple sovereign. Upon hearing this, the five heavenly sovereign fondled a soul pouch hanging from his waist, nodding with satisfaction as he replied, Yes, let us depart. This chaotic star sea has yielded me 700,000 souls in one sweep, an amount that would take a branch temple a century to amass. I shall announce the retreat at once. The soul temple sovereign bowed respectfully before departing to convey the order. Half an hour later, nearly 8,000 soul temple warriors congregated upon a small island where the five heavenly sovereign resided. All hands, prepare to withdraw from the chaotic star sea. He commanded loudly to the assembled troops. At that moment, a spatial rift suddenly tore open in the sky above the island, and a chilling voice emerged from within. Having slain so many, who told you that you could leave? A Do Saint, sensing the aura emanating from the rift. The smile on the five heavenly sovereigns' face vanished instantaneously. In the next moment, a spatial jade tube appeared in his hand, which he shattered without hesitation. As the tube broke, a massive spatial rift manifested above the five heavenly sovereigns' head, under the watchful eyes of the 8,000 soul temple warriors. An elder with white hair emerged from the rift, Hebuodong, Dong, the one who had led the charge into the soul temple's besieged territory. Upon stepping out, Hebuodong Dong immediately noticed the newly formed spatial rift beside the five heavenly sovereign. Instead of attempting to thwart the five heavenly sovereigns' call for reinforcements, Hebuodong Dong stood silently, waiting. Soon, a shadowy figure clad in black robes appeared from within the rift, a grim-looking elder whose cultivation had reached the 3-star Do Saint level, indicating formidable strength. These were contingency measures left by Han Mieshing. Ever since Hebuodong Dong had decimated the vanguard of over 50,000 troops, Han Mieshing had been exceedingly cautious. For at that time, the Soul Temple's strength could not withstand the might of the Ice River Valley's experts. Hence, Han Mieshing had sought powerful allies from within the Soul Clan, specifically those of 3-star Do Saint caliber, to prepare for any eventuality. Subordinate pays respects to Elder Tianyu. Upon the appearance of the dark-robed elder, the five heavenly sovereign immediately bowed respectfully, and the previous apprehension among the surrounding 8,000 Soul Clan warriors towards Hebuodong Dong dissipated. The Soul Clan expert, named Han Tianyu, regarded the deference with a nonchalant demeanor, his gaze slowly shifting to Hebuodong Dong, with a hint of disdain in his voice. He addressed Hebuodong Dong, So, you're the Ice Saint of the Heavenly Alliance? Seemed you have a good memory. Hebuodong Dong replied with a grim expression, then continued. If you can still summon reinforcements, you should do so swiftly. Otherwise, the opportunity will slip away. Haha, how amusing. Do you think Elder Tianyu would require assistance to deal with you? The five heavenly sovereigns' booming laughter echoed, joined by the mirth of the surrounding Soul Temple warriors. Only Han Tianyu gradually withdrew his condescending gaze, pondering Hebuodong Dong's recent words. Hebuodong Dong's tone carried a confidence that piqued Han Tianyu's curiosity. Yet, the only cultivation level he could ascertain from Hebuodong Dong was merely that of a 2-star Do Saint. This raised doubts in Han Tianyu's mind. For according to the agreements among the imperial clans, those above 4-star Do Saint rank were not to act lightly. It was improbable that Han Tianyu could summon those of 5-star Do Saint strength. If he were to call for aid, it would only be from those of 4-star Do Saint caliber. Moreover, Han Tianyu speculated whether Hebuodong Dong was merely attempting to deceive him, to make him believe in Hebuodong Dong's formidable strength, thereby avoiding a confrontation. Having come to a conclusion, a smirk returned to Han Tianyu's lips as he confidently addressed Hebuodong Dong. Are you wagering that I lack reinforcements, thereby allowing your words to deceive me into believing you are a terrifying opponent, compelling me to flee without battle? Ha! Your imagination is indeed quite vivid. Initially feeling quite despondent about his arrival, Hebuodong Dong found himself nearly amused by the 3-star Do Saint's antics. After sharing a brief laugh, Hebuodong Dong's expression swiftly returned to its previous coldness as he stated, I already granted you the chance to summon reinforcements. Since you have not, we may commence. As Hebuodong Dong's words echoed, the surrounding Soul Temple warriors retained their expressions of disdain and ridicule, eagerly awaiting Han Tianyu's actions to properly teach Hebuodong Dong a lesson. I wonder how long you intend to continue the charade. Han Tianyu's lips curled into a mocking smile. In response, Hebuodong Dong regarded the Soul Temple warriors with a smile of his own, and in the next moment, he conjured a cold elixir from within his being. As the elixir appeared, the temperature of the entire realm plummeted abruptly. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Han Tianyu exerted all his might to channel the energy of his internal fighting spirit, conjuring a colossal white, ghostly claw measuring 100 zhang in front of him. Fiercely grasping towards Heibadong's direction, formed a formation. The surrounding 8,000 strong warriors of the Soul Palace, realizing that Heibadong had made his move, launched their respective assaults towards him. However, their attacks were not chaotic. Instead, in a most peculiar manner, they combined portions of their powers, ultimately channeling it all into the techniques of the 5 heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Palace. Explode. At the utterance of this single word, a radiant smile blossomed on Heibadong's face. As the sound of his voice faded, the cold pellet he had produced suddenly detonated, unleashing an indescribable wave of chilling energy that ravaged the surrounding realm. The speed at which this frigid power spread was astonishing. It swiftly enveloped Han Tianyu and the fighting spirit energy unleashed by the 5 heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Palace, rapidly coursing past them and extending outward. Under this onslaught of cold energy, the air instantly froze, and all Soul Palace warriors caught within the immediate vicinity of the cold pellet's explosion were transformed into ice statues in an instant. Even those of the Dozuan realm attempted to shield themselves with their fighting spirit energy, but their hopes were utterly misplaced. The chilling force unleashed by the cold pellet not only corroded and penetrated their fighting spirit, but also immobilized it. Within a second, the entire island was encased in ice. The individuals present, save for the 5 heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Palace who barely withstood the onslaught through the energy transmitted from their formation, found themselves invaded by the chilling power, and should they falter in their defense, they too would swiftly become frozen. The situation for Han Tianyu was no better. He was besieged by a torrent of cold energy, struggling to expel it from his body. Heibadong's method of attack bore a striking resemblance to the Buddha's wrath fire lotus of the Flame Emperor from another realm, both employing an explosive, indiscriminate approach. The only difference lay in their elemental nature. One was fire, the other ice, 2 diametrically opposed forces. Once within range, there was no escape. One could only brace themselves against the impact. As the effect of the cold pellet continued to radiate outward, Heibadong's figure began to move. His first target was not the 3-star Do Sheng, Han Tianyu, but rather the 5 heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Palace, who possessed only 9-star Dozuan strength. To Heibadong, the 5 heavenly sovereigns, stripped of the support of the 8,000 Soul Palace warriors, were akin to mere ants. Their bodies instantaneously lost control, transforming into solid ice, only to shatter violently thereafter. Heibadong swiftly dashed past, seizing their soul bags and spatial rings. Meanwhile, as Han Tianyu endured the relentless onslaught of the cold energy within him, he bore witness to the instantaneous demise of the 8,000 Soul Palace warriors and the 5 heavenly sovereigns, sending a chill racing through his heart. It dawned upon him that Heibadong had not been boasting, but had genuinely anticipated his call for reinforcements. The man's power was terrifyingly immense, perhaps. The judgment made by Han Yesheng on that fateful day was flawed, not as he claimed. That the Ice River Valley had annihilated tens of thousands of troops and the 3 from Soul Pinnacle, but that the true perpetrator was the Ice Saint of the Celestial Alliance. With these realizations crystallizing in his mind, Han Tianyu understood that without reinforcements arriving today, his fate was dire. Thus, while Heibadong was preoccupied with claiming the soul bags and spatial rings of the 5 heavenly sovereigns, he produced a spatial jade slip, intending to crush it immediately. Crack! As Han Tianyu shattered the spatial jade slip in his grasp, the space around him trembled violently, and a fissure swiftly formed in the quaking void. Heibadong, who had just removed the soul bags of the 5 heavenly sovereigns, observed the developing situation without intervention, instead slowly retrieving 3 more cold pellets from his body. The moment these 3 cold pellets materialized, they were detonated with haste, releasing an even more potent wave of cold energy that surged forth in all directions. Chapter 667, Ice-Covered 1,000 Miles of Ocean. Just after Heibadong had claimed the soul bags of the 5 heavenly sovereigns, he continued to watch the unfolding events without interference, methodically extracting 3 additional cold pellets from his being. As soon as these 3 cold pellets appeared, they were ignited, unleashing a torrent of chilling power even mightier than before. Sweeping outward in a frenzy, amidst the chaos of the frigid energy, a figure emerged from the spatial fissure, a terrifying being whose aura indicated that they had achieved the formidable rank of 4-star Do Sheng. However, as this 4-star Do Sheng had just traversed the spatial passage and arrived above the small island, they had yet to grasp the situation when their expression shifted dramatically. For mere meters in front of them stood Han Tianyu, who had instantaneously transformed into an ice statue, his life force dissipating in an instant. What had transpired? As terror gripped the heart of this 4-star Do Sheng from the Soul clan, the chilling energy unleashed by the 3 cold pellets had already enveloped him entirely. In a desperate bid for survival, he summoned a torrent of fighting spirit that surged forth, attempting to form a thick defensive barrier against the encroaching frost. Yet, the cold energy assaulting him far exceeded his expectations. Within less than a second, a tendril of black, cold energy penetrated through his protective barrier, rapidly burrowing into his body. As the chilling force invaded, the 4-star Do Sheng's body stiffened, causing the protective layer of fighting spirit to weaken, allowing even more of the cold energy to seep in. Faced with this bizarre cold energy that froze flesh, sinew, and bone upon entry, despair washed over the heart of the 4-star Do Sheng from the Soul clan. He could feel the chill invading even his very soul. It wouldn't be long before he too succumbed to this freezing onslaught, meeting his demise here. I refuse to accept this. The 4-star Do Sheng summoned the last vestiges of his strength, letting out a howl of defiance, but before he could even close his mouth, his life force extinguished, his once brilliant eyes now encased in ice, revealing a glimpse of fear and unyielding despair. The power unleashed by the 3 cold pellets did not cease after ensnaring this Soul clan warrior. It rapidly extended outward, soon engulfing the surrounding area. Within moments, it swept beyond the island's boundaries. As the chilling energy came into contact with the ocean, the water transformed into a thick layer of white ice. Everywhere the cold energy traveled, the waters froze solid, not merely forming a superficial layer, but freezing the depths of the ocean to hundreds of meters beneath the surface. Although the potency of the 3 cold pellets diminished after traveling over 100 miles, the nature of the sea allowed the chilling energy to spread with remarkable speed. Within mere seconds, the vast expanse of the chaotic star sea was entirely enveloped in frost, leaving no drop of water visible. The ice layer extended deep into the ocean, sealing everything within, creating an environment that felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. From the lofty heights of the sky, this magnificent glacial vista could be fully appreciated. Hebadong had long foreseen the destructive capacity of the 3 cold pellets. As a peak 4-star Do Sheng, he surpassed the 4-star Do Sheng from the Soul clan in strength, coupled with the power of the cold pellets cultivated from the Yellow Springs Ascension technique. Hebadong possessed a combat prowess well beyond that of his peers. Nearly 10 million souls. After dealing with the forces of the Soul Palace in the chaotic Star Sea, Hebadong examined the recently acquired soul bags, the sheer number of souls within inciting a fury within him. The number of souls is so vast that it would require the slaughter of at least 30 to 40 million individuals to successfully capture such a multitude. Merely freezing these souls would be far too lenient. Upon learning of the heinous acts committed by the stronghold of the Soul Palace, Hebadong found it impossible to feel elated. Even after annihilating this formidable army, he fervently hoped that this time they could entirely eradicate the insidious presence of the Soul Palace. With that thought, he swiftly departed from the chaotic Star Sea. On a plain situated 7,000 miles away from the Star Sea, an army of over 7,000 from the Soul Palace was advancing rapidly, a dark mass that obscured the sunlight above. Among this formidable force, there were more than 90 Dozun warriors, while the majority were at the Dozone level, with only a scant few lingering at the high-tier Do Huang rank. This contingent was summoned by 5 Dozun and the 7 Dozun, led by the 1-star Do Sheng, Xiao from the Soul Realm. Following the decision of Han Mieshing to initiate a new plan, these top-tier warriors, previously stationed at the front lines in the northern region, had retreated into the enclosed area to execute their tasks. Consequently, the Soul Palace's army lacked any top-tier fighters at the front, with the strongest among them barely reaching the 5 or 6-star Dozun level. Nevertheless, such power had previously caused considerable distress among the people of the northern region, as there were far too few mid-level Dozun warriors in that area. At this moment, the Soul Palace army was advancing swiftly across the plain, their destination a small city, Jinyu City, located 200 miles ahead. The strongest individual within the city lord, possessed merely the strength of an 8-star Dozone, rendering the city utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the Soul Palace army. Soon, Xiao Yan led his 7,000 troops to prepare to encircle Jinyu City completely. However, just as they approached within 5 miles of the city, Xiao Yan suddenly commanded everyone to halt. Elder Xiao Yan, what is the matter? A perplexed Soul Palace Dozun inquired upon witnessing the sudden stop. Something is amiss. We must retreat at once. Xiao Yan released his soul energy to meticulously probe the surroundings. After a brief moment, he announced the order for the entire Soul Palace army to withdraw. Though many in the ranks were bewildered by the sudden command, they promptly complied, turning away from their attack on Jinyu City. Now that you have sensed it, it is too late. As the Soul Palace army prepared to retreat, two ancient voices resonated through the air. Upon hearing these voices, Xiao Yan's brow furrowed tightly, for he could ascertain from the sound alone that two Douqi warriors were approaching. The two figures soon emerged before the Soul Palace army. Both were elderly men, one clad in a blue robe and the other in white. In terms of cultivation, the blue-robed elder was slightly stronger, having reached the 3-star Douqi level, while the white-robed elder was at the 2-star Douqi rank. The names and appearances of these two elders, Chu Donghai and Yao Tianhua, were well known among the Soul Palace's warriors and even within the Soul Clan itself. As the leader of the Soul Palace army, Xiao Yan recognized the identities of the two elders immediately. They were none other than Chu Donghai and Yao Tianhua, who had only recently reunited. After receiving news from Heibadong about the situation within the enclosed area, they had departed from the northern region's borders and surged into the areas sealed off by the Soul Palace army. Disastrous. When did they become so powerful? Upon recognizing Chu Donghai and Yao Tianhua, Xiao Yan's expression shifted to one of alarm. Just prior, he had been informed that Chu Donghai was merely a 1-star Douqi and that Yao Tianhua was only a half-saint. Now, however, he could sense the vast disparity in their strengths compared to what he had previously known. As a 1-star Douqi himself, Xiao Yan would stand no chance against either of them alone, let alone face two opponents simultaneously. He would likely meet his demise in just 3 strikes. All personnel, form up and execute the formation to obliterate the members of the Heaven and Earth Alliance. Xiao Yan commanded loudly. Upon hearing his orders, the Soul Palace army erupted with a deafening battle cry, brandishing their weapons and launching an assault against Chu Donghai and Yao Tianhua. A dazzling torrent of Douqi energy coalesced, and the nearly 10,000 Soul Palace warriors unleashed a combined attack that even Yao Tianhua regarded with caution. At that moment, Chu Donghai and Yao Tianhua hastily formed intricate hand seals, unleashing their respective Dou techniques toward the advancing Soul Palace army. With a thunderous clash, the Douqi torrents from Chu Donghai and Yao Tianhua collided with those of the nearly 10,000 Soul Palace elite, resulting in a massive shockwave that threatened to tear the very fabric of space apart. Although their attacks were formidable, they struggled against the sheer number of elite troops, as their combined Douqi could only push forward for a kilometer before being eroded by the relentless tide of incoming assaults. Seeing this, Chu Donghai and Yao Tianhua quickly conjured a massive energy shield of Douqi before them. Continue the assault. Xiao Yan, witnessing his army gain an upper hand, issued yet another command. With his order given, the nearly 10,000 Soul Palace warriors began to form a semicircle, closing in on Chu Donghai and Yao Tianhua, unleashing a barrage of powerful Douqi torrents that rained down upon the energy shield surrounding the two. At that moment, a violent spatial fluctuation erupted behind Chu Donghai and Yao Tianhua, and a massive spatial black hole, measuring several dozen feet across, slowly materialized. As the black hole emerged, it rippled with energy, and soon, figures began to step forth from within, gracefully descending onto the plains above. This group comprised approximately 30 individuals, each appearing rather ordinary. Yet they exuded an overwhelming aura of terror, each of them at the Douqi level. Chu Donghai and Yao Tianhua had not arrived at the middle domain's edge alone. They were accompanied by an elite force from the Heaven and Earth Alliance. While these 30 Douqi warriors seemed insignificant compared to the Soul Palace's 90 Douqi warriors, their timely arrival could alleviate the immense pressure faced by Chu Donghai and Yao Tianhua. Once this pressure was alleviated, the combined strength of Chu Donghai and Yao Tianhua would swiftly tear apart the formation of the nearly 10,000 troops, leading to a one-sided massacre. Upon witnessing the arrival of these 30 warriors, Xiao Yan's expression grew grim. Elders, we have come to assist you. As soon as the 30 powerful figures arrived, they charged into the encroaching Soul Palace army, launching a fierce onslaught against the vast throng. With a tremendous clash, 30 torrents of Douqi surged into the heart of the enemy ranks. Due to the assault of the 30 reinforcements possessing the power of Douqi, the offensive rhythm of nearly 10,000 Soul Palace warriors was instantly disrupted. A significant 30% of them ceased their attacks on Chu Donghai and Yao Tianhua. With the pressure from nearly 3,000 adversaries lifted, Chu Donghai and Yao Tianhua promptly dismantled their defensive barrier, swiftly charging towards the Soul Palace army. Boom! In a one-on-one scenario, both Chu Donghai and the esteemed Yao Tianhua could effortlessly eliminate a single Douqi powerhouse from the Soul Palace with a mere strike. In an instant, the Soul Palace forces suffered substantial casualties. Damn it! Witnessing this scene from the heart of the army, Hun Tian felt an overwhelming fury. Yet he found himself powerless. He understood all too well that if this situation continued to develop, his entire battalion would be annihilated by Chu Donghai, Yao Tianhua, and the 30 reinforcements from the Celestial Alliance. It seemed he had no choice but to summon powerful allies from his clan for support. With a rapid succession of thoughts racing through his mind, Hun Tian finally made a decision. The next moment, he produced a spatial jade tube and quickly crushed it. As he did so, a massive spatial rift manifested around him. Yao Tian, it appears that this Soul Palace fellow is calling for reinforcements. Zhu Donghai Zima, frowning as he observed Hun Tian's predicament. Let us assess the situation. Be ready to inform the Hai Buodong brothers. If too many reinforcements from the Soul Palace arrive, we can escape, but they may not be able to. Yao Tianhua pondered thoughtfully. Agreed. Chu Donghai concurred with Yao Tianhua's assessment, remaining vigilant for any movements from the spatial rift while simultaneously engaging the Soul Palace warriors. However, after a full 10 seconds had passed, the spatial rift remained eerily silent, and remarkably, it began to slowly close. Noticing this development, confusion clouded Hun Tian's eyes. He could hardly believe that the spatial jade tube provided by his clan had failed to summon any allies. The space here hasn't been sealed. Why is no one coming? He roared in rage. During those brief seconds of waiting, Chu Donghai and Hai Buodong had already claimed nearly 3,000 lives. Such losses had instilled fear in the remaining Soul Palace warriors, many of whom began to contemplate retreat. It seems we need to summon the Hai Buodong brothers for assistance. That fool spatial rift didn't bring any reinforcements. Chu Donghai laughed heartily upon witnessing this turn of events. Yao Tianhua, too, felt his previous tension dissipate. Hun Tian had yet to make a move, resulting in an increasingly one-sided battle. As the bloodshed escalated, the morale of the Soul Palace forces plummeted, while the reinforcements from the Celestial Alliance fought with fervor, their powerful fighting spirit surging forth, striking fiercely against the Soul Palace army. Without reinforcements, we'll only meet our demise if we continue this fight. Run. If we don't flee now, we'll lose our lives. As the Soul Palace army recognized that Hun Tian had not summoned any allies, their morale sank further. Nearly half of them began to retreat, seeking to distance themselves from the terrifying might of Chu Donghai and Yao Tianhua. Amidst this wave of desertion, Hun Tian was too preoccupied to address the fleeing soldiers. He, too, had formulated an escape plan after much contemplation. We cannot let these individuals escape. Observing the scattering Soul Palace forces, Chu Donghai and Yao Tianhua swiftly pursued, tearing apart any Soul Palace warrior that stood in their way in mere moments. Before long, the entire contingent of nearly 10,000 Soul Palace warriors was annihilated by the combined might of Chu Donghai, Yao Tianhua, and the 30 reinforcement from the Celestial Alliance. To their astonishment, Hun Tian had seemingly abandoned his army and fled alone. The soul pouch remained in that rogue's possession. After dispatching the nearly 10,000 warriors, Yao Tianhua and Chu Donghai found themselves unable to locate Hun Tian's whereabouts. Yao Tian, here's the plan. You take the others and continue searching for nearby Soul Palace forces, while I pursue that scoundrel. Chu Donghai hastily devised a plan, anxious to apprehend Hun Tian, who likely carried a treasure trove of souls. All right. Yao Tianhua quickly nodded in agreement to Chu Donghai's proposal. In the next moment, the space around Chu Donghai distorted violently, and he vanished from sight. On the vast plains, less than 100 miles from the recent battlefield, Hun Tian, who had fled in haste, suddenly emerged from the void. That was close. I almost got trapped there. He sighed, still shaken. At that moment, as Hun Tian had barely paused, a voice imbued with immense pressure descended from above, followed by the appearance of a tall, imposing man clad in yellow robes, radiating an aura of authority. Such formidable dragon might. You are a powerhouse from the ancient Void Dragon clan. Hun Tian gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the sudden arrival of the North Dragon King. With a chilling smile, the North Dragon King replied, "You guessed correctly. As a reward, I shall afford you a brief respite from torment." Upon hearing the North Dragon King's words, Hun Tian's countenance turned ashen. He had heard of the formidable presence of the ancient Void Dragon clan at Canaan Academy, where even top-tier experts like Hun Mieshing had suffered grievous losses. In the next moment, Hun Tian unleashed a surge of fighting spirit, swiftly retreating. However, the North Dragon King's speed was beyond Hun Tian's imagination. Within mere seconds, he was upon him, a dragon claw seizing his right shoulder and ruthlessly tearing it off, along with his entire right arm. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from Hun Tian, causing his speed to falter. His right shoulder was a gruesome sight, blood and flesh mangled, exposing stark white bone and spraying blood profusely. Just as Hun Tian attempted to stabilize his injuries, the North Dragon King denied him that opportunity, delivering a devastating punch to his crown. Boom! With that strike, Hun Tian had no chance to react. His head exploded under the might of the North Dragon King's blow, obliterating his very soul in an instant. All that remained was a headless corpse. At that moment, Chu Donghai, who had been in pursuit, arrived on the scene. A 5-star Do Sheng. This must be the North Dragon King. Chu Donghai recognized the North Dragon King, as Flowing Cloud had previously informed them of his identity. Relieved, he approached the North Dragon King. Thank goodness you arrived, or that scoundrel might have escaped. The North Dragon King, possessing memories of the group, was aware of Chu Donghai's identity as well. Odd, where's the soul pouch? As they searched Hun Tian's corpse, both the North Dragon King and Chu Donghai exchanged incredulous glances, for typically, Soul Palace warriors trapped in sealed regions carried a soul pouch. Yet Hun Tian was devoid of one. Upon failing to find the soul pouch, the North Dragon King swiftly examined Hun Tian's spatial ring, only to uncover no significant findings. It seems this fellow must have already transported the souls he collected. Chu Donghai speculated. The siege of the Soul Palace has persisted for over 20 days. At their current pace, it is indeed likely that a considerable number of souls have already been transported away. Therefore, we must expedite our efforts, the North Dragon King declared earnestly. Given that the North Dragon King's prowess far surpasses that of Chu Donghai wisely chose to distance himself, refraining from impeding the efficiency of the North Dragon King's endeavors.